Chapter 1. In the 21st century, within a cyber CAF in the Deep City, a strikingly handsome young man named Lin Hai occupied a computer. At the age of 19, standing at a height of 178 centimeters, he was in excellent health, male, and had a fondness for women and orphan, nonetheless. Having just finished watching the anime One Piece, he was utterly captivated by Zoro's spectacular attack against Kaido. And that Straw Hat Luffy? He was simply a walking embodiment of audacity, showcasing his Conqueror's Haki with flair. In a jubilant mood, Lin Hai decided to indulge in a few rounds of League of Legends to celebrate. Before long, he secured the mid-lane champion Garen, typing on the screen, "Brothers, brace yourselves. My Garen is a master of skills." After sending the message, Lin Hai proudly lit a cigarette, waving away the smoke he exhaled, and, admiring his reflection on the screen, he gently adjusted his hairstyle, exclaiming, "Truly handsome." As he enjoyed his smoke, he suddenly noticed that the opposing team was blatantly ignoring his Garen. The minions hadn't even left the base, yet they were already demolishing their own turret. Fury surged within Lin Hai. What audacity! Do they think my Garen is a mere statue? Thus, Lin Hai unleashed hand speeds that belied his age, swiftly activating his E ability and spinning into action. Triple kill. Haha. Lin Hai was overwhelmed with excitement, muttering to himself, "A triple kill already? Truly, a handsome face comes with exceptional skills." Upon returning to base, Lin Hai savored a puff of his cigarette and proceeded to purchase 2 Duran's swords and 5 health potions. With 3 Duran's swords in hand, he felt invincible against his inexperienced opponents. At that moment, a peculiar thunderstorm roared outside, and Lin Hai suddenly lost consciousness while gaming in the CAF. Awakening on the lid of a toilet seat, the youthful figure, still Lin Hai, emerged from his stupor, bewildered. Hadn't he been playing games in the CAF? What was happening now? Ding. Host consciousness detected as restored. Flamboyant System binding in progress. Lin Hai was certain that the voice emanated from within his mind. A system? This was familiar territory for him, having read countless Transmigration novels. He mused. Was he about to become the protagonist? Astonished, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Woohoo, let's take off." Ding. Flamboyant System binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have arrived in the world of the anime One Piece. The current year is 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, a year prior to the departure of the world's protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy. You're located on the Sabaody archipelago. Ding. Newbie gift pack distributing. The gift pack has been placed in your spatial backpack, accessible via your consciousness. With a series of system notifications, Lin Hai felt assured of his forthcoming adventures. He stifled his joy and excitement, quickly communicating with the system. "You are incredibly user-friendly. I must give you a 5-star review. But why are you called the Flamboyant System? Isn't flamboyant usually reserved for describing beautiful women? Remember, you're just a system, not a beauty. Flamboyant System. Host. This system is named Flamboyant System. Your inquiries are declined." To Lin Hai, everything appeared charming now. He chuckled. "You have character, I like that. Quickly, open my newbie gift pack." Inside the spatial backpack lay a devil fruit, a sword, and a medicinal pill. The pill was designed to enhance one's physique, while the devil fruit was called spatial fruit, devoid of side effects, meaning it was unaffected by sea prism stone or seawater. Lin Hai exclaimed with delight, "Flamboyant System, I adore you. 5 stars, absolutely 5 stars." Without hesitation, he consumed the medicinal pill, followed by the spatial fruit. Rumble. A sudden jolt of confusion struck Lin Hai as he asked, "System, the spatial fruit is indeed delectable, possessing a unique fragrance reminiscent of fresh fruit, sweet to the taste. But why do I feel as if I've ingested a laxative?" Flamboyant System. Host has just consumed the medicinal pill and is currently detoxifying. Lin Hai had no time to heed the explanation and hastily lifted the toilet lid. Time passed, and Lin Hai realized he was in a dire predicament. There was no toilet paper. He quickly communicated with the system. "System, can you provide me with some tissue?" Flamboyant System. Host flamboyant currency is 0.1 exchange not possible. Lin Hai, exasperated, pondered for a moment before reluctantly removing the underwear he had purchased from Pinduo. Finally, relief washed over him. Gazing at the discarded underwear in the trash, Lin Hai felt a pang of sympathy. Flamboyant System, please display my personal panel. Lin Hai sought to familiarize himself with the system. After all, what if an embarrassing situation arose? This was an opportunity for readers to offer their commentary. After all, soon, his personal information appeared before his eyes in a panel format invisible to others. Host Lin Hai. Strength 100. Agility 10. Stamina 250. Flamboyant currency 0.1. Spatial backpack, swordblade. Due to the host not meeting the requirements, the system store is not accessible. After reviewing his personal information, Lin Hai understood that strength and stamina were straightforward. He could currently exert 100 kilograms of force, while agility represented his maximum speed of 10 meters per second. Upon seeing the information, Lin Hai felt the rewards were rather meager. Thus, he tentatively sought to exploit the system. Prior to my transmigration, I heard many classmates complain about their phone screen shattering while watching the One Piece Marineford War due to the residual force from Whitebeard's punch. The combat prowess in this world is simply too extreme. You should grant me more life-saving skills or enhance my attributes. Flamboyant System, please refrain from harboring excessive fantasies. This system is merely an aid. Many matters still require your own effort. Disappointed, Lin Hai replied, very well. May I ask why my panel lacks descriptions for Haki or similar abilities? Flamboyant System. Host, had you not consumed that pill and the devil fruit, you would still be a mere weakling, light years away from Haki. Of course, the pill and devil fruit are not miraculous elixirs. They won't instantly elevate you to divine status. As for flamboyant currency, it will be determined by your performance in various events, and the system will allocate flamboyant currency and attribute rewards accordingly. How to operate this, you must explore on your own, based on the system's naming. Interesting, I like it. Lin Hai maintained an excellent mindset, accepting the situation as it was. Although he hadn't managed to exploit the system, Lin Hai was quite pleased with his current state. For instance, he already understood how to utilize the capabilities of the spatial fruit. Its basic information revealed that it was akin to Trafalgar Law's Op no Mi, allowing him to create a spatial field where he could manipulate objects within. However, the spatial fruit differed significantly from the Op no Mi, lacking any healing functions. If Lin Hai were to wield a sword and strike someone, that individual would indeed meet their end. Before Lin Hai could continue his exploration, the sound of footsteps outside jolted him awake. Realizing he had been foolishly reveling in his excitement, he quickly decided to leave this place, escaping the unsavory odors that should not be associated with a handsome young man. Upon opening the bathroom door, he was confronted by a rather obnoxious face, someone with a bubble wrap on their head and snot dripping from their nose. Looking at this overly wrapped individual, Lin Hai wondered if they were not feeling hot. Moreover, this face was utterly detestable, with an abundance of facial hair and a runny nose. Ugh! The first impression that flashed through Lin Hai's mind was that of a simpleton, or perhaps a fool. The snotty individual was a celestial dragon of this world, hailed as a descendant of the creator god, enjoying unparalleled privileges. His name was Charlo Saint, the very person who would be sent flying by Straw Hat Luffy a year later. At this moment, Charlo Saint, upon seeing Lin Hai standing boldly before him, felt profoundly insulted. Not only did the young man fail to kneel, but the look in his eyes was one of utter defiance. Recovering from his shock, Charlo Saint erupted in outrage. "You lowly peasant! Why do you not kneel before me, the saint? I shall feed you to the pet I purchased from the auction yesterday. What nonsense is this?" Infuriated, Lin Hai retaliated with a slap to Charlo Saint's face. To Lin Hai's surprise, the blow sent the celestial dragon crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. As realization dawned upon Lin Hai, he recalled that this was indeed a celestial dragon. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yet, looking at the unconscious figure, Lin Hai couldn't help but think it was time to make a hasty exit. In the world of One Piece, assaulting a celestial dragon bore grave consequences. Before long, the Marine headquarters would dispatch an admiral, and Lin Hai wasn't foolish enough to believe he could evade their pursuit. Having taken only a few steps, Lin Hai halted his progress, contemplating the likely presence of celestial dragon guards outside. At this moment, aside from that dimwit who had glimpsed his face, no one else was aware of his identity and needed to flee swiftly. The instinct for survival ignited within Lin Hai, leading him to a brilliant solution. The space fruit. Open, he began, but then swiftly spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the face of St. Charlos before choosing to escape. After all, having already struck, how could he not leave a mark befitting his striking appearance and the adoration of his charming readers? Space field. A circular bubble expanded from the palm of Lin Hai, enveloping the restroom walls, and in a swift exchange of space, he found himself outside the restroom. Thus commenced his flight. Once outside, Lin Hai hurriedly made his way toward the coast. He knew that once the Navy discovered St. Charlos had been incapacitated, they would undoubtedly seal off the Sabati archipelago. If that imbecile recognized him, it would certainly spell trouble. In an effort to avoid crowds, Lin Hai sprinted for a while before noticing a woman heading toward the Sabati archipelago. She must be Boa Hancock, renowned throughout the world as the most beautiful woman, possessing extraordinary strength and being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Lin Hai was somewhat aware of her past, and given her temperament, it was certain she would encounter difficulties. Would Hancock obediently submit to a search by the Navy if the island were sealed off? Feeling compelled to warn the enchanting beauty, Lin Hai approached. Hancock and her 2 younger sisters regarded him with puzzled expressions as he drew near, but he paid their confusion no mind. A celestial dragon has been knocked unconscious. This island will soon be sealed off. You must leave quickly. Having delivered his message in one breath, Lin Hai dashed toward the coast. Upon hearing celestial dragon, a wave of instinctual fear washed over Hancock and her sisters, followed by disbelief. Was there truly someone bold enough to strike a celestial dragon? After a moment of hesitation, Hancock stammered, "That man just said." A green-haired woman, having regained her composure, interjected, "Sister, let's set sail quickly and visit them another time." Still dazed, Hancock was pulled away by her sisters. Reaching the coast, Lin Hai swiftly utilized his abilities to board a large ship that had just set sail. However, this was no ordinary vessel. It was a military ship, proudly displaying the naval flag emblazoned with a dog's head. On the deck, Vice Admiral Garp was engaged in conversation with Admiral Akiji when they both sensed someone boarding the ship. Such audacity! Upon seeing Garp in action, the sailors instinctively resumed their duties. Curiosity piqued, Garp approached the spot where Lin Hai had landed and inquired, "Kid, who are you? How did you come aboard my ship?" A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Hai's forehead. He recognized Garp. However, Lin Hai quickly regained his composure, for Garp was blissfully unaware of his encounter with a celestial dragon, and he was known to be a just man, not prone to extremism. My name is Sleep God. I was being pursued by human traffickers and stumbled aboard in a panic," Lin Hai replied. "Sleep God? God?" Garp regarded Lin Hai with a dangerous glint in his eyes. This was hardly Lin Hai's fault in the past. His friends had affectionately called him that. After all, during lessons, he would often doze off, dreaming of his teacher amidst a fit of coughing. A cold sweat dripped from Lin Hai's brow as he hurriedly clarified, "My name is China D. Lin Hai." China's Lin Hai, surely that was acceptable? D. Garp silently cursed under his breath, realizing he had encountered a troublesome individual, for he understood that those bearing the initial D were rarely ordinary. Lin Hai glanced back and said, "Vice Admiral Garp, you may simply call me Lin Hai. Could you grant me a ride?" Garp paused, taken aback. How many ordinary people would approach him with such casualness? There was something intriguing about this one. Seeing Garp nod, Lin Hai looked around and stepped onto the deck, saying, "Vice Admiral Garp, may I trouble you for a glass of water?" Parched after being chased. Admiral Akiji, reclining in a chair, scowled. Did no one notice his presence? Moreover, that drink was his, and he had yet to partake. Lin Hai, having noticed Akiji's demeanor, understood he was not one to indiscriminately harm others. Just moments ago, he had felt quite parched after his escapades in the restroom. Removing his eye patch, Akiji sat up and remarked, "Ah, I must say, young man, shouldn't you seek the permission of the host before consuming their refreshments?" Lin Hai sighed in contentment and smiled. "Admiral Akiji, thank you for this cup of tea. My apologies for my thirst. May I prepare you another?" So polite. Akiji waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's fine, I'm not thirsty. By the way, you're Lin Hai, correct?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Indeed, indeed, esteemed Admiral Carp." Ha! Carp, who was approaching, couldn't help but burst into laughter as he sat beside Lin Hai, then patted Lin Hai on the shoulder, saying, "What a polite young lad. By the way, how did you manage to board the ship just now?" Hiss! Lin Hai inhaled sharply, quickly reminding him, "Hero Carp, are you trying to crush me? Is this how a naval hero behaves?" Carp, digging his nose, replied, "Don't mind the details. You still haven't answered my question. How did you suddenly appear on my ship?" Lin Hai moved his chair a bit further away from Carp before saying, "I'm not quite sure myself. I just consumed a devil fruit and gained some powers." Carp and Akiji immediately perked up with interest, with Akiji leading the inquiry. "What kind of ability is it?" "Teleportation." Lin Hai shook his head, responding, "It seems to be related to the space element, but I'm not proficient with it yet. Just now, I almost fell into the sea, haha." Akiji murmured, "It appears to be a paramecia-type ability, if developed properly. It could be quite formidable." Lin Hai internally scoffed, thinking that the devil fruit was merely for show, while physical combat and Haki were the true essentials that he, Lin Hai, would never be like those fools who blindly sought to develop their fruit abilities. Before Lin Hai could continue his contemplation, Carp once again slapped Lin Hai's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain, "Admiral Carp, please keep your distance. It hurts." "Ah!" Carp laughed heartily, completely disregarding Lin Hai's discontent, and guessed, given the situation, you must have just eaten the devil fruit. After all, your control is quite clumsy. Speaking of which, you didn't steal the devil fruit prepared for auction on the island and get chased, did you? Lin Hai's eyes widened in surprise, marveling at the wild imagination. This excuse was far more compelling than fleeing after attacking a celestial dragon. Noticing Lin Hai's expression, Akiji assumed Carp had hit the nail on the head and teasingly asked, "Could it really be so?" Lin Hai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. I hadn't eaten for 3 days and accidentally consumed a strange fruit along the way. It turned out to be a devil fruit meant for auction. No wonder those people were trying to capture me." This excuse was quite satisfactory, and Lin Hai decided to use it, especially since the warship had already left Sabaody Archipelago, and they couldn't investigate for the time being. Carp shot Lin Hai a disapproving glance, confirming, "Is that truly the case?" "Yes," Lin Hai quickly affirmed. "Otherwise, why would I have come to your ship? By the way, I want to thank you for allowing me to board this ship. But I don't have any berry." Carp waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "No need to be so polite. The Navy helps those in need without expecting anything in return as long as you are not a wicked pirate or a scoundrel. It's no trouble to give you a free ride." Lin Hai grasped Carp's hand, expressing his gratitude. "You Navy truly are good people. Thank you so much. May heaven bless you all. Long live, long live, long live." The others exchanged peculiar glances at Lin Hai, while Carp quickly withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat ODDAT that moment. Akiji, who was reclining in a lounge chair, asked, "This young man, where is your home? Are you traveling with us?" Where to go from here?" Lin Hai had overlooked this matter in his previous panic. He quickly glanced at Carp and stood up to avoid further unwanted slaps from the old man. "Traveling together?" Lin Hai looked up towards the horizon at a 45-degree angle and slowly said, "I have long since lost my home. Life is fleeting, like a white horse passing through a crack. Wherever I go, I go. Why should I care?" Akiji's expression darkened. "Speak plainly." Lin Hai turned around and scratched his head, laughing. "Just drop me off at the next island." Smack. Carp, like a phantom, once again slapped Lin Hai's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Kid, since that's the case, why not join the Navy and come with us?" Hiss. Lin Hai bent down, quickly distancing himself from Carp. The thought of joining the Navy flashed a scene in his mind of being chopped up by a celestial dragon and fed to Stalin. And he quickly shook his head, replying, No, I absolutely do not want to be a naval officer. I could never become one in this lifetime." The expressions of the people on the ship turned serious. Lin Hai noticed this and felt a bit gloomy. His reaction had merely been instinctive and uncontrollable, but a moment of silence fell over the ship, and Akiji was the first to break it, asking, "This young man, why do you have such a reaction? Did the Navy do something to you?" Lin Hai awkwardly replied, "Well, that's my issue. I'm rather lazy and have grown accustomed to idleness. If I were to become a naval officer, I would have to wake up earlier than the roosters and sleep later then. Well, that kind of life is not what I desire. Moreover, I'm not someone who follows orders. Carp rolled his eyes, clearly thinking this fellow needed some education, as he was making so many excuses to brush off the old man. Listen, kid, I see potential in you. Come become a naval officer with me, and you might even become an admiral in the near future. Lin Hai immediately exploded with anger. You old man are quite the trickster. Don't try to fool me with that. He spoke candidly. You all know about the population control center on Sabayati Archipelago, right? Akiji nodded, asking, what does that have to do with you becoming a naval officer? Lin Hai, feeling rebellious and somewhat heated, replied, it has everything to do with it. The Navy headquarters is so close to Sabayati Archipelago. Yet a trading post like that could exist. If I were to become a naval officer, I would die very quickly. After a pause, Lin Hai continued, what exactly is justice? Is so-called justice merely serving certain individuals? Ignoring principles and brazenly treating living beings as commodities for trade? Congratulations to the host for raising a profound question about the significant figures in this world. Reward the host with Conqueror's Haki. Unleash your flamboyance, dear host. Before Lin Hai could comprehend, an inexplicable power surged forth from him, instantly enveloping the entire ship in a domineering aura. Everyone felt as if they were frozen in place, with some naval officers turning pale and losing consciousness. Carp, Akiji, Lin Hai, those who still retained their consciousness. This is Conqueror's Haki, isn't it? One naval officer forced out the question. Did he do this? A formidable individual has boarded our ship. This is Conqueror's Haki. Lin Hai broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this flamboyant system was trying to kill its own host. However, he needed to explain the situation, yet he didn't know how. He could only awkwardly say, I acted impulsively. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Carp shot Lin Hai a meaningful glance, saying, kid, you're quite dangerous. Lin Hai quickly stepped back, asking, what do you want? I'm a good person. You are the righteous Navy. Don't do anything reckless. Duong. Akiji punched Lin Hai on the head, saying, reckless? Look at the good deed you did. Hurry up and help. Help? Help with what? Lin Hai asked in confusion, but internally, he was elated. Conqueror's Haki. Akiji retorted, the helmsman has been knocked out by you, and so have the other sailors controlling the ship. What do you think? Lin Hai stammered. I can't do that. Duong. Carp also landed a punch on Lin Hai, saying, stop making excuses. With tears streaming down his face, Lin Hai lamented, do you believe that I will report you to the Navy headquarters for hitting me? Woe is me. After a series of events, the warship resumed its normal course across the vast ocean. After chatting for a while, everyone became somewhat familiar with one another. Lin Hai gradually understood what kind of person Carp was. He regretted having previously flattered him as a naval hero, only to constantly have his head hammered. The pain was unbearable. Once he regained his composure, Lin Hai slowly calmed down from the earlier panic, regretting not having silenced that celestial dragon when he had the chance. Upon reflection, as a good man of the 21st century, the thought of killing was not something he could bring himself to do. If that celestial dragon were to die, the consequences would be dire. It was likely that he would find no refuge anywhere in the world. After all, who could guarantee that the world government would not uncover who was responsible? Lin Hai, having watched the anime, had a slight understanding of the powers at play. Kapu possesses a certain understanding of Lin Hai. Ideologically, he is not a villain, but he recognizes that Lin Hai would not normally choose a career in the Navy. Thus he refrains from extending further invitations. At this moment, the unconscious Navy personnel have all returned to their senses, each resuming their respective duties. Sitting nearby, Kapu curiously inquires of Lin Hai, young man, since you have no intention of becoming a Navy officer, what are your plans for the future? Lin Hai discreetly swipes some of Kapu's senbei, maintaining a serious demeanor as he gazes ahead and replies, I intend to find a safe place to hide away and enjoy a good sleep. With a resounding thud, Kapu delivers a punch to Lin Hai's head, exclaiming in frustration, today, I shall rouse you from your slothful ways. Such remarkable talent wasted. Lin Hai, cradling his head in indignation, retorts, you old geezer, I suspect that one day you will knock me senseless. What on earth is in that punch of yours? It hurts terribly. Woe is me. Kapu, feeling a bit awkward, scratches his head and turns to Akiji beside him, asking, did I hit him too hard? Akiji stares blankly at Kapu, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Hai seizes the opportunity while Kapu is turned away, swiftly pilfering more senbei from the table with astonishing speed. The nearby sailors stifle their laughter, astonished at Lin Hai's relentless pursuit of senbei. Just as Kapu realizes what has transpired, he gasps, "My senbei." Suddenly, the ship's transponder snail begins to ring. Akiji asks, "Mr. Kapu, should we take the call?" Kapu glares at Lin Hai and replies, "It must be that rascal Sengoku complaining about me again. Did I not declare my vacation?" Ignore him. Under Kapu's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Hai gulps nervously and hurriedly returns each piece of senbei from his pockets back to the table. The Navy headquarters, a cup tumbles to the ground. Rolling to the feet of Admiral Kazu, Borisellino, Kazu, displaying an understanding demeanor, inquires, "Sengoku, do you require me to visit there?" Sengoku, irate, responds, "That scoundrel Kapu refuses to answer my calls. Akiji should be on his ship. I intended to send him over to handle this matter." Kazu. Sengoku glances at Kazuru. His meaning cleared. Kazuru's yellow eyes gleam with a hint of excitement as he slowly articulates, "It has come to my attention that a celestial dragon was knocked unconscious at Sabaody Archipelago. It was only when the guards sensed something amiss and investigated that they found out. I never anticipated anyone would dare to strike a celestial dragon, since an affront has been made against them. The Navy cannot remain idle, correct, Admiral Sengoku? Rest assured, I shall return promptly." Sengoku responds, "Then I entrust this to you." Returning to Lin Hai aboard the ship, he questions Kapu, "Old man Kapu, where is this ship headed?" Kapu's eyes suddenly light up. Since this fellow does not wish to be a Navy officer, why not simply drop him off at Windmill Village to keep his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, company? Perhaps they might even become good friends. After all, Luffy is rather lonely on his own. With this in mind, Kapu casually suggests, "I am on vacation to visit my grandson. Would you care to join me there?" Lin Hai's eyes sparkle with excitement. Spending time with the world's protagonist, Straw Hat Luffy, would undoubtedly make life more vibrant. Moreover, during his anime watching days, Luffy was always the focal point. Associating with him would be akin to possessing another golden finger. However, to avoid revealing his true intentions to Kapu, Lin Hai feigns curiosity and asks, "Is it safe there? If so, I shall go to be. By the way, what about Admiral Akiji? Is he going there too?" Akiji waves his hand, replying, "I am merely hitching a ride on Mr. Kapu's ship. I will disembark midway." "Midway, you say?" Lin Hai's eyes narrow, and he pokes his fingers together, saying, "Admiral Akiji, being so tall and handsome, could you lend me some belly? I currently possess not a single belly. Out in the world, a little kindness would go a long way, right? I promise to repay you tenfold. No, 100-fold. Akiji's expression darkens. Such flattery does not make it easy to refuse. As for the tenfold repayment, those are mere words. This young man is quite the schemer. Nevertheless, Akiji, being an old hand, quickly diverts, saying, "Why not ask Mr. Kapu for some?" Kapu's face darkens as he casts a dangerous glance at Akiji. Meanwhile, Lin Hai interjects, "That old man is quite unreliable. Do you truly believe he has any belly? I wouldn't bet my life on it." With a thud, Kapu, in a fit of anger, delivers another punch to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, incensed, retorts, "Old geezer, am I wrong in saying you have no belly?" "Ha ha ha." Kapu replies with a straight face, "None at all." Lin Hai, feeling dejected, mutters, "No belly, yet you still hit me." "Tch, ah la la." Akiji remarks, exasperated, "I have 250 belly here." Take it that he cannot refuse, for he is all too familiar with Kapu's punches. Those fists can crush mountains and shake the earth. The experience is quite something, indeed. Upon receiving the 250 belly, Lin Hai's face lights up with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Akiji. You truly are a good person." Akiji immediately feels a shiver run down his spine and hastily distances himself from Lin Hai. Goosebumps rising on his skin at that moment. A voice resonates in Lin Hai's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the flamboyant function. You have successfully performed a flamboyant maneuver by borrowing money from a Navy admiral. Congratulations, host. You have received 250 flamboyant coins, and your free attributes have increased by 50. With the first compulsory allocation to stamina. For specific information, please refer to the panel.so. This is how the flamboyant system operates. Lin Hai quickly finds an excuse to retreat to a secluded area. Opening his personal panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 100 agility, 10 stamina, 300 250 Conqueror's Haki, LV1, can intimidate opponents and be freely released, but cannot be controlled. Can also be used for binding attacks, though currently lacks binding capability. Flamboyant coins, 250.1 spatial backpack. Sword. After reviewing his personal information, Lin Hai cannot help but breathe rapidly. This is incredibly powerful. There is no need to be so astonished. Host. The initial activation of the flamboyant reward naturally yields greater benefits. Noticing that everyone has returned to their own tasks, Lin Hai's curiosity peaks, yearning to experience that exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth once more. Thus, he addresses the system. System, it was once said that I was well versed in both literature and martial arts. I in that League of Legends, I could mock teammates from afar and, in a fit of rage, send opponents to their demise. Alas, such talent wasted here where my profession does not match. Flamboyant System. The host is indeed flamboyant, but alas, you have chosen the wrong audience. No rewards will be granted. Lin Hai slaps himself in frustration, lamenting the absence of rewards. It seems he must perform flamboyant maneuvers on others to earn them. Before Lin Hai can wallow in despair, Kapu, noticing him slapping his own face, cannot help but mock. You chastise me for being unseemly. Yet you are quite the picture of propriety, slapping yourself. I have never encountered such a fool. Haha. Lin Hai's face darkens, and in annoyance, he retorts, is it not permissible to swat a mosquito? Kapu seizes Lin Hai by the collar, admonishing, get to the kitchen and help out. If you wish to eat, you must earn your keep. Flamboyant System. Congratulations, host, for executing a flamboyant maneuver. Free attributes increased by 40. Flamboyant coins increased by 400. Lin Hai is momentarily taken aback, hastily inquiring of the system. What are the criteria for these rewards? Flamboyant System. Kapu and Akiji are significant figures in this world. Each contributes 20 attributes and 200 flamboyant coins. The flamboyant coins may be used in the system store, while the attribute points are at the host's discretion. Note, free attributes refer to the total attributes gained. For instance, an increase of 50 attributes means a total of 50 attributes available for distribution across various attributes. Null. Luffy beams with a radiant smile, declaring, my name is... Lin Hai interrupts. Monkey D. Luffy, right? Who doesn't know that? Hurry up. I'm starving. Luffy, momentarily taken aback, chuckles. You are quite the amusing person. Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Lin Hai's eyes sparkle with excitement. You are truly a good person. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughs heartily. No need to worry about that. By the way, what did you say your name was? Lin Hai replies. Lin Hai. Lin of Lin Hai. Hai of Lin Hai. Luffy blinks in confusion and replies, not quite clear on that. Lin Hai gestures towards the nearby forest, explaining, Lin refers to the forest, and Hai refers to the SEADO. You understand now. Luffy strikes his palm with a fist, exclaiming, got it. What a strange name. Is that name bestowed upon you by everyone? At this moment, Lin Hai, feeling a bit perplexed, inquires, why do you ask that? Luffy responds, you see, the bears in the forest are named by everyone, just like dogs and bears. Lin and Hai. Lin Hai, with a furrowed brow, casts a dubious glance at Luffy, suspecting he might be retaliating against him. Soon, as the two delve deeper into conversation, Lin Hai realizes and hurriedly asks, Luffy, it seems this path does not lead to the village. Is there a restaurant over there? A restaurant? Luffy replies, what restaurant? We are heading to the forest. Lin Hai smacks his forehead, confirming, so when you mentioned treating me to a feast, you actually meant hunting in the forest? Luffy, oblivious to Lin Hai's odd expression, gestures with his hands and says, the food at restaurants is insufficient and costs a lot of berry, and I don't have any on me. Let me tell you. Lin Hai, there is plenty of delicious meat in the forest. You will surely eat your fill. Hey, why are you hitting me? After walking for a while, Luffy curiously asks, are you also my grandpa's grandson? Lin Hai pauses and mischievously replies, yes, so you should call me brother. Luffy, confused, asks, why? Lin Hai explains, I am 19 years old. And you? Luffy responds, I am 16. Lin Hai spreads his hands. See? I am older than you. Luffy suddenly comprehends. Oh, I see. As they walk and chat, Lin Hai pulls up Luffy's data panel. Monkey D. Luffy, protagonist of the pirate world strength, 1600 agility, 150 stamina, 3000 devil fruit, gum fruit, animal type mythical zone. Human fruit, Nika form, possesses protagonist luck, immense potential, grows stronger against formidable foes, and turns misfortune into fortune. Upon seeing Luffy's attributes, Lin Hai exclaims in astonishment. And glancing at his own data panel, he instantly feels disheartened. After walking for a while, both realize something is amiss. as the surroundings are eerily quiet. Suddenly, a low growl of a beast reverberates through the air, revealing a gigantic bear emerging from the woods. Luffy's expression turns serious. This guy won't be easy to handle. Lin Hai, quickly step aside and let me deal with it as he speaks. Luffy strikes a fighting pose, extending one hand backward dramatically. Estimate. Bullet. The giant bear roars in fury, charging towards Luffy's fist. Boom. Luffy jumps aside, cursing, damn, this guy is too sturdy, but I won't lose to you. Estimate. The bear, enraged from the previous punch, rushes at Luffy once more. Just then, Lin Hai, positioned at the edge, glares, and a sudden surge of energy sweeps over the rampaging bear. Enveloped by Conqueror's Haki, the bear freezes in place, emitting a low growl, sweating profusely, and then collapses to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Luffy, also affected by Lin Hai's Haki, is caught off guard, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. He stammers, This feels very similar to Shanks and my grandpa's aura. Turning to Lin Hai, he exclaims, Whoa, Lin Hai, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Lin Hai gestures for Luffy to be quiet. Continuing as he walks, that's easy to explain, but the most important thing right now is, as Lin Hai approaches the giant bear, he kicks it, exclaiming, You just came out here to scare me. How dare you frighten me? You mere beast. Luffy, watching this unfold, is left bewildered, muttering, What are you doing, Lin Hai? Soon, dark smoke billows from the forest, accompanied by the aroma of roasting meat. After they finish their meal, Lin Hai, visibly displeased, grumbles, I only had a little meat. And you devoured everything. What about our next meal? Luffy replies, Because it was delicious. Lin Hai retorts angrily, Is that what I meant? Did you not consider preparing some provisions? Are we to live meal to meal? Hee hee, Luffy chuckles, Don't worry, there will always be food, right? You just ate, didn't you? Frustrated, Lin Hai walks up to a large tree and begins to bang his head against it, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. Luffy quickly grabs Lin Hai, saying, Hey, don't think like that. Brought to the forest of Windmill village by Garp, Lin Hai has been living here with Luffy for several days, gradually acclimating to the pace of life here. Lin Hai still occasionally voices his grievances. The nights lack electricity, computers, and cola, and most importantly, there are no charming ladies from the live streams. Every day consists of hunting or sleeping, making him feel as though he is living a primitive life. Utterly monotonous. One day, as usual, Lin Hai and Luffy set off from Dayton's wooden cabin towards the forest. Today, the weather is clear and breezy, with towering mountains and lush forests by the sea. Lin Hai scratches his head, struggling to recall a passage he learned long ago, feeling increasingly blank as he thinks harder. What was it again? On Lin Hai's side, Luffy, with sparkling eyes, asks, What comes next? What's there? Lin Hai queries, Can you understand it? Luffy laughs, Though I don't fully understand. It sounds impressive. Lin Hai rolls his eyes at Luffy and suddenly brightens, glancing around. Luffy, having been here all these years, do you know where there are beautiful ladies nearby? Luffy replies, I don't know about beautiful ladies, but Dayton seems to be a woman, right? Lin Hai's face turns dark. Stop talking, just don't say anything. Soon, with Lin Hai's participation, hunting becomes incredibly easy for the two. After their meal, they lay down to rest. Luffy suddenly states, Lin Hai, I will set sail next year. What about you? Lin Hai replies me, I'll go with the float uppy. By the way, why are you setting sail? Is it because the food here isn't enough? Luffy disregards Lin Hai's complaints, saying, I made a promise to a man. I want to become the pirate king and return this hat to him. Lin Hai, come sail with me. It will be an adventure. And it will be fun. Lin Hai asks, Sail with you? Am I the captain? Luffy quickly refuses. No way, the captain must be me. Lin Hai inquires, Then what will I be? Luffy ponders for a moment and responds, Of course, you'll be my partner. Lin Hai waves his hand. Be your partner? I need a position, so I shall be the vice captain. Vice captain. All right. Luffy beams with joy. Hee. Ace has already set sail. I wonder how he is doing. And now, I'm about to set sail too, unexpectedly having a partner before even leaving. He wishes time would pass more quickly. Haha. Lin Hai scoffs. You want time to pass quickly with your current half-baked skills. Don't be surprised if you either starve or sink once you hit the sea. Luffy ignores Lin Hai's words, declaring, No, I won't die. That I am destined to be the pirate king? Lin Hai rolls his eyes. So what if you're the pirate king? Look at you, so smug. I'm the king of pirates. Luffy jumps up, shaking Lin Hai. Hey, Lin Hai, Teach me that technique that knocked out the big bear. Lin Hai, feeling helpless, explains that technique is called Haki, which comes in 3 types. The first is Conqueror's Haki, like what I just used. You felt it too. The second is Observation Haki, which allows you to foresee your opponent's next move. If you can't wield this power, then when we encounter someone with Observation Haki, we will only be on the receiving end of the beating. The third is Armament Haki, which can be infused into any part of your body or weapon, enhancing both offense and defense. When someone hits you and it hurts, that's because they used Armament Haki.as. For deeper applications, I want to delve into those. First, focus on strengthening your body, as that is the foundation of everything. Luffy, sweating profusely, exclaims excitedly, "So that's how it is. When can I learn that power?" Lin Hai shakes his head. "I'm not sure. It should happen when your physical strength reaches a certain level or when you encounter something extraordinary. Rather than pondering these uncertainties, how about we spar?" "Perfect. Let's go." Luffy swiftly leaped aside, maintaining a certain distance from Lin Hai. Spatial field. Lin Hai directly unleashed his ability. Luffy observed the membrane enveloping him, instantly becoming wary. Having suffered greatly in the past, no matter how alert Luffy was, he truly could not contend with the swiftness of spatial transposition. Indeed, in an instant, Luffy was sent flying by Lin Hai's strike. "Damn it!" Luffy emerged from the forest, his face a mask of indignation. "One day, I shall defeat you." "Yeah." Lin Hai scoffed. "I am still quite inexperienced in utilizing my abilities. Once I become proficient, let us see how you will triumph over me." "I will," Luffy retorted. "I am destined to become the Pirate King." Lin Hai countered, "Always talking about the Pirate King. Is he truly that remarkable? Foolish Pirate King." "Humph." Luffy shot back. "Foolish spatial fruit. What did you say?" "Foolish space.isle." As days passed, Lin Hai commenced his regimen of sit-ups, squats, and frog jumps. Observing from the sidelines, Luffy felt a strange sense of awe, wondering if this could truly strengthen him. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? This is the secret to scientific fitness, Pirate King." Without hesitation, Luffy mimicked Lin Hai, declaring, "I shall do it too, but I will surely do more than you." After a brief period of practice, Lin Hai retrieved a knife from the spatial backpack. This blade bore a resemblance to Zoro's swords and the Wado Ikamanji, its entire body a subtle silver, understated and modest, perfectly matching Lin Hai's stature. However, the knife remained unnamed, prompting Lin Hai to dub it Gaofeng. Alas, he racked his brain but could not conjure a better name, so he settled for this casual title. Meanwhile, Luffy, noticing the sudden appearance of the knife in Lin Hai's hand, couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Lin Hai, how did you do that?" Lin Hai chuckled. "I am a user of the spatial fruit, possessing a spatial backpack from which I drew this knife." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's so fun. Can you take me into that spatial backpack for a little adventure?" Lin Hai replied, exasperated. "Living beings cannot enter." Luffy scoffed. "What a letdown. The spatial fruit is truly garbage." "Garbage," Lin Hai laughed. "Watch closely." Spatial field. A circular membrane expanded from Lin Hai's hand, encompassing a great tree. With a swift motion, he executed a cake-cutting technique. In a flash of white light, the tree was severed in two. Lin Hai turned to Luffy, raising an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "Spectacular. Can you do it again?" "That was so cool." For clarification, the surgical fruit manipulates objects within its field, while the spatial fruit controls space. They should not be conflated, despite both possessing cutting capabilities. Naturally, the development of abilities is contingent upon the protagonist's experiences, not arbitrarily assigned. For instance, the protagonist has yet to leave the East Blue, hence their abilities remain limited. Suggestions of powers like Kimui or Shinjes H10 are based on different power systems, which will be explained later, primarily due to concerns about backlash. Additionally, the energy systems of the two-dimensional realm and cultivation differ, and mixing them can lead to confusion, potentially destabilizing the power structure. The early narrative focuses mainly on humor. Some may argue that the spatial fruit is weak, but that is not the case. The mere ability to transpose space is already quite formidable for a skilled practitioner. A few days later, in the forest, Lin Hai expressed his disdain. "Eating this unseasoned grilled meat every day is truly unspeakable." Luffy laughed. "So you think it's delicious to the point of being unspeakable?" "I told you, meat is the best." Lin Hai retorted. "Is that what I meant? By the way, why do you insist on becoming the Pirate King? Is it merely for a promise?" Luffy shook his head. "A promise is a promise, but my desire to be the Pirate King springs from my own will that I made a pact with Ace." We vowed to be the freest individuals on this sea. The freest individuals? Lin Hai mused, contemplating the inherent contradictions of existence. Is there truly such a thing as absolute freedom? A system chimes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for grasping the truth. Your Conqueror's Haki has been elevated by 1 level. Despite the enhancement of his Conqueror's Haki, Lin Hai felt no joy. The thought of consuming this unseasoned grilled meat was almost enough to induce nausea. However, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he turned to Luffy. Do you wish to eat something delicious? Upon hearing the word delicious, Luffy instantly perked up, exclaiming, Of course I do. Lin Hai replied, Let us head to the other side of the garbage dump. We shall dine there, Luffy questioned. Isn't it expensive there? Do you have any belly? Lin Hai scoffed. Have you forgotten my abilities? Luffy immediately protested. Lin Hai, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Soon, the two of them strode shoulder to shoulder towards the opulent residences of the nobles across from the garbage dump. The splendor of this place stood in stark contrast to Windmill Village. Those splendidly adorned establishments were predominantly backed by the nobles residing there. Lin Hai felt no psychological burden at the thought of robbing them. After an indeterminate amount of time, an incongruous shout echoed through the streets. You two rascals, stop right there. Luffy, with meat in hand, had snatched it from another patron's table during their escape, and as he ran, he called back, Who cares what you say, you fool? Lin Hai, running alongside Luffy, shouted ahead, Make way, or you'll get knocked over. The nearby residents, confused, called out to the pursuing merchant, What is happening? The merchant, infuriated, exclaimed, Those two vile scoundrels are dining and dashing. Stop them. Luffy replied, Once I become the Pirate King and find the One Piece, I will definitely pay you back. Lin Hai chimed in. Indeed, I'll repay you 10-fold. No, 100-fold. The merchant retorted, You think I'm a fool? Stop right now and pay your dues. Lin Hai responded, You actually know? Puffed. How dare you disrespect the future Pirate King? What audacity? Luffy added, Indeed, what audacity? Hee hee. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hai and Luffy returned with some food and knocked on Dayton's door. Inside, a voice of outrage rang out. Which rascal is disturbing my rest again? When Dayton opened the door, she was met with Lin Hai and Luffy, a look of confusion on her face. What do you two brats want? Before Luffy could respond, Lin Hai, speechless, noted, It's nearly dark. And you're still resting? Here, have some food. Dayton gasped, You little rascal, wouldn't he? Lin Hai handed the food from his bag to Dayton, giving her a knowing look. Hurry and eat. We're off, Luffy laughed. Ha ha. Dayton, we got this from the noble's kitchen. Lin Hai quickly clamped a hand over Luffy's mouth, dragging him away, exclaiming, Didn't you promise me not to tell anyone about this? Luffy protested. Lin Hai nodded, And you? Dayton, you can't spill either, otherwise I want to take you next time. Luffy chimed in. Meanwhile, Dayton was left baffled, wondering how Lin Hai understood Luffy's words. Moreover, it seemed they had indeed gone to the nobles to dine and dash. Returning with an abundance of food, Dayton hurriedly peeked outside, quickly closing the door. Time to eat. Hurry up and finish. The next day, in a certain part of the forest, after sparring for a while, Lin Hai found that even without using his abilities, he still could not overcome Luffy, though his technique was undoubtedly superior. After all, Lin Hai was a time traveler, having witnessed the signature moves of various characters in the anime One Piece, coupled with knowledge from the 21st century. Lin Hai remarked, Luffy, during your fights, you waste a lot of energy in many areas. You must understand one thing. Aside from fighting skills, remember you are rubber. You need to utilize the properties of rubber. Also, after all this training, don't you have your own ultimate move? Luffy looked puzzled. Ultimate move? Lin Hai sighed. I mean your trump card. When facing an enemy intent on destroying us, you must devise your own signature move. Luffy shook his head. Lin Hai continued. Then how about running away? At the very least, one should devise a masterful escape technique for when one cannot best the enemy, right? Luffy shook his head once more. Lin Hai silently removed his slippers, approached the bewildered Luffy, and forcefully slapped the slippers onto his face. With your utter ignorance, how can you still prattle on about becoming the Pirate King? I can hardly contain my exasperation. You filthy straw hat, how infuriating. Thus, day by day, Lin Hai and Luffy grew through their training, preparing themselves for the voyage that awaited them in the coming year. Little did Garp anticipate that what began as an attempt to find a companion for his grandson would lead to the emergence of a troublesome individual whose future would bring him both distress and unexpected joy. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, which marked Lin Hai's second year in the world of pirates, he stood at a distance from Windmill village, significantly sturdier than before, when the voice of the Flamboyant System echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the system shop. Lin Hai, filled with excitement, opened the panel. Host. Lin Hai strength, 1200 agility, 120 stamina, 2100 Conqueror's Haki. LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled, directly stuns those with weak willpower. Flamboyant coins, 6000. 1 spatial backpack, sword, alias, Gale, system mall, reboot doll, 450, TT, 45. Instant noodles, 8. Eggs, sausages, 2. Shave, 100000. Life restoration, 100000. Moonwalk, 100000. Solitary 9 swords, 1 million. Meteor sword technique, 1 million. I have a sword, 100 million. Special note. Except for daily necessities. Other items cannot be used by others. Gazing at the dazzling array of items in the system shop, Lin Hai felt a surge of excitement. Lin Hai hesitated and asked the system, "What does that display in the shop imply?" System, Flamboyant System. The nature of the host is irrelevant to the system. The interpretation of the items lies solely in the descriptions provided. Lin Hai exclaimed, "This is rather intriguing. However, aren't these prices somewhat exorbitant? What on earth is that I have a sword nonsense? 100 million. Who would be foolish enough to purchase that?" Currently, Luffy's attributes surpassed his in every aspect, and Lin Hai believed that joining a pirate crew would be the faster route to improvement. After all, the system's rewards clearly indicated that high returns could only be achieved through audacious maneuvers in specific events. Before Lin Hai could ponder further, Luffy had already rushed over from behind. His expression glum. "Lin Hai, aren't you being a bit of a cheat? We agreed not to use our abilities, yet you did. This doesn't count as a loss for me." Lin Hai, uninterested in competing, redirected the conversation. "Luffy, are we planning to set sail tomorrow?" Luffy's face lit up with excitement. "I have been waiting for this day for so long. I will definitely become the Pirate King." Lin Hai concurred. "I too yearn to set sail and live each day in this manner. However, the thought of leaving this place stirs a sense of reluctance within me." Luffy settled onto a rock he often occupied. Gazing at the sea in silence, Lin Hai took a seat in the spot previously occupied by Ace. The two of them, with the sea breeze at their backs, couldn't help but indulge in fantasies of the unknown journeys ahead, pondering what sorts of people and events they might encounter and what adventures awaited them. Facing the ocean, the vast expanse before them signified the beginning of their journey, while the unknown horizon represented their destination. In such a poetic moment, how could one refrain from enjoying a drink? Lin Hai promptly retrieved a bottle of red wine he had procured from the noble district and handed it to Luffy. "Come, let us toast to our lives. To our lives. Cheers." Luffy responded cheerfully, his laughter echoing. Initially, Luffy had no fondness for alcohol, but after Lin Hai's persuasive antics, he gradually grew to enjoy it. After all, how could a pirate lack a sense of sentimentality if he did not drink? The next day, at the port of Windmill Village, 2 figures sat on a small boat. This vessel was twice the size of the one Luffy had sailed in the original story, and it held 2 empty wooden barrels. In the event of a storm, Lin Hai thought he could take refuge inside the barrels, just as depicted in the original tale. As for provisions, Lin Hai had stowed them all in his spatial backpack. After a moment of silence at the coastal harbor, Luffy boisterously declared, "Farewell, everyone. Luffy, Lin Hai, farewell. May you have a safe journey." Hey, are they really going to sea on that boat? Is it truly safe?" murmured the villagers on the shore. Moments later, Lin Hai and Luffy sensed something massive rising from below the boat. They both stared intently at the bubbling surface of the water. Lin Hai said, "Luffy, I've heard that this foul fish is incredibly arrogant. Since it has emerged today, let me assist the villagers by eliminating this menace." Luffy nodded. "Today, I will send it flying." "Come on, foul fish, send it flying? What nonsense. I intend to chop it up." Lin Hai immediately countered. At that moment, the villagers on the shore were taken aback to witness the two engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors on the boat. The colossal creature had already leaped from the depths of the ocean, its size and presence overwhelming. Hey, what's going on with them? Have they not noticed the danger?" Luffy, Lin Hai, Be cautious of what's behind you. It's the Sea King. Ah, stop playing rock, paper, scissors and flee. On the boat. Lin Hai grinned triumphantly. Ha! I won. Spatial field. Clang. Before anyone could react, a flash of white light appeared, and the head of the Sea King flew off. Lin Hai leaped, and, with one hand, grasped the lower half of the Sea King's head. Shouting, "Go, Pikachu!" Instantly, a massive fish crashed against the deserted section of the shore. Boom! As the smoke cleared, the villagers swallowed hard upon realizing what they were witnessing. What? What is that creature? Did he just throw it with one hand? How is that even possible? Meanwhile, upon seeing Lin Hai return to the small boat, Luffy pouted and turned his head to the side, muttering, "What is so great about that? I could toss it onto the shore too." Lin Hai shot Luffy an exasperated glance. "Here, have your chicken leg." Luffy's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "My chicken leg? Lin Hai, you're a true friend." Not long after, the small boat had drifted far from Windmill Village, entering the vast ocean, where the water met the sky in a seamless blue, making it impossible to discern direction. Lin Hai felt a twinge of panic and asked, "Luffy, are we just going to drift like this? Where will we end up?" Luffy replied nonchalantly, "We'll eventually reach our destination, right?" Lin Hai chuckled, "You're so carefree. You might as well say we'll drift straight to the Grand Line." Luffy's eyes lit up. "Really? Dream on." Lin Hai retorted, "Do you have no sense of danger? If a storm were to hit right now, who do you think would drown first?" "Nanny," Luffy exclaimed, "a storm. What do we do then?" "How should I know?" Lin Hai replied, "We need to find a navigator as soon as we reach our destination. Otherwise, we won't know where to go." Luffy nodded. "You make a solid point. Let us find a navigator first." Lin Hai leaned against the side of the boat, murmuring, "Drifting like this, I wonder where we'll end up." Luffy also leaned against the side of the boat, smiling. "Don't worry, we will definitely arrive." Time passed, and eventually, Lin Hai and Luffy sensed something amiss. They exchanged glances, and Lin Hai shouted urgently, "Quick, row the boat. We're caught in a whirlpool," Luffy exclaimed. "Oh no." However, the enormous wave approaching from the distance rendered their efforts futile. Regardless of how hard they rowed, even if they used their abilities, the sheer magnitude of the wave was overwhelming. Staring at the towering wave, which stood dozens of meters tall, and the whirlpool not far off, Lin Hai shouted, "Luffy, quickly hide in the barrel. Our boat is going to capsize." Luffy moved swiftly, asking, "What about you?" Lin Hai replied, "I'm not a landlubber. I'm confident in my swimming skills that I'll find you later." In a certain part of the East Sea, where moments ago dark clouds loomed and thunder roared, the weather has now transformed into a serene and sunny day. The conditions at sea seem as fickle as a woman's mood, changing with the slightest whim. Floating upon the surface of the water is a wooden barrel, within which resides none other than Luffy at that moment, faced with the imminent threat of being swept into the whirlpool. Lin Hai utilized his abilities to steer the small boat away from danger. Alas, the vessel was soon shattered by a colossal wave, and Lin Fan, clinging to a piece of driftwood, was separated from Luffy. At that very moment, a passing merchant ship had a crew member who spotted the barrel, mistaking it for treasure or perhaps a cask of fine wine, and proceeded to haul it aboard. Not far from the merchant ship, a pirate vessel suddenly emerged from the bow of the pirate ship. A woman's voice rang out. "Kobe, who is the most beautiful person on this vast sea?" A short boy with pink, parted hair and glasses, named Kobe, scratched his head and replied, "Of course, it's the captain of this ship, Miss Alrita." With a hearty laugh, the lady at the helm, known as Alrita, a robust figure with a face dotted with freckles and a rather unconventional appearance, replied. "Well answered." Kobe responded with gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, a crew member chimed in. "Miss Alrita, we have stumbled upon quite a rare catch." Alrita confirmed. "Indeed, let us seize the ship." With a resounding cheer, the crew erupted in excitement as cannon fire echoed around them. Alrita gazed at the opulent merchant vessel and proclaimed, "Lads, let these scoundrels witness the terror of the female pirate, Alrita." Following her orders, the crew swiftly climbed aboard the merchant ship, noticing that everyone had crossed over. Alrita saw Kobe hesitating with a rope in hand and inquired, "Kobe, what are you doing?" Kobe replied, "I'm most afraid of such scenes." Misinterpreting his fear, Alrita furiously retorted, "You dare defy my orders." With that, she kicked Kobe onto the merchant ship. Subsequently, the pirate Captain Alrita leaped across, exclaiming with glee, "Ha ha, here I come." As Alrita and her crew prepared to raid the ship, Lin Hai continued to drift. holding onto his piece of wood. Uncertain of how long he had been adrift, he reflected on the startling power of nature he had just encountered, having been submerged beneath the waves for several meters. To claim he was not frightened would be a falsehood. Fortunately, Lin Hai possessed a steady demeanor that allowed him to remain calm. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly heard the faint sounds of whoa, which invigorated him. With one arm paddling through the water, he moved toward the source of the noise, and there he spotted 2 ships ahead. Spatial field. Lin Hai activated his spatial fruit powers, and with a swift movement, he appeared on the deck of the ship. Before he could dry his clothes, he noticed Luffy being chased by a group. To Lin Hai's amusement, Luffy rebounded and sent the group flying. Looks like Luffy is having quite the fun. Lin Hai greeted. Hey Luffy, enjoying yourself? Luffy beamed. Ah, Lin Hai. I knew you'd be alright, ha. Just then, Alrita approached, wielding a massive spiked club. Lin Hai's eyes lit up with mischief. It was time to unleash his flamboyant charm. He stepped closer to Luffy and asked, Are they pirates? Before Luffy could respond, Alrita interjected, Yes, we are pirates. I am Captain Alrita, and who might you be? Luffy introduced himself. I'm Luffy, and this is my companion Lin Hai. We are also pirates. Alrita inquired, Are you here to steal treasure as well? Lin Hai quickly replied, Indeed, hand over your treasures. Luffy looked at Lin Hai, puzzled, wondering when they had decided to become treasure raiders. Lin Hai offered Luffy a reassuring glance. Noticing Alrita was seemingly waiting for him to speak, Lin Hai tousled his hair and said, Why do you stare at me? Don't tell me you fancy me. Though I am dashing and charming, a mere mountain chicken cannot possibly attract a phoenix. It's futile to think otherwise. You might as well be guilty of such thoughts. Don't assume I am unaware of your intentions to flirt with me. As if you might have a chance? No, not in the slightest. How could I possibly take an interest in a pirate captain? The crew stood in stunned silence, while Alrita lowered her head, her face darkened with anger. Flamboyant System. Ding, congratulations, host, for executing a flamboyant maneuver. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Hai continued, Why have you stopped looking at me? What have I done to deserve your ire? Your refusal to gaze upon me clearly indicates your ill intentions. At last, Alrita could no longer contain herself, her face radiating fury as she swung her spiked club. You scoundrel! Do you dare to toy with me? Die! Meanwhile, Luffy exclaimed, Lin Hai, duck! Having cultivated a rapport over time. Lin Hai understood Luffy's intent. As Lin Hai crouched, he witnessed Luffy's elongated arm strike Alrita squarely in the stomach. Alrita, the rotund pirate captain, was sent flying by Luffy's powerful punch. Kobe, having inadvertently boarded the pirate ship, was the little fellow who had been kicked to the merchant ship by Alrita. Stammering, Kobe muttered, S is so high. The crew of Alrita, upon witnessing their captain being taken down, became like headless flies, bewildered and uncertain of what to do next. With Luffy aboard, the pirate crew dared not continue their plunder, scattering in fear or rushing to retrieve their captain. Upon inquiry, it became clear that the merchant ship's course was in the opposite direction of the island Lin Hai and Luffy intended to reach. As Luffy pondered their next move, the merchant ship's captain, grateful for Luffy's rescue of the entire crew, offered him a lifeboat to sail to the next island. After all, there were no larger vessels available, and the next island was not far away. Just as Lin Hai and Luffy prepared to set sail, Kobe intercepted them, pleading, I know the next stop is Shell's Town. Please allow me to accompany you. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Kobe explained, I have always dreamed of becoming a marine and capturing all the criminals. The nearest location is Shell's Town, which has a naval base, and I wish to enlist there. Really? Lin Hai chuckled, but Luffy and I are pirates, rather wicked ones at that. Do you think we would seek out rivals? Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Ha! Luffy placed a hand on Kobe's shoulder. Grinning, come on, Kobe, he's just joking. Lin Hai added with a smile, don't mind him. After all, we don't know how to reach the next island. He shot a teasing glance at Luffy, as long as someone knows the way. I'd rather not drift aimlessly at sea again, bobbing around until I find myself back in a barrel. Kobe suddenly realized that Luffy had emerged from the barrel for that very reason. Luffy's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, You scoundrel Lin Hai, how utterly despicable. Before long, the trio of Lin Hai, Luffy, and Kobe boarded a small boat, and to their surprise, they encountered another vessel nearby. On board was none other than Nami, with her striking orange hair and alluring figure. After locking eyes with Nami, Lin Hai couldn't help but admire her beauty. What a figure she possessed! Without further ado, Lin Hai called out, "Hi there, beautiful. Are you heading to Shell's town?" Nami replied, Yes, I was planning to go there. Is there a problem?" With a leap, Lin Hai hopped onto Nami's ship, causing it to sway slightly. Nami exclaimed, "Don't you have a ship of your own? Why are you coming aboard mine?" Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and whispered, "We're also headed there. It's just that our boat is too small for 3 people. It's cramped and uncomfortable." Once the boat steadied, Nami's expression darkened as she realized that this person was someone she had never met before and was being so familiar. Raising an eyebrow, Nami couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to let go of me? How long do you plan to hold on?" Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hand and explained, "The boat is rocking so violently. I was merely concerned for your well-being." Ding! Congratulations, host, for executing a flamboyant maneuver. Reward: a box of TT. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel his expression darken. What did the system mean by that? Was he really the kind of person to engage in such antics? Who would desire to use that thing? Didn't it lack authenticity? Hot on another boat. Luffy laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Lin Hai, your mind is quite sharp. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Did Luffy truly see through something? Surely not. After a while, as the ship set sail, Lin Hai said irritably, "KB, make sure to stay close to this vessel." Luffy asked, "Why?" Lin Hai replied, "Do you know how to navigate?" Luffy bluntly stated. No, Nami couldn't help but retort, "You say that so confidently despite having no clue." Lin Hai pointed at Nami and said to Luffy, "She should understand navigation. Since our destination is the same, let her guide us." He then turned to Nami and introduced himself. "I am Lin Hai. The one with pink hair on that boat is called KB, and the other is Luffy. What is your name?" Although Lin Hai was aware that the beautiful woman before him was named Nami, he wondered how she would feel about him directly stating her name. Nami replied, "I am Nami. You all are quite skilled. I saw you send that pirate captain flying just now." Lin Hai glanced at the bag beside him and thought, "Forget it. Better to act as if I don't know. Otherwise, Nami might think he was after her treasure and could very well send him back to the other boat." At that moment, Luffy finally reacted and asked, "Nami, are you a navigator?" Nami was taken aback and replied, "Not exactly, but my navigation skills are decent." Luffy beamed, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, aspiring to become the Pirate King. Nami, why not join my crew as our navigator?" Nami responded, "You are pirates? Thank you for the invitation, but I have no intention of becoming a pirate. I despise pirates." With Nami's rejection, Luffy didn't press the matter further and sat back down on the boat. Lin Hai leaned against the side of the ship. Not interfering, he understood that Nami wouldn't board until the matter of her hometown being occupied by pirates was resolved. Meanwhile, KB expressed his concern. "Luffy, I heard that the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro is over there." Luffy asked, puzzled, "Of a bounty hunter? Is he strong?" Nami looked at KB with some suspicion. She had indeed heard of bounty hunters and couldn't help but feel curious about their conversation. KB replied, "Of course, he's strong, that he's known as a beast in human skin. A beast?" Luffy adjusted his hat and said, "If he's a good person, I will invite him to join my crew." KB exclaimed in disbelief, "Partner? Hey, Luffy, he's a bounty hunter, and you are pirates. That aren't you afraid he will kill you?" Luffy chuckled, "I am quite strong. If he is a good person, I will invite him to be my partner." Nami couldn't help but twitch her eye. Glancing at Lin Hai, who was sleeping on her ship, she couldn't help but think it was absurd for pirates to invite a bounty hunter to join them. Truly unheard of. Amid their conversation, the small boat soon arrived at the port of Shell's town. Upon reaching Shell's town, Nami stated, "I have things to attend to, so let us part ways here." Since they would meet again in the future, Lin Hai didn't mind. "Then let us meet again if fate allows it. Thank you for leading the way." Luffy inquired, "How about we go find Zoro first?" KB strongly opposed. "Luffy, everything I just told you is now meaningless." Lin Hai chuckled, "What you heard were mere rumors. You haven't seen it for yourself. Are you sure you can be a good Navy officer with such judgments based on hearsay?" KB was momentarily at a loss for words. Such prejudice was indeed a grave error, and he could only follow behind Luffy and the others in their search for Zoro's whereabouts. After some inquiries, Lin Hai and his companions arrived at the naval base. In the training area of the Navy, a 2-meter-long cross was planted in the ground, with a young man, robust and wearing a black bandana, bound to it. Despite the scorching sun, the young man radiated an impressive aura, evoking a sense of oppression that made one hesitate to approach AT that moment. Luffy, who had climbed the wall, couldn't help but sigh. Is that the legendary beast? Hey, you're quite bothersome, Scram, the young man on the cross said coldly upon noticing the group on the wall. KB was startled and quickly advised, Luffy, you see, we should leave. Luffy observed Zoro and asked, why is he tied up there? Lin Hai couldn't help but scoff. Does he think we came to gawk at his predicament after hearing his story? He certainly has some nerve. Just then, a little girl appeared, climbing up the stairs to the wall. The sight of her struggling made Lin Hai helpless, and he used his abilities to assist her into the naval base. Once inside, the little girl wore a puzzled expression, looking around as if trying to comprehend how she got there. From atop the wall, Lin Hai said with amusement, stop looking around. Whatever you need to do. Hurry up and do it, then come back quickly. The little girl earnestly nodded at Lin Hai before rushing to Zoro's side. Big brother, you haven't eaten in days. If you don't eat soon, you'll starve. She then handed him a rice ball. Here, this is what I made for you. Please eat a little. Zoro was about to scold the girl to leave quickly, fearing she might be executed by the town's ruler, Monka, for being a rebel. When Lin Hai had already reached the little girl, he took the rice ball from her hand, chuckling. His hands are tied. He can't possibly eat it. Zoro shot Lin Hai a glance and said, I'm not hungry. Just take her away from here. You dare to order me. Lin Hai grinned mischievously. Even tied up, you still act so arrogantly. Zoro was taken aback. You brat. What do you want to do? Lin Hai forcefully shoved the rice ball into Zoro's mouth. He then picked up the little girl with a smile. It's too hot here, and I'm hungry. Let us find a restaurant. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a flamboyant maneuver. Lin Hai was utterly confused. How was that flamboyant? At that moment, the little girl who had suddenly appeared outside the naval base asked in bewilderment, Big brother, did you make this? Lin Hai nodded. Yes, isn't it impressive? The little girl agreed with a nod. Luffy and KB had now descended from the wall, and Luffy said, Lin Hai, let us go find a restaurant. I'm starving. KB scratched his head. I'm hungry too. The little girl chimed in. Follow me. My mom runs a restaurant. Luffy's eyes lit up. Can we eat for free? Inside the base, after Zoro finally swallowed the food in his mouth, he silently vowed, I must chop that brat into pieces later. I almost choked on that rice ball. In a restaurant in Shell's town, after eating for a while, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, Madam, your cooking is absolutely delicious. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Of course, it was good when it was free. The madam smiled warmly and said, I must thank you for saving my daughter. Consider this meal my treat. After chatting for a while, Luffy curiously asked, why was that bounty hunter Zoro captured and brought to the naval base? Did he forget to pay for his meal? The group couldn't help but grimace. The little girl was the first to express her anger, saying, That's not it. Big brother was not captured for that reason. The madam stepped forward to explain. Over 20 days ago, the town's captain, Monka, his son, Barumabur, came here for a meal with his beloved dog. Unexpectedly, the vicious dog suddenly attacked my daughter. Zoro, who was dining nearby, couldn't stand by and intervened. Resulting in a confrontation with Barumabur, he claimed that his father's authority had been violated and sought to execute us. Ultimately, he forced Zoro to surrender and set a month of imprisonment as a condition. Once the month passed, Barumabur would release Zoro and not hold anyone else accountable. That is the gist of the matter at that moment. Nami, who had come here for a meal, could not help but exclaim, Is that ridiculous reason the one Zoro finally agreed to? The little girl said sadly, Big brother has already been locked up for many days. The landlady picked up the little girl and addressed everyone. Actually, it's all our fault if it weren't for. Lin Hai stealthily snatched a piece of meat from Nami's bowl and indignantly remarked, This isn't your fault. It's that guy. What was his name again? By the way, is that Zoro still alive? A rather arrogant fellow swaggered into the restaurant, instantly silencing the place, rendering it as quiet as a grave. At the entrance stood a young man with golden hair, clad in a suit, strutting with flamboyant steps. His unruly expression made one want to slap him across the face. This man was none other than Bairu Mabwa, the son of Colonel Monka. One of the soldiers trailing Bairu Mabwa responded. Young Master Bairu Mabwa, that pirate hunter has been starving for over 20 days, yet he still seems quite spirited. Bairu Mabwa, with a playful grin, replied, If that's the case, let us execute him tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luffy could not contain himself and rushed over, delivering a punch to Bairu Mabwa, furiously asking, What do you think you're doing with the agreement? Mabwa covered his cheek and retorted. You dare strike me? I'll go back and tell my father to have all of you executed. Luffy angrily shot back. Bring in an instant. Numerous naval officers were fully equipped, all directing their gun barrels towards the direction of Lin Hai. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead. Was this the end? Noticing the situation between Zoro and Kobe, Lin Hai felt a wave of exasperation. What was there to panic about? Just watch closely. With that, he removed his slippers and introduced. These slippers are crafted from the Windmill village in the East Blue. Before he could finish his introduction, the Navy across had already begun firing. Space field, spatial exchange. Lin Hai made a swirling gesture with his hand in the air, and to everyone's astonishment, the bullets that had been shot redirected and reflected back towards the feet of the Navy officers. Whoosh! Lin Hai vanished from his spot. Just as everyone was searching for where Lin Hai had gone, Monka let out a piercing scream. Smack! Lin Hai slapped Monka's face with his slipper. Irked, he said, Do you think you're so impressive? I detest being looked at in such a manner. I've already called you axe guy, and yet you still dare to shoot. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of the slipper meeting his cheek was quite crisp. Monka was bewildered, utterly confused as to how this person had appeared before him. Moreover, the force was simply overwhelming. Bang! A sound of shattering glass echoed from above the Navy building. It turned out that Luffy had returned from fetching Zoro's sword. Observing Lin Hai hitting someone with a slipper, Luffy curiously asked Zoro, What's happened to Lin Hai? Huh, Lin Hai, I never expected you to be a bully. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Luffy huffed, expelling air from his nostrils. As everyone turned their heads mechanically to look at this peculiar character, Lin Hai ceased his assault on Monka, who had already lost consciousness. Yet Luffy dared to stir up trouble. It seemed necessary to give him a beating as well. Therefore, Lin Hai stood up, pointing his slipper at Luffy, and said, What do you want? Do you believe I will beat you? Luffy, eager for a fight, responded, Who is afraid of whom? Bring it on. Kobe hurriedly stepped forward, embracing Luffy's waist to explain what had just transpired. Luffy scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Oh, is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Hai is indeed a good person. Meanwhile, Zoro, with a face full of irritation, could no longer contain his rage and bellowed. You two idiots, enough already. Quickly untie my ropes. With Monka downed, to everyone's surprise, the Marine soldiers ignored Luffy and the others entirely, instead staring blankly at the unconscious Monka. Followed by a wave of cheers. The tyrant Monka has been defeated. Everyone, we are free. Monka has truly been defeated. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Ha! Finally, we no longer have to engage in deceitful deeds. With a moment of respite, Lin Hai opened his system interface. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1400, 1300, 100. Agility. 140, 130, 10. Stamina. 2700, 2300, 400. Conqueror S Haki. LV2. Deter opponents. Can be freely controlled. Can directly stun those with weak will. Finesse coins, spatial backpack, sword, alias, high wind, system reminder. Please continue to excel, soar to the skies. Lin Hai then checked Luffy and Zoro's interfaces. Luffy, strength, 2000 agility, 155 stamina, 3700 potential, grows stronger against the strong. Unlimited potential, turns misfortune into fortune. Zoro, strength, 1500 agility, 130 stamina, 2500 potential. Grows stronger against the strong. Unlimited potential. Possesses a berserk attribute. When faced with taunts from enemies, has a chance to retaliate. Severely directionally challenged. Upon witnessing their system interfaces, Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim, These two truly are monsters. However, why was there no potential displayed on his own attribute panel? Before he could ponder further, Luffy had already untied the ropes, while Zoro, having been bound for too long and starved for several days, stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Hai, curious, asked, Zoro, I heard you were tied up there for over 20 days. What did you do when you needed to relieve yourself? Everyone looked at Zoro with curiosity. Zoro's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he exclaimed furiously, Lin Hai, you bastard. I'm going to chop you up. Nami, who had been at the building, heard Lin Hai's words, paused for a moment, then couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In a restaurant in Shell's town, after dealing with Monka, Lin Hai and the others were invited by a young girl to dine. I'm so full, especially after not eating for so many days. Zoro contentedly rubbed his bulging stomach. However, upon seeing the stacks of small bowls in front of Lin Hai and Luffy, he couldn't help but wonder. Why are you two eating more than me? Luffy grinned and replied, because it's delicious. Lin Hai elaborated. Luffy was kicked out by the villagers for eating too much, and had no choice but to become a pirate. The orange drink shot out of Kobe's nostrils as he exclaimed in shock. Is that so? So Luffy's earlier words about betting his life were all lies. Lin Hai nodded with a smile. Yes, you were deceived by Luffy. Huh? Zoro agreed. I think Lin Hai is right. Luffy was indeed driven out by the villagers. By the way, what about you, Lin Hai? Me? Lin Hai pointed at himself, and everyone looked at him with curiosity. Ahem. Lin Hai stylishly adjusted his hairstyle and said, with my good looks, I never intended to expose myself, but I couldn't resist Luffy's shamelessness, who dragged me onto the ship to serve as the face of the pirate crew. Just as Luffy was about to retort, Lin Hai shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. Zoro shot Lin Hai a sidelong glance, and, with an exasperated expression, shifted the topic. Luffy, you said you want to be the pirate king. You must have recruited many people. Where are they? Luffy swallowed the chicken leg whole and, with an air of satisfaction, replied, just the three of us. 3. Zoro muttered with a frown. What kind of pirate crew is that? Luffy nonchalantly replied, what does it matter? We're all strong. Zoro accepted this reasoning, but still inquired, what about the ship? Where is our pirate ship? Lin Hai pointed with his knife and fork at the small boat visible from the window, where a little dog was currently urinating in the direction of the ship. Watching Zoro's eyebrows twitch, Lin Hai curiously followed his gaze and suddenly shouted, what audacity! How dare you urinate on my ship? Get lost. Luffy waved his hand dismissively. Relax, it's just a dog peeing. No need to get mad, right? Lin Hai grabbed Luffy by the collar and asked, the pirate ship is the face of the entire crew. If someone urinates on it, do you think that's acceptable? Ah, Luffy quickly responded. Then what are we waiting for? Get ready, you stinky dog. I'm going to knock you away. Zoro slapped his forehead, feeling inexplicably that he had boarded the wrong ship. After tidying up, Kobe joined the Navy, parting ways with Luffy and the others. Once aboard, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, hey Luffy, why haven't we seen Nami along the way? Does anyone know how to get to the next island? Luffy shook his head. No idea, but if we just drift along, we'll eventually reach the next island, right? Huh. Zoro was exasperated. Is that even feasible? Huh. Lin Hai couldn't help but scoff. How could that work? Last time we just drifted, we almost drowned in the sea. Luffy patted Lin Hai's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, we didn't die, did we? Aha. Zoro pondered, surrendering fate to the heavens. No way. I want to disembark. Hurry, let me ashore. Before long, the small boat was sailing across the vast ocean. Luffy asked, Lin Hai, besides finding a navigator and a cook, we must first find a musician. A musician? Zoro asked in surprise. Hey Luffy, what do you take navigation for? Lin Hai explained. We aim to be a refined pirate crew. Of course, we need a musician to uphold our image, especially during battles. Having him play an inspiring background tune would be so entertaining. Luffy's eyes sparkled, accompanied by background music. Zoro, exasperated, exclaimed, you two imbeciles, enough already. If you keep rocking like that, the ship will capsize. Lin Hai patted Zoro's shoulder and retrieved a cup of tea from his spatial backpack. Zoro, don't be too concerned about the outcome. The process is what truly matters, especially when encountering beautiful women. Remember, they are all mine. Luffy, completely ignoring Lin Hai's words, drooled. Lin Hai, hurry and get me a cup too. I want some. Meanwhile, Zoro looked utterly perplexed. Where did this tea come from? By the way, during our time at the Navy base, your strange disappearing act. Are you also a devil fruit user? Lin Hai handed each of them a cup of tea and explained. I am a user of the spatial fruit. Although I possess extraordinary abilities, I am detested by seawater. If I fall into the sea without anyone to rescue me, it would spell my doom. For instance, without hesitation, Lin Hai set down his cup and jumped into the sea. Hey, even so, you don't have to. Before Zoro could finish, he saw Lin Hai swimming joyfully in the water. Zoro, bewildered, turned to Luffy and asked, is he really a devil fruit user? Luffy nodded. Yeah. Zoro couldn't help but grab Luffy's head, pointing at Lin Hai. Then explain to me what's going on here. Luffy, filled with jealousy, shouted, Lin Hai, come back quickly. Be careful not to cramp your legs and drown. Zoro, facepalming, remarked. Is it normal for you to curse your own partner like this? Someone explained to me how Lin Hai, as a devil fruit user, can swim freely in the sea. After Lin Hai explained to Zoro upon returning to the ship, Zoro grasped the weakness of devil fruit users, but he struggled to accept Lin Hai as an exception. Thus, Zoro declared, I think Luffy has a point. Why didn't you cramp your legs just now? Lin Hai looked at both of them disdainfully and provocatively said, jealousy, envy, hatred? Ah, being too exceptional is a burden. Even the heavens favor me. What can I do? Drown. Don't make me laugh? Bah, Zoro, pushed to his limits, exclaimed, Luffy, let me go. I want to chop him up. Luffy shook his head in disapproval. Zoro, calm down. We are partners. Lin Hai chimed in. Here I am. Come chop me. If we are partners, then come chop me. The trio engaged in playful antics aboard the ship, alleviating the monotony of their voyage. Soon, Luffy, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, Hey, look over there. It seems there are 3 castaways. Let's go rescue them. Zoro agreed, but Lin Hai disagreed, recognizing from their attire that they were likely crew members of Buggy the Clown. However, letting them aboard suited Lin Hai's intentions perfectly, as the crew was uncertain how to reach the next island. Orange Town. As the 3 clowns boarded the ship and had barely uttered thank you, they drew their swords. One of them said, Hee, I now command you to hand over this ship to us. We, the Buggy Pirates, are taking it. Duong. These 3 pirates, quite comical, quickly transitioned from plunderers to beggars. Lin Hai, exasperated, remarked, Can you 3 not speak to us with such disgusting faces? If I recall correctly, it was you who initiated the plunder, making it seem as though we bullied you. By the way, you just claimed to be from the Buggy Pirates, so Buggy must be nearby. Take us to him. Luffy asked in confusion, Do you know that Buggy? Lin Hai shook his head. I've heard that guy loves treasure and often goes ashore to plunder the wealth of civilians while destroying their buildings along the way. Tell me, isn't Buggy asking for a beating? Zoro nodded. What a tasteless pirate, picking on the innocent. He deserves a good lesson. Luffy echoed. Let's head that way. I want to knock Buggy out. The 3 Buggy crew members, eager for these individuals to confront Buggy, anticipated how Buggy would make them suffer. Meanwhile, Lin Hai frowned and admonished, Luffy, Zoro, we can't use that reason to fight Buggy. Why? They asked in unison. Lin Hai explained, What is our identity? Pirates. Think about it. When we reach the town and see nothing but destroyed buildings and no place to even drink, how can we, as long-distance traveling pirates, feel satisfied? So, as those who do as they please. No, as free-spirited pirates, how can we endure such an outcome? Thus, I am quite displeased. As pirates, do we need a reason to take it out on Buggy? Soga, Luffy punched his palm, a light bulb of 500W illuminating beside his head as Zoro's eyes glinted with excitement. Being a pirate seems quite interesting. However, Zoro quickly realized he was in trouble. Lin Hai and Luffy, each draping an arm over the other's shoulder, cheered, Free and easy, free and easy. Zoro quickly steadied himself and shouted, You 2 imbeciles, enough already. If you keep rocking, the ship will capsize. Thanks to Lin Hai's spatial backpack, they lacked for food, and Luffy did not resort to using his rubber powers to launch himself into the mouth of a giant bird, thus avoiding that plot twist. Before long, Orange Town came into view. Upon disembarking, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel frustrated. Look, this town is so desolate. There isn't a soul in sight that it's infuriating. Let us go settle the score with Buggy and demand compensation for ruining our good mood. Oh, Zoro asked with great interest. And how much do you intend to ask him for? Lin Hai casually replied, We are pirates. Demanding compensation is only right if we don't seize his berries. That would be a shame. Don't you think? Zoro raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his astonishment. You truly are a devil. Huh? Luffy stepped forward. Let us go rob them of their berries. As the trio walked, the sound of pursuit suddenly echoed nearby. Hey, thief, stop right there and give us back our navigation chart. If Captain Buggy finds out the chart is missing, he will dismember us. The audacity of this foul woman is astounding. She dares to steal something belonging to our Captain Buggy. We must teach her a lesson. Luffy and the others halted, realizing that the pursued woman was Nami. Watching her run, Lin Hai waved. Hey, big-chested girl. Nami, it seems you're in trouble. Well, goodbye. Everyone was taken aback. Shouldn't there be a heroic rescue? Luffy turned and said, Hey Lin Hai, isn't she the navigator we were looking for? How can we not save her? Zoro interrupted. Hey, they're already on their way. What should we do? Lin Hai chuckled. What should we do? What did we come here for? To beat up Buggy, and his crew deserves the same treatment. Without waiting for Nami to plead for help, Luffy had already knocked them down with a flurry of punches and kicks. Nami stood there, stunned by the scene, unable to refrain from exclaiming, Soga? Once she regained her composure, a spark of brilliance lit up in her eyes as she suggested, how about we make a deal? I'll temporarily be your navigator until you find a new one, but in exchange, you must help me steal Buggy's treasure. I think it's a splendid deal. Luffy replied, I'm not interested in that. You should find someone else. Lin Hai concurred. We are pirates, not petty thieves. However, we are indeed going to find Buggy. Do you know where he is? That doesn't matter, as long as we can steal Buggy's treasure. Nami said, realizing that Lin Hai had already stated their intention to confront Buggy, indicating they weren't just passing by. With that thought in mind, Nami added, I know where he is. Follow me that it's not too late to act now. But first, let me tell you that Buggy is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. Before we meet him, we should strategize. Luffy, however, brushed her off. Less talking. I just want to punch him. Zoro added, chop him up. Lin Hai concluded, smash him to pieces. Yosh, they echoed in unison. Nami facepalmed, exclaiming, what is wrong with you all? Ugh, just be careful, all right. Lin Hai turned to Nami and said, what are you worried about? What is there to be concerned about? We possess formidable strength, as evidenced by Luffy's ability to consume an entire cow and Zoro's capacity to down several barrels of alcohol. As for myself, I am so striking that I awaken to my own reflection each day, trailing closely behind Lin Hai. The three of us nearly stumbled. Under Nami's guidance, Luffy and his companions swiftly arrived at Buggy's stronghold. At that moment, the Buggy pirates were reveling in a grand feast, leaving Lin Hai and his companions to ponder whether they had inadvertently entered a circus. Before Lin Hai and the others could collect their thoughts, Luffy, upon catching a whiff of the delectable food, eagerly joined the Buggy pirates in their indulgence. Nami, bewildered, gazed at Lin Hai and Zoro, her eyes silently questioning. Is that your captain? Lin Hai and Zoro exchanged a glance, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It was truly humiliating that they had come to disrupt the festivities, only for their leader to be off drinking and feasting. Could he not possess a modicum of ambition? Nevertheless, Lin Hai bellowed, hey you there. Every individual halted their activities, curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Lin Hai. Approaching Luffy, Lin Hai, amidst Luffy's puzzled gaze, declared, lend me your flip-flops for a moment. With that, he nonchalantly seized a chicken leg and began to munch on it. After handing over his flip-flops, Luffy resumed his feast. Lin Hai then pointed at Buggy, seated in the central tent, and proclaimed, the fellow named Buggy. Stop looking around. I am referring to you. Buggy, unable to contain his indignation, retorted, who the hell are you? My name is Buggy, not Buggy the Clown. Do not mispronounce my name. Lin Hai twirled the flip-flops in an impressive 360-degree motion before pointing at Buggy again, stating, I care not who you are. You are the one who has wreaked havoc upon this town, leaving us parched upon our arrival. Do you have any idea how furious I am? However, if you relinquish your treasure and vacate Orange Town post-haste, we may reluctantly give you a light thrashing. Otherwise, I shall take that large, round, red nose of yours and dye the sea behind you a vibrant red. At that moment, everyone stared at Lin Hai in shock, then turned their fearful gaze towards Buggy, for his greatest grievance was the jibes about his nose being large, round, and red. More so, Lin Hai's audacious threat to Buggy's crew was utterly unexpected. Kaka, Buggy seethed with rage. Who the hell are you? Prepare to meet a grand demise. You clown. Rotating darts, spatial field. Lin Hai activated his abilities, vanishing from sight, only to reappear and deliver a fierce slap to Buggy's cheek with the flip-flop. Buggy let out a woeful cry as he was sent sprawling. Boom, bellowing. As Buggy was hurled away, he knocked over the food on the table. Nami stared in bewilderment at Lin Hai's actions, filled with questions about how he had vanished and then reappeared before Buggy. Meanwhile, Luffy ceased his eating and approached Lin Hai, exclaiming, Lin Hai, let me take care of Buggy. Lin Hai nodded, sure. Everyone watched as Buggy was sent tumbling, a cloud of dust rising in the air. When the dust settled, Buggy appeared surprisingly unscathed, flanked by his two right-hand men, Kabeji and Moji. Upon seeing Kabeji on his unicycle, Zoro's interest was piqued. Luffy, leave that sword-wielding guy to me. Luffy nodded. All right. Facing Lin Hai, Buggy inquired, who are you? A bounty hunter? Luffy replied. No, we are pirates. The two beside me are my companions. Buggy, narrowing his eyes dangerously at Luffy and his crew, asked, are you here to steal my treasure, or are you, like that flip-flop wielding brat, here for something else? Before Luffy could respond, an elderly man clad in armor stepped forward, brandishing a weapon and declaring, Buggy, I challenge you to a duel. Buggy growled, don't interrupt my conversation, you old fool. Who are you? The old man replied, I am the mayor of this town. These structures are the result of decades of hard work, and you dare to destroy our treasures. Ha! Buggy interrupted. What a joke. What do these buildings matter? Only gleaming treasures are worth anything. Don't make me laugh. The mayor, infuriated, insisted, you will never understand my feelings. Come, let us fight to the death. Before the mayor could finish, Lin Hai delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Nami gasped, Lin Hai, why? Luffy simply stated, he was a nuisance. When Nami remained perplexed, Zoro explained, if we hadn't knocked him out, he would have walked to his own doom. Lin Hai replied, you all are overthinking this. I was merely annoyed that he interrupted me. Nami shot Lin Hai a disapproving look, muttering, always so stubborn. At that moment, Luffy adjusted his hat, took a deep breath, and shouted, big red nose. The echo resonated, lingering in the air. Delightful and extraordinary. Kaka kaka. Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. That straw hat-wearing brat. May you meet a grand demise. Soon, Luffy and Buggy clashed, while Zoro engaged Kabeji, and Moji chose to confront Lin Hai. Nami, meanwhile, stealthily slipped away, likely in search of treasure. Moji shouted, Ricky. Suddenly, a lion the size of a small house emerged from the shadows. Moji commanded, crush him. Lin Hai shot a glare at the lion, causing it to cower in fear, desperately wishing to sprout 8 legs to flee from the terrifying figure. As Moji prepared to chase after Ricky, Lin Hai swiftly used Soru to appear beside him, grasping Moji's shoulder and bellowing, go, Pikachu! To Lin Hai's satisfaction, Moji collided with the large lion, both of them flying through the air. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. Despite training his abilities, these foes were truly weak, seeming impervious to any improvement he had made. As he idled, Lin Hai noticed that Buggy's crew had all feigned unconsciousness on the ground. Yet he had little interest in them, allowing them to be. Not far away, Zoro was locked in fierce combat with Kabeji, and watching their skirmish, Lin Hai shook his head in dismay. Although Kabeji's style was flamboyant, Zoro's techniques were equally ostentatious. Was this what they called lacking strength, yet compensating with flashy moves? So, you are the infamous bounty hunter from the East Blue, Roronoa Zoro. Today is my lucky day. I've heard that defeating you will earn me fame across the seas. Zoro scoffed. My goal is to be the world's strongest. How could I possibly lose to a petty minion like you? But I must ask, are you performing acrobatics? Unable to watch any longer, Lin Hai thought to himself, just fight already. You are wasting my expectations. He decided to witness Luffy's duel with Buggy instead, as he approached the battleground between Luffy and Buggy. He spotted Nami emerging with 2 large packages. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, little thief, share the spoils. Nami, clutching the 2 large packages protectively, protested, what do you mean share? These are all mine. Yours, you say? Those are my belongings. Buggy charged from a distance, fuming, return my treasure at once. Nami boldly countered, what nonsense. I stole this. It is mine now. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. If it truly belongs to you, why not ask these treasures if they would confirm your ownership? Buggy scowled. You scoundrels, what kind of education did you receive? You steal someone else's possessions, and that makes them yours. Teach. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You received a fine education, I presume, teaching you to rob the impoverished of their wealth. Ha ha. Nami chimed in. Indeed, a pirate lecturing a thief is truly laughable. Kaka kaka. Buggy brandished several small knives, raising his head. You 2 brats, prepare to. Before Buggy could finish, a long punch came flying from a distance, as Luffy roared. You bastard, your opponent is me. Buggy was sent crashing into a wall by Luffy's punch. Nami stared blankly at the airborne Buggy, secretly relieved. Had Buggy truly lost? How could that be? After all, he was the mighty Buggy. The outcome was unmistakable. Once again, Buggy engaged in combat with Luffy. However, as he fought, Buggy was simultaneously pursuing Nami, seemingly too preoccupied with that treasure. Yet, distraction in battle is a grave misstep, as fate would have it. Much like in the original tale, Buggy was sent flying, sitting off to the side. Lin Hai clapped his hands and complained, "Luffy, your fighting is rather slow, isn't it?" Luffy explained, "That guy is truly a monster, constantly splitting into so many pieces. If I hadn't discovered his weakness, that his feet cannot leave the ground, I honestly wouldn't know how to defeat him." "Hey," Zoro interjected, stepping forward. "It seems you all have resolved your fight as well." At that moment, a group of townsfolk approached, one of whom inquired, "Hey, have you seen our mayor?" Lin Hai pointed towards a location beneath a nearby building. Several townspeople hurried over to investigate. "Quick, check if the mayor is still alive. Who dares to treat our mayor this way? It must be those pirates. Let's confront them." Nami couldn't help but interject. Your mayor is fine. He just fainted." One of the townspeople asked, "Little girl, how do you know that? By the way, who are you?" Luffy flashed an innocent grin and explained, "Oh, we're pirates. Your mayor was knocked out by Lin Hai." At that moment, cough, cough, Luffy rambled on, completely oblivious to the twitching eyes of those nearby. Upon hearing Luffy's explanation, the townsfolk became agitated. "You're pirates, and you've harmed our mayor." Seeing the townspeople brandishing tools as makeshift weapons and glaring at Lin Hai, he had no choice but to step forward, grabbing Luffy and stating, "Why are you all glaring at me? It was I who struck your mayor, but he is my captain." Lin Hai pulled Luffy to the forefront and continued, "If there are any grievances, my captain will bear the brunt of them. Seek him out. My captain is destined to become the Pirate King. However, be wary. Once he becomes the Pirate King, he may return to give you a beating. So, if you're not afraid, come at us, you filthy townsfolk." Before anyone could react, Lin Hai swiftly scooped up Nami and fled. The turn of events was as rapid as a whirlwind, and soon Lin Hai's figure vanished from the street. Zoro was almost caught off guard by Lin Hai's antics. Coming to his senses, Zoro playfully asked, "What should we do now, my captain?" "Huh?" Luffy turned and ran. "We should hurry and escape too. Nanny." Finally shaking off the townsfolk. Luffy's small boat proved too cramped, so they borrowed a slightly larger vessel belonging to Buggy's crew. Soon, the group sailed away from the island. Once they felt safe, Nami couldn't help but question Lin Hai. "Lin Hai, you just grabbed my butt, didn't you?" Zoro and Luffy perked up, eagerly straining to catch the latest gossip. Lin Hai quickly denied, "That's not true. I might have accidentally brushed against you while we were running." Nami crossed her arms and continued with keen interest, "Once or twice might be considered an accident, but what about 8 times? Luffy could not help but scoff. "Lin Hai, so you are that kind of person." Zoro chimed in. I knew Lin Hai was a pervert. Had Nami not been watching him, Lin Hai would have surely argued back that it felt like they were now retaliating for their earlier abandonment. Noticing Lin Hai's silence, Nami pressed on, "This is unfair. You owe me 800,000 berries." Lin Hai's eyes widened as he stared at Nami, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? I just saved you." 800,000 berries, Nami nodded, responding, 800,000 berries. If you don't have it now, you'll pay me back later. Damn, is she really that shameless? Lin Hai then proposed, "Nami, I don't have that much berries. How about I offer myself instead? As a gift?" "Huh? Lin Hai, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You killing me with laughter. Huh?" Though Nami had witnessed many spectacles, she was still just a 17-year-old girl. Facing Lin Hai's unabashed suggestion, she couldn't help but flush crimson. Furious, Nami shot a fierce glare at the three, prompting them to quickly shut their mouths and sit quietly to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Hai hastily opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 1700, 1400, 300, agility, 160, 140, 20, stamina, 3200, 2700, 500, Conqueror's Haki, LV2, intimidate opponents. Can freely control release, instantly stuns those with weak will. Flirtatious coins, spatial backpack, knife, sword, alias, high wind system friendly reminder. Please continue to strive and soar to new heights. After sailing for a while, Nami's peripheral vision caught sight of the treasure bag, and she sensed something amiss. Why is there only one bag? Where's the other one? Noticing Nami's distress, Luffy asked, "What's wrong, Nami?" Nami exclaimed, "One of the 2 treasure bags is missing." Lin Hai scratched his ear and replied, "I returned 1 bag to the villagers." Nami, exasperated, retorted, "That was mine." Lin Hai scoffed, "That's the hard-earned money of the townsfolk. Yours? How utterly shameless." Ugh. Before he could finish, Lin Hai was violently shoved into the water by Nami that he quickly shouted, "Stop! Are you trying to drown me? We're supposed to be partners." Nami, infuriated, shot back, "Who said we were partners? I might just drown you right now." From the sidelines, Luffy suggested, "Nami, since you like it so much, let us turn back and get it." Ugh! Luffy was also dragged under by Nami. He exclaimed, "I can't swim. I'll drown. Besides, it wasn't my doing. Let go of me." Nami sneered, "You can't swim, so I'm definitely going to drown you. You're his captain. You're responsible for his actions." Ha! Zoro watched the two in their predicament. His heart lightened, fortunately, after a moment of venting. Nami released Lin Hai and Luffy to AT that moment. Lin Hai quickly procured a mirror and comb from the system to fix his disheveled hairstyle, thanks to Nami's earlier dunking. Zoro, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Lin Hai, what are you doing?" Lin Hai replied earnestly, "A man's hairstyle is his soul. In my homeland, we say a man can lose his head and bleed, but his hairstyle must remain intact. Do you understand?" Teach. Zoro turned away, mumbling, "Boring, just doing unnecessary things." Nami's eyebrows twitched. Meanwhile, Luffy, with his stylishly parted hair, exclaimed, "Lin Hai, hurry and style my hair too." Although Zoro claimed it was boring, he secretly turned back to observe. Soon, Lin Hai styled his hair into a part, while Luffy opted for a slicked-back look. Lin Hai then produced 2 pairs of sunglasses from his spatial backpack, and they both donned them. Exchanging glances, Lin Hai and Luffy draped their arms over each other's shoulders, enthusiastically shouting, "Romance, romance. Duong, duong." Nami fumed. "Do you intend to capsize the boat?" "Ha ha." Zoro clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. However, Nami's single glare caused him to promptly shut his mouth. This wretched woman, how unreasonable. She hit him for no reason, ruining the hairstyle he had just fixed. What can be tolerated? Cannot be tolerated? Infuriated, Lin Hai stood up and pointed angrily at Nami. "Nami, don't think just because you're a woman, I want to hit you. When I get angry, even I fear myself. You dare to move again? Try it. Don't slap my face." Nami clapped her hands and raised an eyebrow at Luffy, who quickly turned his gaze to the horizon. Zoro, who had been laughing, also hurriedly followed suit, looking away, after sailing for a while. Lin Hai, having forgotten his earlier grievances, approached Nami, draping an arm around her shoulder, and asked, "Nami, how long until we reach the next island?" Nami cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hai and declared, "Let go." Lin Hai promptly withdrew his hand. Scratching his head and murmuring, "I couldn't help myself. Who could resist such an exquisite figure?" Luffy interjected, "Pervert." Zoro added, "What a disgrace." Lin Hai, infuriated, retorted, "Who else like you two imbeciles? One a glutton and the other a drunkard." "What did you say?" They both echoed. Lin Hai tugged at his sleeve and challenged, "Do you two wish to brawl? Be careful not to cry for your mothers when I beat you." Zoro nodded. "Indeed, one just begged for mercy a moment ago. Are you bringing up old wounds again?" Lin Hai fumed. "What did you say?" Nami stepped forward to intercede, stating, "Stop bickering. We likely have half a day before we arrive. Once we find a navigator there, our agreement will be fulfilled." Upon hearing Nami mention parting ways, the group fell silent. Seizing the moment, Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and pleaded, "Nami, will you be our navigator? If I can't see you every day, I fear life will lose its meaning." Zoro could not help but scoff. "Hey, that's quite the act you're putting on." Lin Hai quickly changed his demeanor, snapping, "Mind your own business and go play." Then, reverting to his sorrowful expression, he continued, "Nami, do you know? Ever since I met you, I can't bear to part with you, much like how Shimin Ching met Pan Jinlian, or how Tang Sung encountered the spider demon." Lin Hai secretly lamented, why hadn't he memorized more romantic lines in his past life? At this critical moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Nami looked down at Lin Hai's clumsy performance, her eyes gleaming with amusement, and then, she urged, "Go on, I'm listening." Puffed. Zoro turned away, exasperated. What a load of nonsense. Meanwhile, Luffy gazed at Lin Hai with wide eyes, exclaiming, "So exciting, so exciting." Noticing Nami's expression, Lin Hai hastily released her, tilting his head to the sky. "Ah, the sky is so blue today. Ah, the ocean is all water. Ah." Nami snapped, "What are you going on about? If you don't stop, I'll toss you into the sea." Tch, half a day without jokes? How could time pass? Sighing, Lin Hai resigned himself to leaning against the side and dozing off. Soon, he slipped into a dream, in a bustling execution square. People were chattering. How could such a formidable figure be captured by the Navy? Indeed, what a pity. I wonder where the Pirate King's treasure lies. If we find it, we'll never have to worry again. I heard he was captured by Fire Fist Ace after a 10-day battle, ultimately coming out on top. I know that. He.S. a naval hero, Fire Fist Ace. Lin Hai, bewildered in the square, thought, a naval hero. Fire Fist Ace. What a joke. Following the crowd's gaze towards the execution platform, Lin Hai gasped, "Isn't that Blackbeard Teach? What a farce." As the execution approached, a hush fell over the square. The crowd dared not breathe loudly, silently observing Blackbeard atop the platform. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Pirate King, where is your treasure? The legendary One Piece." Blackbeard smirked, then declared with bravado, "Ha, ha, ha. Want Nami's photos? Want Robin's stockings? Want the Empress's lace? Go ahead. I've left everything there." Ugh. Lin Hai jolted awake from his dream, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a farce. Awakening was refreshing. The gentle sea breeze rippled through the water, mirroring Lin Hai's untamed spirit. Noticing Lin Hai staring at her, Nami shot him a glare. "What are you staring at? Like a pig?" Lin Hai quickly shook his head. While she was beautiful, her temperament was far too disagreeable to be a companion. Sitting at the ship's bow, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, "Look, an island is appearing ahead." Instantly, everyone perked up. Finally, they could set foot on land. Upon disembarking, Zoro could not resist stamping his foot on the ground, remarking, "It feels so solid to be on land." Lin Hai chuckled, "Of course it does. We can buy some drinks soon." Luffy chimed in, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's eat." Nami retorted, "Shouldn't you first look for a ship? That one won't sail for long." As they walked, Zoro suddenly warned, "Luffy, watch out. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou." Several marbles appeared on the ground. Spatial field. The one firing the marbles was Usopp, the long-nosed boy who wasted his days idly spinning tall tales, suddenly materializing before Lin Hai. Usopp, still dazed. Lin Hai flicked his nose and exclaimed, "Everyone, come look. His nose is real." "Hey, where did you get your nose done?" The crowd couldn't help but darken their expressions, while three children hiding in the bushes dropped Usopp and fled in terror. Initially, Usopp mistook the flag on Luffy's ship for a pirate invasion of his village. After some discussion, Usopp and the three children resolved to scare off the supposed pirates. Little did he know. After firing a few slingshots, he inexplicably found himself at the cliff's edge, right in front of Lin Hai. That moment, Usopp didn't hear Lin Hai's words. Instead, he glanced at the cliff above and then at Lin Hai, forcing himself to remain calm. "What did you do to me? I must tell you. I have 8,000 subordinates that if you don't leave, I'll command them to act." Just then, Luffy stepped forward. "You're Usopp, right? Your father is Yasopp, Isn't. Usopp exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know my father?" "His name is indeed Yasopp," Luffy explained. "I met your father when I was young. He was on Shanks' ship. What a nostalgic memory." "Ha ha ha. The moment I saw you, I knew you were Yasopp's son. You two looked just alike." Usopp beamed. "Really? I never knew my father was on such a famous pirate ship. Is he still on it?" Luffy shook his head. "We haven't seen each other in many years, but he should still be with Shanks." "Huh?" Usopp proclaimed. "Since you know my father, we're friends now. Let me treat you to a meal." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Really? You're such a good person, Usopp." Nami quickly distanced herself from Luffy, thinking, "What is wrong with this guy? Oh dear." As they continued walking, Usopp suddenly snapped back to reality and asked Lin Hai, "How did you just move me from one place to another? Are you a monster?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I ate the space fruit, a devil fruit. Within my field of ability, I can manipulate anything in it, whether it be people or objects." Everyone, except Luffy, gazed at Lin Hai in astonishment. Usopp exclaimed, "Your power is incredible. So, are you invincible?" Lin Hai chuckled. "Invincible? Hardly. There are many powers you don't know about. Forget it. Explaining is quite troublesome. Discover them for yourselves." Usopp marveled. "The sea is truly full of wonders. I never expected such things as devil fruits actually exist." Nami laughed. "What is so strange about that?" Luffy also ate a devil fruit. Luffy turned to stretch his cheeks, introducing, "I'm a user of the gum-gum fruit." "Nanny." Usopp gasped in shock. Lin Hai scoffed. "What a fuss. Zoro over there can wield 3 swords at once." Usopp scrutinized Zoro. "Curious, one in each hand. But how do you use the third?" Zoro rolled his eyes. "You're all so annoying. Let us just get into the village." Lin Hai whispered to Usopp. "The last one he bites and fights with his mouth." Isn't that surprising? You bastard, Zoro glared at the two. Do you believe I won to chop you both into pieces? Huh? Cheers. Usopp led a few companions to a quaint little eatery in the village for a meal. Unable to restrain himself, Usopp suddenly inquired, Zoro, are you the renowned pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro? With a wry smile, Zoro explained, I am no longer a pirate hunter. I am now a member of their crew. After enjoying their meal for a while, Nami asked, Usopp, since Luffy knows your father, do you think we could find someone in your village who can navigate a ship and perhaps acquire a vessel? Usopp responded, as you can see, this is a small village. And I regret to inform you that you may be disappointed. Zoro chuckled. There is a large villa atop the hill. Nami inquired, is it a friend of Usopp's? Could we possibly ask him for some financial assistance? Usopp replied, that would be impossible. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I am quite familiar with the owner here. So please, enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. As Usopp hurried out of the eatery. The others watched him go, and Nami couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Observing her companions indulging without a care, she couldn't resist asking, aren't you all worried about setting sail without a ship or a navigator? Luffy reassured her, don't worry, Nami, a ship will come to us eventually, let's eat first. Lin Hai, that's my chicken leg, Zoro remarked. Lin Hai, you scoundrel, go call for your own drink. Nami slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I'm truly exhausted. Ugh, I'm so full. At that moment, 3 small children, who had been running along the coast, burst into the eatery. One of them, mustering courage, stepped forward and asked, what have you done to our captain Usopp? It turned out that after running away, the children had a change of heart and returned to rescue Usopp. Seeing Luffy's bulging belly, they exclaimed in horror, You haven't eaten Usopp, have you? Zoro cast a wicked glance and mischievously remarked, indeed, your captain Usopp has already been devoured by us. Monsters, the children screamed. Enough with the noise, Nami shouted in frustration, unable to tolerate their antics. However, upon witnessing Nami's anger, the children were even more terrified, huddling together and crying. The fierce lady. Luffy explained, your Usopp was merely eating when he seemed to have something urgent to attend to, and then left. One child, nicknamed Onion Head, asked, is that really true? Suddenly, Garlic Head exclaimed, I know. Usopp must have gone to tell Miss Kyra's story. Luffy scoffed. What? So Usopp is someone who forgets his friends for the sake of a pretty face? A child with a pepper head retorted, that's not true. Miss Kaya has been unable to overcome her grief since her parents passed away. It is Usopp's daily stories that have gradually helped her feel better. Garlic Head agreed. Exactly. You mustn't speak ill of our captain Usopp, Luffy gasped. So Usopp is a truly great person. Lin Hai patted Luffy on the shoulder, unable to contain himself. Your capacity to absorb information is astounding. You shift from one idea to another like a breeze. Nami hurriedly asked, the Miss Kaya you mentioned, is she the owner of that large house on the hillside? Upon seeing the children nod, she continued, could you take us to find Usopp? Of course. Lin Hai glanced at Nami, marveling at her audacity. A little thief is still a thief, always scheming. Luffy clapped his hands and declared, all right, let's go find Usopp. At Kaya's villa on the hill, she stood by the window, listening to Usopp recount tales of the handsome men they had seen together in the past. Usopp exuded confidence as he said, Kaya, do you know? That man was extraordinary. With a commanding presence, sharp eyes, and a nose that could pierce the heavens, he was unparalleled, standing alone in a world of his own. With a sword, he could move mountains, part seas, and shape the very earth. That man is the author, truly handsome, handsomely rugged, and strikingly so. Kaya, her eyes sparkling with interest, nodded eagerly, MHM. Seeing her so captivated, Usopp continued mysteriously, but there are even more handsome men. Do you know who they are? Kaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, even more handsome? How could that be? Please tell me. Usopp. Usopp pondered for a moment, then, with a serious expression, replied, it is those readers. Once, I encountered those readers, and their handsomeness nearly blinded my 24K titanium alloy eyes. I have never seen such beauty. They could defeat the 4 emperors with a punch, kick the marines with a sweep of their legs. With a flick of their sleeves, the elders would kneel before them. Kaya, remember this. In this world, it is better to bear the blame of killing a celestial dragon than to offend them. Do you understand? After speaking, Usopp wiped the sweat from his brow and patted his chest, still shaken. Kaya expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Usopp, for sharing this with me. She gazed into the distance, seemingly hoping for a chance to meet those legendary handsome men. How wonderful it would be to encounter them. Lost in thought, Kaya shyly crossed her legs and let out a squeal. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions arrived just in time to hear Usopp recounting tales of those fabled handsome men. Lin Hai appeared somewhat skeptical, for Usopp's tall tales could very well become reality. While Lin Hai maintained his composure, Luffy and the three children were not as composed, their eyes sparkling brighter than headlights. Sis, Luffy exclaimed, drenched in sweat. I want to meet them. Zoro, intrigued, murmured, I would like to meet them if the opportunity arises. Kaya, noticing Luffy and his companions, kindly asked, Who are you? Nami quickly replied, We are travelers passing through and friends of Usopp. We came to inquire if you have an unused ship that you could lend us. Lin Hai couldn't help but marvel at Nami's audacity to make such shameless demands upon first meeting. Is this everyone's specialty? Meanwhile, Clabader, eavesdropping nearby, was taken aback by the woman's audacity in asking Kaya for a ship. How could that be? That would soon belong to him, Clabader. How could he possibly give it away? Unable to restrain himself, Clabader approached and interrupted Kaya and Nami's conversation. He harbored a deep resentment for Usopp and questioned what sort of friends he had brought along at a ship. There are none here. And Usopp, come down from that tree immediately. We do not welcome liars and braggarts here. Usopp glared at Clabader, feeling perturbed by his constant antagonism. His instincts told him that Clabader was not a good person. Why do you always target me? Ha ha ha. Clabader sneered. Target you? Just step outside and see for yourself. Who doesn't know you are a notorious liar and a grandstanding fraud? The son of a pirate will always carry the pirate's nature. His words dripped with disdain, and Usopp could no longer contain himself. He leaped from the tree, landing on the ground with a thud, and shouted, You can insult me, but do not insult my father. He followed his heart and pursued what he loved, and I respect him for that. Clabader scoffed. I don't care how you feel, but I won't allow you to come here and spin your tales to win Our Lady's favor. Thinking you can gain her inheritance, unable to hold back any longer, Usopp punched Clabader to the ground, shouting, You scoundrel, shut your mouth. Tsh. Clabader spat. A pirate is a pirate, as the son of a pirate. You are filled with that violent gene. If you can't win an argument, you resort to violence? What did you say? Usopp was about to strike Clabader again when Kaya called out, Enough. Usopp, no more violence. It won't solve anything. Please, just go back for now. With Kaya saying so, what could Usopp do? Violence wouldn't solve the problem. Unbeknownst to him, Usopp felt a faint pang in his heart, particularly since those words had escaped the lips of Kaya at that moment. Clabatel rose to his feet and declared, Hurry and leave this place. You are forbidden from approaching the young lady again. And you lot over there, vacate this area as well. Zoro, don't try to stop me. I am going to give him a good thrashing. You foul butler, I'll send you flying. Luffy, still being held by Zoro, flailed his arms and legs wildly. Zoro advised, Hey, Luffy, calm down, don't complicate matters further. Lin Hai observed Clabatel for a moment, recognizing him as a pirate captain, Kuro of 100 plans. However, it was not yet the right moment for him to take action. For now, it was best to retreat. After leaving Kaya's villa, Usopp, looking rather downcast, said, I'm going for a walk. I need some time alone. The others noticed that Usopp seemed to be quite shaken upon reaching the fence in the wilderness. Luffy ran off as well. Nami inquired, Where should we go now? Zoro shook his head, replying, With Luffy not here, we should just wait for him. Hey, Lin Hai remarked, Do you see that villain over there? He is walking backwards. They watched in silence as the figure approached, seemingly gliding through space. Lin Hai recognized him as Zango, the acting captain of the Black Pirate crew. Zango halted and said, I'm not a weirdo. I'm nothing unusual, all right? One of the children asked, Then who are you? Me? Zango introduced himself. I am Zango, a hypnotist. A hypnotist. The three children, intrigued, stepped forward, with one asking, So you have a special skill. Can you show us? Lin Hai couldn't help but mutter. Children will be children. What remarkable skill could he possibly possess? Nami scoffed. Look at you. It's obvious you just want to see something interesting. Zango quickly brushed Lin Hai's hand away, signaling that he wouldn't let him leave without demonstrating his talent. After all, Lin Hai was genuinely curious about the mysterious art of hypnotism. He certainly did not believe Zango could actually hypnotize him. After dismissing Lin Hai's hand, Zango declared, What a joke. We're not acquainted. Why should I showcase my skills for you? With that, he promptly produced a pocket watch from his coat and instructed, Watch this watch. When I count to 1, 2, Django, you will all fall asleep. Point 1, 2, Django. ZZZZZ. X5 in an instant. Zango, Lin Hai, and the three children were all fast asleep. Hey, hey, Zoro exclaimed, still perplexed. How could they just fall asleep on command? Nami slapped her forehead in disbelief and turned to Zoro, asking, is this your companion? Zoro felt his cheeks reddening and quickly replied, I should move them aside. They are sleeping right in the middle of the road. They may fall asleep quickly, but they would awaken just as swiftly. Upon waking, Zango had already departed, while Lin Hai, feeling the weight of Zoro and Nami's teasing gazes, flushed with embarrassment, hastily defended himself. That guy actually has some skills. I don't know why I felt so drowsy watching that swaying pendulum. Right? Indeed, the three children chimed in unison. Zoro, uninterested, asked, so where to now? No idea where Luffy is gone. Lin Hai suggested, how about we return to that snack shop? Nami agreed. It's better there than out here. Meanwhile, Usopp, feeling dejected, sat on the grass beneath a large tree on a cliff, gazing out at the sea, startled by the sudden arrival of Luffy, who had climbed down from the tree. After a brief conversation, they overheard Clabatel and Zango discussing a sinister plot. From their dialogue, Usopp and Luffy deduced that Clabatel was none other than the notorious pirate Kuro of 100 Plans from 3 years ago. And the man beside him was Zango, the hypnotist and first mate. The two had resolved to launch an attack on this village at dawn, with Zango using his hypnotic powers to compel Kaya to draft a will, leaving her fortune to her butler Clabatel, the hidden captain of the black pirate crew. Upon hearing this conspiracy, Luffy no longer hid. He abruptly stood and shouted at Kuro and Zango, hey, you shall not harm the people of this village. Realizing their scheme was exposed, Kuro immediately commanded Zango to take action. Consequently, Luffy was hypnotized and fell from the cliff, while Usopp, thinking it was a hidden weapon, narrowly escaped the fate of being hypnotized. As Luffy plummeted from such a height, everyone assumed he was dead. Zango attempted to pursue Usopp, but Kuro remarked, no need to chase him. No one will believe his words. He has lost all credibility in this village. Kuro was indeed correct. Usopp, trying to rally the villagers, faced nothing but scorn, and after explaining the situation to Kaya, she was even more disappointed in him. Dejected, Usopp returned to the snack shop, only to see Luffy and the others feasting heartily. Unable to contain himself, Usopp approached, asking, Luffy, didn't you die? Lin Hai scoffed, he's made of rubber. Have you ever seen rubber that could die from a fall? Usopp sighed, taking a seat at the table. So that's how it is. Hey, Lin Hai said, exasperated. What kind of attitude is that? You're far too fragile. You talk about being a brave warrior of the sea, yet look at you now. Just as the hypocritical butler said, full of hot air. Noticing Lin Hai's harsh words towards Usopp, Nami couldn't help but interject. Lin Hai, how could you be so? Lin Hai raised his hand to stop her. But that's the truth, I assent it. Usopp stood up. What can I do? They are real pirates, and I cannot save the villagers. No, I mustn't let them harm the villagers, even if it costs me my life tomorrow. Luffy grinned. Hey Usopp, we're with you. Usopp exclaimed, you guys, you're really willing to help me. That's wonderful. Boo-hoo. Lin Hai, utterly exasperated, pushed Usopp away. Don't let your snot get on me. That's disgusting. I never said I'd help you. Look at you in such a state. It's making me feel nauseous. Luffy asked, puzzled. Lin Hai, aren't you joining us tomorrow? Lin Hai shook his head. Luffy, we are pirates, not saints. Look at how delicious the food in this shop is. Lin Hai clapped his hands. Isn't that enough? After receiving the owner's kindness, how could we allow him to suffer harm? Yet that group of pirates intends to hurt him. As free individuals, we should certainly teach those pirates a lesson. Ugh, Usopp weakly protested, but I'm the one paying. Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback. Did that mean his argument had holes in it? Was this a slap in the face? With that thought, Lin Hai turned dangerously to Usopp, saying, do I care about face? If you have the guts, say that again. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from everyone. Nami remarked, you just can't admit it. Usopp hugged Lin Hai, exclaiming, thank you. For heaven's sake, don't let your snot touch me. It's revolting. Lin Hai felt on the verge of collapse. Usopp, why don't you hug them instead? You're definitely getting back at me for what I said earlier, right? Ah, you caught me. Ugh. Ha. After some playful banter, they noticed Zoro sleeping nearby, while Lin Hai and Luffy had captured Usopp. Lin Hai inquired curiously, Luffy, look at Usopp's nose. It's so long. How did it grow that way? I'm actually quite curious if his nostrils might get blocked by boogers. Suffocating him. Usopp exclaimed in horror. Don't scare me. How could a person die from their own boogers? Luffy scratched his head, staring at the ceiling, and after pondering for a moment, turned to Nami and asked, "Do you think Usopp might?" Nami was already quite agitated, especially considering the current situation. Pirates were set to invade the village at dawn, yet these three were preoccupied with such trivial matters. As captain, Luffy seemed so leisurely in asking her this question. Unable to endure any longer, Nami delivered a sharp smack to all three. Feeling unsatisfied, she thought, "Isn't Zoro sleeping?" So she gave Zoro a whack as well. Waking up, Zoro groggily asked, "Huh? Have we eaten?" Nami's eyes twitched as she exclaimed, one after another, "They're all like this." Just then, Lin Hai stepped forward and inquired, "Nami, your temper has been rather volatile lately. Is it because of that thing that's coming?" "What thing?" They chorused in confusion. Zoro, assuming Lin Fan was referring to the impending pirate invasion, shrugged and said, "What is there to fear? I'll just cut down as many pirates as they send our way." Nami facepalmed, shot Lin Hai an annoyed glance, and asked, "I mean, you guys, the pirates are actually invading here tomorrow. That aren't you at all concerned? These are real pirates, and people can die." Luffy, hands on his hips, retorted, "What is there to be afraid of? I'll just beat them up." Zoro added, "I'll chop them up." Lin Hai chimed in, "I'll smash them." Usopp laughed, I'm indifferent, if you all want to handle it." "Go ahead, I don't mind at all." With a weary sigh, Nami asked, "Do you even know where they're coming from? Shouldn't we prepare ahead of time and devise some strategies?" "Nami," Luffy smiled as he stepped forward. "No need to worry. If they dare to come tomorrow, I'll take them all down." Duong. Frustrated, Nami exclaimed, "Honestly, I can't just ignore you all." Despite her words, she found it impossible to truly disregard them. And Lin Hai and the others ceased their playful banter. Before long, Usopp led the group to the coastal port, stating, "Everyone, let us wait here for the pirates. They'll set up some traps first." Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. "I'll take a quick nap. Just wake me up when the time comes." Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hai soon fell into a deep slumber, lulled by the soothing sounds of the waves along the shore. When he awoke, the sky was bright, and he felt somewhat disoriented. Who am I? Where is this? Upon regaining his senses, he wondered about the whereabouts of his companions. However, he faintly heard some shouting in the air. He slapped his forehead, realizing Usopp had chosen the wrong shore and they had failed to wake him. Without further thought, he swiftly utilized his abilities to rush toward the source of the noise. Surely, that was where the pirates were invading. He hoped he hadn't arrived too late and that the battle was already over. When Lin Hai reached the port where the pirate invasion was still underway, he spotted Luffy with some wounds, and Kuro was dashing toward him with a swift strike, catching Luffy off guard. Lin Hai felt exasperated. Space field. He activated his power and instantly appeared beside the speeding Kuro, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Boom! A loud crash startled a large group of pirates, snapping them back to reality. As the smoke cleared, they saw Kuro sprawled on the ground. The sight left the pirates in a state of panic. No way! That young man just knocked Captain Kuro away. Was he just lucky? How could anyone keep up with Captain Kuro's speed and actually land a hit? Who on earth is he? So impressive. Nami, having stealthily made her way onto the pirate ship, was dumbfounded as she watched Lin Hai. It was Kuro who had previously inflicted pain on those pirates. How could this be? Nami blinked, trying to confirm whether what she had witnessed was real. After sending Kuro flying, Lin Hai turned to Luffy with a disdainful look, chuckling. "Hey, Luffy, after training for so long, you can't even keep up with this little bit of speed?" Just as Luffy was about to respond, Kuro, still on the ground, interjected, "Who are you? My speed is so fast that I can barely control it. You must have just been lucky. Don't get too cocky." He then adjusted his slick hairstyle. Lin Hai turned to Kuro, remaining silent as he drew out his sword, Gaofeng, from his space field. In a single motion, he executed a sword technique that sliced through the air like cutting a cake. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed, and everyone felt as though a flash of light had passed overhead. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Lin Hai had sliced a massive cliff in half with his sword. Kuro turned, stunned, gazing at the enormous mountain that had just been cleaved. What on earth was that? Was it truly possible for a human to perform such a feat? For a long moment, the pirates were left in shock. What had just happened? Was this what he had just done? I must be dreaming. Can someone tell me this is a dream? How terrifying. Is this human power? Is he even human? On the pirate ship, Nami initially felt faint from Lin Hai's display. That towering cliff, seemingly a small mountain away, had been effortlessly sliced by Lin Hai. What kind of monster was he? Could he truly help her defeat the captain of the Fishman pirates and save her homeland? In this moment, amidst her usual despair, a flicker of hope arose as she gazed at Lin Hai's silhouette. At that moment, a voice drew everyone's attention. Lin Hai looked at Kuro and asked, "Captain Kuro, what did you just say?" Kuro, staring at Lin Hai in terror, was at a loss for words. He felt utterly overpowered. He didn't respond, but merely stared at Lin Hai with a grave expression, having understood from the earlier display that he was no match for him. Meanwhile, Luffy complained, "Lin Hai, he is my opponent. Don't interfere." Lin Hai waved dismissively. "All right, I won." Meddled. He then turned to Kuro and said, "Captain Kuro, good luck. I'm rooting for you to take down that rubber idiot." "Nanny!" everyone exclaimed in unison. "Ha!" Luffy laughed. "How could I possibly die here? I'm going to be the king of the pirates." Lin Hai scoffed. "What is so great about being the king of the pirates? I aim to become the Sea King." Sea King? What is that? They had never heard of it before, based on his earlier display of strength. It seemed he could achieve it, right? Hey, isn't now the wrong time to discuss this? He really want to intervene. Listening to the pirates' chatter, Lin Hai felt indifferent. He was feeling quite pleased, as he had just received rewards from the system: basic observation Haki and basic armament Haki. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Nami on the pirate ship and instantly flashed to her side, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Nami, is your shoulder all right? How could you be so careless?" "Does it hurt?" Nami retorted. "Let go of me." Lin Hai scratched his head and replied, "I couldn't help myself." "Really?" Nami quipped. "No worries, it's 100,000 berries per time, and you owe me 900,000 berries in total." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You're so ruthless. How can you do this?" Nami responded, "Who told you to take advantage of me?" Lin Hai couldn't help but lean closer to Nami's ear and whisper, "In that case, how much for one night?" Slap. Nami's face turned crimson as she slapped him, stammering, You. Lin Hai scoffed. "It's your earlier actions that led me to think that." "All right," before Nami could respond. The clash resumed nearby. The pirates on the sloped coast let out another round of agonizing screams. Stop, Captain Kuro. We're all going to die. Hurry, call that guy from before to help us. Only he can stop Captain Kuro." Right. On the pirate ship, Nami couldn't help but worry. Is Luffy all right? Why is no one moving against them? How could they be injured for no reason? What on earth is going on? Lin Hai explained. Those injuries were actually inflicted by Kuro. He utilizes speed that the naked eye cannot capture. Nami nudged Lin Hai, urging, "Knowing that, why don't you help him? Aren't you comrades? Luffy can't possibly be dead." "Can he?" Lin Hai pulled Nami into his embrace and said seriously, "With this small skirmish, why are you so flustered? If Luffy says he can do it, then he can. You must have some faith in your comrades. If you can't even trust them, how far can we go together? Do you understand?" After pondering Lin Hai's words, Nami finally realized that this scoundrel was once again taking advantage of her. Aware that Nami was about to speak, Lin Hai preemptively asked, "Is there a reason you are working so hard to earn money? Could it be that your family is burdened with considerable debt? Or perhaps someone is gravely ill? Or maybe, Duong?" Nami delivered a swift strike to Lin Hai's head. Or perhaps, why are there so many possibilities? After Lin Hai and Nami engaged in a conversation aboard the pirate ship, the battle on Luffy's side had also come to a resolution. Unable to resist, Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and chuckled. "See, I told you Luffy was right, didn't I?" Spatial field. Lin Hai harnessed his abilities and transported both himself and Nami instantaneously to Luffy's side. Nami, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Aren't you going to let go? You certainly don't miss a single opportunity, do you?" Lin Hai had no choice but to release Nami, intending to inquire about Luffy's condition, only to find Luffy sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Armament Haki. Lin Hai gave Luffy a gentle slap. "Da-da." Luffy yelped. "Why did you hit me? That hurt." Nami, perplexed, queried, "Aren't you made of rubber? How can it hurt?" At that moment, Luffy recalled Lin Hai's previous remarks and gasped, "Lin Hai, you have mastered Haki?" Lin Hai gazed up at the sky, marveling. "Indeed, genius is genius." I awakened from slumber and found myself adept in all three types of Haki. "What can I say?" Luffy pouted. "What's so impressive? One day, I will too. I am destined to become the Pirate King." Meanwhile, Nami, confused, interjected, "Wait, what exactly is this Haki you speak of?" Lin Hai shook his head. Let us discuss that later. Where are Zoro and the others? We should locate them first. After a brief respite, the trio rose to search for Zoro. Lin Hai, in the meantime, hurriedly accessed his system page. Host. Lin Hai strength. Agility. 180, 160 plus 20. Stamina. Conqueror's Haki. LV2. Intimidates opponents. Allows for controlled release. Can feint those with weak wills. Armament Haki. LV1 Observation Haki. LV1 Flamboyant Coins. Spatial Backpack. Sword. Alias. Galeblade. System Reminder. Please continue to strive. Let your flamboyance reach the heavens. To Lin Hai's astonishment, the armament and observation Haki were rewards obtained from his earlier feat of cleaving a mountain. It was indeed unexpected. However, since he possessed over 10,000 flamboyant coins, he promptly searched for a lifelike version of Nami. After all, the journey towards the way across the vast sea is long and arduous. Youthful exuberance often leads to impulsive desires. After a thorough search, Lin Hai could not help but scoff. Flamboyant System. What is this? Not even a replica? And you dare call yourself the Flamboyant System? How ridiculous. Flamboyant System. Upon returning to the snack shop and indulging in a hearty meal, Nami finally asked, Lin Hai, you should tell us what you meant by Haki earlier. Haki? Zoro and Usopp inquired, their curiosity piqued. Ahem. Lin Hai stylishly adjusted his hairstyle and beckoned them to sit. Well, Haki can be divided into three types. After Lin Hai's explanation, the three, except for Luffy, displayed expressions of astonishment. Such power exists in this world? Lin Hai chuckled. If you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Lin Hai unleashed the power of Conqueror's Haki upon the gathered individuals. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro stared at Lin Hai in terror. This power was indeed unfathomable. Is this mental suppression? Observing their expressions, Lin Hai proudly declared, what I just displayed was merely a fraction of my power. If I were to increase the intensity, you would have fainted long ago. Being this exceptional, I find it challenging to articulate my talents. It is quite the dilemma. Once again showing off, the others wore expressions of disdain. Zoro grumbled. What's so impressive? One day, I will too. Lin Hai retorted disdainfully. Indeed, three-sword style. Zoro, furious, shot back. You punk, do you want to fight? Lin Hai replied, exactly. Bring your best, and let me show you what observation Haki is all about. Luffy clapped in excitement. Hurry up, let's see a good show. Lin Hai laughed. Let's step outside. I fear I might break something belonging to someone else, and I can't afford to compensate for damages. Some people are miserly, hoarding treasures like dragons. Nami, incensed, exclaimed, what did you say? Lin Hai dashed outside, keen to avoid a confrontation with Nami, knowing full well that he would be the one to suffer. Soon outside, Zoro discovered that no matter how he swung his sword, he could not land a hit on Lin Hai. Usopp marveled. Wow, this power is just too insane. Nami chuckled. You have no idea how insane it is. Just earlier, Lin Hai cleaved a high cliff at the shore. Usopp dismissed it. Cleaved a cliff? He probably just broke a rock. After all, when Lin Hai arrived at the shore, Usopp and Zoro were already pursuing Zhang, who was after Kaya. Thus, they were unaware of Lin Hai's true achievement. Meanwhile, Zoro was sweating profusely, feeling the weight of being utterly outmatched. Ignoring Zoro's heavy breathing, Lin Hai approached a large stone and proclaimed, now, observe the specific effects of armament Haki. With a resounding crash, Lin Hai's arm, suddenly enveloped in a layer of black, shattered the stone. Nanny. X3 Luffy pouted, grumbling, what's so impressive? I can do that too. Seeing this display of power, Zoro became even more invigorated. This kind of strength, the man known as Mihawk must possess it as well. The world's strongest, indeed a challenge. It aligns perfectly with my expectations. Before long, when they returned to the snack shop, Kaya had also arrived. With her tea-colored hair and elegantly tailored women's suit, Kaya exuded a sense of refined taste. Lin Hai glanced at the others, then at Kaya's attire. Realizing it was a stark contrast between a goddess and a mere commoner, Kaya gently smiled. Everyone, thank you for saving us. By the way, weren't you in need of a ship? As a token of my gratitude, I would like to gift you one. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Thank you so much. You are truly a wonderful person. Kaya smiled softly, and Usopp was utterly captivated. Kaya. Usopp had many words to express but didn't know where to begin. Kaya seemed to understand, chuckling, there's no need to say anything. Usopp, that I understand that I was mistaken about you before. Truly. Usopp interjected, no, there's no need to say. While Luffy and the others may not have grasped the situation, Lin Hai felt his face darken. This was an overwhelming amount of dog food being fed to him, and it was excruciating. After a while, Kaya departed, mentioning that the ship would take a few days to be ready since it required some modifications. Usopp appeared to be lost in a reverie, prompting Lin Hai to tease, "Hey, if you like her, go after her, you bashful one." Usopp immediately flared up, blushing fiercely. "What did you say? I am not like that with Kaya. Besides, my name is Usopp, not bashful." Huh. Laughter erupted collectively. Lin Hai patted Usopp on the shoulder, chuckling, "Since you lack the courage, let us enjoy the view outside. It's still bright. Don't daydream in broad daylight. You jerk." Usopp retaliated, "Next time we eat, you pay for yourself." After some playful banter, as they stepped outside for a stroll, Lin Hai noticed Nami's hesitance. He asked, "Nami, is there something you wish to discuss with me? You've been acting this way since we returned from the shore. Is it a stomachache?" Did the issue truly arise? Nami, infuriated, smacked Lin Hai. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Hai laughed. "You aren't planning to ask for money back, are you? Let me make it clear. I don't have a single belly." Nami shot him a glare, finally summoning the courage to ask timidly, "If there were a pirate with a bounty of 20 million belly, or even stronger, would you be able to defeat them?" Nami could not help but feel the shadow cast by Arlong since her childhood, believing him to be invincible, unmatched by any adversary. Yet, having witnessed Lin Hai's astounding feats at the shore, she could not help but pose this question. Because Nami no longer wishes to lead others to their demise, as such incidents have occurred before. They all claimed it would be fine, yet those who ventured forth never returned, which has caused Nami to lose her confidence. Upon Nami's inquiry, Luffy curiously asked, "Is a bounty of 20 million berries impressive?" Zoro explained, "Well, it depends. Previously, Buggy's bounty was 15 million berries. The bounty amount partially reflects the threat posed to the world government, and partly one's own strength and actions against civilians." Nami nodded, acknowledging, "It is indeed an assessment of comprehensive strength, yet some pirates possess greater power than their bounty suggests, due to Arlong bribing Captain Mouse. His actions and strength remained unknown to the Navy headquarters, hence the low bounty." Usopp gasped, "That's an incredibly high bounty." Luffy questioned, "Is it really high?" Lin Hai clarified, "The bounty for Crocodile is 16 million berries." Surprisingly, after Luffy fought him, although victorious, he was utterly exhausted. After saying this, Lin Hai poked Luffy's head and laughed. "Luffy, don't you aspire to be the pirate king? Look at yourself, struggling so hard against a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. If you were to face a pirate with a bounty of 16 billion, wouldn't you just be taken out in an instant? All you do is eat and act foolishly. After training with me for so long, have you turned into a dog?" Luffy, infuriated, retorted, "You bastard, how dare you underestimate me?" Turning to Nami, he declared, "Nami, take me to that 20 million berry pirate. I'm certain I can defeat him. I am destined to be the pirate king." Nami, still doubtful, regarded Luffy with suspicion. Lin Hai placed his hand on Nami's shoulder and chuckled. "Nami, what do you think you look like right now?" Nami looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai replied, "Your expression resembles someone suffering from constipation. It's making me nauseous. To be frank, even if a 200 million berry pirate appeared, I could still take him down. A mere 20 million berry pirate, even if underestimated, would be nothing more than a target for me if he isn't already unconscious. It would only take one more strike. Just now, at the slope by the coast, do you think anyone in the East Blue could withstand my blow?" Zoro let out a jealous tch, while Luffy laughed. "Ha ha, if it's Lin Hai, he could indeed do it." Usopp exclaimed, "Is Lin Hai really that strong?" Lin Hai shot Usopp an exasperated glance before looking at Nami, who seemed to have made a decision. Nami gazed at the tattoo on her arm. Her expression pained, causing everyone to grow serious. "Everyone," Nami slowly began, "there is something about my hometown, Kokoyashi village. 8 years ago, a gang of fishmen pirates took over my village, led by a pirate captain named Arlong. He demanded that every villager pay a tribute for their lives each year. However, my family could not afford it at the time, and my adoptive mother, Belmere, fought Arlong to protect my sister and me, ultimately losing her life to his gun." A heavy silence fell upon the group, and Lin Hai did not stop Nami, who was gripping the tattoo on her arm tightly. After a moment, Nami continued, "Belmere was once a Navy officer. During a mission, she found my sister and me and later resigned from the Navy to raise us. But she As she spoke, Nami began to cry, and everyone could feel her immense sorrow. After a while of resting her head on Lin Hai's shoulder, Nami gradually calmed down. Lin Hai gently remarked, "So that's why you hold such a love for money. If you had enough back then, perhaps your mother would still be with you. However, the past is the past. You must learn to let go." Nami recalled Belmir's last farewell, her smiling face. "Nami, Noki, I can't say you're not my children. You must face life with a smile. I love you both." Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Belmir fell. Nami trembled, unable to stave off the memories of losing her dearest one. Lin Hai could not help but pull Nami into an embrace, softly saying, "Nami, what is past is gone, no matter how much you long for it. You cannot bring it back, though it is harsh. Remember, you still have many dear friends by your side that if you dwell too much on the past, you may end up losing your future. Be strong." In Lin Hai's embrace, Nami suddenly felt an unusual warmth. Yet at that moment, Lin Hai wished he could take out the Gao phone from his spatial backpack and directly strike Luffy. "Damn it," Luffy shouted angrily. "Where is that Arlong? I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to beat him up. Nami, hurry and take us to find him." Zoro couldn't help but scoff. "How are we supposed to go? The ship won't be ready for days." Luffy, seemingly out of his mind, declared, "I don't care. I want to go beat up Arlong right now." Usopp interjected, "Hey, are you even listening to anyone?" Nami, still grieving, was pulled back to reality by Luffy's commotion. Suddenly realizing how she had leaned against Lin Hai's chest, her cheeks flushed, Nami quickly stepped away from Lin Hai's embrace and said, "Luffy, calm down for a moment. There's something else I need to tell you. I made a pact with Arlong that once I earn 100 million berries, I will buy back my village." Lin Hai couldn't help but poke Nami's forehead disdainfully. "You, a violent woman, love money so much that you would consider such a ridiculous plan. 100 million berries, and you wish to give it to your mother's murderer. Duong." Nami promptly hit Lin Hai. Her face darkened as she explained, "I had no other choice. Although that Arlong is despicable, he values his promises." Lin Hai stood up, retorting, "Have you lost your mind? You trust that scoundrel more than you trust Luffy's love for food." Duong. Nami hit Lin Hai again, exasperated. "Can you not be so infuriating? I just want to say, how can you be so delusional? Wake up." Lin Hai explained earnestly, "Nami, someone like him would never give you a chance to fulfill his promises. Didn't you say he colluded with that Captain Mouse? So, abandon those fantasies and believe in us. When the time comes, take us to Kokoyashi village, and we shall defeat the Fishman pirates. Besides, those berries were earned through your struggles and risks from pirates. Why should you give them away?" Hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy chimed in, "No matter what, that Arlong must be the one I take down." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Do as you wish, but we still have to stay here for a few more days." "Since we've decided, where should we go now?" "Sleep." A cheerful Nami replied, "It's still broad daylight. Sleep? Are you a pig?" Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "If not sleeping, we could always go make some people." Zoro, who had been silent, couldn't help but spit out his drink. Ha ha ha. Usopp looked at Lin Hai and Nami with a strange expression, while Luffy feigned confusion. "Make people? Is that fun? I want to." Duong, Duong. Nami, with a flushed face, hit Lin Hai and Luffy again. Glaring at Lin Hai, "That guy." Lin Hai, lying on the ground, grumpily said to Luffy, "What do you want? Go eat your meat. Can that kind of thing even involve you? You stinky rubber." Luffy mumbled, "You're so stingy. If you don't want to play, fine. How about we go outside and fight?" "Fight?" Usopp questioned. "You guys are really energetic." Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Luffy always ruined his plans, and soon he would use armament Haki to teach him a lesson. Seeing Lin Hai's expression, Zoro swallowed hard, unable to resist saying, "Hey, Lin Hai, what kind of mischief are you scheming again?" It was hard for Zoro to think otherwise, given that Lin Hai had tricked him several times before. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his expression, smoothing his hairstyle, and with a radiant smile, declared, "With my handsome looks, sunny disposition, and healthy mindset, I have captivated countless young maidens, leaving many a heart in disarray." Usopp could not help but interrupt. Hey, how can you boast even more than I do?" Zoro teased. "I think Lin Hai resembles more of a lecher." Lin Hai shot a glare at Usopp and said, "Usopp, do you think your nose is too long? Would you like me to help you fix it?" Usopp retorted, "You scoundrel, do you want to fight?" With that, he pulled Luffy over, exclaiming, "Come on." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Luffy, although Usopp's nose is quite lengthy, It could be considered a unique feature that aren't you going to invite him to join us? Nami could not help but scoff. Are we inviting him just because he has a unique appearance? Lin Hai explained. This way, it highlights the harmony and beauty of everyone else's noses present. Ha ha. Seeing everyone laugh, Usopp could not contain himself. Lin Hai, you scoundrel. I challenge you to a duel. Soon after, Usopp joined the Straw Hat Pirates. And amidst a flurry of commotion, everyone engaged in their own activities. At a coastal area, Nami stood alone, gazing at the vast sea where water met the sky, lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about her homeland. At an opportune moment, Lin Hai arrived, and upon noticing Nami turning around, he approached and sat beside her, asking, "What's wrong? Are you still worried about your homeland?" Nami nodded, saying, "I feel a bit insecure that I once invited those pirate hunters and some righteous individuals to save my hometown. But they all fell to Arlong's crew." Lin Hai moved closer to her and inquired, "You've had a tough time over the years, haven't you?" As he inhaled the inexplicable scent in the air, Lin Hai felt a surge of youthful emotions he could scarcely contain. Nami shook her head. "Tired? Honestly, I don't even know how I've managed. Perhaps it's the belief in rescuing the villagers that has sustained me." Lin Hai turned to look into Nami's eyes and said, "From what you say, it seems you've lost the vitality that young people should possess. Nami, you should embrace hope once more and strive to be a positive and optimistic person. Life's hardships are inevitable, but shouldn't we face life with a smile?" For a moment, the two fell silent, in Lin Hai's gaze. Nami seemed to see a reflection of the spirit of Belmere, an attitude of positivity and optimism. The sunny figure before her caused Nami to momentarily lose herself. She realized she had not seen such a smile in what felt like an eternity. In that instant, she recognized that she had long forgotten the words Belmere had once spoken to her. Over the past 8 years, Nami had gradually become numb to her surroundings. Hey. Lin Hai gently shook her, asking, "Are you all right?" "Huh." Coming back to reality, Nami's cheeks flushed as she quickly turned to look at the distance. Muttering, "Who do you think you are? Just a fallen pirate. Don't preach to me." Once again, the coast fell into silence, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the whispering wind. After a while, Nami couldn't help but say, "Lin Hai, thank you for helping me remember some things that I feel much better now." Lin Hai turned to Nami and could not resist wrapping his arm around her waist. Nami huffed. "Why do you always do this?" Lin Hai feigned seriousness. "Don't you think the wind by the sea is quite strong? I'm worried you might catch a chill." Nami's expression darkened. In such warm weather, the breeze felt wonderfully refreshing. Who would catch a chill? Quickly, she turned and smirked. "If you want to hold me, that's fine. But that'll be 100,000 berries. You owe me 1,000,000 berries in total." Lin Hai exclaimed, "Do you really think I'm made of money? I have no cash, but my presence is right here for you to deal with." Nami stood up, saying, "Who do you want you? I prefer berries." What are they all doing? Lin Hai could only follow Nami back, grumbling. What is the point of going back? What is so entertaining about that noisy bunch? Unexpectedly, Nami suddenly turned back and pecked Lin Hai on the cheek. Then said, "Are you satisfied now?" Instantly, Lin Hai felt invigorated but quickly responded, "Nami, how dare you take advantage of me? No way, I'm going to kiss you back." In that moment, the coast echoed with Nami's annoyed voice. "Lin Hai, you scoundrel." Days later, a splendid ship, the Going Merry, gifted to Luffy and the crew, sailed across the Azure Sea. Due to their new vessel, curiosity got the better of everyone as they began to admire the ship's equipment. When Lin Hai emerged from his room, he found Luffy sitting gloomily, evidently having received a lecture from Nami. Not far away, Zoro leaned against the mast, seemingly preparing for a nap, while Usopp fiddled with his belongings. As for Nami, she stood at the ship's edge, gazing at the horizon, the gentle breeze tousling her orange hair and accentuating her alluring figure. Lin Hai could not help but exclaim, "Nami, you are truly beautiful." Before Nami could respond, Luffy angrily interjected, "What nonsense. Nami is greedy and violent, and she, Duong." It seemed Luffy had not learned his lesson and received another smack from Nami, seeing his captain's lack of dignity. Zoro grumbled, "Tch." Nami turned to Zoro and asked, "Do you have an issue with this, Zoro?" Of course he did, and it was a significant one. Yet, Zoro still averted his gaze. After a while, Luffy suddenly grew excited and ran over to Lin Hai, exclaiming, "Shall we have a fishing competition?" Lin Hai replied, "With your hyperactive personality, are you sure you want to fish?" Luffy countered, "Don't underestimate me. I can definitely fish. Lin Hai nodded. All right then, what is the wager? There has to be something at stake, right? Luffy replied. Whoever catches the most gets to eat more later. That should work? Usopp, unable to resist, chimed in. Luffy, that's essentially meaningless. Despite Usopp's complaints, he still joined the fishing contest. At that moment, Lin Hai sat on the railing, holding a fishing rod, singing, little fish, come on and bite. There's something tasty in my bucket. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 or 4. Everyone stared in astonishment at Lin Hai. This guy was truly uncanny. Usopp and Luffy tried to imitate Lin Hai's calls, yet their fishing rods remained motionless. In truth, Lin Hai was utilizing his observation haki to cheat. His bucket was nearly full. While Luffy had not caught a single fish, and Usopp had managed to reel in a few. Frustrated, Luffy tossed his fishing rod aside, exclaiming, "Why have you caught so many while I have none?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and leisurely stated, "Fishing requires patience and a certain level of refinement, as the saying goes, calm as a maiden, unperturbed by the mountains collapsing before her." What to do? He was running out of ideas. Meanwhile, both Usopp and Luffy were wide-eyed, marveling at Lin Hai, exclaiming, "So amazing." On the other hand, Zoro scoffed again, such a show-off. Nami hadn't expected Lin Hai to be such a pretentious show-off, especially with his constant 45-degree gaze toward the sky. How she wanted to give him a good beating. Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. "It's all just trivial matters that I need to take a leak." Seeing Lin Hai stand on the ship's railing, Usopp could not help but ask, "You're not going to do it right here, are you?" Lin Hai turned and asked, "What's wrong with that?" "It's quite convenient." Luffy's eyes lit up. "Just like you won the fishing contest, I refuse to believe you can win this too." Lin Hai queried, "You want to compete again?" Luffy nodded, "Of course." "Usopp, are you in?" Usopp replied, "Sure." Meanwhile, Nami felt her cheeks flush. These guys. She quickly left the scene. Before long, Lin Hai and Luffy looked disdainfully at Usopp, who seemed surprised as he looked at Lin Hai and said, "I'll definitely grow that big one day, right? Tsh." Lin Hai chuckled. "Luffy will become the Pirate King one day, and Zoro will be the world's greatest swordsman." Usopp, feeling dejected, exclaimed, "You scoundrel. To say that Luffy is energetic is truly an understatement." After everyone finished their meal of fish, Lin Hai had just fallen into a deep slumber when a commotion erupted outside. It turned out that Luffy and Usopp had used a cannon to bombard a nearby small island. Unbeknownst to them, 2 of Zoro's friends, Johnny and Joseph, were resting on the far side of the island. Like Zoro, they were once bounty hunters. Nonetheless, after boarding the ship, Johnny erupted into a tirade, causing Lin Hai, who had been rudely awakened, to contemplate lopping off his head with a single stroke. Observing the ruined railing, Lin Hai's expression darkened as he warned, "If you keep making such a racket, I shall cast you into the sea." Although Lin Hai refrained from unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, his presence was nonetheless formidable. Johnny gulped and replied, "My comrades have been." Nami shot him a glare and interjected, "Are you out of your mind? He's sick." On the high seas, many succumbed to such ailments due to food shortages. Soon after, Joseph awoke only to collapse again. At this moment, Zoro inquired, "Johnny, do you know if there's a chef nearby?" Johnny chuckled, "Of course. As a bounty hunter for several years, I certainly do." Thus, under Johnny's guidance, the group made their way to the floating restaurant, Baratai. However, before the Mary could reach Baratai, they found themselves face to face with a naval warship. At the signal of Lieutenant Hobity, the ship's cannons were aimed at the Mary, intent on sinking it. Nami questioned, "Where's Lin Hai?" Usopp explained, "He's still asleep." Nami complained, "Still sleeping? You all need to think of a way to." Luffy interjected with a grin, "Leave this trivial matter to me. As fate would have it." Luffy inadvertently created a gaping hole in the roof of the Baratai. Witnessing this, Zoro had no choice but to step in to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Nami, in a fit of anger, stormed into Lin Hai's room, intending to rouse him, only to discover he was lost in a dream. Groggily, upon seeing Nami, he mistook her for a figment of his imagination and instinctively pulled her closer. Their lips meeting. "Huh, why does this feel so real?" After a moment, Lin Hai's hand wandered. Realizing the situation, Nami quickly bolted upright, yelling, "You scoundrel, get up now." "Ahem," Lin Hai stammered. "Nami, I was merely dreaming." "You must understand." Nami shot him a look, recalling that he had kissed her back in Syrup Village. However, she chose not to dwell on that and said, "A naval ship is about to sink our boat." Instantly, Lin Hai snapped to attention. This was unacceptable. Was he truly incapable of wielding a blade, or was this an outrageous predicament? Hastily, he sprang up, declaring, "Let us move." "Nami," Nami gasped, "you scoundrel. Where are you grabbing?" "Aha, purely accidental. Those Navy men are simply absurd. Don't take it personally." When Lin Hai and Nami emerged, Zoro had already repelled the Navy, while Luffy was coerced by the chefs into labor. After all, Luffy had left a hole in their roof, hadn't he? Upon entering the restaurant, they saw Sanji holding Lieutenant Hobody by the collar. Lin Hai remarked, "What are you staring at? Let us hurry and eat. I woke up starving." Nami shot him a disapproving glance. Lin Hai mischievously raised an eyebrow at Nami, provoking her to recall the earlier incident. While she found it amusing, Nami had a mission. Blushing, she quickly turned away and said, "Let us go inside." Soon, a sumptuous feast was served, and after a while, Luffy, descending the stairs, was taken aback by the sight. Furious, he exclaimed, "You all ate such delicious food while I was gone. This is utterly outrageous." Outrageous. Lin Hai seized Luffy by the collar and retorted, "You dare call us outrageous? Didn't you claim you wanted to be Pirate King? And yet, here you are, reduced to a mere errand boy. You scoundrel. Do you not realize that being a pirate is about freedom? How could you squander such a promising career? It's a disgrace to our profession." Ha! Seeing Luffy at a loss for words, everyone burst into laughter. That a promising career as a pirate? A disgrace to the industry. Nami could no longer contain herself, clutching her stomach as she laughed heartily, which attracted Sanji's attention. He rushed over to Nami, kneeling on one leg as he professed, "Oh, see. Thank you for granting me this encounter today, love. Mock me if you must, for I cannot bear this pain as long as I am with you. Whether as a pirate or a demon, I am ready." The others exchanged incredulous glances. How could he rival Lin Hai in this regard? Meanwhile, Lin Hai had taken out paper and pen from his system to document Sanji's declarations. Realizing that a man even more handsome than himself stood beside him, Sanji scowled. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Lin Hai urged, "What about the next line? Continue. When I meet a beautiful lady, I'll have something to say." Sanji's expression darkened as he growled, "Are you mocking me, you scoundrel?" "Ah." Luffy chuckled, clutching his stomach. "Zoro, Usopp, look, they're just alike." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy. "Who's like this lecherous cook?" Sanji retorted, "Watch your mouth, or I'll knock you out." Before Lin Hai could respond, the restaurant's owner, Zeph, interjected, "Sanji, are you going to fight with the customers again? You might as well join that Straw Hat Kid and become a pirate. This restaurant doesn't need you." Sanji fumed, "You old fool. What do you mean? I'm the sous chef here. I can't just leave." Besides, Zeph ignored him, returning to the kitchen to prepare food at this moment. Luffy approached with a grin. "Sanji, he just invited you to be a pirate. Come with me, ha." Sanji explained, "Being a pirate is out of the question. I have my reasons for staying here." After chatting for a while, Luffy seemed to forget he was still an errand boy, playing around with everyone, only to be swiftly kicked down by Sanji and dragged back to the kitchen. Observing Luffy's antics, Lin Hai weakly inquired, "Is this his strength?" Nami replied, "What kind of strength is this?" Lin Hai clarified, "No matter who he's with, he always possesses the patience to blend in. If it were me, I would have slain that lecherous cook for daring to flirt with you, wouldn't I?" The others exchanged glances, realizing Lin Hai was not much better himself. But who was Lin Hai? Did he care about others' opinions? Of course not. He promptly sat beside Nami again. "Nami." Nami rolled her eyes. "I have no money." Lin Hai shrugged. "Don't be so stingy. By the way, the food at this restaurant is truly delicious." Before he could finish, a bloodied Marine rushed in, exclaiming, "Lieutenant Hobody, it's bad. The captain of the crew we captured, Captain Click, just escaped." Hobody broke into a cold sweat, puzzled. "How is that possible? He was nearly starved to death when we captured him. And we haven't fed him for days. How did he manage that?" Before Hobody could ponder further, a sudden gunshot rang out. Bang! The messenger Marine collapsed, revealing a tall and lean figure at the entrance, Captain Click of the Click pirate crew. The sudden turn of events left Lin Hai momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Had the Marine simply collapsed? Most alarmingly, the restaurant patron seemed unfazed, treating the incident as an everyday occurrence in the past. While watching the anime, he hadn't paid much attention, but witnessing a life extinguished before him was a stark reality. Lin Hai found himself lost in thought. This world was far from normal. Yet, before he could devise a course of action, he hesitated to intervene. If Lin Hai dealt with Click here, What would happen to Click? That would be a far greater catch. Click was far too formidable, holding a gun to the restaurant's waiter, Patty, who retaliated by pinning him to the ground. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Well done. Give him a good thrashing. Do you need my assistance?" Zoro, Usopp, and the others gazed in astonishment at Lin Hai, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, Patty, whose chin was larger than his head, turned around with a smile and remarked, "You needn't concern yourself with such trifles, my dear fellow. I am Patty, a humble server at the floating restaurant. Do not underestimate my capabilities." Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Honestly, I would love to give him a few kicks. That marine even salvageable." A voice from a distance responded, "He is already dead." Nami, standing beside Lin Hai, looked utterly bewildered and asked, "What is the matter with you? You are a pirate. Why do you care about a marine?" Lin Hai cleared his throat, immediately capturing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Realizing the situation, he instinctively tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling. Zoro silently scoffed, thinking to himself, "This guy is starting to show off again." Usopp and Nami exchanged glances, feeling an eerie familiarity with the scene unfolding before them. The patrons and servers, drawn in by Lin Hai's charisma, awaited his next words, sensing that this young man possessed a commendable spirit. With great eloquence, Lin Hai proclaimed, "Do you know? That marine was the pride of our entire village. He was a man of integrity, often assisting elderly ladies across the street and offering massages to elderly gentlemen, brimming with a sense of justice. However, this world is plagued with malevolent pirates, for the sake of global peace. For a better life, and to prevent the persecution of the innocent by pirates, he embarked on his righteous path, never having touched a maiden's hand, resolutely joining the Navy as a Marine that he trained diligently every day. He was a role model for the people. He was filled with benevolence. Yet, right before my eyes, he was shot down by that scoundrel wearing a bandana." Before Lin Hai could continue, the restaurant erupted in sobs. And simultaneously, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for executing a flamboyant operation, soaring to new heights. The host is awarded a set of sword techniques, the Dugu 9 swords," amidst Lin Hai's surprise. The patrons lamented, "So this marine was truly magnificent. How could such a good man meet his end here? Truly, the heavens envy the talented," they cried. "We should not wallow in sorrow. We ought to do something for this marine. Yes, let us punish him." In an instant, Lin Hai's impassioned speech ignited the patrons' outrage against Akin, who was promptly mobbed and beaten. Hawkins, sitting on the floor, stared blankly at the marine, questioning, was he really that great? Meanwhile, Zoro approached Lin Hai and nudged him, his face filled with admiration. "It's such a pity that this marine died, since you know so much about him. Are you from the same hometown?" "Woo!" Usopp exclaimed through tears. "This marine is truly admirable. I wish to avenge him." Nami, deep in thought, muttered, "Pirates are just pirates, only capable of stealing the most cherished things from people. They are truly the filth of this world." Engrossed in his delight over acquiring the Dugu 9 swords, Lin Hai had not noticed the surrounding reactions. Upon hearing Zoro's comment, he blurted out, "What are you talking about? I just made it all up." "Why are you taking it seriously? Made it up? You made it up." Zoro's face turned beet red with anger. "Lin Hai, I'm going to slice you." Usopp, who had been heading towards Akin, abruptly halted, turning around in a daze to look at Lin Hai. Nami, with her expression darkened, lowered her head. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Hai naively waved his hand. "Why are you all so gullible? I merely took issue with Akin, so, bang, bang, bang. Don't slap me." "Nami, you actually used your high heels. Usopp, remember this?" I'm sorry." Nami, Zoro, and Usopp vented their frustrations on Lin Hai, and soon, their anger subsided. Lin Hai, sitting up and fixing his hair, glared at Zoro. "You really went hard on me just now. Didn't you? Do you believe I'll sell your sword for money and not give you a share?" Nami chimed in eagerly. "I want 90%. Zoro retorted, "You've got some nerve. Don't you dare try it. Don't you think I can't take you on? One day, I will chop you up?" "Humph." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "What is so impressive about that?" After saying this, he turned to Nami with a pitiful expression. "Nami, after being beaten by you all, I feel gravely injured. Could you spare me some money for a doctor?" Unable to endure Lin Hai's antics, Nami reluctantly handed him 250 berries, hastily shooing him away. Zoro and Usopp gazed at Nami in astonishment. She actually gave him money. As soon as Lin Hai received the funds, His demeanor transformed. He quickly tidied his attire in less than 3 seconds. Then, faster than Sanji, he dashed to the side of the companion that Hawkins had brought along. Hawkins' companion, with chestnut long hair, clad in a red dress and high heels, possessed a slender and graceful figure. Lin Hai grasped the delicate hand of the lady, speaking earnestly. "Oh, Ocean, thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, mock me for being unable to endure this pain. Beautiful miss, shall we share a drink?" The lady replied, slightly dazed, "Sure." Zoro turned to Nami, puzzled. Why does Lin Hai's words sound so familiar? Usopp nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way." Nami, with a frown, remarked, "Those were the exact words spoken by that chef named Sanji." Usopp gasped, "Could Lin Hai be a genius? What a silk cake." Zoro scoffed, "Genius. Puffed. More like a fool." Usopp quickly patted Zoro, pointing at Lin Hai. "No, look how close they are. They resemble a pair of lovers. I envy Lin Hai." Nami, observing Lin Hai and the lady leaning closely together, couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is Lin Hai doing? He just took my money, and now he's treating someone else to a meal." Zoro wondered, 250 berries doesn't seem to be enough, does it? Meanwhile, Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai is incredible. He is far superior to that chef." Nami shot Usopp a dangerous glare. "Are you considering learning from Lin Hai? I could give you money too. Would you like to learn from that scoundrel?" Usopp shivered at the suggestion, quickly shaking his head. No, I don't have Lin Hai's capabilities." Humph, Zoro returned to his seat, muttering, "What is so impressive about that? Just engaging in trivialities." Usopp whispered, "Are you jealous of him?" Zoro exploded, "What did you say?" Usopp timidly replied, "Nothing, I just don't believe you don't want." Meanwhile, Nami gently encouraged, "Usopp, what are you thinking? Speak up." Usopp promptly shifted the topic. "What about Akin? He was just here. Where did he go? Why bother with that?" Zoro inquired. "I heard Luffy plans to work here for a while. Should we head back to the ship or look for him?" Nami replied, "Who told Luffy to act so recklessly? We should return to the ship. Staying here is quite expensive." As the moon shone brightly and the sea breeze rustled, Lin Hai did not return to the Thousand Sunny. Instead, he found himself seated in a small boat rented from the floating restaurant, enjoying the night with the elegant lady, Lantwai. How did Lin Hai possess berries? Just from the 250 berries given by Nami. No, let us not forget. What kind of power does Lin Hai wield? Does he lack berries? As he inhaled the fragrant night breeze, accompanied by the alluring scent of the woman beside him, Lin Hai felt his heart flutter. At that moment, Lantwai turned to Lin Hai, pointing towards the Thousand Sunny in the distance, and asked, "Is that your ship?" Lin Hai nodded. "That man wearing the straw hat today is my captain." "I wonder when we shall set sail." Lantwai spoke softly. "Life is like floating duckweed, drifting with the currents." Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Lantwai's waist, curious, why the sudden melancholy? Lantwai shook her head and replied, "Tomorrow, I must return to a fragile woman. I am not suited for a prolonged journey on the sea." Lin Hai could not help but inquire, "So, you are leaving tomorrow?" Lan Tui nodded and replied, "I was originally scheduled to board the ship of a naval lieutenant. But to my surprise, he turned out to be quite a character." Hee. Lin Hai allowed Lan Tui's head to rest upon his shoulder and said, "Shall we refrain from discussing him?" Then, Lan Tui chuckled softly. "All right. Ahem." Lin Hai continued, "The wind is quite strong outside. Shall we return to the interior of the ship?" Lan Tui glanced at him with a playful expression before following him inside. She felt Lin Hai's mischievous arm and laughed. "Don't tease me. I am ticklish." Lin Hai smiled and replied, "Since you are ticklish, I can assist you. Soon, you want to feel a thing, ah?" You rascal. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the occasional sounds of chefs arguing drifted from the seaside restaurant, while the gentle lapping of waves against Lin Hai's restless little boat lingered on. The next morning, the sunlight bathed the horizon, and the seaside restaurant began to bustle with activity. Upon awakening, Lin Hai found Lan Tui had vanished, as if the previous night had been but a dream, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. However, for the sake of his great aspirations, Lin Hai could not afford to remain stagnant, especially considering that certain individuals from the kingdom of women awaited him. As he stepped into the seaside restaurant, Usopp, filled with jealousy, rushed over and asked, "Lin Hai, how did you sleep last night?" Noticing Nami's amused gaze upon him, Lin Hai quickly feigned ignorance. "Last night? How dare you bring it up? I was quite inebriated, and none of you bothered to escort me back." leaving me to endure the sea breeze all night. Darachu. Look, I might have caught a cold. Zoro rolled his eyes. Is that so? Lin Hai retorted angrily. What do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight? You rascal. Zoro drew his sword in jest. Come on, who is afraid? Nami, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead. Enough of this. Let us go eat. Lin Hai quickly flattered Nami. You are as gentle as ever in the morning. Nami, taken aback, nearly burst into laughter. Is there really someone who would call me gentle? Yet, recalling Lin Hai's closeness with that beautiful woman the previous night, she teased, perhaps you should speak to her instead. Usopp chimed in. I wonder how long that guy Luffy plans to stay here. Huh? Who's calling me? Oh, it's Usopp, Luffy replied upon seeing Lin Hai's group enter the restaurant. Lin Hai raised his head and asked, Luffy, how long do you intend to remain here? Luffy pouted. That depends on when that old man allows me to leave. Just as Luffy finished his sentence, a fleeting shadow darted to Nami's side. It was Sanji. Good morning, Miss Nami. What would you like to eat? I'll take care of it. Your meal is on the house. In an instant, Sanji's demeanor shifted as he turned to Lin Hai and the others, saying, You lot will have to pay in full. Nami smiled. Thank you, Mr. Sanji. Sanji immediately gazed at her with heart-shaped eyes. No need to be polite, Miss Nami. Lin Hai pointed at Sanji and asked Patty, who had beaten up Akin yesterday. Hey, chef, how does your restaurant have such a peculiar creature? You should take him to see a doctor before he could finish. Sanji kicked at him, but the speed was, frankly, slow to Lin Hai. He effortlessly blocked Sanji's kick with his hand. At that moment, everyone nearby could no longer contain their laughter. Zoro chuckled. Ha, chef, kick him. Patty covered his mouth in laughter. Sanji, come back. I'll take you to see a doctor. Ha ha, Sanji glared at Lin Hai. Clearly frustrated. You scoundrel. Lin Hai chuckled. Your kicking skills are lacking. Sanji retorted. What did you say? Nami quickly intervened. Mr. Sanji, can you refrain from fighting for my sake? Sanji's expression softened. His eyes filled with hearts. Of course, Miss Nami. Seeing Sanji's behavior, Lin Hai knew that this fellow was truly peculiar. While he too might flatter beautiful women, his intentions were entirely different. His were calculated, while Sanji's were instinctual. Ah, therein lies the distinction. One is controlled. The other is not. Oh, woe is Sanji. In good spirits, Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to argue with Sanji, for he had experienced that dreamlike feeling the previous night. Before long, they all sat down at the dining table, where Zoro immediately ordered alcohol. Lin Hai was at a loss for words. This delinquent was always drinking. Be careful of alcohol poisoning. Waiter, a bottle of wine, please. Zoro's expression darkened. This guy was still as insufferable as ever. As the chatter grew, the restaurant became lively. But amidst the cheerfulness, a tone of panic emerged. Chef Zeph, it's bad. Klyak has arrived. At the mention of Klyak's name, the restaurant fell silent, and everyone instinctively turned to the entrance. There stood Akin, assisting a tall figure clad in golden armor into the restaurant. In a way, it really is the infamous pirate Klyak. What brings him here? I heard he took thousands of his subordinates to the Grand Line. Could the rumors be false? Forget about that. The pressing question is, what does he intend to do here? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Akin guided Klyak into the restaurant as the captain of the largest pirate crew in the East Blue. It was only natural for Chef Zeph to approach him and inquire about his intentions. Klyak responded amicably. I have come solely to dine. I have no ulterior motives. When a guest is hungry, it is the duty of a chef to provide them with sustenance. That is Sanji's belief. Just as Sanji was about to prepare a meal, the waiter Patty interrupted. Are you out of your mind? He is notorious for being fickle. Do you trust his words? Sanji took a deep breath and replied. And so what? All I know is that someone is hungry, and as a chef, I must provide him with food. Patty countered. What if he devours his fill and then plunders our restaurant? Sanji stubbornly insisted. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We are the chefs of the seaside restaurant. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed. No wonder I like him so much. Sanji is truly an excellent chef. Lin Hai was speechless. If Sanji's mind was in question, then Luffy's was equally suspect. Given the quiet in the restaurant, everyone clearly heard Lin Hai's exchange with Luffy. Not far away, Sanji looked at Lin Hai and asked, Who are you saying has a problem with their head? Lin Hai stood up, his expression unyielding. I'm saying you have a problem with your head. Sanji retorted, What is wrong with providing food to someone who is hungry? Do you know what it feels like to be on the brink of starvation? Lin Hai scoffed. So you intend to feed him, allowing him to become full before he goes on to rob others. Sanji pondered for a moment before replying. I am merely a chef. Providing food to the hungry is my duty. Anything beyond that is not my concern. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. How cool. Sanji, I must have you as my companion. Huh? Not your concern. What a powerful statement. Lin Hai felt a surge of irritation, but then realized that it seemed everyone here lacked formal education or a sense of legal awareness in another world. Sanji's actions would clearly bear legal repercussions, and anyone would have the right to intervene. Yet in this realm, Lin Hai was at a loss for words. Ultimately, Lin Hai dismissively replied, forget it. I can't be bothered. If someone ends up dead at Clayak's hands, let us see if you can take responsibility for it. The restaurant fell silent once more, leaving everyone lost in thought. After a while, Zeph and Sanji proceeded to prepare a meal for Clayak. Sitting at the table, Lin Hai furrowed his brow, unwilling to offer counsel, genuinely wishing to place charges of endangering public safety upon these two fools, and of a particularly severe nature. He could not fathom the mindset of these individuals. Was it conviction or self-interest? Or did they merely think it made them appear admirable? But let it not be forgotten, convictions are not always righteous. By the way, Lin Hai realized he had never encountered legal principles in this world. The pirate world is indeed a realm of utter chaos. In the modern world, if someone like Clayak were to be recognized, people would be calling the police in a frenzy. Lin Hai's displeasure was evident on his face, prompting Nami to chuckle. Aren't you supposed to be quite formidable? Even if Kliku intends to make a move, isn't there still you all? Luffy chuckled. Exactly. Don't worry, Lin Hai. You rascal, you rascal. Go away, Lin Hai retorted. Visibly annoyed. I am quite displeased. Just leave me be. Luffy quipped. You wouldn't be upset because he isn't cooking for you, would you, stupid straw hat? I'll strangle you. In no time, Lin Hai and Luffy were engaged in a scuffle. Nami covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. What a pair of fools. Zoro, with a look of exasperation, observed Lin Hai and Luffy. These two were truly beyond words. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from a distance. Kliku, having finished his meal, had sent Sanji flying with a single punch. Lin Hai exhaled sharply, a look of delight crossing his face. Well done. Those who ignore my words shall perish before me. Zoro inquired. The worst has come to pass. Should we intervene? Luffy adjusted his hat and replied. Let us first assess the situation. Lin Hai added, don't count on me to intervene, except for Nami. Of course he spoke. Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist, proclaiming, I shall protect you by your side. Even if the world were to end, fret not. We can find a hole to hide in. Nami turned and shot Lin Hai a glare, offering no response. It dawned on Nami that, at some point, being held like this was surprisingly enjoyable. At that moment, Lin Hai was taken aback as Kliku demanded Zeph prepare food for 100 people. And Zeph, astonishingly, complied. Unable to consider this. If Zoro were to falter in the face of Mihawk, how could he ever advance towards his goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman? Therefore, you ought to extend your congratulations to him. What a bunch of dullards, Nami remarked, shaking her head. I won't bother with you anymore. Nearby, Usopp swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have boarded an extraordinary vessel. At that moment, Lin Hai took Nami aside and said, You two stay here and don't wander off. Nami, puzzled, asked, Are you going to challenge Mihawk as well? Lin Hai shook his head, smiling at her. How could he be so foolish as to challenge Mihawk? He merely intended to make a bold statement. Who is he? 3 Swords? I remember now. He is the renowned bounty hunter from the East Blue, Roronoa Zoro. So, it turns out he is Roronoa Zoro. Tell me, who do you think will win? Zoro paid no heed to the murmurs of those around him and drew his sword, pointing it at Mihawk, exclaiming, I've never seen such a supple blade. Mihawk replied coolly. Not all hardened swords possess strength. Zoro inquired, Did you sever this ship with that sword? Mihawk answered, Indeed. Upon hearing Mihawk's response, everyone could not help but swallow hard. Zoro declared, I see. You truly are the strongest. I set sail to find you. Mihawk asked, What is your objective? Zoro grinned widely and replied, To be the strongest. Mihawk scoffed, Foolish boy. Zoro queried, You seem rather bored, don't you? Let us have a duel in a leap. Mihawk effortlessly positioned himself beside Zoro, disdainfully stating, Humph, you pitiful weakling, that if you were truly a top-tier swordsman, you should understand the disparity in our strengths before even attempting to engage me. To dare draw your sword against me. Should I call you ignorant or courageous? TSK. A sudden voice interrupted. It was none other than Lin Hai. The crowd turned to him as he brandished a beautiful sword. Lin Hai unsheathed his blade, twirled it elegantly, and said, I hear you are the world's greatest swordsman. I know you are formidable, but without the courage to challenge you, how can one become a top swordsman? Mihawk turned to him, asking, And who are you? Are you here to challenge me as well? No. Lin Hai shook his head. I am Zhongwood D. Lin Hai. Though I may not stand a chance against you, I have a few words I wish to express. Seeing the attention directed at him, Lin Hai felt a surge of joy and raised his sword, introducing it. This sword is named Gaofeng, measuring 1 meter 33 and weighing 8 Jin 3 Liang. It is forged from the rarest heavenly ice, capable of splitting hairs and slaughtering sheep. In short, this sword is, in my heart, the strongest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a flamboyant reward. Note, this slash requires a cooldown of 1 month, and the host may experience some side effects. Please use it judiciously. What on earth is this? Lin Hai had no time to ponder, feeling Mihawk's gaze upon him. Lin Hai began to sweat nervously. Why hadn't he kept his mouth shut earlier? Would those swordsmen consider him an enemy of the swordsmanship world for claiming to use his sword to butcher sheep? Just then, Mihawk asked, Are you here to amuse me? Do you understand the consequences? Lin Hai quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. I merely wish to clarify my sword's reputation. My apologies. Please continue. Indeed, Mihawk was surprisingly accommodating. After turning his attention back to Zoro, Lin Hai swiftly stepped aside to explore the so-called space slash. The space slash, unlike previous spatial cuts, required a different method of drawing the sword. One must clench a fist, positioning the index and middle fingers upright at the chest, resembling a spell-casting posture, while communicating with one's mind. A whirlpool the size of a basin would appear on the left, from which Gaofeng would emerge slowly. My heavens, how magnificent! This slash disregards the opponent's haki. A cut is a cut. Unlike the slash within a spatial field, which cannot injure foes possessing stronger haki, the space slash has its drawbacks, as it can be evaded. Before Lin Hai could further delve into his exploration, an enraged Luffy lunged at Mihawk. It turned out Zoro had already been sent plunging into the sea. Mihawk reassured Luffy, Do not worry, he is not dead, merely unconscious. After this, Mihawk turned to Zoro, stating, Recognize your own limitations, understand the world, and then grow stronger to surpass me. Roronoa Zoro, no matter how many years pass, I shall await your challenge from this pinnacle of strength. Zoro drew his last remaining sword and shouted to the heavens, Luffy, I will not lose again before I defeat him. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. Luffy laughed. None at all. Mihawk had already noticed Luffy. That straw hat must belong to his friend, Shanks, who had entrusted it to him. Mihawk remarked, Becoming the Pirate King is far more challenging than surpassing me. Luffy stuck out his tongue, declaring, I don't care. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Mihawk smirked, preparing to depart when Kuro had no intention of letting Mihawk off the hook. After all, his pirate crew had been decimated by Mihawk. Kuro stepped forward, addressing Mihawk. Mihawk, our matter remains unresolved. Are you just going to leave? Mihawk replied coolly, I've had enough fun. I'm heading home to sleep. Kuro brandished his weapon, sneering, Before you go, prepare to die once. Kuro unleashed a barrage of armed bullets. Instantly, smoke billowed around Mihawk's location. When the haze dissipated, Mihawk had vanished without a trace. TCH. Unable to locate Mihawk, Kuro had no choice but to turn to his crew, saying, What are you doing? Don't forget our goal, to seize the Bartai restaurant. Leave it to us, Captain Kuro. Kuro's crew boasted, Our captain is the strongest. Even Mihawk wouldn't dare to face him. Hurry up and take the Bartai. Then our food problems will be solved. With that, Captain Kuro is sure to become the Pirate King. At that moment, Luffy leaped onto the railing of the ship and asked the restaurant's owner, Zeph, if I drive them away, will I no longer have to work for you? Zeph chuckled, Sure, as long as you can manage it. Before Luffy could make a move, Lin Hai had already initiated his actions. After all, Lin Hai aspired to become a formidable warrior himself, allowing him to gallop freely across the seas, right? The tender memories of that night still lingered in his mind. Thus, under safe circumstances, Lin Hai seized the opportunity to execute his flamboyant maneuvers, sparing no chances. Consequently, Lin Hai changed into a peculiar outfit. Once again, everyone was captivated by Lin Hai's extraordinary attire. The crowd turned to observe Lin Hai on the deck. His long hair billowing in the wind, standing tall and elegant, with a countenance like jade and eyes sparkling like stars, his nose perfectly sculpted. His flowing robe danced in the sea breeze, creating a mesmerizing sound. And at that moment, Lin Hai exuded an ethereal aura, enchanting countless young maidens. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Usopp was the first to exclaim, "Lin Hai, are you a celestial being? What?" Nami stared in awe at Lin Hai's profile. Realizing just how handsome he was, though dear, it's a bit overwhelming. Whether it was the restaurant staff or Kuro's pirate crew, they were all entranced by Lin Hai, unable to tear their eyes away. Seemingly forgetting their current tasks, Sanji, observing Lin Hai's outfit, felt an odd familiarity but could not recall where he had seen it before. Meanwhile, Luffy could no longer contain himself. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his eyes sparkled brighter than titanium alloy. Racing over to Lin Hai, exclaiming, "So cool, absolutely stunning." Excitedly, Luffy inspected Lin Hai from all angles, questioning, "Didn't your hair used to be shorter?" as Luffy reached out to grab it. The situation turned awkward. Lin Hai's long hair had been purchased with flamboyant coins from the system, and as for the makeup on his face, otherwise, how could Lin Hai have such a flawless visage? In truth, his attire had been fashioned from the curtains pilfered from Sanji's room, for the system's clothing was simply too expensive. At this moment, Lin Hai's wig was in Luffy's grasp, leaving both of them in a moment of mutual astonishment. What? So it was fake. I thought that guy was a celestial being. I knew it. Celestial beings are mere legends. How could there truly be one that is merely a legend? The clamor of the crowd finally pulled Lin Hai back to reality. He shot a glare at Luffy, snatched the wig from his hand, and put it back on, then remarked, "Could you please refrain from causing chaos?" Luffy nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "You have to style me too. I want that look. It's just too cool." Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, just step aside." After adjusting his posture, Lin Hai once more displayed a flourish with his sword, declaring, "I possess a sword capable of moving mountains, parting seas, and oh no, he couldn't recall how Usopp used to finish that line, and he suddenly found himself at a loss. And what comes next? Could it be that he was deceiving us again? Listening to the teasing remarks from others, Lin Hai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly turned to Usopp, asking, "Usopp, what comes next?" "Huh?" Usopp responded, bewildered, "To sever mountains and rivers, to establish the cosmos." Suddenly, Lin Hai remembered, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "To sever mountains and rivers, to establish the cosmos. Ah. Huh. Ha. This is hilarious. It turns out this guy was just putting on a show. Ha. He is quite amusing, forgetting his own words and making a fool of himself. Hey, you fool. Do you want me to teach you how to say it?" Sanji, who had been smoking, then asked Luffy, "Are all these oddballs part of your crew?" Lin Hai, at that moment, felt his face burning with embarrassment after all the effort he had put into this brilliant idea. Spending so many flamboyant coins on wigs, foundation, and makeup skills, after such a considerable investment, what was the result? Merely attracting a chorus of laughter. Furious and humiliated, Lin Hai decided that he would show these rascals the true might of a sword. Enraged, he ripped off his wig and tossed it to the ground. Then he tore his long robe and flung it aside. Sanji, catching sight of the peculiar pattern on the fabric, exclaimed, "Lin Hai, you scoundrel, you actually tore my curtains." Was he truly angry? He certainly looked furious. What did he intend to do? Why did I have a nagging sense of foreboding? That ominous feeling was indeed justified. At that moment, Lin Hai on the deck unleashed the spatial slash rewarded by the system. Clenching his fist with one hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers with his chin, as if reciting some incantation. Before long, a transparent vortex of space appeared to his left, from which a blade slowly emerged. Wasn't that the high wind? What on earth was he planning? Everyone was consumed by this thought. Lin Hai, gripping the hilt of the sword, lifted his head and proclaimed, "Spatial slash, a sword that parts the sea." Clang. Everyone heard a fleeting sound of a sword ringing, a flash of light dimming the surroundings. Click's crew and the restaurant staff froze in place, mechanically turning to witness Lin Hai's upward slash. To their horror, they realized the sea was being divided. This sword strike was far more terrifying than the one executed by Hawkeye. Click, on the side, no longer concerned about his ship, which had been cleaved into 4 segments, shouted, "Everyone, come help. A massive whirlpool has appeared in the sea." We no longer have time for disputes. If we don't stabilize the ship, we shall all be consigned to the depths. My goodness, that fellow is utterly fearsome, truly terrifying. What was Lin Hai doing at that moment? After executing that move, he had overexerted himself due to insufficient mastery over the spatial fruit's abilities. As a result, Lin Hai fainted. In his fading consciousness, he could not help but grumble. Flamboyant System, you are utterly unreliable. When Lin Hai awoke, he found Nami resting beside his bed. What was happening? Where was Click's pirate crew? And what about Luffy and the others? His movements had disturbed Nami, waking her up. Seeing that Lin Hai was fine, Nami shot him a glare and pinched his ear, scolding. You absolute fool. You've caused such chaos. Do you have any idea how close we all came to perishing because of you? I realize my mistake. Lin Hai quickly pleaded for mercy. Please let go. It hurts. It hurts. Once Nami released him, Lin Hai noticed how quiet it was around, occasionally interrupted by the distant cries of seagulls. This feeling was rather pleasant. However, he was still curious about what had transpired after he had fainted. So he grasped Nami's hand and inquired, Luffy and the others are all right, right? Nami rolled her eyes at him and explained, they are fine. After you lost consciousness, Luffy fought with that Click. And Click was defeated. I'm not sure what they are up to now. Lin Hai felt as if he had been asleep for an eternity and curiously asked, how long was I out? Nami replied, 3 days. 3 days. Lin Hai exclaimed, muttering, no way. How could I have been unconscious for so long? Realizing the situation, Lin Hai could not help but say, Nami, I'm sorry for delaying things for so long. I originally intended to visit your hometown. Nami shook her head, saying, after all these years, do you really care about a few days? But honestly, you are quite worrisome. You won't pull this trick again and end up fainting. Will you? Lin Hai sat up, pulling Nami into his embrace as he shook his head. Not anymore. It was my first time using that move, and I was inexperienced, overexerting myself. Ha! Nami playfully scolded. Why do you always take advantage of me? Ignoring Nami's comment, Lin Hai said, Nami, you should trust us more. Soon you will be free. Free? Nami looked up at Lin Hai with curiosity. Lin Hai nodded, stating, after defeating Arlong, you will be able to do what you desire. Nami gazed at Lin Hai with excitement, uncertainly asking, will that day really come? Lin Hai reassured her, rest assured, that day will soon arrive. Before Lin Hai could continue, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Lin Hai, you scoundrel, release Miss Nami at once. Upon hearing that voice, Nami quickly extricated herself from Lin Hai's embrace, while Lin Hai glared furiously at Sanji, realizing he had come to deliver food to Nami. Ignoring Sanji's murderous glare, Lin Hai snatched the meal intended for Nami from his hands and began eating. Sanji, even more furious, exclaimed, you idiot, that wasn't meant for you. Nami asked, Sanji, where are Luffy and the others? Sanji's eyes immediately transformed into hearts. They are right outside, Miss Nami. Shortly, Luffy and the others entered, with Luffy laughing heartily. Lin Hai, you're pathetic. You didn't defeat anyone and ended up fainting for 3 days. You re such a weakling. Oh no, how did Luffy start echoing my words? However, Lin Hai had no desire to bicker with them at the moment. Noticing Zoro nearby, his wounds hastily bandaged. Was that really sufficient? Lin Hai questioned, Zoro, is that how you're treating your injuries? Huh? Zoro replied, puzzled. Is there a problem? Lin Hai retorted, a significant one. That he then turned to Sanji and asked, do you have high concentration alcohol here? Sanji inquired, we do. But what do you need that for? Lin Hai chuckled, to treat that fool Zoro's wounds. They are still bleeding. Don't you have a doctor? Sanji responded, we do, but he fled earlier. Zoro waved his hand dismissively. A few naps are all I need to recover. Lin Hai exclaimed, you shameless fool. If that wound becomes infected, it will fester, inflame, and cause a high fever. And then I ask you, will you still be fine? Luffy asked, puzzled. Is it really that serious? A group of illiterates, Lin Hai lamented. As if I said nothing. I'm starving. Just then, Luffy said, by the way, Sanji has agreed to join our pirate crew. We now have 6 members. Lin Hai glanced at Sanji and replied nonchalantly, oh. Sanji, infuriated, retorted, is that all the reaction you have? Lin Hai replied, exasperated, what kind of reaction do you want from me? Sanji struck a pose, smugly declaring, shouldn't you be thrilled? A genius like me is joining your crew. Lin Hai interrupted. Sanji, puzzled, asked. Lin Hai earnestly declared, it is time for you to take your medication. With a snicker, Zoro added fuel to the fire. Sanji, you ought to take your medicine too. Sanji, whose face was flushed crimson from holding back his anger, shouted, Lin Hai, I will slay you. After tending to their respective matters, Sanji bid farewell to the waitstaff of the floating restaurant, and everyone boarded the Thousand Sunny. Cheers to welcome our new comrade, Sanji. Hey, Zoro, your injury is quite severe. You shouldn't be drinking, someone cautioned. Stop the nagging. A little won't hurt, Zoro retorted. After a round of playful antics, Luffy and Usopp rushed over to Lin Hai. Luffy inquired, Lin Hai, could you demonstrate that move from the other day again? What was it called? Usopp chimed in. It was something like Space Slash. And it was absolutely magnificent. Luffy nodded vigorously. Yes, show us again. Following this, Luffy mimicked Lin Hai's pose from that day when he summoned the Gale's sword. Sanji, on the other hand, kicked Luffy aside, warning, Lin Hai, don't listen to them. If you bring about another wave of that magnitude, I doubt we will ever reach Nami's homeland, right, the beautiful Nami-san? Quick to come and quick to leave, Sanji dashed over to Nami to flatter her. At this moment, Zoro approached Lin Hai and asked, how did you perform that move? Is space manipulation really that powerful? Lin Hai shook his head, saying, I am not entirely sure. The space fruit is simply extraordinary, truly remarkable. You rascal, Zoro retorted. May I see your sword? Lin Hai nonchalantly retrieved the Gale's sword from his spatial pocket and tossed it to Zoro before walking over to Nami, asking, how long will it take to reach your side from here? Nami replied, a little over a day, but shouldn't we devise a plan on how to defeat the Arlong pirates? Luffy interrupted, just beat him up, Zoro added. Chop him down, Sanji chimed in. Kick him away, Lin Hai concluded. Annihilate him. The group turned to Usopp, who stammered, I will cheer for you from the sidelines. Nami slapped her forehead, exclaiming, you all, the Arlong pirates are no ordinary crew. They are entirely different from the pirate crews we've encountered before, you all. Lin Hai interjected, what is there to fear? With a mere glare from me, they will either faint or behave themselves. Luffy quickly countered, Lin Hai, you cannot use that move. I must be the one to deal with Arlong. Lin Hai, feeling exasperated, replied, fine, I will leave it to you. With a thud, Nami, having been interrupted, angrily smacked Lin Hai and Luffy, then explained, the strength of fishmen is inherently over 10 times greater than that of humans. Do you know what that means? Moreover, Arlong, Lin Hai, bemused, stood up, rolling his eyes at Nami, and chuckled. But Luffy is destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he nodded. I am indeed going to be the Pirate King. Arlong is nothing. With a thud, Sanji suddenly turned into a lovesick fool, and an irate Nami looked stunningly beautiful. Zoro couldn't help but comment. You perverted cook, Sanji shot back. What did you say? Zoro repeated. Perverted chef, Sanji retorted. Ever since you got beaten once. Your temper has become quite volatile, Zoro asked. What did you say? Sanji threatened. Do you want to fight? Nami, facepalming, thought. Oh no, how has this pirate crew turned into this? Watching Nami pacing in circles at the corner of the deck, Lin Hai realized he could no longer provoke her. Otherwise, things might truly go awry. Ahem, Lin Hai said. Everyone, stop messing around. We really need to discuss our plans for when we reach Cocoa Village. Luffy suggested, can't we just go straight to Arlong? If we defeat him, won't all our problems be solved? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, and what about the other fishmen? What if they become cornered and harm the villagers? Nami instantly perked up, rushing to Lin Hai. Do you have a plan? Lin Hai chuckled, if I had a plan. Would we need to discuss it? Luffy pouted. What? You have no plan either. Sanji, biting his cigarette, murmured, this is indeed a dilemma. If those fishmen take the villagers hostage or harm them, Miss Nami will surely be heartbroken. Before he could finish, Lin Hai snatched the cigarette from Sanji's pocket and lit one for himself. Cough, cough. Lin Hai coughed, bewildered. What kind of smoke is this? Sanji fumed. You jerk. You don't even know how to smoke. And you take the whole pack? Lin Hai shot back. Is it wrong for me to be unaccustomed to the air of this world? With hands on her hips, Nami exclaimed in frustration. Why is everyone like this? Exclamation point. After a moment, Lin Hai proposed, how about this? Nami and Luffy cause a ruckus in the village to draw the fishmen to Arlong's base. Meanwhile, the rest of us can directly provoke them at Arlong's base. And when those scattered fishmen return, we can eliminate them in one fell swoop. Sanji sat up, nodding. That's a brilliant idea. With Luffy's troublemaking personality, he is perfect for this. Luffy complained. Why do I have to team up with Nami? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Do you even know where the fishmen are located? Luffy shook his head decisively. No. Lin Hai spread his hands, see? And also, as he spoke, Lin Hai approached Zoro, shaking his shoulder. Can you say something? Who are you trying to act cool for all day? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zoro snapped. Lin Hai, you jerk, let go. Do you think I won't chop you up? Lin Hai lightly poked Zoro's injury. Oh, really? Zoro broke out in a cold sweat. You scoundrel. Ha! With the plan established, everyone felt a weight lift off their shoulders. That moment, Sanji approached Lin Hai. Lin Hai, could you design a hairstyle for me later? Just like that style from the other day. The astute Luffy chimed in. Lin Hai, I want one too. Lin Hai sighed. These are all innate. Haven't you heard the saying? Curiously, Zoro asked. What saying? Lin Hai gazed dramatically at the sky, prompting everyone to exchange glances, their expressions darkening as they realized he was up to his antics again. Yet, that hairstyle truly was captivating. Lin Hai declared, a monkey in a crown. Nami asked, what does that mean? Lin Hai elaborated slowly. It means a monkey is still a monkey. Even dressed up, it cannot change its nature. What are you all doing? Don't slap my face. Sanji exclaimed. Why are you so infuriating? Luffy added. Lin Hai, you just called me a monkey. Zoro laughed. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Give him a good thrashing. On the deck, Luffy, feeling bored, shouted, Hey, Nami, how much longer until we arrive? I'm so bored. Nami glanced at the direction and replied, We should arrive by tomorrow. Nanny. Luffy lay listlessly on the deck. Nami wondered, Why don't you go play with Lin Hai and the others? Usopp, who was busy crafting weapons, pointed to a distant corner and explained, Lin Hai and Zoro are over there, deep in slumber. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the kitchen, announcing, Dinner is ready. Luffy instantly perked up. Dinner time. Dinner time. In a daze, Lin Hai hurriedly pulled Zoro up, who questioned, What are you doing? Lin Hai replied, exasperated, If you don't hurry to eat, there might not be anything left. Zoro rushed. Let us go quickly. Lin Hai added, Wait. Something is coming up. Everyone halted, puzzled. Something is coming up? Without allowing the others to ponder, a fountain suddenly erupted from the sea's surface, followed by the emergence of a sea creature the size of a small boat, which then fixed its gaze in the direction of the kitchen. Upon sighting the creature, Nami was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the manatee raised by Arlong and his crew? Usopp, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, What on earth is that? It's enormous. Zoro, puzzled, queried, What does it intend to do? To which Luffy replied nonchalantly, Who cares what it wants? If it dares to attack us, I'll just knock it away. Lin Hai stepped forward and suggested, Should we stun it? Sanji, not comprehending Lin Hai's meaning, remarked, It must be hungry. Luffy exclaimed, So that's its motive. Just watch me knock it away. Sanji kicked Luffy aside, insisting, It's just hungry. After saying this, Sanji returned to the kitchen to fetch a piece of meat. Lin Hai, exasperated, cautioned, Be careful not to let it swallow both you and the meat. Sanji, kicking the sea creature under the chin, exclaimed, It really might. The group could not help but darken their expressions. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up, suggesting, Why not let that sea creature pull our ship? Nanny, everyone exclaimed in unison. Sanji questioned, How could that possibly work? Lin Hai, unimpressed, retorted, You actually think that's a good idea? I oppose it. Luffy, bewildered, asked, Why not? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, saying, There are far too many unexpected outcomes when a sea creature pulls a ship. If you're not worried about the vessel getting damaged, then let it pull. Usopp quickly interjected, Don't let it pull the ship, Luffy. You should abandon that thought. Lin Hai moved closer, stating, I'm preparing to unleash my Conqueror's Haki. Do you want to experience it? Except for Luffy and Zoro, Nami and Usopp dared not endure that pressure again. However, Sanji was oblivious, failing to grasp Lin Hai's intentions. Suddenly, an overwhelming and fearsome aura surged forth, leaving Sanji nearly dazed. Regaining his composure, Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar, demanding, You bastard, tell me what kind of monster you are. Is this even human strength? Lin Hai shrugged off Sanji's grip, disdainfully replying, You're the one who isn't human. This is Conqueror's Haki. Sanji, confused, inquired, What is that? Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. Let us eat and talk. Before they knew it, The Going Merry had approached the vicinity of Kokoyashi village and was promptly intercepted by members of the Arlong pirates. One of the fishermen captains stepped forward and inquired, "Nami, welcome back. You must have made quite the haul this time, right?" These fishermen wore an insufferable demeanor, and according to their prior agreement, Luffy and the others remained silent. Nami stepped forward, stating, "It's all right. Where is Arlong?" "Behind me is the Straw Hat Pirates. We've discovered a treasure and wish to collaborate with the Arlong pirates. Please take us to see him." The captain, perplexed, responded, "Treasure? If they've found it, would they still share it with others? You don't have ulterior motives, do you?" "Ulterior motives?" Lin Hai interjected, pulling the injured Zoro forward. Explaining, "This man beside me is the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro, now a member of our crew. He was gravely injured because our crew couldn't eat. Nami mentioned that your Arlong pirates are quite formidable. So we wish to seek cooperation. Hurry, take us to him. After all, you can't make decisions here. Go inform your Captain Arlong that a great deal is at hand." The fishmen exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to lead Luffy and the others to Arlong. The rationale behind this was that the fishmen were genuinely formidable in naval combat, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, they opted for this strategy. Once the ship docked, Nami stated, "I'll return home briefly before meeting Arlong." Lin Hai gestured, "Luffy, you should accompany Nami." Luffy tried to keep quiet, for if he spoke, Lin Hai and the others' intentions would undoubtedly be exposed. With the first step accomplished, the remaining tasks would be easier to handle. As for leaving Arlong to Luffy, Lin Hai thought that was a fanciful dream. Soon, the fisherman leading them returned, saying, "Wait here, I'll go report inside." Lin Hai shot a glare, stunning the minions into silence. Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai, your strength is incredibly convenient." Lin Hai chuckled, "Not bad, right? Sanji, weren't you going to make a grand entrance? Just kick the door down." Zoro scoffed, "Chef, that door is quite thick. Don't break your foot." Sanji, irritated, retorted, "What did you say?" Lin Hai, exasperated, replied, "If you're not going to kick it, I will." Sanji hastily protested, "Wait, don't use that ability yet. Let us have some fun first." Lin Hai sighed, "Fine, as you wish." Boom! Inside Arlong's castle. As Arlong and several of his officers were resting, a sudden, thunderous noise startled them. Arlong turned towards the door, puzzled. What on earth is happening? Xiao Ba. As the smoke cleared, it was none other than Lin Hai and his companions. Arlong stood up straight, and the other officers assumed their positions. Arlong coldly inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp's eyes lit up, while Zoro stepped aside. Feeling too embarrassed, there stood Lin Hai in the center, flanked by Sanji and Usopp, all mimicking the poses of the four great silver heroes from the movie The Emperor's New Groove. "We are the Eastern Three Heroes. X3 Eastern Three Heroes." Arlong glanced back at his companions, all wearing confused expressions. Arlong replied, "I've never heard of that. What do you truly want?" Of course, they sought a bit of mischief while also wanting to hone their combat skills. Otherwise, it would merely be a matter of glaring. However, Lin Hai dared not disclose these intentions to Luffy and the others, lest they obliterate him. At an opportune moment, Lin Hai stated, "Sanji, you take it from here." Ahem. Sanji's eyes gleamed. Finally, it was his moment. He struck a pose, pointing dramatically towards the sky, and declared, "For the peace of the world, for harmonious coexistence, and to liberate people from oppression, today we represent freedom to eliminate you." As he spoke, Sanji pointed his cigarette at Arlong and his crew. Lin Hai and Usopp stood beside him, echoing, "Representing freedom, we will eliminate you." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Usopp's nose. Zoro, on the other hand, blushed, lamenting how he had ever boarded this ship. It was so embarrassing. After scrutinizing the intruders for a moment, Arlong's expression darkened. "Are you here to mock me? Very well. You have successfully enraged me." As Arlong prepared to strike, Karubi quickly intervened, explaining, "Calm down. If you start fighting, Arlong Park will be destroyed." Xiao Ba added, "Right, Arlong. Let us handle these guys. Just give us a share." "Ah, then I'll leave it to you." With that, Arlong resumed his seat. Karubi and Xiao Ba stepped forward, with Xiao Ba stating, "Though your ambitions are noble, this is Arlong Park, and I want to allow you to destroy it." "Noble ambitions." Lin Hai nodded, saying, "Our aspirations are indeed noble, unlike you scoundrels. How bold you are to leave the water and come ashore to bully humans. Not fearing being dried out in the sun, No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of water droplets shot forth like bullets. Lin Hai seized the opportunity to train himself, deftly dodging in all directions. Though he was still hit by 2 droplets, for the sheer volume was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro were all struck, the barrage's relentless power rendering them instantly incapacitated. These droplets were, of course, flung by Arlong, who had been incensed by Lin Hai's words. Now, with eyes ablaze, Arlong approached, declaring, "What have you lowly humans done to my kin? You can't even withstand a few drops of my water and still dare to speak insolently." Lin Hai glanced at the others beside him. He had refrained from shielding them earlier mainly to let them experience the might of a true master. Stepping forward, Lin Hai contemptuously remarked, "Lowly humans, you are quite the boastful one. You, a foolish fish, are only fit to cower in a corner bullying weak civilians to bolster your self-deceiving vanity." That Along stared at Lin Hai with a gaze reminiscent of one surveying a corpse. Then slowly uttered, "I hope your tongue remains as sharp in a while." Just as Lin Hai was about to respond, a voice echoed, estimating the situation, "Rocket launcher." It turned out to be Luffy. However, Luffy's attack was effortlessly dodged by Along, causing both Luffy and a small lackey behind Along to crash through the wall opposite them. A question arose in everyone's minds. What on earth was happening? A rumbling sound erupted, drawing everyone's attention to a hole that had formed in the surrounding wall. Apart from Lin Hai, Along, Zoro, and Sanji, who had discerned the situation, the rest were left utterly bewildered. What exactly transpired? It seemed as though a shadow had flown past. Who could it be? Were they allies of those rascals? Witnessing his carefully constructed Along paradise being marred, Along growled, those scoundrels, I shall eliminate them all." Black Belt quickly embraced Along's waist, urging, "Along, calm yourself. If you act rashly, Along paradise will truly be ruined." Before Along could respond, the commotion of the villagers reached their ears, a palpable anger and determination resonating within their cries. That Along directed his words toward the entrance. "Release me. I won't act recklessly. What do those villagers want?" At that moment, Luffy, having returned after bursting through the wall, innocently remarked, "Phew, that scared me. Thankfully, that person helped me out. He is truly a good guy." Along's crew peered through the hole in the wall, and Along discovered his compatriot lying unconscious on the ground. Unable to restrain himself, Along muttered, "You lowly humans, how could you injure my kin to this extent?" With that, Along turned his attention to the approaching villagers, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" The village chief of Kakaxia, a Jin, stepped forward, declaring, "Along, we are here to bring you down today." Lin Hai applauded, exclaiming, "Indeed, as honorable men, how can we allow ourselves to be oppressed by these merciless bandits?" "Chief, press on." Nami, standing nearby, smacked Lin Hai on the head, irritated. "What do you mean by that? Are you not planning to take action?" Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist, smiling, "Fear not, I have it all under control." Seeing Lin Hai so composed, Nami felt a bit more at ease. After all, a Jin against Along would surely end in disaster. Meanwhile, Sanji, recovering from the earlier chaos, felt a surge of displeasure upon witnessing Lin Hai with his arm around Nami. He snapped, "Lin Hai, release Miss Nami at once." Lin Hai turned, scoffing, "She's merely splashing water. What is your problem? You might as well find a hole to hide in. You scoundrel." Along's expression darkened, confirming, "Are you all planning to resist?" The villagers responded in unison, "Indeed. We have endured enough. If it weren't for the hope Nami held for our village's freedom over the years, we wouldn't have tolerated this. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall not accept Along's rule." Along understood. Turning to Lin Hai and the others, he asked, "And what is your aim?" Lin Hai, pulling Nami, who was trembling, forward, declared, "To slay this foul fish." Along's eyes glimmered with fury. "Nami, is this also your wish?" Nami, trembling with fear, stammered, I, Lin Hai interjected, "Nami, why overthink it? The vengeance for my mother, the oppression for 8 years. Ask your own heart." After a moment of inner turmoil, Nami turned with a smile. "I apologize, everyone, but I refuse to yield any longer." Lin Hai reassured her, "Indeed, it should have been this way long ago. Nami, you have borne so much over the years. It has truly been a hardship. We are prepared to risk our lives." Finally unable to hold back, Nami shed tears. Lin Hai pulled out a cigarette, only to find he had no means to light it, his eyes brightening as he approached Xiaoba. asking, "Hey, could I borrow a light?" "Huh?" Xiaoba shook his head. "I don't smoke that. If you need a flame," asked Chiu. "He should have some." Realizing the situation, Xiaoba quickly jumped aside, pointing at Lin Hai. "You scoundrel. I want to lend you a light. We are enemies." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "It's just a light. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Go play elsewhere." Xiaoba quickly bowed. "I am sorry." Lin Hai waved dismissively. No need for formalities. Everyone was taken aback by the bizarre exchange between the two. Long's face darkened. Booming. "Xiaoba, what are you doing?" Xiaoba, now enraged, pointed at Lin Hai, shouting, "You scoundrel! I will kill you." Barely finishing his sentence, Xiaoba climbed into a room and retrieved 6 knives, pointing them at Lin Hai, exclaiming, "You destroyed a long paradise, injured my kin, and insulted brother along. I will kill you." Seeing Xiaoba prepare to attack, Lin Hai shouted, "Wait, how can you wield 6 knives at once? That's terrifying." "Zoro, save me." Everyone's expression darkened. This guy had just been shouting for bloodshed, and now he was acting like this. However, Zoro didn't seem to care much, stepping forward with 3 swords, challenging Xiaoba, 6-sword style. "Interesting." Xiaoba, puzzled, asked, "You are the pirate hunter, Rorinoa Zoro?" Lin Hai chimed in, "Indeed, I wasn't afraid of you. If I struck, I might accidentally kill you with a single punch, so you should be grateful." To everyone's astonishment, Xiaoba bowed again. "Thank you." The crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Hai patted Usopp, saying, "Did you learn anything?" Usopp shook his head vigorously, questioning his life choices. Amidst the playful banter, Along stepped forward, addressing Lin Hai. "You just managed to evade my water attack. You may have the qualifications to be my opponent." Before he could finish, Luffy interrupted, "Your opponent is me." Frustrated by the constant interruptions, Along barked, "And who are you?" Luffy replied confidently, "Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." "The Pirate King? Ha ha ha." Along laughed heartily. "The Pirate King? You lowly human, your ignorance leaves me speechless. What is your goal?" Luffy stated, "You made my navigator cry." Along, puzzled, asked, "Your navigator?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "It's Nami, you foolish fish." Along lost his composure, launching a furious punch at Lin Hai. Enraged, "You lowly human, time and again you insult me." Luffy stepped in to block Along's punch, replying, "Your opponent is me." Along glared at Luffy menacingly. "Rest assured, I will eliminate you all, including those villagers." Luffy responded defiantly, "If you have the ability, then try." Meanwhile, Black Belt joined the fray but was intercepted by Sanji. Thus, the grand battle commenced. Lin Hai realized he could only act as a bystander. But holding Nami was quite pleasant. Zoro, having suffered serious injuries prior, found himself at a disadvantage against Xiaoba. Nami, concerned, asked, "Lin Hai, aren't you going to help Zoro?" Lin Hai chuckled, "You should have more faith in your companion. This is just the beginning. Zoro aims to become the world's greatest swordsman. If he falls here, he might as well go home and sleep." Before Nami could retort, Zoro tied a scarf around his head, looking pleased as he turned to Lin Hai, declaring, "Octopus, today I will show you what true swordsmanship is." 3-sword style. Tornado. In an instant, Xiaoba was effortlessly defeated. Lin Hai couldn't help but scoff. "This shameless Zoro, true swordsmanship? I don't boast about my skills, yet he flaunts his mediocre prowess." "Ugh." Nami turned to him, puzzled. "What are you scoffing at?" "Uh-huh." Lin Hai quickly explained, that 6-sword style was genuinely pathetic. Suddenly, a water bubble shot towards him, which Lin Hai swatted away. It turned out to be Chio's spit. Lin Hai exclaimed, "You foul fish, you have no sense of hygiene. Using spit as an attack is utterly disgusting." With flushed cheeks, Chio exclaimed, "That is not saliva, it is a blister." Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Whatever it is, Usopp." Usopp, perplexed, asked, "What's the matter?" Lin Hai assured him, "I leave it to you. Just train well. I believe in your abilities." Usopp, filled with delight, responded, "Can I really? Thank you for your trust." And no sooner had he spoken than he turned and dashed away. "Nanny." The crowd chorused in unison, "Chio, ha ha." Chio scoffed, "Such lowly humans, lacking in courage." Puff. As soon as Chio finished speaking, a fireball shot towards him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, only to have his arm catch fire. Chio cried out, "I'm about to become dried fish. It's hot, hot, hot." Usopp donned his goggles and, with an air of pride, declared, "Stinky fish, your opponent is me." The crowd's expressions darkened at this audacity. After finally extinguishing the flames, Xiao, infuriated, shouted, "Stand still if you dare." Usopp hurriedly fled, and just when Xiao intended to ignore him, he was ambushed, prompting Xiao to chase after Usopp in a fit of rage. Lin Hai chuckled. "Did you see that? You should learn this tactic well, Nami." Nami shivered, for Lin Hai's hand had inadvertently brushed against her. Blushing, she turned and said, "Let go." Realizing his lapse, Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hand. At this moment, Sanji and Black Belt's battle had concluded, Sanji's kicking technique proving quite effective against these novices. The remaining fight was between Luffy and Arlong. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, Arlong was on the verge of a breakout. Suddenly, Luffy was struck by Arlong's punch and fell into the sea, compelling Lin Hai to intervene. With a leap, he positioned himself in front of the descending Arlong. Arlong, with a dark expression, commanded, "Step aside." Lin Hai disdainfully retorted, "Are you an idiot? Sanji, go fetch Luffy. It's my turn now." Arlong glared menacingly at Lin Hai and slowly stated, "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall send you on your way. Shark flying arrow, what nonsense is this, with such speed?" Lin Hai had no intention of dispatching Arlong with a single blow. Instead, he sought to hone his combat experience in an instant. Lin Hai landed a punch on Arlong's shoulder. Boom! Arlong was sent crashing into his fortress, raising a cloud of dust. The villagers gasped, "Who is that young man? He is incredible. I don't know, but he is someone Nami brought back. Has Arlong been defeated? Is it true that humans possess such power?" Watching Lin Hai's punch send Arlong flying, Nami was struck by the overwhelming difference in strength compared to Luffy's earlier struggle. She knew Lin Hai was formidable, but witnessing the scene left her exhilarated. Could they truly escape Arlong's tyranny? Zoro, resting on the ground, glanced at Lin Hai in surprise. He had estimated Arlong's strength from the earlier encounter and was taken aback by Lin Hai's overwhelming prowess. It seemed he needed to intensify his training. As the smoke cleared, Arlong emerged, wielding a massive cleaver with a serrated edge. Furiously, he stepped out of his fortress and bellowed, "You lowly humans, today I will kill you all." One by one, Lin Hai suddenly pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Look, there are cows flying." The crowd, drawn in by Lin Hai's antics, momentarily stifled their laughter while observing the enraged Arlong. Arlong approached Lin Hai. He spoke in a low voice, "I hope you can still be so glib once this is over." Lin Hai, unimpressed, replied, "If you want to fight, then fight. Your ramblings are unbearable." Lin Hai, "You fool, step aside. He is mine." Luffy, having been rescued by Sanji, interjected as he saw Lin Hai facing off against Arlong. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "You've already had your turn. Now it's my time. Che, ha ha ha." Arlong, in a fit of rage, sneered, "You lowly humans, come at me together. Today I will." Boom. Before Arlong could finish his sentence, Lin Hai struck him again, sending him crashing into his fortress. Lin Hai cleared his ears and, pointing in the direction where Arlong had flown, asked in confusion, "Where did that fish come from? Did it escape from a mental asylum?" The crowd winced at his words. "Luffy," irate, exclaimed, "Lin Hai, didn't we agree that Arlong was mine to take down? How could you interfere?" Lin Hai, unfazed, replied, "Who told you to be so unserious every day? After training for so long, you can't even defeat a fish. Now step aside." Before he could finish, Arlong charged at him again. "You lowly humans, I cannot be defeated by you. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die." Having already sensed the impending attack, Lin Hai remained vigilant, refusing to lower his guard until he confirmed that his opponent had lost their fighting spirit. Pushing Luffy aside, Lin Hai executed a hook kick, landing a powerful kick to Arlong's head. Boom! A massive crater formed on the ground. The crowd, caught by surprise, jumped at the sudden loud noise. What just happened? Was that Arlong's voice I heard? Look, there's a huge crater ahead. Who did that? As the smoke dissipated, Lin Hai stood in the arena, with Luffy seated on the ground beside him. At that moment, Luffy, regaining his composure, rushed to Lin Hai's side and said, "Lin Hai, you fool, Arlong is mine to defeat." Lin Hai nodded. "All right, I want to interfere." Luffy, excited, called out, "Arlong, come out. I'm going to knock you out." Sanji, having already seen that Arlong lay unconscious in the crater, quickly pointed out, "Arlong is right there. Why are you shouting at the building?" Following Sanji's indication, Luffy realized that Arlong had already been defeated. What should he do now? Wake him up and then fight. Luffy felt a wave of despair. Lin Hai, with a mischievous grin, said, Luffy, go fight him. Yes, right there. Go give him a good beating. The villagers, now realizing the situation, were filled with joy after 8 long years of oppression. Was this nightmare finally over? Pinch me. This can't be a dream. Can it? Has Arlong's nightmare truly ended? Hooray, we are finally free. Ha ha ha. Don't just stand there celebrating. Hurry and inform the other villagers. Nearby, Nami, overwhelmed with joy, couldn't help but shed tears. She could finally breathe easy. Perhaps this sigh had been too long in coming, mingling joy with sorrow. Oh, Belmere. Lin Hai had no intention of comforting Nami. Such wounds could only be healed by herself. At that moment, the village chief, Ajin, approached the unconscious Arlong in the crater and inquired, Everyone, how should we deal with Arlong now? Is there even a need to discuss this? Naturally, we must kill him. Yes, kill him. He has brought us so much suffering over the years. The one who has suffered the most should be Nami. Shouldn't we let her handle it? At that, Lin Hai directly brought Arlong before the villagers. Upon seeing Arlong's condition, Nami's emotions surged. Gripping a dagger, she hesitated to strike. Ultimately, Nami relinquished the dagger from her grasp. Sanji, with reddened eyes, declared, Miss Nami is not only beautiful, but also so kind. I love you, Miss Nami. Luffy approached Nami, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and said earnestly, Nami, I support your decision. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. The surrounding villagers began to echo their agreement. Lin Hai, unable to contain himself, interjected, I oppose. The crowd turned to Lin Hai in confusion as he stepped closer to Arlong, lifting him with ease, and said slowly, I understand your kindness, but remember that kindness is always relative. This scoundrel has committed heinous acts. Let us not even speak of the level of our own hearts. Consider how many lives he has taken and how many have been enslaved by him for so many years. If you still wish to speak of forgiveness to such a wretch, then you have deserved your suffering all these years. Nanny. Amidst the collective shouts of the crowd, disregarding their reactions, Lin Hai proclaimed loudly, It is only just to repay debts. Such is the way of the world. The vengeance for a mother's death is an eternal enmity. Nami, you are not a saint, nor do I expect you to act as one if you do not take action against this scoundrel. Can you truly find happiness? Be strong. As the daughter of Belmere, you should do something for her. Let the life of Arlong serve as her tribute. If you lack the courage, shall I assist you? The onlookers all turned their gaze towards Nami. The vendetta against a mother's murder is one that cannot be left unavenged. To claim that one fears being blinded by hatred is a matter to consider only after Arlong has been dealt with. After pondering for a moment, Nami looked towards the villagers, revealing a smile, and resolutely picked up the dagger to strike Arlong. Many villagers shared this sentiment. Lin Hai's encouragement only strengthened their resolve, and soon the base resonated with cheers. Sanji approached Lin Hai and whispered, unable to contain himself, Lin Hai, you scoundrel, do not taint Nami's pure heart. Lin Hai inquired, if someone were to kill Zeph, the head chef of the floating restaurant, what would you do? Sanji retorted immediately, I would slay them all. Lin Hai scoffed, then what right do you have to demand Nami forgive Arlong? Forgiveness is a divine matter. What Nami must do is send him to meet the divine. Luffy exclaimed, I see now. Nami walked over to Lin Hai, gazed at him for a while, then bowed to everyone, saying, thank you all. At that moment, Lin Hai added, Nami, allow me to present you with another gift. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, everyone, step back, keep your distance from the base. A spatial field was established, scanning. Indeed, Lin Hai had learned Trafalgar Law's technique. After all, both shared similarities in their ability to create spatial fields. Suddenly, the area was filled with treasures piled high, all of which originated from Arlong's castle. The villagers were astonished by the sudden appearance of such gleaming riches, unaware of the existence of devil fruits. They believed it to be a miracle. What is happening? How did so much treasure suddenly appear here? They speculated if it was the work of that young man, wondering if these were the gifts meant for Nami. Luffy pouted. What the heck? I thought it would be delicious food. Sanji poked Luffy on the head. Baka, with so much treasure, you could buy whatever you want to eat. Really? Luffy exclaimed, eagerly clenching his fists to his chest. Leaning forward with shining eyes, asking Nami, can I have some? Nami was in a daze, entirely in a state. Meanwhile, Zoro noticed that Lin Hai had not yet released his ability. Puzzled, he asked, Lin Hai, what else do you plan to do? Lin Hai smiled. You'll find out soon enough. Point 1 sword style, chrysanthemum slash. Lin Hai unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Arlong's castle. Instantly, the castle crumbled into pieces, raising a massive cloud of dust. Cough, cough. What is happening now? Ah, I'm terrified. This young man is going too far. The crowd gasped. Look, Arlong's castle has turned to ruins. Hiss, a small stone fell right onto Zoro's head, and he retorted in annoyance, is this your swordsmanship? Anyone can slash around. What is so special about your chrysanthemum slash? Lin Hai derided. It seems you too lack vision. Did you not see that I was slicing towards the center? Just as Zoro was about to counter. A young boy rushed up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaiming, Big brother, that was so cool. I want to be someone like you when I grow up. Can you take me out to sea? Lin Hai assessed the 7 or 8-year-old boy, wondering what kind of joke this was, taking him to sea. However, upon seeing Luffy's hat among the playful antics with Usopp, Lin Hai's mischievous side emerged. Cough, cough. Lin Hai knelt down and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Chuckling softly, wait for me a moment. He then hurriedly exchanged for a fake mustache from the system and affixed it to his lips, releasing a slight hint of Conqueror's Haki compelled everyone to look over. Lin Hai inquired, what is your name? Luffy dashed over, interrupting, hey, who are you? Where's Lin Hai? Lin Hai kicked Luffy away and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, continuing to smile. Let us not mind him. What is your name? The boy, bewildered, replied, I'm Kuroshi. Lin Hai adopted the expression Shanks had when he entrusted Luffy with the straw hat, stating, Kuroshi, you are still too young. We cannot take you out to sea. He then exchanged for a white Adidas hat from the system, placing it on Kuroshi's head, and said, Kuroshi, I've heard that your parents were persecuted by Arlong years ago, so you must be strong. This hat is my most treasured possession, of guaranteed quality. This hat has accompanied me through numerous dire situations and countless battles that I never could part with it, even when Luffy asked for it. Now, it is entrusted to you. Kuroshi, this is no ordinary hat. When you feel lonely, it will be your companion. When you are lost, it will illuminate your path. When you are in pain, it will heal your wounds. Kuroshi, when you become an outstanding adventurer, I will ask for it back. We have a deal. Luffy was struck with a look of disbelief, recognizing the familiarity of the situation. Lin Hai was too mischievous. However, were Lin Hai's words sincere? Wah, Lin Hai, you are so great. Luffy suddenly felt moved by Lin Hai. At that moment, many villagers surprisingly began to weep as well. Wah, how touching, how romantic. Oh wow, Lin Hai, you are a real man. What a heartfelt speech. It was truly moving. What is happening? Lin Hai was bewildered. The villagers' fervor nearly made him believe it himself. At that moment, Kuroshi looked up, his face streaked with tears, and declared resolutely, Lin Hai, we have a deal. I will take good care of this hat. I will treat it as my companion. Before I return it to you, I will safeguard it well. Lin Hai nodded, smiling without speaking, then rose, waving his hand, leaving Kuroshi with the silhouette of a true man, a sight that greatly satisfied Lin Hai. Moments later, Kuroshi shouted after Lin Hai's retreating figure, Lin Hai, I've made up my mind. I will become the king of adventure. Lin Hai nearly stumbled, realizing he had delved too deep into the role, that if he claimed it was all a jest, it might cause psychological trauma. Lin Hai felt utterly disheartened. There was no turning back now. He had to play the part to the end. Lin Hai once again donned a warm smile, turning back to say, oh, the king of adventure, does that mean you aim to surpass us? Kuroshi nodded firmly. Yes, I will find companions even more exceptional than you and surpass you all. I shall be the king of adventure. Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and the others exchanged peculiar glances at Luffy. King of pirates? King of adventure? This is intriguing. Originally moved, Luffy now wore a face of indignation, protesting, imitation is shameful. No piracy allowed. Must protest. Meanwhile, Lin Hai felt troubled. From Kuroshi's words, it was clear the boy was serious, but with his ordinary physique. He wouldn't drown at sea. Would he? Lin Hai wished he could bestow him with an extraordinary skill, yet the system stipulated that devil fruits and techniques were only usable by the host. Lin Hai could only continue to feign a smile, saying, I believe you can do it. At that moment, an ill-timed laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Are you all pirates? All that treasure is confiscated. Approaching them was Captain Mouse, who governed this maritime territory. Originally, Captain Mouse had come to negotiate with Arlong, but today he had struck gold. Now, Captain Mouse and his subordinates surrounded them, eager to seize the treasure, for it was unreasonable to leave behind such riches. Nami was the first to step forward, exclaiming, "This treasure belongs to the villagers. You have no right to take it." Lin Hai hastily nudged the still-dazed Luffy, exclaiming, "Luffy, if you desire fame, step forward and introduce yourself. Then proceed to give that rat-like colonel a good thrashing. I assure you, your name will echo across the seas." Luffy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he promptly approached Nami, declaring, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who aims to become the Pirate King. And you are?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp," replied Colonel Rat. "The Pirate King? Chirp, chirp. How utterly foolish. Was it you who defeated that Arlong?" Luffy nodded affirmatively, indeed. Usopp attempted to interject, but was pulled back by Lin Hai, who whispered, "Must you be so uncouth? Let the captain take the lead." Sanji, bewildered, inquired, "If we beat him, will we gain fame too, aside from the captain?" Lin Hai nodded, saying, "Just follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll all receive bounties." Nami, exasperated, remarked, "Do you all even comprehend the gravity of being bounty hunted?" Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist, chuckling, "As pirates, if we lack bounties, where would our pride reside?" At that moment, Colonel Rat had commanded his subordinates to aim their guns at Luffy. Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp positioned themselves behind Luffy, creating a tense standoff. If it were up to Luffy, he would end up being the only one with a bounty. Thus, Lin Hai's eyes narrowed, and with a burst of Conqueror's Haki, he rendered the armed thugs powerless. He then shouted, "Everyone, beat him up! I'll teach you a lesson. You filthy rat, you dare covet my treasures, which are all mine. Hey, you stinking rat, remember this. I am Sanji, and it is I who will deliver your punishment." Colonel Rat whimpered, "I no longer desire those treasures. It matters not to me. Please, spare me." Lin Hai bellowed, "Then why not scurry away? Remember, it is the Straw Hat Pirates who have bested you." As the fleeing Colonel Rat turned back, he vowed, "I will remember you, Straw Hat Pirates, that you've stirred up a hornet's nest, and I shall return." Lin Hai picked up Arlong's shoes, aimed at Colonel Rat, and shouted, "Go, Pikachu!" They had successfully frightened off the colonel, but was that not too lenient on that scoundrel? Indeed, it was too lenient. I shall report him later. Exactly, that Colonel Rat is but a cowardly bully. We should have given him another thrashing earlier. Observing the group, Lin Hai arched an eyebrow, suggesting, "Shall I go capture him and pluck his whiskers?" Ajin shook his head. "No need for that. In any case, the Arlong pirates have been defeated. How about we hold a feast to celebrate?" Thus, to commemorate the end of years of nightmares, the crew began to cheer. Lin Hai approached the village chief, Ajin, and said to the doctor beside him, "One of my friends is gravely injured. Could you assist him?" The old doctor replied, "Of course. Which one is injured?" Luffy, puzzled, asked, "Is anyone among us seriously injured? I was unaware." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "We're not equipped to treat Zoro's wounds. We merely disinfected them before. We must treat him quickly, or the consequences could be dire." Zoro, bewildered, replied, "I don't need it. A few good sleeps will suffice." Lin Hai nodded. "Oh, is that so? Then it's all right." Zoro, exasperated, retorted, "Lin Hai, you fool. I'm perfectly fine. Let go of me." "Ah, that hurts. Don't touch my wounds." As night fell, only Lin Hai lay on one side in a corner of the house, while Zoro's groans echoed from within. The doctor attending to Zoro couldn't help but mutter, "Lie still. Don't you have a ship's doctor on board? This is utter chaos." The wounds from days prior would only grow more painful when treated, causing Zoro to fidget, primarily due to his body's instinctive reactions. Outside the window, Lin Hai savored the misfortune. "A wound on your back is a swordsman's disgrace. Go ahead and shout loudly. Don't hold back. Scream in delight." Zoro's face darkened. "Lin Hai, you scoundrel." Just then, Luffy came running. Lin Hai, why are you lying here? There are plenty of delicious things over there. Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Hai turned on his side, waving his hand dismissively. "Eat, eat, eat. With how much you consume, where does it all go? You had quite the struggle against Arlong, didn't you?" Luffy, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai replied, "If I had intervened, Arlong would have been a mere punch away from defeat. You fought for so long and almost drowned yourself. You have some serious issues." Luffy, unfazed, responded, "Is that so? By the way, where did Nami go? Aren't you going to comfort her?" Lin Hai retorted, "Comfort her for what? She must be feeling a whirlwind of emotions. It's best we don't disturb her. As Luffy prepared to dash out for food again, Lin Hai quickly inquired, "When are we setting sail?" Luffy pondered for a moment before replying, "That depends on Nami." Lin Hai nodded. "Zoro also needs a few days to recuperate, so let us wait until the feast concludes." After Luffy left, Zoro questioned, "Lin Hai, why don't you go find those girls to play with? This isn't like you." "Damn it, find what? If I cause a ruckus here, how will the villagers perceive Nami? Truly a bunch of oblivious fools." While Lin Hai enjoys the company of women, he is not like Sanji. That one is unwell. Lin Hai rose, saying, "Forget it, I'll head back to the ship to sleep. It's too noisy here. Especially with that one's voice, which sounds like a pig being slaughtered." Zoro, fuming, exclaimed, "You scoundrel, I'll chop you up." The doctor interjected, "Don't move." Zoro retorted, "Ah, it hurts. Be gentle, doctor." On the ship, only Lin Hai remained, gazing at the distant lights of the village, which sparkled like treasures emerging from the depths. It was a sight he had never seen before, prompting him to gaze a little longer. Once he lay on his bed, Lin Hai swiftly summoned his personal panel. After fainting at the sea restaurant, the system began optimizing, resulting in changes to his data. Flamboyant System host. Lin Hai physique. Level 5, top tier. Level 10, observation Haki. Level 1 armament Haki. Level 1 Conqueror's Haki. Level 2, capable of freely controlling and intimidating targets. Skill 1. 1. Establish spatial field. 2.1 sword style. 3. Spatial / advanced application of space fruit. Cooling down. Skill 2. Duga 9 swords. Adapted. System store. Now open. Flamboyant coins. 25 note. Combat power is no longer presented numerically. Individual strength is primarily assessed by comprehensive abilities. Numerical models are no longer a valid reference. Upon seeing this information, Lin Hai understood that, possessing mastery over the 3 types of Haki and the ability to manipulate space, the system could no longer assess whether he was of lieutenant or rear admiral strength, or perhaps even hired in life and death confrontations. With these abilities, Lin Hai could potentially turn the tables on anyone who was merely stronger than him, provided their strength wasn't overwhelmingly superior. As for the Duga 9 swords, Lin Hai found it quite perplexing. Given the world's differing power systems, he realized he couldn't practice it at all. As the world of pirates lacked the concept of internal energy, Lin Hai quickly communicated with the system. "What do you mean by this? I thought you had gifted me an unparalleled sword technique." Only to present this flamboyant system, because the host began learning the sword path midway. "The Duga 9 swords technique is the most suitable for you. Would you like to learn the sword techniques within and grasp the philosophy of the manual?" This indeed suited him. After shutting down the system, listening to the sound of waves outside the ship and the distant sounds of celebration from the village, Lin Hai began to ponder within himself. What did he truly desire? Becoming the Pirate King. He was quite certain that he held no interest in that title. However, what was this one piece? He found himself intrigued. So many were pursuing it, and he too wished to take a look. After a while, Lin Hai discovered that what he liked and was most interested in were still the beautiful women. Before Lin Hai could continue his thoughts, he suddenly noticed someone boarding the ship. He quickly released his observation Haki. It was Nami's presence. What was she doing here? Was she feeling lonely? Stepping out of his room, upon seeing Nami approach, Lin Hai inquired, "What brings you here?" Nami, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I came here specifically to see you. Everyone else is reveling at the banquet. Yet here you are, retreating to the ship for a nap." Lin Hai responded, "Let us postpone our visit until tomorrow." Judging by their exuberance, this celebration is far from over and will likely continue for several days and nights. As he spoke, Lin Hai settled at the edge of the deck, gazing up at the star-studded sky, while Nami took a seat beside him. Following Lin Hai's gaze, Nami looked up and was struck by the sky's breathtaking beauty. She sighed, "I never realized the night sky could be so enchanting." Lin Hai replied, "Indeed. Were you unaware of this before?" Nami shook her head and replied, "In the past, I never felt this way." Lin Hai mused, "The tides are ever constant, churning within different waves. Life is truly a captivating enigma." Nami, puzzled, asked, "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Lin Hai jested, "Well, it's your own fault for not studying diligently in the past, always preoccupied with trivial matters. Now, don't blame anyone for your confusion." Nami retorted, "You always speak so provocatively, as if you've read countless books." After a brief silence, Nami softly said, "Lin Hai, Thank you for rescuing Cocoa Village. Lin Hai quickly interjected, stop right there. That Arlong is a menace everyone wishes to confront. Your rescue is merely a fortunate coincidence. Frustrated, Nami pressed Lin Hai. Why is it so difficult for you to acknowledge that it was for me? Must you always be so infuriating? I'm a girl too. You know, I need some comfort. Lin Hai, at a loss for words, replied, it's best not to mix feelings with camaraderie. Otherwise, you might think we're merely pitying you, which would certainly complicate our future interactions. Nami shot back. Who cares? Just say it. Lin Hai asked. Say what? Nami insisted. Say that you defeated Arlong for my sake. For you? Lin Hai scoffed. Stop being so vain. I want to say it if you don't let go of me. I might retaliate. Nami playfully challenged. You wouldn't dare hit me. Would you? In an instant, Lin Hai flipped over, reversing their positions, with him pinning Nami down. They locked eyes for a moment, gazing at her beautiful face. Lin Hai couldn't help but reflect on Nami's past. A strong, brave, yet pitiful woman. He pondered whether he could remain devoted solely to her. The answer was a resounding no. This, Lin Hai was certain of. He quickly rose and said, it's getting late. You should head back and get some rest. Nami smiled brightly. This isn't like you at all. Weren't you always trying to take advantage of me before? What has changed? Lin Hai admitted. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Are you going back to the village or staying here? Nami didn't respond, but wrapped her arms around him from behind and whispered. Do you know? I never imagined I could feel this free. That I felt like a straw about to be submerged, and you saved me. Lin Hai, flustered, replied. It was everyone. Could you please let go of me? I can't handle this. At 1.7 meters tall, Nami, with her ample figure. Nami sensed Lin Hai's uneven breathing and smugly declared, now that I'm here, I have no intention of leaving. Lin Hai asked, is this out of gratitude or for some other reason? Nami replied, both. You've always taken advantage of me. Lin Hai looked into her eyes and said, since you have no regrets, I shan't hold back. He lifted Nami and carried her into the room. The next morning, as Nami slept, she felt this was the most restful night she had experienced in years. Upon waking, she quickly realized her situation. Nami murmured, what time is it? Lin Hai replied, who knows? The villagers are still celebrating. Let us cherish this moment. Nami, exasperated, countered, no, I have to go back and tidy up. Lin Hai, unconcerned, praised, it's not like we're in a rush, right? After some time, Nami shot Lin Hai a glare, I'll head back first. You can come later. Lin Hai acquiesced, I'll follow your lead. Meanwhile, in Cocoa Village, the festivities had continued since the previous day, with villagers joyously singing and dancing, showing no signs of fatigue. Usopp had fashioned a makeshift stage from stools and tables. Standing atop it and boasting loudly. Luffy, oblivious to everything, continuously stuffed his face with food. Sanji was busy cooking, surrounded by a group of amazed children, their gasps of astonishment echoing as they watched his swift culinary skills. To Lin Hai's surprise, Zoro was indulging in alcohol. Upon seeing Lin Hai approach, Zoro chuckled. Hey Lin Hai, this drink is quite good. Care to join me? Lin Hai, perplexed, replied, you just had your wounds treated. Is it wise to be drinking? Zoro asked, what's wrong with that? Lin Hai was too weary to engage with him. This group was utterly exasperating. The issue was significant. He simply couldn't allow them to drink, pointing at Usopp on the makeshift stage. Lin Hai asked Zoro, has Usopp been shouting like that since last night? Won't his voice give out? Zoro shrugged. I don't know. He was already doing it when I arrived. Lin Hai marveled. You all a bunch of monsters. It's terrifying. Zoro sneered. Aren't you the strangest one here? Ignoring Zoro, Lin Hai's gaze fell upon Zoro's sword, and he suggested, I think you should practice your swordsmanship. Zoro, confused, asked, why? Lin Hai chuckled, because your sword style is truly lacking. Zoro, who despised being compared unfavorably to others, bristled with anger at Lin Hai's words. What did you say? Do you want to have a duel right now? Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. Let us not. You're a swordsman with injuries in your back. Zoro's face flushed with anger. You jerk. Do you want to fight me right now? Lin Hai hastily retreated. Thinking to himself that he hadn't eaten even once during this long banquet and was close to starving. After defeating Arlong, the villagers of Cocoa Village, along with neighboring communities, celebrated with feasting, which lasted for 3 full days and nights until they could finally no longer endure it. The next day, under the bright sun and gentle sea breeze, many villagers gathered to bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew that on the going merry, Sanji noticed Nami was absent and asked Lin Hai, "Where's Miss Nami? She wouldn't skip out, would she?" Lin Hai shook his head. "How would I know?" Luffy, still caught up in the festivities, asked, "Sanji, where's that ham melon I was looking for?" Everyone seemed uninterested in Luffy's question. While Usopp responded, "Nami probably won Tcom. After all, her village is safe now, and she has no reason to join us on this perilous journey." Sanji exclaimed, "That's unacceptable. If Nami doesn't Tcom, I lose 98.72 of my purpose on this ship." Suddenly, Sanji seemed to remember something and turned to Zoro, asking, "You must have said something to Nami to make her decide not to come, right?" Zoro, puzzled, replied, "Why would I do that?" Sanji accused, "You're just jealous of how close Nami and I are, so you must have said something to her. Are you an idiot? What did you say? Do you want to fight?" Ugh, these two. Lin Hai sat back and watched the spectacle unfold, enjoying a chicken leg in one hand and a drink in the other, savoring the moment. Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai, where did you get that food?" Before Lin Hai could respond, Nami's voice rang out from the shore, "Set sail." With that, Nami began to run. Usopp on the Going Merry asked, "What does Nami mean by that?" Luffy laughed, "It means we're setting sail." Moments later, Nami leaped from the shore, prompting Lin Hai to exclaim, "If Nami were in China, she would definitely win the long jump championship." The villagers on the shore were instantly enlightened by Nami's actions. Could it be that this fellow Nami was planning to bid us farewell just like that? No, it cannot be such a hasty goodbye, Nami. Huh, what is Nami up to? At this moment, Nami, standing on the deck, lifted her dress, and her wallet tumbled out with a clatter. As if that wasn't enough, Nami displayed a large bill, kissed it, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Take care, everyone." Usopp, Zoro, and Lin Hai, who witnessed this scene aboard the ship, were left speechless, their heads filled with dark lines. Nami, what a perplexing individual. Meanwhile, a cacophony of mixed voices erupted from the villagers on the shore. "What audacity! Return that wallet, you little thief! Come back, Nami, you cannot say goodbye so carelessly. Please take care of yourself, Nami, farewell." Soon, the Going Merry sailed away from the waters near Cocoa Village. The sounds of the banquet still faintly echoed in their minds, although they had spent only a few days in Cocoa Village. A sense of attachment had begun to form, especially as Lin Hai observed Nami lounging on a bench, reading a newspaper. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The charm of that night still lingered, refusing to fade. Nami noticed Lin Hai gazing at her, but paid him little mind, continuing to read the contents of the newspaper. That moment, Luffy was unceremoniously kicked onto the deck by Sanji. Luffy complained, "It's just one orange, you stingy Sanji." Sanji retorted, "That's Nami's treasure. You can't eat even one." "Hey, Lin Hai, when did you sneak a pic of that orange? Are you asking for a beating?" Lin Hai scoffed. "This orange was brought from the village. Mind you." Suddenly, several wanted posters slipped from the newspaper in Nami's hand, fluttering down to the deck, piquing everyone's curiosity. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hai spotted his own handsome photograph on one of those posters, showcasing him striking a pose with a high-spirited demeanor. Looking back over his shoulder, it turned out to be a candid shot taken during his conversation with Mihawk at the sea restaurant, where he had been spouting off. Delighted by his striking image, Lin Hai's satisfaction quickly turned to shock as he noticed the bounty amount printed beneath the photo. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Freezing in place, the others on the ship noticed Lin Hai's unusual behavior, and Zoro inquired, "What's wrong with that guy, Lin Hai?" Usopp, holding Luffy's wanted poster, exclaimed, "Wow, Luffy's first bounty is 30 million berries, so impressive. Yaha." Luffy laughed heartily. 30 million? 30 million? Lin Hai, you got a bounty too." Zoro took the wanted poster from Lin Hai's hand, and the others turned to look at the bounty amount, momentarily stunned. "Pfft, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lin Hai, what kind of outrageous deeds have you committed?" Nami inquired, "Sanji, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like Lin Hai?" It turned out that Sanji's wanted photo bore a ridiculous expression, with his yellow hair, curled eyebrows, vacant eyes, and thick lips, a stark contrast to his true self. As for Lin Hai, his photo was fine, but the bounty amount was a mere 250 berries. Lin Hai felt utterly defeated. It was 250 berries, not 2 million or 200 million. What could 250 berries possibly buy? Perhaps not even a single shoe. Meanwhile, Sanji's bounty was 800,000 berries. Though he wasn't overly concerned about the amount, the absurdity of the photo was simply unacceptable as Zoro's bounty stood at 10 million berries. and Usopp's was 500,000, while Nami, surprisingly, had no bounty at all. In that moment, reactions varied among the group. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp were elated. Sanji knelt on the deck like a statue, while Lin Hai sank into a deep gloom. It seemed that joy was not universally shared. Lin Hai squatted in a corner of the ship, drawing unknown circles. Why was his bounty only 250 berries? If he encountered other pirates in the future, wouldn't he be the subject of ridicule? What on earth went wrong to yield such a pitiful bounty? It must be that damned Captain Mouse. Lin Hai shouted. Nami, turn the ship around. I'm going back to take down that rat of a captain for giving me such an outrageous bounty. Usopp quickly grabbed Lin Hai. Calm down, Lin Hai. At least you have a bounty. I don't have one at all. Ha! Lin Hai retorted angrily. Before I deal with Captain Mouse, I'll take care of you first for laughing at me. Someone help me. Lin Hai is going to kill me. Ha! When Captain Mouse first transmitted the photos of the Straw Hat crew, he embellished their deeds and the level of danger they posed. Lin Hai's bounty was not originally 250 berries. The unfortunate truth was that Lin Hai's wanted poster had caught the eye of Admiral Aokiji while he was passing by. It was a case of serendipity. Aokiji had not forgotten that Lin Hai had once borrowed 250 berries from him. Thus, Aokiji, in a fit of mischief, set that amount. After all, that pesky Lin Hai had managed to irritate him so much back then. When Aokiji presented Lin Hai's wanted poster to Garp, Garp gave all his senbei to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Because he was already full, he recalled how he and Aokiji had laughed at Lin Hai's wanted poster for several hours. If Lin Hai were to discover that Aokiji was behind this, he would certainly hone his skills and seek out Aokiji at the Navy headquarters for a thorough sparring session on swordsmanship. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, Lin Hai found no joy in food or beauty, still hiding on the deck, drawing incomprehensible circles, cursing that rat of a captain for having as much hair as his beard. Sanji, on the other hand, was quite entertained. Luffy chuckled. Sanji, don't be upset. It's quite impressive to have an 800,000 berry bounty on your first try. Sanji pointed at his wanted poster, questioning, is this really me? Why does my photo look like this? I'm going to be laughed at by every beauty in the world. Luffy took Sanji's wanted poster to examine it, then replied, this is your photo, and it looks just like you. Ha ha ha. Zoro chimed in, exactly. A perfect match? Ha ha ha. Sanji countered, how's this a perfect match? Damn the Navy. By the way, where's Lin Hai? Luffy replied, he's over there. Sanji looked in the direction Luffy pointed. Puzzled, what happened to Lin Hai? Usopp, covering his mouth, handed Lin Hai's wanted poster to Sanji, who, upon seeing it, felt a sudden sense of balance. Ha! Sanji then realized that the world was indeed filled with such absurdities. 250 berries. Sanji doubled over, rolling on the deck with laughter. Lin Hai struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate these fools as he continued drawing his circles. After a long while, as the novelty wore off, Luffy could no longer contain himself and began clamoring to play with Lin Hai again. Luffy dashed over to Lin Hai, excitedly suggesting, Lin Hai, let us play hide and seek. Lin Hai doubted his ears. What did you just say? Luffy grinned. I said hide and seek. Usopp chimed in. Count me in. Lin Hai quickly rejected. What is fun about that? It's broad daylight. How can we play? Go play with Zoro and Sanji. I need to contemplate my abilities. Upon hearing the mention of a game of hide and seek, Zoro exclaimed, how old are you? That's a child's game. Usopp grinned slyly. I think you're just afraid of losing. What did you say? Zoro's competitive nature, which was both his strength and weakness, flared up at Usopp's provocation, and he truly joined in their playful banter. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, sitting at the edge of the deck, ignored them, focusing instead on enhancing his spatial abilities. After all, if he were to execute a spatial slash again and faint for 3 days, it would be utterly humiliating. Now the question arose. Lin Hai's physical strength had already reached the level of CP9's chief, Lucci, making further improvement quite challenging. Therefore, what he should focus on enhancing now were his Haki and Devil Fruit abilities. As for his Devil Fruit powers, Lin Hai had consumed the Paramecia-type space fruit. How should he develop this? Should he aim to influence and assimilate the surrounding objects like Doflamingo, utilizing them for his advantage? Clearly, that approach was unviable. Doflamingo's power was strings, while Lin Hai's was space, like the Katakuri who consumed the glutinous rice fruit. Could one transform the Superman abilities into those of the natural type? This indeed presents a potential avenue for development, merging oneself with the fabric of space. However, at present, Lin Hai is yet to reach such a level. That state must be one of awakening. Alas, I am utterly at a loss. The most daunting tasks must first begin with the simplest. Thus, let us start from the very basics. Currently, Lin Hai can create a spatial field, within which he can manipulate people and objects at will. This ability relies heavily on cunning and cognitive prowess, for within the spatial field, even if an opponent possesses the observation Haki, should they remain unaware, a spatial swap executed by Lin Hai could result in a swift and decisive strike. Therefore, this emphasizes the importance of one's speed and mental acuity. Furthermore, this technique can also serve to evade attacks from adversaries. The spatial swap is indeed a direction worth exploring. Another aspect lies in the cutting ability within the spatial field. Although Lin Hai's cutting prowess is greatly enhanced in this realm, it is by no means invincible. For instance, if Kaido and Big Mom were to strike Lin Hai, he would hardly make an impact, much like how Luffy, Law, and Kid struggled against Kaido, with Law clearly stating that his cutting ability could not affect those two emperors. Similarly, Lin Hai does not believe he surpasses Law at that time. Given this, he ought to first hone his swordsmanship and spatial transformation techniques, particularly after the last encounter, where he was struck twice by Arlong due to insufficient cognitive ability. If such an error were to occur in a duel against a master, it would disrupt his subsequent actions, allowing the opponent to dictate the rhythm of the fight, resulting in a severe beating. Should the opponent's attacks be overwhelming, it could spell disaster, much like the laser of Admiral Kazuru or the fists of Admiral Akainu. With this thought, Lin Hai felt a twinge of anxiety, observing Luffy and the others frolicking nearby. He interjected, "Enough playing. Luffy, shall we practice?" Luffy, a seeker of novelty, instantly perked up at the suggestion of sparring with Lin Hai. While the others were equally eager to witness Lin Hai's abilities, they cleared a space, leaving the center open for Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said, "Luffy, use your Gatling technique on me, but be careful not to damage the ship." Luffy rubbed his fingers together with a grin. "You better watch out." "I'll unleash my Gatling." Lin Hai glanced at Luffy with a playful expression, poised and calm as he dodged Luffy's punches one by one. That Sanji could not help but murmur, "Is this what Lin Hai refers to as observation Haki?" Zoro remained silent, his expression becoming particularly serious. Usopp opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh no." Nami watched Luffy and Lin Hai, utterly bewildered by the peculiarities of these two. "Oh la la." Luffy continued his relentless assault, soon growing frustrated that he could not land a single hit on Lin Hai. "I'm done. Lin Hai, you're cheating." Lin Hai remained nonchalant, arms crossed, and teasingly replied, "Keep going." Luffy pouted. "Using observation Haki is nothing but cheating." Lin Hai chuckled. "Very well then. I won't dodge this time. Is that acceptable?" "Really?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Hai, puzzled, asked, "What's with that expression? Does hitting me make you so happy?" Luffy glanced sideways at the sky and replied, "I'm not." "Hey, that's a bit too fake, right?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Go ahead, I want to move." Luffy unleashed a barrage of punches towards Lin Hai. Inciting gasps from those nearby, Sanji quickly inquired, "Is this really okay?" Zoro, uncertain, remarked, "It should be fine. Otherwise, Lin Hai wouldn't have asked Luffy to hit him like that." Usopp sweated nervously. "If I were hit by Luffy like that, I can't even imagine." After a while, Luffy withdrew his fist in the center. Lin Hai yawned, completely unfazed, and mockingly said, "Ah, that hurts so much." Luffy felt utterly insulted, his face flushed with rage. "Lin Hai, you jerk, I challenge you to a duel." Usopp quickly wrapped his arms around Luffy's waist. "You can't win against him. Calm down. You need to stay composed." Luffy retorted defiantly. "So what? Even if I can't win, I still want to fight." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Everyone, watch closely. I'll show you what speed truly is." Shave. Suddenly, the deck was filled with Lin Hai's afterimages, and Nami felt as though someone had kissed her cheek. Usopp exclaimed, "Huh, where did Lin Hai go?" "He was just here," Zoro explained. "Lin Hai's speed is too fast. The naked eye cannot keep up with his movements." Sanji searched frantically, unable to match Lin Hai's speed, muttering, "This guy, Lin Hai, is incredibly fast." After a lap around the deck, Lin Hai returned, lying on the deck with a smug expression. "This technique is for you to witness. As for whether you can learn it, that depends on your own fortune. Let me be clear, I want to teach you." Seeing Lin Hai so self-satisfied, Sanji retorted, "What's so great about being fast?" "Lin Hai, one day I'll master that technique too. Just then, Luffy stepped forward. Lin Hai, you were using your feet to rapidly push off the ground to move, right? Usopp pondered. I feel like I've seen Lin Hai's movement style somewhere before. Luffy replied. It's quite similar to Crocodile's silent step, but his speed doesn't compare to Lin Hai's. Usopp finally recalled. No wonder it feels so familiar. Zoro could not help but say, are all the opponents we'll face in the future this strong? Usopp exclaimed, that's terrifying. Lin Hai chuckled. Don't you all wish to improve? Learning this would be quite romantic, wouldn't it? The sense of accomplishment is immense, huh? Romantic? Sense of accomplishment? Luffy laughed. It truly is romantic. Everyone, I think I might have learned this technique too. Nanny. Is that for real? That's impossible. No way, Luffy. I feel like the gap between us is widening. Suddenly, Luffy squatted into a horse stance, one hand pressed against the ground. And then exhaled, second gear. Heat enveloped Luffy as his skin turned red. Whoosh, Luffy vanished from the deck, and when he reappeared, he was already exchanging punches with Lin Hai. The sheer force of their clash sent a shockwave radiating outward from the two. Ah, Nami gasped, startled by this unexpected scene. Zoro and Sanji squinted, struggling to keep up with the speed of either Lin Hai or Luffy. Both felt a sense of urgency as they marveled at the formidable strength these two were exhibiting. Usopp exclaimed, Luffy, you really learned it. I'm so envious, oh no. Luffy released his second gear state, feeling somewhat dejected. Lin Hai, your speed is insane, but at least I finally learned this technique. Ha! Lin Hai scoffed. I mastered it back in the village. What is there to be proud of? Without Haki, you'll just be cannon fodder in the new world, got it? Luffy casually patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. Don't be so serious. Relax a bit. I'm destined to be the Pirate King. Lin Hai kicked Luffy away, exasperated. You jerk, why hit me so hard? That hurts. Sanji rolled his eyes. Your excuse is too flimsy, Zoro remarked. We need to train hard too. Otherwise, we won't keep up with them. At that moment, Lin Hai advised. Luffy, you're utilizing the properties of rubber to accelerate your blood flow. This method can easily drain your stamina in battle. If it becomes a protracted fight, it will greatly burden your body. You must learn to use shave without relying on second gear. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll give you a beating. Luffy sat up, puzzled. Is that how it is? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You should focus on improving your physical condition. You need to strategize in second gear on how to deliver a fatal blow. Understand? Sanji chimed in. So, a strength can also be a weakness? Lin Hai, with a knowing smirk, remarked, it all depends on the situation. If Luffy's physical prowess isn't up to par and he dares to engage in a contest using gear second, he would merely be risking his life, and the toll on his body would be excessively severe. Luffy interjected, everyone, I have an even more exciting technique. It must be gear third. Lin Hai dismissed him, saying, not interested. Let us first indulge in some fishing for tonight's dinner. Before Lin Hai could finish his thought, Usopp and Luffy swiftly produced fishing rods, offering them to Lin Hai. He looked perplexed. Why on earth do I need all of these? I only require one, because you are a fishing expert. Get lost. Ultimately, the clamor subsided into a serene quietude. Beneath the expansive azure sky floated a solitary little boat. Zoro, in his usual fashion, was fast asleep. While Nami lounged in a chair, Sanji emerged from the kitchen, his excitement reigniting upon sighting Nami. He placed a drink beside her, exclaiming, Dear Miss Nami, do try the new beverage I brewed just for you. Nami replied, Arigato, Sanji. No need to be so formal, Nami-san. Sanji then cast a curious glance towards the boat's edge, asking, Are they actually fishing? Nami replied, a bit exasperated, They're engaged in a fishing contest. The trio at the end of the fishing rods sang merrily. Little fish, come bite the hook, jump into my bucket, la 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 Damasha. Luffy declared, This time, I shall catch more than all of you. What song is that? Can it really attract fish? Sanji, unable to contain his curiosity, approached the trio to see what they were up to. Just then, Lin Hai shouted, It's coming. Who will help me hold the fishing rod? Luffy, puzzled, asked, You can't possibly be unable to reel in a single fish. Can you? That would be pathetic. Lin Hai had no time to entertain Luffy's banter. A massive fish was straining the line of his rod. Sanji grasped Lin Hai's fishing rod, inquiring, What is going on here? Lin Hai explained, A large fish has taken the bait. I must dive into the sea to retrieve it. Before he could finish, Lin Hai had already plunged into the water on deck. Zoro was in a deep slumber when suddenly, a large fish fell from the sky, startled awake. He was furious until he realized it was a fish. This catch had been knocked unconscious by Lin Hai and tossed back onto the deck. Certainly not a deliberate act on Lin Hai's part. After a moment, seeing Zoro still fuming, Lin Hai tossed him a bottle of beer to pacify him. That a bottle of Windy System beer costs $5. Quite pricey. Just as Zoro was savoring his drink, he noticed Lin Hai absurdly grilling a fish using his own sword as a spear. Zoro immediately lost his composure, bewilderedly asking, "Lin Hai, how can you use your own sword in such a manner?" Lin Hai, baffled, responded, "Isn't it permissible?" Zoro retorted angrily, "You imbecile, do you not comprehend that a sword is an essential companion for a swordsman?" Lin Hai tossed another bottle of beer, rolling his eyes, "Consume your food. My realm of understanding is beyond what mere mortals can grasp." Sanji chuckled. "Like what?" Lin Hai's eyes sparkled as he handed his skewer to Sanji, then gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, prompting involuntary eye rolls from the others. Sighing, Lin Hai proclaimed, "Fishing is a training of my observation haki and the mastery of strength. Using a sword to grill fish is simply because what?" The others queried, intrigued. In truth, Lin Hai had forgotten the line that followed. Promptly retrieving his notebook, his face lighting up with delight, "Grilling fish with a sword is my way of demonstrating that my blade can move mountains, part seas, slay fish, and roast meat." This guy. The others facepalmed. Utterly speechless, amidst their commotion, they had unknowingly arrived at Logue Town, the birthplace of Gold. Roger, the Pirate King, and also the site of his execution. Upon learning that this was where Roger was born and met his demise, Luffy was instantly eager to see the execution platform. Lin Hai could only shake his head in disbelief at their idolization. It was merely the final destination of some guy who was eventually dubbed the Pirate King. The fervent admiration they displayed was utterly confounding. Perhaps it was a clash of worldviews. Instead of idolizing Roger, they should be out searching for the one piece left behind by Gold. Roger. Just then, Zoro remarked, "Nami, lend me some money to buy a sword." Nami replied, "Sure, but you must repay me threefold later." Zoro protested, "We're familiar enough. Surely interest can be waived." Nami firmly stated, "No way." Resigned, Zoro borrowed 200,000 berries from Nami. When it was Lin Hai's turn, he approached, saying, "Nami, lend me some berries to buy something to eat." Nami asked, "You too? You still owe me 1,000,000 berries." Lin Hai, bewildered, exclaimed, "What 1,000,000 berries?" "Back in Cocoa Village. I scraped together so much from Arlong for you. How can you still hold that against me?" Nami retorted, "That was the villagers' money. It can't be counted." Lin Hai, exasperated, said, "You truly are an insufferable woman. I no longer want it." Soon, everyone went their separate ways. Luffy dashed off to find the execution platform. Sanji headed to buy ingredients. Zoro sought a sword. Usopp went after weapons. And Lin Hai, well, he was off to appreciate the local scenery. Not far away, a commotion drew his attention. Two thugs were blocking a stunning beauty. That beauty was none other than Tashigi. As for whether she was Zoro's love interest, Lin Hai couldn't care less. What connection did Tashigi have with Zoro? At least they were strangers at this point. So why couldn't he pursue her? At that moment, two towering thugs approached Tashigi, one of them sneering, "Your capture is what landed our boss in prison." "Isn't it?" Tashigi, donning dark glasses and cradling a knife wrapped in cloth, replied defiantly, "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" The other thug chimed in, "Indeed, we can't let this slide," one of them added. "We want to throw your corpse at his feet." Lin Hai sensed an opportunity. It was time to showcase his true prowess. Without waiting for Tashigi to speak, he dashed in front of her, declaring with fervor, "O Earth, I thank you for this fortuitous encounter. Love, mock me for enduring this unbearable pain." Tashigi looked puzzled. "Who are you?" Lin Hai pressed a kiss on her hand, responding, "Who am I? I am I, a unique spark, blooming in a fleeting moment of beauty for you." Tashigi's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I'm sorry. Thank you for your affection, but I'm not looking for a relationship. The two thugs, incensed at being ignored, one brandished a knife and shouted at Lin Hai, "Who the hell are you? Stay out of this." Only then did Lin Hai turn to regard the thugs, exclaiming, "Wow, what an outrageous outfit. Those two braids atop your head are quite amusing, and by the way, your belly is so large, my pig at home doesn't weigh that much." Tashigi stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. The thug, unable to bear the insult, prepared to leap at Lin Hai with a knife. But upon seeing Lin Hai's fierce glare, the two thugs deflated, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Tashigi, bewildered, wondered what had just transpired. Lin Hai shook his head. How should I know? Just as he turned, he was taken by surprise as Tashiji tripped over her own knife. Nearly falling, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. In that moment on the street, a man held a woman on the verge of falling, their eyes locked. Recovering from her surprise, Tashiji exclaimed, "Oh no. How embarrassing. Help me up." Watching her adjust her attire, Lin Hai remarked, "What's so embarrassing about it? Don't you think our moment was quite romantic?" Tashiji, her expression serious, replied, "You should really focus on finding a proper job instead of trying to play the love guru. Judging by your appearance, it seems you lack any assets." Assets? Lin Hai was merely a pirate. Where would he find assets? So he retorted, "Right. How did you know?" Had Lin Hai understood Tashiji's thought process, he would have certainly refrained from asking that question. As Dasky observed Lin Hai's inquiry regarding her knowledge of his lack of assets, she found it rather simple to elucidate. She approached him and stated, "Your previous demeanor was rather frivolous, which unmistakably denotes that you belong to the category of individuals who squander their days idly. Judging by your attire, it is evident that financial resources are scarce for you. Do you perhaps have an elderly family member bedridden at home, or has your wife abandoned you, leaving you to single-handedly nurture several hungry children? In any case, I shall not pry further. Follow me, and I will introduce you to a job opportunity that, with diligence, will allow you to support them without issue." Lin Hai pondered. Might this woman frequently encounter such situations and consequently include herself in the equation? Nevertheless, her inquiries left him momentarily flabbergasted, causing his mind to short-circuit. My goodness, he could hardly bear it. Once he regained his composure, he hastily replied, "I am single. There is no need for your introduction. Farewell. No, let us not meet again." As Lin Hai hastily made his exit, he could hear Dasky pursuing him, exclaiming, "There's no need to be so bashful. It is perfectly normal for young people to stray and falter as long as you confront life with courage. There is still ample time to make amends." Oh, where did he go? Hiding in a narrow alley, Lin Hai took deep breaths. Overwhelmed by the sharpness of the woman's observations, he quickly jotted down notes, eager to share this baffling encounter with others in the future. Just as he finished recording his thoughts, a robust man with white hair approached from the opposite end of the alley. "Is that not Smoker?" Smoker had heard from his subordinates about the Straw Hat Pirates landing on the island, and the bounty notice had arrived from the Navy headquarters. However, he had not taken the time to read it and had rushed out to apprehend criminals. Thus, he remained oblivious to Lin Hai's affiliation with the Straw Hat crew at this moment. Upon witnessing Lin Hai's serious demeanor while he scribbled notes, Smoker concluded that he must be an intellectual. With that thought in mind, Smoker greeted, "Your diligence is commendable. Keep it up." Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and replied, "Thank you. By the way, could I borrow a cigarette?" Before Smoker could respond, Lin Hai had already taken 3 cigars from his collar, placing one in each ear and biting down on another. These cigars were quite expensive, and while Smoker felt a pang of regret, he was not a stingy man. Inhaling deeply from the cigar, Lin Hai remarked, "This tobacco is quite exquisite. However, smoking is detrimental to one's health. You should partake less often, especially when smoking 2 at once." Now it was Smoker's turn to be astonished. An intellectual indeed. He could not recall the last time someone expressed such concern for him, and it felt rather pleasant. Those 3 cigars were now considered a gift. He no longer felt regretful. Smoker waved dismissively, saying, "Quit the chatter. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Lin Hai responded, "Take care." Watching Smoker's retreating figure, he couldn't help but smile, pondering what his expression would be upon discovering Lin Hai's pirate status. Would he pursue him to the ends of the earth? The mere thought sent a shiver down Lin Hai's spine, prompting him to seek a strong drink to calm his nerves. Should he activate his observation Haki? Otherwise, who knows what peculiar individuals he might encounter next? Perhaps it was better to refrain. If he knew everything, what would be the point of venturing out to sea? That would hardly be an adventure. Soon enough, Lin Hai dismissed the earlier events from his mind. In an old-fashioned tavern, a few individuals were gathered, among them the buggy pirates, who had come seeking revenge against Luffy's crew at this moment. Buggy was engaged in divination. The signs indicate that the Straw Hat crew has indeed landed on this island. The time for revenge is nigh. Alrita, who had consumed the slip fruit and transformed into a stunning beauty, approached Buggy and inquired, "So, will you be able to successfully take his life?" Buggy replied, "Of course. The one destined to die is," as he revealed the final card. He was shocked to find it was himself. Is that not you?" Alrita teased. Buggy, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the table. At that moment, a boisterous song filled the air. La la la, Demacia. La la la, League of Legends. Who else could it be but Lin Hai? Upon spotting Buggy seated there, Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback but quickly greeted. Oh, Buggy, it's been quite some time since we last met. Seeing you again feels oddly nostalgic. Buggy responded. Oh, it's you. Indeed, it's been a while. Hello. Buggy's crewmates, Moki and Alrita, exchanged bewildered glances at Buggy's reaction. Realizing the situation, Buggy grew irate. You rascal. Do you have any idea how hard we searched for you? Ever since I was sent flying that day. I returned to my comrades solely fueled by the desire for revenge. It has been a grand adventure, a tumultuous journey filled with both joy and sorrow. Yet here I am, a fragmented Buggy, navigating the ups and downs of life. But little Buggy, as he continued, Buggy suddenly felt he was straying off topic, growing increasingly frustrated. What are you making me say, you bastard? Lin Hai, bemused, retorted. But weren't you the one who kept talking? By the way, is that cape of yours really fashionable? Aren't you hot in it? Buggy replied. It's a necessity. After all, a colonel from the Navy headquarters has arrived in town, and he is exceptionally powerful. Realizing the implications, Buggy grew irate again. Who are you calling fashionable, you bastard? For revenge, I have partnered with the lovely Alrita here. You will stand there and graciously accept our punishment. Yahaha. Buggy was quite amusing. And Lin Hai chuckled. Those are mere old grievances. As pirates, how can we still dwell on such trivial matters? You truly are a petty individual. Buggy snapped. What did you say? Lin Hai casually took a sip from a cup and remarked. Was it I who sent you flying? If you're so displeased, why not seek out Luffy? Come now, can we not be a bit less serious? It's rare that we meet again. The bonds of the sea are truly marvelous. We are all children of the ocean. Let us toast. Buggy murmured. Children of the ocean. Even so, I shall not forgive you. Lin Hai draped an arm around Buggy's shoulders and grinned. Why dwell on the past? Let us have a few drinks first. Later, I'll treat you all to dinner as an apology. Surely that will suffice? Buggy conceded. Since you are so understanding, if I continue to press the issue, I will indeed appear petty. However, that straw hat bastard, I have yet to forgive him. Lin Hai interrupted. Cheers. Unbeknownst to Buggy, he was about to be tricked again. After clinking glasses with Buggy, Lin Hai noticed Alrita looking at him with dissatisfaction. Lin Hai smiled. Beautiful lady, shall we share a drink? Alrita replied. Finally, you noticed me. Where is that Luffy? That punch he threw was truly unforgettable. Recalling the formidable Alrita, Lin Hai silently thanked his stars for not having confronted her. At that moment, he suggested, shall we go? I assume you haven't eaten yet. My treat. Buggy laughed. Oh, how could I accept such generosity? Lin Hai responded. This is a meal of reconciliation. There is no need to feel awkward about it. Aha! Buggy exclaimed. You're quite a decent fellow. Alrita announced. I shall decline. I am off to find that man. Lin Hai smirked inwardly, wishing her success in her endeavors. In a restaurant, Lin Hai extravagantly ordered a feast, along with several bottles of alcohol. Lifting his glass, he inquired, where is Moki, the fellow with the knife? Moki replied, Ah, you mean Kabaji? He is currently pursuing the straw hats. Buggy chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. Let us drink. Aha! Today has been a delightful day. Who would have thought, Lin Hai? You are quite an interesting person. Lin Hai patted Buggy on the shoulder and laughed. You're not so bad yourself. By the way, Alrita is indeed stunning. Have you considered marrying her? Buggy pondered for a moment. Well, as pirates, we pursue wealth. What use is a wife? Lin Hai retorted. How could she be of no use? I believe you two would make a splendid match. Just think, if you were to marry the most beautiful woman in the East Blue, wouldn't that further showcase your exceptional prowess? Additionally, marrying her wouldn't hinder your quest for wealth, would it? After a moment of contemplation, Buggy felt increasingly captivated by Lin Hai's words. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed with laughter, Then it's settled. I shall strive to make Alrita my wife. Ah, what a joyous day this is. Shortly after the group had taken a few swigs of their drinks, Luffy and Zoro entered the establishment, due to Buggy and Machi being enveloped in their cloaks. Luffy and Zoro were unaware of Buggy's presence. Upon spotting Lin Hai, Luffy's face lit up with surprise. Hey Lin Hai, I can't believe you're enjoying such delectable food. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed over to Lin Hai's table and began to devour the food ravenously. Buggy, still processing the situation, joyfully inquired, Lin Hai, Are they your companions? Since you know each other, feel free to eat. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're the host, so that should be your line. Lin Hai chuckled. We are free-spirited pirates. There's no need for such formalities. With that, he leaned closer to Zoro's ear and whispered, hurry up and eat. Don't ask questions that I asked. They continued eating. Buggy suddenly realized that the straw-hatted brat was right in front of him. Removing his cloak, Buggy pointed at Luffy and shouted, you rascal in the straw hat. At last, I found you. Luffy looked up, puzzled. Who are you? Buggy, noticing Luffy still munching away, became furious. Stop eating. You haven't forgotten who I am. Have you? Luffy, while still chewing, exclaimed, wow, your nose is so red and round. The audacious straw hat brat remained as impolite as ever. Buggy brandished his dagger. Just as he was about to continue, Lin Hai interjected, Buggy, Luffy is my captain, and I cannot allow you to harm him. You are my friend, and I have no desire to hurt you either, so I will be taking Luffy and the others away. Taken aback, Buggy exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Hai, you are truly a man of loyalty. It is an honor to be your friend. Sob, sob, sob. Machi quickly reminded Buggy, Captain Buggy, they have already escaped. Buggy then snapped back to reality. Quick, let us chase after them. We cannot allow that straw hat brat to escape. Yes, Captain Buggy. Just as they prepared to rise, the shopkeeper intervened. Gentlemen, you haven't settled your bill yet. Buggy and Machi exchanged glances, bewildered. Was he had agreed that Lin Hai would cover the tab? Now they were left footing the bill. Furthermore, that straw hat rascal had eaten the most. Moreover, Lin Hai and Zoro had made off with the drinks, and to make matters worse, that straw hat brat had devoured nearly half of the food on the table. As Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro exited the restaurant and reached a safe distance, Luffy grumbled, I'm still not full. Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept by, blowing his hat away. Luffy immediately dashed after it. With Zoro in pursuit of Luffy, the wind was oddly powerful, prompting Lin Hai to activate his Kinbunshika Haki. Indeed, not far off, he sensed a formidable presence. Following that energy, he spotted a figure cloaked in green standing nearby. Lin Hai quickly realized it was Luffy's father, Dragon. Seeing that Dragon showed no intention of evading him, Lin Hai approached and asked, that gust of wind earlier was your doing, wasn't it? Dragon turned and nodded. Yes, greetings, friend of Luffy. Hello, Lin Hai replied, puzzled. Where exactly are you leading him? Dragon responded. If Luffy wishes to become the Pirate King, he must witness the execution site of Gold. Roger. This is where everything began. And that is where it will end. Allowing him to experience it may not be a bad thing. This is where it all began. Lin Hai shook his head. That cannot be right. The true beginning lies with the celestial dragons claiming divinity. Since they took power, everything has strayed from its origin. Freedom and human life are no longer cherished, and chaos has ensued, prompting the valiant to seek answers. Dragon, intrigued, gazed at Lin Hai, trying to discern something from him. After a moment, he remarked, you seem quite knowledgeable. Lin Hai shrugged. It's just hearsay. By the way, your Kinbunshika Haki is truly impressive, and your ability, is it the natural type, the hurricane fruit? Dragon did not respond to Lin Hai's query, but instead asked, what is your perspective on this world? Me. Lin Hai replied, somewhat exasperated, what is there to think? I simply do what I wish to do. Oh, Dragon asked curiously, can you share what you most desire? Cough, cough. Lin Hai said, feeling bashful, to sail with Luffy, embarking on adventures while wooing the ladies and enjoying a drink or two. Ha ha ha. Dragon chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Your aspirations are rather unrefined. Lin Hai quickly interjected. Please, do not try to dissuade me. I have no desire to be a hero, for I lack the temperament for it. That is simply my fate. Is that so? Dragon mused, somewhat regretful. Then I wish you a pleasant journey. In an instant, Dragon moved with the grace of wind, his feet barely touching the ground as he shifted positions with remarkable agility. Such an extraordinary technique was something Lin Hai yearned to learn. A true display of flair. Watching Dragon head towards the execution site of the Pirate King, it seemed he intended to test Luffy, allowing him to experience the true resolve of risking one's life. After some contemplation, Lin Hai decided it best not to follow. Should Luffy discover him, would he still confront death? With Lin Hai's abilities, Luffy would never believe Lin Hai could not save him. Thus, he resolved to observe from the shadows. Witnessing that carefree smile, meanwhile, in the square, Luffy found himself restrained by Kabeji atop the execution platform, while Buggy brandished a knife, preparing to execute him. The atmospheric pressure intensified. evidently under Dragon's control. His mastery of his abilities was truly astounding. Coupled with Dragon's exceptional Kinbunchika Haki, it was a miracle that the world government could capture him. On the execution platform, Buggy, wielding a curved blade, laughed heartily. Monkey D. Luffy, you truly possess an audacious spirit, daring to offend me. Buggy the Clown, do you have any idea what I have endured since you sent me flying and left me missing body parts? Sob, 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 as he reminisced about his past experiences. Buggy couldn't help but weep. Luffy, anxious, pleaded, please let me go. I beg you. Aren't you friends with Lin Hai? Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Buggy burst into laughter. How could I possibly let you go? You fool. While Lin Hai is indeed my friend, speaking of him, he is far more sensible than you. It's the first time in my pirate career that someone has treated me to a meal. It brings me great joy. Mid-sentence, Buggy realized he had strayed from the topic, and growing furious, he snapped. Is now the time for such chatter? Monkey D. Luffy, do you have any final words before your demise? Ahahaha. Luffy, sensing his dire situation, shouted defiantly, I am going to be the Pirate King. The Pirate King, the man. The square fell into a hushed silence as the onlookers gazed in terror at Luffy, who was about to be executed. With only his voice echoing in the AIRAT that moment, Zoro and Sanji rushed in to save Luffy, but given their lack of abilities, it was evident they could not rescue him. Luffy grasped the gravity of the situation. In the nick of time, as Buggy raised his blade to strike, Luffy calmly lifted his gaze, revealing a smile that could rival the blooming of 100 flowers. I'm sorry, everyone. It seems I'm going to die. This scene shocked the spectators below the execution platform. To face death with such tranquility, in the shadows, Smoker felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, sensing something extraordinary about that smile. Shouldn't a person facing death display despair or fear? How could Luffy dare to proclaim his ambition to become the Pirate King at the sight of Joel D. Roger's execution? Even upon realizing death was imminent. He wore a smile that seemed unstoppable, as if he were destined to become the Pirate King. Smoker gazed at the execution platform in astonishment, regardless of the outcome for the Straw Hat Luffy. That fellow had already earned the right to aspire to be the Pirate King. Just then, as Buggy's blade was about to strike Luffy, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the sky and striking the execution platform. The outcome was clear. Luffy had survived. Ah, I knew I wouldn't die. This is a stroke of luck, Luffy exclaimed, picking up his hat and placing it back on his head, beaming as if he had just walked away from the gates of death. Zoro and Sanji let out sighs of relief. The earlier spectacle had left Sanji so astonished that he didn't even notice his cigarette had fallen from his mouth, ultimately asking Zoro, "Do you believe in gods? Quit speaking nonsense." Upon finishing his words, Zoro turned to Luffy and complained, "Luffy, you might be taking this a bit too far." Luffy chuckled and replied, "Huh, my bad, my bad at that moment." Lin Hai approached Luffy, recalling the earlier scene that if it were him, would Lin Hai remain composed? He asked himself, and the answer was a resounding yes. Observing the square in utter disarray, Lin Hai said, "Let us set sail post-haste." All right. However, just as they made some progress, trouble reared its head once more that a striking motorcycle was parked in the center of the street, with Smoker and Tashigi standing before it. Lin Hai inwardly cursed. These two were indeed a nuisance. After being intercepted, Smoker declared, "Your journey ends here, having crossed paths with me." Luffy retorted, "No way. I intend to sail the seas and become the Pirate King." Smoker scoffed, "With your strength, you can't even defeat me. Your so-called dream ends here." At that moment, Lin Hai had a sudden inspiration, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He stepped forward and began to mimic Blackbeard, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. The crowd was drawn in by Lin Hai's laughter, rising from low to high. Filled with bravado, with arms outstretched, he proclaimed, "Smoker, dreams are not meant to be extinguished, are they?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for executing a flamboyant maneuver. Rewarding the host with an enhancement in Haki proficiency. Please continue to strive for excellence. The reward for enhancing Haki was exceedingly rare. Lin Hai instantly felt invigorated, his fatigue forgotten. At that moment, Smoker's pupils constricted. He sensed this individual was no ordinary foe. Moreover, this person had just deceived him, costing Smoker 3 cigars. Enough was enough. Just as Smoker was about to speak, Tashigi stepped forward, brandishing Lin Hai's bounty notice, and exclaimed, "Despicable Lin Hai, how dare you deceive me? It turns out you are a notorious villain." With that, She revealed Lin Hai's bounty poster. Lin Hai's eyes widened. Was that not 250 berries? How had it escalated to a bounty of 300 million? Nanny, Luffy gasped, gazing at Lin Hai in disbelief. Zoro also turned to Lin Hai, astonished by such a dramatic change in bounty. Sanji, filled with jealousy, grabbed Lin Hai's collar and exclaimed, "What heinous act have you committed to warrant such a high bounty?" The alteration in bounty stemmed from an incident involving Lin Hai and a celestial dragon. While shopping, that celestial dragon, St. Charlos, recognized Lin Hai's face. Initially, St. Charlos intended to set an even higher bounty. But the act of striking a celestial dragon was far too grave. Thus, after deliberation among the elders, they settled on this amount. The reasoning was never disclosed. After all, the celestial dragons prized their reputation above all else. At that moment, Zoro, enviously muttering, said, "Lin Hai, what have you done?" Before he could finish, Lin Hai abruptly exclaimed, again with the nonsense, and performed 20 backflips, only to crash against a wall. Ouch! That hurt like hell. The onlookers in the street darkened in expression. Luffy felt his own bounty of 30 million suddenly seemed insignificant, while Zoro, with his meager 10 million, couldn't he help but feel despondent in comparison to Lin Hai's 300 million as for Sanji. He had already squatted down, drawing circles in despair. Smoker's expression darkened as he said, "Lin Hai, I initially thought you were a scholar, but it turns out you are a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Even if it costs me my life, I shall stop you here." Tashigi also drew her sword, pointing it at Luffy's group, declaring, "I shall uphold the honor of the Navy and prevent your escape." Realizing he had momentarily let pride get the better of him, Lin Hai quickly adjusted his hairstyle and donned a sorrowful expression, stepping forward. "How can you treat me this way? Do you know why my bounty is so high?" "Why?" they chorused. Lin Hai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, shedding a genuine tear, and began, "Last year, on a lovely autumn evening, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, reminiscent of a mother's tender embrace. Such memories are truly nostalgic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for executing a flamboyant maneuver, rewarding the host with an enhancement in physical prowess." Smoker's face darkened as he growled, "Get to the point." Clearing his throat, Lin Hai awkwardly waved his hand, continuing, "That evening, I was helping a retired Navy officer with mobility issues cross the street. You see, he had a bedridden mother at home, his wife had left him, and he had several hungry children to care for. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a 3-part flamboyant maneuver, enhancing physical prowess once more." Tashigi felt a sense of déjà vu from Lin Hai's words. While Luffy and Sanji were moved to tears, lamenting, "He is so pitiful, boo-hoo." Smoker pointed his crossed fingers at Lin Hai, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, what are you trying to say?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai hurriedly clarified, while assisting him. "We encountered a passing celestial dragon. Seeing that we did not kneel in greeting, that snot-nosed celestial dragon attempted to shoot us on the spot. Even the smallest of creatures cling to life. How could we do any less? Naturally, I could not stand idly by, so I struck him, not knowing he was so fragile that he fainted. Thus, I was bestowed with this outrageous bounty. Smoker, I ask you, what crime have I committed? Is it a sin to help the elderly cross the street? If preventing harm to a retired officer is a crime, then arrest me, for I shall not resist." Ding! The host's flamboyant maneuver dazzled the system, granting the host advanced mastery of spatial slash, with no cooldown period. Alas, at that moment, upon hearing Lin Hai's poignant speech, Tashigi approached Smoker, saying he is so pitiful, boo-hoo. Zoro remained silent, while Sanji and Luffy wiped their tears and snot on Lin Hai. "I had no idea you had such a past, Lin Hai. How touching. Oh, Lin Hai, you were truly a great person." You scoundrel, boo-hoo." Observing Luffy and Sanji, Lin Hai felt an overwhelming urge to kick them both, finally snapping and pushing Luffy and Sanji away, furiously exclaiming, "You two are filthy. Enough already, you rascals." After a moment of contemplation, Smoker finally said, "Your story requires further scrutiny. You must accompany me to the Navy base if what you say is true." Lin Hai thought, "Isn't Smoker being a bit too obstinate?" He had already made his point. Yet Smoker remained skeptical. After all, crafting such a tale was no easy feat for Lin Hai. With his spatial abilities and Haki hardening, Lin Hai instantly appeared beside Smoker, seizing both Tashigi and Smoker, and hurled them towards Smoker's office. Everything transpired too swiftly, like a whirlwind. While Luffy and Sanji were still caught up in their emotions, Zoro questioned, what about those two Navy officers? Lin Hai snorted. I tossed them aside. Do you still wish to set sail? Enough with the tears. Hurry up and flee. If that bothersome smoker catches up to us, we won't be able to escape. Inside Smoker's office, Tashigi landed safely. While Smoker's head was lodged in a nearby cabinet at that moment, Tashigi was bewildered, pondering. Where are we? What just happened? After a moment, Smoker finally extricated his head, lit another cigarette, and darkly stated, Tashigi, are you prepared to venture into the Grand Line? That detestable straw hat crew dares to mock the Navy. Such transgressions are unforgivable, Tashigi timidly replied. What if what he said is true? Smoker retorted angrily. Even if it's true, based on his recent actions. I must teach him a lesson. Wait, Tashigi quickly grabbed Smoker's arm, reminding him, how did we end up back here? If we encounter them again, we might not stand a chance against them. Smog, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Dasky, are we to cower simply because we cannot best our adversaries? Should we not pursue them? What does that make us as the Navy? Dasky promptly straightened up and replied, I will accompany you to the Grand Line to apprehend the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Dracula Mihawk observed Luffy and his companions, initially believing that they would be helpless against Smoker, who wielded a Logia-type devil fruit. However, he was nearly bewildered by Lin Hai's maneuvers, standing on the rooftop. Facing the wind, Mihawk suddenly flushed. If Lin Hai's earlier words were mere fabrications, then the anger he had stirred within him would render him a fool. Eventually, Mihawk shook his head with a chuckle, murmuring, Go forth. Children, if this is your aspiration, then sail boldly across the seas that a person's dreams shall never be extinguished. Intrigued, he decided to lend them a hand. Just as he finished his thought, a tremendous wind surged through several streets of Logtown. Lin Hai and Luffy had just arrived at the shoreline, where a group of Marines was firing upon the Going Merry. Just as Lin Hai was about to take action, a powerful gust of wind swept in. He cast a bemused glance towards Mihawk's direction, thinking it was quite unnecessary. Following the tempest, the Marines' formation was thrown into disarray, and their artillery was dismantled by the gale. Who would dare believe such a tale? Spatial field. On board the ship, Nami rushed towards Lin Hai, who welcomed her embrace. Sanji, consumed by jealousy, shouted, You scoundrel! Let go of Miss Nami! Zoro, exasperated, retorted, You fools, pay attention. We're not out of danger yet. It dawned on everyone that the sky was still pouring with rain. Time passed, and the Going Merry had finally sailed out of Logtown's waters. Yet the dark clouds lingered, and the torrential rain continued to fall. At the bow stood Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro, gazing at the tumultuous sea. Each wave threatening to engulf the ship. Lin Hai lamented, This downpour seems to have lasted an eternity, doesn't it? Zoro nodded. Indeed, it has. Luffy inquired, Are we going to be drowned by these waves? Unbeknownst to them, Nami's temper was boiling behind them. Dang. X3 Nami erupted. Are you three just sitting idly by? Do you have any idea how busy we are? Just then, Usopp, in a panic, exclaimed, Nami, the ship is about to collide with that mountain. We need a plan. Now, Nami commanded. Sanji, steer left at 60 degrees. Sanji replied, No can do. Miss Nami, the current is too strong. I can't turn. At that moment, Lin Hai declared, It's my turn to step in. Zoro asked, What do you intend to do? Lin Hai responded, Cut it. Nami, gripping Lin Hai's head and pointing at the mountain, incredulously said, Do you even understand what you're saying? How on earth do you plan to cut that? Lin Hai, exasperated, urged, Let go of me, or we truly won't make it in time. In an instant, Lin Hai assumed a stance, extending one hand with his index and middle fingers aligned with his chest and chin. A small spatial vortex appeared to his left, from which a sword gradually emerged. This technique transformed the high wind into a double-edged sword, deviating from its usual single edge. Grasping the hilt, Lin Hai bellowed, Spatial slash, cleave the mountain. With a flash like lightning, Lin Hai's sword cleaved the ocean before the Going Merry in two. A massive rift appeared, accompanied by a thunderous roar of the waves. This time, Lin Hai had learned from past mistakes, avoiding the previous blunder of slicing from below, which had created a vortex by drawing in water from both sides. Instead, he directed his strike at a 30-degree angle to the right of the mountain. Utilizing the force of the oncoming waves to propel the ship forward, he realized that merely splitting the mountain wouldn't suffice, as the ship's hull would still risk grounding. Although they evaded the peril of collision, The vessel's bottom would be compromised. The crew was left astounded by Lin Hai's actions. He quickly urged, Nami, take charge. Don't just stand there in shock. You know what to do now, right? Nami finally snapped back to reality, commanding, Zoro, lower the sails. Luffy, keep an eye on the left waves and report any changes immediately. Usopp, Sanji, turn right at 60 degrees. Lin Hai, leave the front to you. The Going Merry narrowly grazed the mountain's side, almost crashing. After a frantic effort, they successfully evaded the disaster at that moment. The rain ceased, and the sky cleared, with everyone collapsing onto the deck, gasping for breath. The might of nature was truly astonishing. After a moment of recovery, Lin Hai smiled at Nami, saying, Well done, Nami. Your navigational skills are truly unparalleled. You are a genius among geniuses. Even the navigator from the Pirate King's ship pales in comparison to you. Zoro, unimpressed, remarked, Hey, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, declared, Miss Nami, I adore you. Usopp added, Nami, you truly are something else. Ha! Luffy laughed, patting Nami on the shoulder. Nami, you are something else, indeed. Nami punched Luffy away and shyly replied, Honestly, I'm not as amazing as you all say, but I will graciously accept your praises. How shameless, Zoro muttered under his breath. Nami shot him a dangerous glance and asked, Zoro, what did you say? Zoro quickly changed the subject. Lin Hai, didn't you say last time that using that move would leave you faint? Why are you fine this time? Right? Everyone turned their curious gazes towards Lin Hai. He shrugged and explained, Geniuses operate differently. I believe that anything a genius does cannot be questioned. For there is no explanation. How can I explain this? This guy is as infuriating as ever. I regret asking him anything. By the way, do you all know that Lin Hai's bounty has skyrocketed to 300 million? 300 million? Usopp exclaimed, approaching in disbelief. What on earth happened? How did your bounty become so outrageous? Nami gasped. 300 million. What could Lin Hai have possibly done to warrant such a high bounty? Lin Hai, feeling helpless, decided to enhance his reputation with more fabrications, recounting the tale of how he had deceived Smoker once more. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you truly are remarkable. Nami chimed in, So, Lin Hai, does that mean you are also an orphan? Lin Hai glanced at Nami, feeling somewhat awkward, but resigned himself to keep up the pretense. Thus, Lin Hai pulled a guitar from the system. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Lin Hai, you're a musician. Sanji scoffed, pretending to smoke. He definitely can't play. Zoro chuckled, You're just jealous, aren't you? Sanji retorted angrily, Who's jealous? I'll kick you if you don't shut up. Zoro shot back, If you dare, I'll slice you first. Nami slapped her forehead, exasperated. Can you two not start fighting at the drop of a hat? Yes, ma'am. Sanji quickly appeased, I will listen to you. Miss Nami. At that moment, Lin Hai began to strum, and everyone fell silent, eager to hear what kind of melody he would produce. Lin Hai awkwardly plucked a few strings. Feeling embarrassed, he didn't actually know how to play, lacking even the coins to buy the skill for playing the guitar. Moreover, he didn't understand sheet music. Thus, he could only feign playing haphazardly while singing. The autumn wind rises. Dreams of yesterday, flowers bloom and wither, reflecting on emptiness. Thoughts of the sea linger, when will they end? Years later, all rush by in haste. Luffy, puzzled, asked, Lin Hai, what are you talking about? Usopp shook his head in confusion. Zoro added, Lin Hai, you can't play the guitar, can you? Is this tolerable? Is it so easy to put on an act? Lin Hai racked his brain, concocting a few words that happened to fit the moment, only to be met with cold mockery from these companions. Lin Hai exclaimed with anger, What do you ignorant fools understand? Sanji turned to Zoro and asked, Is he throwing a tantrum out of embarrassment? Ha! Lin Hai, you are quite an amusing fellow, truly a fool. He. Consequently, Lin Hai fell silent once more, resigning himself to the corner to continue drawing circles. After a while of sailing aboard the Mary, Lin Hai suddenly recalled the numerous rewards he had acquired in Rogue Town and promptly summoned the system panel. Flamboyant System host, Lin Hai Physique, Level 7, Top Tier Level 10, Observation Haki, Level 2 Armament Haki. Level 2 Conqueror's Haki, Level 2, capable of freely controlling and intimidating targets, Skill 1. Establish Spatial Field 2.1 Sword Style 3. Spatial / Advanced application of the Space Fruit, dependent on physical stamina. Skill 2, Duga 9 Swords, Inspired, System Store, Open, Flamboyant Coins, 250 after browsing the system panel. Lin Hai's mood was initially delightful. But upon seeing the flamboyant coins, he was immediately filled with frustration. Lin Hai, Flamboyant System. Are you toxic? Flamboyant System. The host requires poison, which can be purchased in the system store. Would you like to open the system store? Lin Hai retorted irritably. No, thank you. Soon, Nami gathered everyone around, spreading a navigation chart she had obtained from Buggy across the table, pointing at a section of the map. She announced, everyone, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Sanji, puzzled, responded, how can that be possible? Usopp nodded in agreement. If the entrance is a mountain, how do we get in? Are we supposed to just charge into it? Luffy laughed. Just rush through. Nami smacked her forehead and replied, the map indicates it that way. Zoro inquired, Nami, this map was taken from Buggy. Could it be fake? Lin Hai disdainfully glanced at everyone and mocked. A bunch of illiterates, didn't you notice the contour lines on the map? Contour lines? What are those? Yeah, sounds impressive. Oh, I know. It's the incredible contour lines. Luffy was promptly kicked away by Nami. Nami then asked Lin Hai, do you know how to get there? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at the group and replied, this map actually represents three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional format. Look, these data points are evidence. Luckily, he had been coerced by his geography teacher to learn in high school. Seeing that everyone except Nami wore blank expressions, Lin Hai had no choice but to explain to her, Nami, see this red Earth continent? There should be a special current flowing from the sea up the mountain, carrying the ship along. Then, the ship will follow the current to the other side of the red Earth continent. Nami clapped her hands in realization, exclaiming, so that's how it is. Truly an astonishing feat of nature. Thank you, Mua. Witnessing this, Sanji fell to his knees on the deck, repeatedly banging it, lamenting, why not me? Why not me? Luffy gazed at Lin Hai with sparkling eyes. Lin Hai, you can do that too. You, Clang. Luffy was shoved aside by Lin Hai. Lin Hai smugly raised an eyebrow at Zoro. Tisich. Zoro turned his face away, muttering, what's so impressive about that? Finally, the Golden Mary was nearing the red Earth. The once clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds and relentless rain. Just as Nami was about to rally everyone to get to work, she noticed Lin Hai was about to draw his sword and rushed over to ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy? Lin Hai slowly turned and said, I'm quite displeased with all those dark clouds in the sky. I intend to cut them down. Zoro chuckled with interest. Can you actually do that? Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? You can split the clouds? Usopp exclaimed, stop talking nonsense. How could that be possible? At this moment, Lin Hai had already slowly drawn his sword. Bang! X3, a fed-up Nami swiftly knocked Lin Hai. Luffy and Zoro down with a punch each. Nami, exasperated, said, honestly, you all are like this. Do you even realize the situation? Have you seen that lighthouse? Quickly, lower the sails. We are about to enter the Grand Line. Boom. A flash of white light split the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck Lin Hai, who had been pointing his sword at the sky. Nami turned her head mechanically, weakly asking, Lin Hai, are you all right? Lin Hai found it strange. Being struck by lightning with a level 7 physique seemed to have no effect. If this were Blue Star, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. He quickly lowered his sword and then adjusted his pants, relieved to find he was unharmed. The others nearby understood Lin Hai's intent, and their expressions darkened. At this moment, Luffy took a bucket and placed it in the middle of the deck, saying, everyone, as we are about to enter the Grand Line, let's share our dreams. With that, Luffy placed his heel on the bucket and declared, I want to become the Pirate King. Lin Hai. I want to be the most flamboyant sea man. Flamboyant man? Based on Lin Hai's past behavior, everyone understood. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, all blue. Nami. I want to draw the world map. Usopp hesitated for a moment before stating, I want to be a brave warrior of the sea. The Grand Line. Here we come. Underneath this stormy sky. No one could have anticipated how the future world would become vibrant and colorful because of these few young adventurers just setting out on their journeys, especially that man, the one who aims to be flamboyant to the extreme. Quickly, lower the sails. We need to follow the current into the entrance, Nami urgently commanded. Usopp, terrified, looked ahead and said, isn't that entrance too small? The ship will crash. You three idiots, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro. The ship is about to collide. And you were still drinking tea? Sanji fumed. Lin Hai disdainfully glanced at Sanji. What's all the fuss about? Damn it. Spatial field. Lin Hai hurriedly utilized his abilities to alter the ship's course, avoiding a collision. The entrance sailed past them in their peripheral vision. Once they regained their composure, Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar, shouting, You idiot. Why didn't you act sooner? You scared me to death just now. Do you know that? Zoro praised. Lin Hai, your ability is truly remarkable. Lin Hai chuckled. Of course, what a genius possesses is simply that cool. Luffy scoffed. What is so impressive? My rubber can expand and contract, and it can stretch. Lin Hai retorted angrily. Shut your mouth, you stinky rubber. Do you think it's cool to become a pile of rubber like you? Luffy shot back. The gum-gum fruit is the coolest. Lin Hai, cool my foot. It's trash rubber. Luffy, what did you say? Bang. X2 Nami, utterly exasperated, said, Can you two stop arguing? The danger isn't over yet. Everyone, focus. The rapid approach was matched by a swift departure. Luffy and Lin Hai soon stood shoulder to shoulder, admiring the waves swiftly receding behind them. As the ship sailed upward, everyone felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, an experience unlike any they had encountered before. Wow, what a beautiful sight. Do you feel different in your bodies? Ahem, I have motion sickness medicine here. Who wants it? 1,000,000 berries per pill. Stupid Lin Hai. Do you think we're pigs? Just as everyone was enjoying the feeling of flying, the ship suddenly soared into the air due to inertia. For they had reached the peak of the ship's path. Ah, what on earth is happening? The ship seems to be flying. Ah, what to do? What to do? It feels as though death is imminent. The ship is doomed. And lives are at stake. Luffy, Lin Hai, think of something quickly. If this continues, Lin Hai, speechless, responded, just hold on to the handrails. This is a normal occurrence, for heaven's sake. Ah, the currents are truly astonishing. How fascinating. Fascinating, my foot. Grip the handrails tightly, or you'll be thrown overboard. Due to the ship's sudden drop from the heights, everyone was still reeling from the weightlessness, akin to a terrifying roller coaster ride at an amusement park. It was exhilarating enough to make one scream for their mother. Once the ship stabilized and flowed downstream, Lin Hai's keen observation allowed him to sense a gigantic creature lurking beneath the ship. That must be the legendary Laboon. Regardless of what it is, if it dares to obstruct our vessel, it shall be cut down. Seeing Lin Hai assume a battle stance at the ship's bow, Zoro could not help but inquire, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy? Lin Hai clarified, there's a massive whale below. If we don't strike it down, our ship will crash right into it. Luffy interjected, Lin Hai, don't swing your sword recklessly. There must be a way. Usopp chimed in, Lin Hai, when did you become so fond of chopping things? Lin Hai, at a loss for words, replied, you have no idea how colossal that whale is. Oh, suddenly, a tremendous sound wave erupted. The roar of the whale. Was it preparing to ram into the mountains? The crew on the Mary all covered their ears. Perhaps Luffy, with a hint of the ability to hear all things, discerned feelings of loneliness and solitude in the whale's call, resolutely preventing Lin Hai from attacking. Lin Hai, exasperated, said, since you all oppose it, prepare for what comes after. We need to figure out how to stop the ship. Otherwise, we'll crash. Zoro inquired, can't you teleport the ship away? Lin Hai retorted, have you ever studied the conservation of momentum? FTMV. If I instantaneously halt the ship, the momentum it would experience could very well shatter it to pieces. Luffy clapped his left hand onto his right. Oh, so that's the extraordinary conservation of momentum. Nami promptly punched Luffy, exclaiming in distress. You all need to think of a solution quickly. We're about to collide. Lin Hai reassured, everyone, remain calm. Once we enter the whale's belly, if we can't find a way out, I shall carve a hole in it. After saying this, Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist and smiled gently. Don't worry, Nami. If this whale intends to feast, it will surely start with them. If the whale becomes full, then, Nami, terrified, responded, what time is it? How can you still joke around? Observing Lin Hai holding Nami, Sanji, momentarily forgetting his fear, erupted with rage. Lin Hai, let go of Nami. Suddenly, the whale opened its massive mouth, and then, the ship was swallowed whole. Inside the whale. Oh, is this what it's like inside a whale? How intriguing. Hey, what's with the blue sky and seagulls above? They must be painted on. Nami, anxious, exclaimed, I say, is this really the time to be concerned about that? Hurry up and think of a way to get out. Lin Hai pointed to a nearby island. There should be inhabitants there. Stay calm. The most important thing now is to have a barbecue. It seemed that Lin Hai retrieved the fish he had brought from his space, casually grilling it with his sword. Upon seeing food, Luffy cast aside all worries, chattering, Lin Hai's barbecue isn't as delicious as Sanji's. Sanji, barbecue. Nami facepalmed. I say you guys, Sanji consoled. Miss Nami, since we don't know what to do for now, why not eat something first? Zoro, with newfound interest, sat beside Lin Hai, grinning. Lin Hai, let's have a bottle of beer. Luffy echoed. Lin Hai's beer is the best, cold and exhilarating. Nami added, give me a bottle too. Lin Hai teased. What? No one is shouting for help anymore. Nami twisted Lin Hai's ear. You rascal. Sanji knelt on the ground, banging on the ship's deck. Lin Hai, you lucky guy. I envy you. Just as the fire was kindled and the grilling commenced, the door of a house on the island opened. From within, an elderly man emerged, his hair quite peculiar, bald on top, with the remaining hair fanned out like a peacock's tail. Upon encountering the Straw Hat crew, the old man glared fiercely at them, not even bothering to look their way as he found a seat. Once seated, he remained silent, simply staring at the Straw Hats. The imposing aura of the old man rendered everyone speechless. Usopp, unable to withstand the pressure, instinctively blurted out, Why are you looking at us like that? Do you want to fight? The old man replied in a low tone, I advise you not to. It could lead to death. Provoked, Zoro smirked. Oh, and who might that be? The old man retorted fiercely. It's me. Sanji's eyes bulged. So it's you. Ha. Luffy laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. You're quite amusing. Zoro, feeling a bit played, asked with a hint of hostility, Who exactly are you? The old man responded, Shouldn't you introduce yourselves before asking about others? Oh, my apologies. Just as Zoro was about to speak, the old man interjected, My name is Claucus, 71 years old, and I am a doctor. Lin Hai quickly restrained the irate Zoro, handing him a bottle of beer while curiously sizing up the doctor. If memory serves, Claucus was the ship's doctor aboard Joel D. Rogers' vessel, and the original work does not reveal his combat abilities. However, based on his observation Haki, Lin Hai could ascertain that this old man was exceptionally powerful. Claucus shifted his gaze from Luffy's hat to Lin Hai, intrigued. Under such scrutiny, Lin Hai felt uneasy and remarked, What are you looking at? If you wish to drink beer, you'll need to pay with belly. It's 20 belly a bottle. Duong. Nami smacked Lin Hai, taking the beer from his hands, and chuckled, He's just joking. Continue. Claucus glanced at the novel beverage, saying, I never asked for beer. You offered it. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but sing its praises. This beer is delightful. May I have another bottle? Lin Hai couldn't resist the urge to scoff. Another bottle? Do you think this is a lottery? If you want a drink, pay up, Nami. I won't take the hit. This belly goes straight on your tab. Ha! Luffy exclaimed, Mister, you're simply too entertaining. By the way, could you tell us how to get out of here? Claucus pointed to a spot by the door. You can exit from there. Just then, the whale rolled over. Claucus understood what was happening, muttering angrily, It must be the Baroque Works crew trying to lay their hands on Laboon again. How utterly outrageous. Lin Hai indicated the male and female figures aboard his ship. Are you referring to them? The pair on the Mary were none other than Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Miss Wednesday is actually Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. The two who boarded the ship were so arrogant that Luffy knocked them down without hesitation. Subsequently, under Claucus's guidance, everyone emerged from the belly of the giant whale Laboon. At that moment, Nami gazed at her chaotic compass and couldn't help but ask, Mister, is my compass broken? Claucus replied, In this sea, all common knowledge is rendered useless. Your compass is not broken. Nami immediately understood and tentatively asked, Then, could it be the magnetic field? Gazing at Luffy's straw hat. Claucus, who had a deep connection with its former owner, Roger, and noting that this crew didn't appear to be malevolent, especially after having enjoyed their hospitality, decided to assist them. He explained, Indeed, the islands in the Grand Line contain a significant amount of magnetic minerals. The entire magnetic field along the route is indeed highly anomalous, with both ocean currents and wind directions fluctuating unpredictably. If you were a navigator, you would surely comprehend the terrifying implications of this situation. Nami remarked, Indeed, without a means to indicate direction, it would be utterly despairing. Crocus chuckled, If one wishes to navigate the Grand Line, one must possess a log pose. Nami inquired, A log pose? I have never heard of such a thing. Crocus elaborated, It is a special compass that records magnetic forces. Once Nami grasped the situation, it became necessary to deal with the two members of Baroque Works. They needed to return to Whiskey Peak, but lacked a vessel. Thus they could only board the Going Merry. Usopp asked them, Who exactly are you? Mr. Nine replied, Please take us to Whiskey Peak. Nami questioned, Where is that? Mr. Nine responded, It is the town where we reside. Nami continued, What about your own ship? Vivi added, It broke down. Nami retorted, You are quite self-serving, aren't you? Mr. Nine, weren't you just contemplating killing a whale? Usopp pressed again. Who are you really? Mr. Nine declared. I am the king. Lin Hai found this amusing, wondering if they were engaged in some sort of comedic routine. Luffy, you should decide, he suggested. Crocus cautioned. Do not pay them any heed. Whatever they say, these two are not to be trusted. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy stated, let them board. They said they are going to Whiskey Peak, right? Then that's where we shall go. Usopp, puzzled, asked, are you serious? You want to bring these mysterious individuals aboard? Luffy replied nonchalantly, what does it matter? Let's not sweat the small stuff. Lin Hai affirmed, since the captain has made a decision, let us proceed there. However, Mr. What's his name? You have that log pose, correct? Mr. Nine cautiously produced his log pose and instructed, please take good care of it. This is the only one left if it breaks. Nami snatched the log pose from him, exclaiming, how tedious. Suddenly, the colossal whale Laboon let out a bellow, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. It seemed the whale was quite agitated. It appeared poised to crash into a mountain once more as Laboon prepared to go on a rampage. Luffy could not help but ask, Uncle, why does it keep ramming its head into that mountain? Could it be that the food here does not suit its palate? The group exchanged dark glances, with Zoro unable to restrain himself, retorting, do you think everyone is like you? Lin Hai jested, no, it should be that Luffy thinks that creature is like him. Usopp chimed in, it seems Luffy's appetite is better than that beast's. Observing Luffy laughing despite being ridiculed by his crew, Mr. Nine turned to Mr. Wednesday and asked, is he really the captain? Miss Wednesday, looking perplexed, replied, I think, maybe. Sanji, unable to contain his laughter, added, Luffy, you might want to take note. People are saying you don't resemble a captain. Yaha. You all are so amusing. Luffy responded, unfazed. At that moment, Crocus explained. 50 years ago, a pirate crew brought Laboon here. Due to Laboon's young age, the crew could not take it on adventures and left it here. They made a pact to return after they had circumnavigated the globe. Unfortunately, 50 years have passed, and they have yet to return. So Laboon, 50 years ago, Usopp murmured, and the gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. Luffy looked at Crocus and asked, did you tell it that the pirate crew has perished? Crocus replied, I did, but unfortunately it would not listen. As Laboon prepared to crash into the mountain again, Luffy suddenly devised a plan, breaking off a piece of the ship's railing and placing it on Laboon's head. Lin Hai was left speechless. Usopp was the first to react, exclaiming, that was a gift from Kaya. You idiot. He then scolded, Luffy, you jerk. Nami also admonished, Luffy, don't act recklessly. Ignoring their protests, Luffy engaged in a playful exchange with the whale, stating, let us call this duel a draw. We shall make a pact to duel again after our ship sails around the world. Although they could not comprehend Laboon's words, everyone understood it agreed. Lin Hai felt a lack of urgency among the crew and shouted, hey, that foul fish, stop looking around. I'm talking about you. You ignorant creature, did you know that our ship nearly encountered disaster because of you just now? Remember this, the world is vast, filled with beautiful experiences. Life is not merely about making a pact. You could dive to the depths of the ocean to find a female whale to play with. You fool. If that doesn't interest you, then resign yourself to solitude. For solitude, is it not a form of romance in itself? Ding. Congratulations, host, for executing a flamboyant maneuver. You have been rewarded with an elevation in Conqueror's Haki by 1 level. The surprise came so swiftly, like a whirlwind. What the? Overjoyed, Lin Hai began performing several backflips. In his excitement, he noticed a fishbowl nearby and promptly seized the beautiful fish within, kissing it fervently before tossing it back into the ocean. Everyone present was left bewildered by Lin Hai's antics. Recovering from their stupor, Sanji weakly inquired, Usopp, wasn't that fish something you worked hard to catch? Usopp, who held a particular fondness for that fish, was incredulous that not only had Lin Hai kissed it, but he had also thrown it into the sea. Lin Hai, you scoundrel, Usopp fumed, rushing over to toss all the fish Lin Hai had caught back into the ocean. The others, that was food. Oh dear. The Going Merry finally departed Twin Cape, setting sail for Whiskey Peak. However, shortly after embarking, what had been summer moments ago suddenly transformed into snowfall. The weather in the pirate world is indeed inscrutable. So capricious, truly befitting the Grand Line. Lin Hai exclaimed in delight. This is the first snow of 1520, arriving more abruptly than ever. You flutter about like a butterfly. Hey, Luffy, Usopp, let us build a snowman. Luffy nodded. Let us see who can create the most splendid snowman. TSK. Usopp laughed. When it comes to building snowmen, None of you can compete with me. I built snowmen for 50 years back in my hometown. My skills have reached a master level. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is that true, Usopp? Usopp nodded confidently. Of course. It was unclear whether Luffy was genuinely naive or merely pretending, as he seemed to believe Usopp's tall tale. Lin Hai hurried into the kitchen to procure some sugar from Sanji, while Luffy and Usopp began building their snowman. Luffy wondered why Lin Hai was still inactive, asking, Lin Hai, why haven't you started yet? Are you giving up on the competition? Lin Hai shook his head. You both continue for a moment. I am currently devising a plan for a snowman that will astound the heavens and move the spirits. Soon after, Luffy completed his snowman, and as Usopp approached to admire it, Lin Hai swiftly sprinkled sugar over Usopp's snowman, leisurely indulging in his treat. This is even tastier than ice cream. Asking me to build a snowman? What a joke. Sugar paired with perfectly sculpted snow is where true artistry lies. Upon realizing what Lin Hai had done to his snowman, Usopp grew enraged, shouting, Lin Hai, what have you done to my snowman? Lin Hai casually tossed a handful of snow at Usopp, saying, try it. Usopp, almost compelled by some unseen force, took a bite and exclaimed, delicious, upon hearing the mention of delectable cuisine. Luffy could not contain himself and promptly devoured the morsel. Meanwhile, in the room, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday sat shivering at the table. Miss Wednesday inquired, is there no heating on this vessel? Mr. Nine echoed her sentiment. What kind of ship is this? We are freezing to death. Nami, who was engrossed in drawing a map, found their incessant chatter irritating and decided to unceremoniously kick them out of the room. Subsequently, the group observed a scene on the deck where Usopp and Luffy were diligently building snowmen. While Lin Hai was tossing seasonings into the mix, simultaneously munching away, creating an atmosphere akin to a barbecue, Nami and the others were utterly befuddled by Lin Hai's antics. Mr. Nine exclaimed, are they having a meal? Miss Wednesday replied, no, they must be enjoying ice cream, right? Mr. Nine marveled, wow, they truly are geniuses. Enough of this racket. Nami interjected, I must ask, are you not cold wearing only short sleeves? Short sleeves? Cold. It was then that Lin Hai and the others realized the gravity of their situation. Luffy shivered and finally acknowledged, it's so cold. Lin Hai asked, aren't you going to eat? Usopp responded, of course, why wouldn't I? But first, I need to grab a jacket. Where's Zoro? Lin Hai pointed out, he's lost in dreams. They then noticed Zoro nearly buried in snow, sleeping soundly. That Mr. Nine could not help but mutter, why does it feel like everyone on this ship is a bit off? Don't you agree, Miss Wednesday? Lin Hai retorted. Can you not speak properly? When we reach our destination, make sure to pay your fare. As for Miss Wednesday, Lin Hai was aware that she was the princess of Alabasta. Nevertheless, her demeanor, which suggested ulterior motives in everything she did, irked him. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, leaving everyone bewildered. Wasn't it snowing? What was this thunderous ruckus? The heavens seemed to be playing tricks. They soon spotted dark clouds and a small tornado in the distance. Wow. Faced with such anomalies, Lin Hai felt compelled to test whether his sword could cleave through the clouds. However, before he could act, Nami delivered a sharp reprimand. Don't you dare cause more trouble, with her hands on her hips. She confidently declared, everyone, in this vast ocean, even my most trusted navigation skills have proven ineffective, so I expect you all to take this seriously. Usopp, utterly speechless, thought, ineffective, and she says it with such confidence. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Ice cream. Lin Hai clapped and laughed. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Sanji emerged from the kitchen, his eyes gleaming with interest, as expected of Miss Nami. Whatever you need, just command. With rain and snow combined. A storm brewed, a phenomenon they had never encountered before. The Going Merry drifted tumultuously upon the raging sea. Thankfully, with Nami's exceptional navigation skills, the majority of the crew would not end up feeding the fish. After the storm passed, Zoro finally awoke. Stretching contentedly, he gazed up at the blue sky, feeling the wind and spotting a few fluffy white clouds. Another beautiful day, noticing Lin Hai and the others languidly sprawled on the deck. Zoro couldn't help but chide. Come on, even with good weather, you don't have to be so lazy, right? If you want to sleep, go back to your rooms. You might catch a cold. Nami, unable to tolerate any longer, replied darkly Zoro. Zoro turned to her and asked, what is it, Nami? Thud. He clutched his head, rubbing it before angrily questioning. What was that for? Thud. Nami retorted, you idiot. Do you have any idea what just happened on the ship? I called you, but you wouldn't wake up? Zoro now understood an important lesson. Women aboard the ship were akin to tigers. One must always avoid confrontation. The Going Merry finally arrived at Whiskey Peak. And halfway through, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday jumped into the sea to return home. As the Merry docked, the townsfolk on either side began to warmly welcome the pirates, for pirates represented their livelihood. They were all employees of Baroque Works, moonlighting as bounty hunters, targeting pirates. Usopp, witnessing the enthusiastic reception, waved and grinned. "Hello everyone. I'm Usopp, the brave warrior of the sea." Sanji's gaze was solely for the beautiful women. Upon seeing their warm welcome, his eyes turned into hearts, his wits abandoning him. So many lovely ladies. Is this paradise? I love you all. Only Nami and Zoro remained vigilant on the ship, while Lin Hai, having watched One Piece, was well aware of the identities of these individuals but remained indifferent. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy and his crew were ushered inside by Ikelam, also known as Mr. 8, to join the pirate banquet. Upon hearing the word banquet, Luffy dashed off eagerly. Zoro, upon hearing about the drinking, followed suit. Nami, upon learning of the reward for drinking at the banquet, also ran off. As for Sanji, upon spotting women, he required no prompting and dashed away himself. As for Usopp, this vain fellow adored the excitement and quickly joined in. This left Lin Hai alone. Noticing that Lin Hai was not attending the banquet and had no interest in the bounty, one of the group tentatively inquired, "May I ask what this esteemed guest enjoys?" Lin Hai replied, "I prefer quiet places where I can take a good nap." "Thank you for your consideration." The leader exchanged glances with the others. And two young, attractive women approached, saying, "Esteemed guest, please come with us." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, sensing a misunderstanding. What a deep ploy. Before he could protest, his arms were pulled into the room by the two women. One of them, with a seductive tone, said, "Handsome, you've arrived here by ship. You must be thirsty, right?" The other began to urge him to drink. "If you're thirsty, you must try our local specialty. It's quite famous in the East Blue." Ugh. Lin Hai finally grasped what it meant to be surrounded by seductive charm. He could hardly withstand it. A powerful aura of dominance enveloped the area, stunning them all before Lin Hai began to indulge in food and drink. After all, how could one enjoy a feast with those who had ulterior motives? Observing their expressions, Lin Hai found himself bemused. Who was the hunter, and who was the prey? Nevertheless, it promised to be a most entertaining evening. For tonight marked Zoro's battle of ascendance against over 100 bounty hunters. Watching the surrounding individuals succumb to unconsciousness, Lin Hai realized he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Although the women had ulterior motives, he truly found it hard to bring himself to strike them down. So, he continued to feast and drink until he was satisfied, followed by a short nap. After dining, a smoke felt akin to being a celestial being. As he emerged from the room, night had fallen, and it was surprisingly late. Time had flown by so swiftly. Lin Hai quickly activated his observation Haki to scan the current situation. Zoro was already engaged in combat with the bounty hunters. Cough, cough. The battle had not yet concluded, but the scene unfolding on the rooftop was indeed fascinating, prompting Lin Hai to rush over for a closer look. At that moment, Zoro was battling Mr. 9 on the rooftop. Mr. Point 9's attack style involved combining his somersaults with strikes. Ha ha! Mr. 9 laughed as he somersaulted, swinging his baseball bat at Zoro. "Are you scared yet? With my fierce attacks, can you hold out?" After a while, Zoro watched Mr. 9 with curiosity and deadpan asked, "Are you serious?" At this point, Mr. 9 had separated from Zoro, surprised that all his attacks had been neutralized. However, refusing to lose face, Mr. 9 pointed his bat at Zoro, declaring, "Roronoa Zoro. Do you think I can only flip a few times? I can do it again. Take this." With that, Mr. 9 continued his somersaults, but unbeknownst to him, the rooftop's edge was not solid ground, but rather the open air. Zoro watched as Mr. 9 tumbled off the edge. Facing such an opponent, Zoro sighed. Is there not a single worthy adversary? Just as the words left his mouth, Miss Wednesday assumed a fighting stance and pointed at Zoro, stating, "A worthy adversary? Roronoa Zoro, your journey ends here." Zoro replied with a hint of amusement. "Is that so?" Beside Mr. Wednesday stood a large duck named Quick Runner, serving as Miss Wednesday's steed. The opportune moment, Miss Wednesday mounted Quick Runner and declared, "Quick Runner, let us go." Quick Runner, having received the command, surged forward with Mr. Wednesday in tow. Meanwhile, Zoro observed as they rushed past. Zoro, exasperated, remarked, "Are you two even planning to fight?" Miss Wednesday was at a loss. What on earth was wrong with Quick Runner? Lin Hai, unable to contain his laughter, exclaimed, "This duck must have consumed some counterfeit formula." Noticing Lin Hai approaching, Zoro inquired, "Where are Luffy and the others?" "Still asleep," Lin Hai replied, moving closer to Mr. Wednesday. He jested, "Mr. Wednesday, your mount is utterly useless. We might as well roast it." Miss Wednesday protested, "What nonsense! Quick Runner is my companion." "Ah," Quick Runner gasped in alarm at Lin Hai's words. Miss Wednesday quickly reassured, "Don't worry. I won't let him roast you." Lin Hai poked Quick Runner's head and turned to Miss Wednesday, questioning, "Your steed is quite peculiar. Shouldn't ducks quack? Why is it always making those sounds?" Miss Wednesday retorted in frustration, "Don't act like we're friends. We're currently adversaries." Lin Hai interrupted, "You're no match for us. You should flee while you can. Your mission has failed, and I've heard assassins are coming to deal with those who fail their missions." Upon hearing this, Miss Wednesday realized she could not perish here. She had to return to the Alabasta Kingdom and expose Crocodile's plot. "Thank you for the reminder," she said, before departing with Quick Runner. At that moment, Lin Hai tossed a bottle of beer to Zoro, and the two settled on the rooftop, leisurely sipping their drinks. Lin Hai's words proved true. Miss Wednesday had barely walked a distance down the street before being pursued by Mr. Five and his partner, Miss Valentine. Along the way, Miss Wednesday's identity as Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom was revealed, while Icklum was exposed as the captain of the Royal Guard. All those who aided Princess Vivi in her escape were interrupted by Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, leaving only Quick Runner to flee with Vivi. "Ah-ha-ha-ha, Mr. Five, if you don't chase her, she'll get away." Miss Valentine teased. "She won't escape," Mr. Five replied, before starting to pick his nose and flinging the contents towards Vivi. "Nose booger bomb!" Boom! At that moment, Mr. Five was baffled. Wasn't he aiming at Vivi? How did he end up hitting Miss Valentine instead? Furious, Mr. Five shouted, "Who did this? Show yourself." Nearby, Lin Hai and Zoro were embroiled in an argument. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Why do you still owe Nami 20,000 berries? It's just 20 berries, and you haven't paid it back. You, who looks so respectable, are just a deadbeat." Zoro shot back, "That stinky woman. I borrowed 100,000 berries from her and repaid her the same day. Who knew she expected me to give her back an extra 20,000? Lin Hai scoffed, "Are you out of your mind? Borrow 100,000 berries and repay 300,000? Ha!" Zoro retorted, "Someone still owes Nami 1,000,000 berries. How dare you say that to me?" Indeed, earlier, Icklum had requested Nami to aid the princess of Alabasta Kingdom with a promise of generous rewards. Accordingly, Nami agreed, claiming her money was for her friends, and ordered Lin Hai and Zoro to rescue Princess Vivi. Naturally, Lin Hai and Zoro disagreed, but Nami countered by reminding them of their debts, leading to the current scenario. Just then, Miss Valentine approached, her anger flaring from the unexpected explosion. She soared into the air, preparing to strike Lin Hai and Zoro, who were still bickering in midair. Miss Valentine darkly declared, "You dare underestimate us as foes? Don't regret it when you meet your end." Ah-ha-ha-ha. At this moment, Miss Valentine began to unleash her powers. 1 kilogram, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, gravity crush, die, you scoundrels. As she plummeted, Nami shouted, "You too, focus." Miss Valentine descended rapidly, but the result was rather anticlimactic, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. To their surprise, Miss Valentine landed in Lin Hai's embrace. Lin Hai looked at her and said, "Beautiful lady, you're a bit heavy, but it's all right. Your figure is quite impressive." Miss Valentine, bewildered by this turn of events, wondered what had just happened. Had her powers failed her? "Thank you," she replied, somewhat dazed. "What do you want from me?" Lin Hai, with a glimmer in his eye, responded, "You are the wind, and I am the sand. What do you say?" Miss Valentine, taken aback by this handsome stranger's words, was puzzled, having never seen such a scenario. "I am not the wind, and I despise sand. Where are you touching me? If I recall correctly, we are enemies, right? Let go of me." Lin Hai's expression darkened. This woman should have responded with something romantic. Not this. Furious, he snapped, "I loathe the illiterate. Begone, Pikachu." With that, he threw Miss Valentine away. Everyone stared at Lin Hai in disbelief. What a sudden change. At that moment, Lin Hai pointed at Mr. Five and said, "I'm talking to you. Nose-picking man, stop looking around. I mean you ugly thing. Your hairstyle is atrocious. Did you style it that way on purpose? If you lack taste, don't make a mess of your hair." accept your ugliness. If you scare the children, can you bear the responsibility? So now, vanish from my sight with your illiterate, overweight companion. I don't want to see you again." Zoro and Nami exchanged glances, while Princess Vivi felt her mind short-circuiting. What was happening? At that moment, Nami, regaining her composure, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, ultimately bursting into laughter. "Ah! Lin Hai, you rascal! Ha!" After a brief moment of silence, Mr. Five erupted in anger. "Who are you people? Don't get in the way. Prepare for a massive bomb." With that, Mr. Five initiated his attack. Room, spatial barrier. Lin Hai unleashed a recently conceived technique, encapsulating the bombs fired at him within a heavy spatial field. The bombs, now like yo-yos, danced up and down in his hands. Zoro, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "You can actually do that?" Mr. Five, watching his bombs treated like toys, turned grave and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" Lin Hai, gazing at the stars, replied slowly, "Me. I've long forgotten who I am. Mr. Five, that I wander the world, my slippers merely kicking up the yellow sand below, fading into the rivers of history. So don't ask me who I am. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special reward. You have become a swordsman and grasped the essence of the Dugan 9 swords. Wow, what a gang. Zoro muttered under his breath, "Show off?" Yet, Lin Hai's actions were undeniably cool, and he resolved to learn from them in the future. Alas, Zoro's persona was crumbling. Mr. Five, with a dark expression, pressed once more, "What are you truly trying to achieve by thwarting our mission?" Mr. Point Five cannot falter. The decree of Baroque states that those who fail their missions will be hunted down by individuals far more formidable than themselves. At this moment, Mr. Valentine's Day presented Mr. Five with a bounty notice featuring Lin Hai's name. Upon glancing at the sum inscribed on the notice, Mr. Five was momentarily struck dumb, grappling with disbelief that such a notable figure could appear here. Hastily, Mr. Five exclaimed, "Mr. Lin Hai, let us abandon this mission and not intrude upon you any further." What could Mr. Five possibly do? Engage a creature with a bounty of 300 million berries. That would be sheer madness. Wait. Lin Hai tossed the explosive device back to Mr. Five, stating, "I return your belongings. But take heed, it will detonate." Mr. Five couldn't help but chuckle silently. After all, he himself was a user of the bomb fruit. Why should he fear an explosion? Yet, as he took the item Lin Hai had thrown back to him and stepped out of Lin Hai's spatial domain, a deafening explosion ensued. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Five had already departed alongside Mr. Valentine's Day. Clearly demonstrating his skilled at this juncture, Vivi approached and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing me," Nami replied with a smile. "There's no need for thanks. Our assistance comes with conditions." Ikaram then walked over to Vivi and said, "Your Highness, in the heat of the moment, I made a promise of compensation to them. Please forgive my overreach." Vivi shook her head. "There is no need to dwell on it." Nami, her eyes sparkling, chimed in, "Since you are a princess, you must be quite wealthy, yes? If we escort you safely to Alabasta, how about you offer us a bounty of 1 billion berries?" Vivi responded, "I cannot possibly provide such a sum." Nami, incredulous, retorted, "How can that be?" Ikaram explained, "Alabasta is currently engulfed in turmoil." Vivi concurred, "Our mission to infiltrate the Baroque works was precisely due to this chaos. We did not anticipate that Baroque works was instigating the upheaval behind the scenes. However, once you take me to the kingdom of Alabasta, I shall persuade my father to reward you with what we can afford." "What do you think?" Lin Hai interjected. "The mastermind behind Baroque works is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, is it not?" "The 7 warlords?" Nami and Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, a fist flew in from a distance. It was none other than Luffy. His punch was intercepted by Lin Hai. Luffy angrily shouted, "Lin Hai, step aside. I intend to give Zoro a good beating." Nami questioned, "Why?" Luffy explained, "Why? That ungrateful Zoro has gone and attacked those who treated us to a meal." Just as Zoro was preparing to clarify, Lin Hai delivered a punch to Luffy. Furious, he declared, "You imbecile. You are the captain, yet you sleep like a pig and remain oblivious to everything, and still have the audacity to be angry at Zoro." Luffy retorted angrily, "What did you say? You don't understand. Those were all civilians, and Zoro slaughtered them." Lin Hai, uninterested in explaining, asked, "So what do you intend to do? If you're dissatisfied, shall we settle it through a contest?" Luffy replied, "Bring it on. Who's afraid? Duong." X2. Both Lin Hai and Luffy were knocked out. Ha! After Nami and Vivi provided some clarification, Luffy finally grasped that those whom Zoro had felled were all bounty hunters. And he awkwardly laughed while patting Lin Hai on the shoulder, saying, "You should have said so earlier. Turns out they were all bounty hunters. I misjudged Zoro." Lin Hai shrugged off Luffy's hand, grabbing his head and pointing toward a grave on Whiskey Peak, saying, "Do you see that? If it weren't for Zoro, that would have been your resting place." Luffy nodded. "My apologies, I misunderstood you all, but that feast was truly delightful. You know, Lin Hai, the food was exceptionally good. Especially the squid, the delicious grilled meat, and..." Meanwhile, Nami was engaged in negotiations regarding the reward with Vivi when Luffy's loud exclamations made her irritable. "Enough noise. Quiet down." Luffy immediately fell silent. "At this moment?" Zoro asked. "Nami, I heard this matter involves the 7 warlords. Are you sure you want to participate?" Nami suddenly remembered the gravity of the situation. 7 warlords, she exclaimed. "I don't want the reward anymore. Farewell?" "Oh, do not let me say goodbye." The stark contrast in her demeanor was striking. Vivi weakly remarked, "Nami, it's too late for regrets. Those 2 birds have already marked you." Nami gasped, "I refuse. Why must we be hunted by the 7 warlords right after arriving in the Grand Line?" Observing Nami's fright, Lin Hai couldn't help but mock, "You brought this upon yourself. While Zoro and I were enjoying our drinks, who was it that insisted we help for the sake of gold?" "Duong," Nami retorted angrily, "I'm filled with regret, and you still have the gall to make light of it." Lin Hai rose, wrapping his arm around Nami's waist with a grin. "What are you afraid of? Shall we flee back to Cocoa Village and raise monkeys?" Nami snapped, "Let go of me. Who wants to raise monkeys with you?" "Yaha." Luffy laughed. "What is there to fear? It's just one 7 warlord. Since we are already targeted, we might as well go meet him." Nami shot back, "Do you have any idea what level of pirate the 7 warlords are? The former world's greatest swordsman. My Hawk is one of them. Can we truly stand against such figures?" Vivi nodded in agreement. "There are 7 individuals of such caliber. They wield overwhelming strength, and the world government turns a blind eye to their privileges, granting them the right to plunder other pirates." Luffy exclaimed, "Oh, there are so many formidable individuals." Zoro, intrigued, remarked, "The 7 warlords sound interesting." Nami, exasperated, questioned, "Do you all truly comprehend the severity of this situation?" Lin Hai chuckled. "That crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, is rumored to be quite wealthy. That I cannot believe he just sent his minions to claim our heads for a bounty. How absurd. If that is the case, we should demand compensation from Crocodile. What do you all think?" "Nanny," the group exclaimed in unison. Nami, horrified, exclaimed, "You intend to demand compensation from Crocodile? Are you seeking death?" Lin Hai disregarded Nami's protests and continued, "As pirates, our foremost goal is to raise our bounty. Secondly, we seek to live freely. Now that someone has come knocking on our door, we have no reason to endure. As free pirates, should we not retaliate against those we find displeasing?" Luffy grinned. "That's a splendid idea. Let us do it." Zoro firmly gripped his sword in agreement. Nami, however, could not accept this notion. "But he is one of the 7 warlords. I truly cannot fathom what you all are thinking." Lin Hai enticed, "I hear Crocodile is quite affluent. Are you certain you want to pass on this opportunity?" Given that the captain had agreed, Nami reluctantly acquiesced, especially with the lure of Crocodile's wealth. Nami perked up and quickly turned to Vivi, confirming, "Is Crocodile truly wealthy?" Vivi nodded. "Indeed, he is quite wealthy. Many establishments in the kingdom of Alabasta are under his operation." Nami responded decisively, "All right then, it's settled. To the kingdom of Alabasta we go." At that moment, Zoro inquired, "Where are Sanji and Usopp?" Luffy suddenly realized they were still asleep. Thus, he declared, "I'll go fetch them, then we shall set sail for Alabasta." This time, the departure of the Going Merry was hasty. Sanji and Usopp, just roused from their slumber, were taken aback to hear they would be demanding compensation from the 7 warlord Crocodile, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. "Who is speaking?" Everyone turned to see a stunning woman with a voluptuous figure and a hat, perched at the railing on the 2nd deck of the ship. The design of the Merry only occupies a portion of the ship's area on the 2nd deck. Luffy, puzzled, asked, "Who are you? Why are you on our ship?" Vivi interjected, "She is Nico Robin, the deputy director of Baroque Works." Upon hearing Vivi's introduction, everyone instinctively tensed. Luffy assumed a fighting stance, declaring, "Are you here to take revenge for them?" Nico Robin did not respond. Instead, She used her flower fruit powers to snatch Luffy's straw hat and placed it upon her own head. Lin Hai, finding the unfolding events dull, reclined and fell into a deep slumber. As dawn approached, Lin Hai had yet to succumb to slumber. How could he ignore those poor maidens, starving and in need of sustenance? When they felt lonely, could he refrain from offering them solace? At that moment, the Straw Hat crew, having conversed with Nico Robin, learned that her intentions were not to seek vengeance or to carry out a mission, but merely out of curiosity. Ultimately, Robin bestowed a permanent pointer upon Nami, explaining that it would lead them directly to Alabasta. However, Luffy, with his obstinate nature, destroyed the pointer, insisting that the course of their voyage should be determined by him, the captain. Following this, Robin departed upon her turtle, while the Going Merry set sail. Meanwhile, Nami discovered Lin Hai had promptly fallen asleep on the deck. She turned to inquire, "Is Lin Hai truly that exhausted?" Zoro remarked, "It appears he hasn't slept at all." With her hands on her hips, Nami began to admonish Luffy and the others. "You lot exhibit a woeful lack of vigilance. Upon landing, aside from Zoro and Lin Hai, you all behaved thus. You must learn from Lin Hai and Zoro in this regard." "Understood?" "Understood," they chorused. Satisfied, Nami suggested, "Zoro, since there's nothing pressing at the moment, why not take a brief rest?" Zoro shook his head. "No need. I've had ample rest during the day." One wonders what Lin Hai, lost in slumber, would think upon hearing Nami regard him as a role model. Today's voyage proceeded smoothly, devoid of inclement weather. As the sun rose, Nami and Vivi engaged in conversation at the ship's second deck railing. Vivi pointed to the spot where Lin Hai lay sleeping and asked, "What are they doing over there?" Nami shook her head. "Who knows? As long as they do not cause mischief, we shall ignore them." Concerned, Vivi suggested, "Should we not bring a blanket for Lin Hai, who is sleeping over there?" Nami replied dismissively, "No need to bother him. That fellow is as strong as a beast. By the way, shall we check on my new clothes?" Though it was a question, Nami had already pulled Vivi into her room on the deck. Usopp and the others, having completed their tasks, suppressed their laughter before commencing fishing. Time passed, and finally, Lin Hai awoke. Yet another day awakened by his own handsomeness. As he murmured to himself, he sensed something was amiss. This feeling was inexplicable. It turned out that the fishermen beside him had grown unnaturally quiet. Lin Hai intended to ignore them, but just as he was about to head to the kitchen for a bite, Zoro emerged from the training room. Upon spotting Lin Hai, Zoro could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Lin Hai, perplexed, inquired, "What's so amusing?" Just as Zoro was about to respond, Sanji hurried over, covering Zoro's mouth. "It's nothing. You're awake. You must be famished. Food is in the kitchen." Quite bewildered, Lin Hai entered the kitchen but could still hear faint laughter from outside the ship. Something was definitely off. Thus, Lin Hai exited the kitchen and asked, "What's so funny?" Nothing. We were just sharing a joke," they stammered. Indeed, Usopp's joke was simply too hilarious. Observing their peculiar expressions, Lin Hai was utterly speechless. Could it be that they were so captivated by his charm? Perhaps he should inquire with Nami and the others. When Nami and Vivi caught sight of Lin Hai, they both erupted into laughter. "Huh? Lin Hai, what happened to you? Huh?" Lin Hai, utterly confused, hurriedly retrieved a mirror from Nami's room. Ahem, what was the meaning of these 6 whiskers? Which scoundrel had portrayed him as a clown? Oh, how lifelike it was, even more so than reality. What a splendid artistry. In an instant, the ship echoed with Lin Hai's furious voice. "Who did this?" A moment later, on the deck, Lin Hai demanded, "Speak up. Who is responsible for this?" "It was us," they all exclaimed in unison. Lin Hai shook his head. "Luffy, it must be your doing, especially those whiskers. They bear your unmistakable mark." Luffy, in a panic, protested, "Nonsense. I only drew the eyes." Realizing his slip, Luffy quickly covered his mouth. Lin Hai then turned to Sanji, asking, "It was your idea, wasn't it?" Sanji feigned ignorance. "What idea?" Lin Hai replied, "I had several pictures of beautiful women I intended to show you, but it seems you no longer require them." Sanji quickly pointed at Usopp. It was Usopp's idea. He did most of the drawing. Usopp gasped in horror. "You guys." In that instant, Lin Hai shouted, "Zoro, bring me my 40-meter-long sword." Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy's eyes sparkled. 40-meter-long sword. "Zoro, hurry, show me." Usopp exclaimed, "You fool. Lin Hai wants to use it against us." Luffy gasped, "Nanny, don't." Usopp's eye twitched. He was utterly speechless at Luffy's naivety. Meanwhile, Zoro wore a perplexed expression. A 40-meter sword. If it existed, why was he unaware? Lin Hai, exasperated, clarified, "It's the kitchen knife next to you." Upon seeing the kitchen knife, Luffy scoffed. "What? I thought there was really a 40-meter-long sword." Usopp sighed. "Luffy, can you please not express yourself so vividly?" Of course, Lin Hai merely intended to intimidate them. He would never truly resort to violence. After a raucous exchange, Lin Hai recalled the reward he had received at Whiskey Peak, the essence of the Dugu Nine Swords. The Dugu Nine Swords emphasizes skill and counterintuition, representing a direction in swordsmanship. Though it was not Lin Hai's particular style in this world, if one lacked strength, no matter how cleverly one employed skill, they would either be cleaved away or their sword would be shattered. True technique returns to the most fundamental movements. Of course, these fundamental movements differ vastly from those of a novice. This requires extensive observation of various techniques, which can only be acquired through rich experience in combat and continuous practice to form muscle memory, thus achieving simplicity in the profound. Currently, this encapsulates Lin Hai's understanding of swordsmanship. While he may not reach the pinnacle of simplicity, he could easily contend with Zoro, consequently. Lin Hai commenced practicing slashing movements on the deck. Repeatedly honing his technique, it was then that he noticed the discrepancies between the direction of his strikes and his intended path. This was a matter of proficiency. After watching for a considerable time, Zoro could not help but approach and inquire, "Are you practicing swordsmanship?" Lin Hai nodded. "Indeed." Zoro curiously asked, "Can such a simple slash truly enhance your sword techniques?" Lin Hai chuckled. "Everyone's understanding of swordsmanship differs. Consider that day when you battled Mihawk. No matter how extravagant your techniques, Mihawk merely needed a simple strike to defeat you. Why do you think that is?" Zoro asked. "Why?" Lin Hai replied, "Strength, speed, perception, proficiency, and so forth. Grasp it slowly. However, I still advise you to first learn how to cut through iron." Zoro nodded thoughtfully and returned to his training room. Why did Lin Hai choose to practice swordsmanship? Because the space fruit harmonizes exceptionally well with sword techniques. Moreover, Lin Hai's weapon, the Galfoam, is simply too dazzling. The space fruit differs from the surgery fruit. While both establish spatial fields, the physical exertion required by the surgery fruit is certainly greater than that of the space fruit. Furthermore, the developmental directions of the two fruits diverge significantly. The space fruit focuses on unpredictable attacks and evasions, while the surgery fruit concentrates on medical techniques. These two cannot be equated. Reflecting on this, Lin Hai opened the system panel. Fabulous system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7. Top tier level 10. Observation Haki. Level 2 armament Haki. Level 2 Conqueror's Haki. Level 3. Capable of freely controlling and intimidating targets. The effect of intimidation is enhanced, contingent upon the host's aura. Weapon. Galfoam. Indestructible. Normal form. Comparable to a supreme great sword, varying with the host's abilities. Summoning form. On par with divine artifacts. Possessing immense lethality, easily capable of damaging the environment. Use with caution. Skill 1. 1. Establish spatial fields. Spatial exchange. Spatial barriers 2.1 sword style. 3. Spatial slash. Advanced application of the space fruit, contingent upon physical strength. Skill 2. The solitary 9 swords. Inspired. System store. Now open. Flamboyant coins. 2150 third stage Conqueror's Haki. Is this a quantitative change in Haki? If I were to elevate it another tier, could it not entwine with the Conqueror's Haki? If I were to wrap the Conqueror's Haki around my sword, would it not resemble Roger's technique, Goddess Avoidance? Lin Hai chuckled to himself. Mastering Goddess Avoidance would undoubtedly require exceptional swordsmanship. Merely having the Conqueror's Haki entwined does not guarantee one can execute it. Such thoughts are overly simplistic. It is imperative to first hone the fundamentals. Lin Hai should now be considered a grand swordsman, should he not? The sea breeze occasionally swept across the ocean, accompanied by the distant cries of seagulls, painting a scene of azure all around. After a prolonged stay, one inevitably succumbs to tedium and restlessness. Following a lively commotion, Luffy and the others retreated to rest, for there remained quite a distance from Whiskey Peak to the little garden. Just as Lin Hai intended to take a brief respite, Sanji scurried over with a furtive demeanor. With a voice laced with curiosity, Lin Hai softly inquired, "What is the matter?" Sanji, clutching his hands, fidgeted. "Did you not mention having a collection of beautiful women's photographs? Hurry and show them to me. Such treasures should not be hoarded." Lin Hai chuckled. "I was merely jesting. I am a person of integrity." Bah. Sanji's expression shifted instantaneously. "So you were deceiving me? How insufferable." Do you have any idea how long I have anticipated this? Only for you to claim you possess none? Lin Hai retorted with a roll of his eyes. If I hadn't said that, how could I have drawn the truth from you? Their banter escalated, drawing the curious gazes of their companions who could not resist peering at Lin Hai and Sanji. However, Sanji, consumed by anger, remained oblivious to those around him. At that moment, Sanji fired back. You are shameless, lewd, and unreliable. Lin Hai, equally incensed, countered, where am I shameless, lewd, or unreliable? Sanji pressed on, where are you not shameless, not lewd, and reliable, tch. With that, both turned their heads away in unison. Nearby, Luffy was engulfed in questions. Pondering their peculiar exchange, Usopp shook his head vigorously while Zoro cast a side glance, feeling the embarrassment at that moment. Vivi and Nami, their faces flushed, watched Lin Hai and Sanji intently. Vivi, turning to Nami, timidly asked, are they arguing over those photographs? Nami, exasperated, thought to herself, a princess is present. Must you two behave so disgracefully? Realizing their folly, Lin Hai and Sanji exchanged glances and quickly threw their arms around each other. Lin Hai proclaimed, so, how did our performance fare just now? With a knowing smile, Lin Hai discreetly nudged Sanji. Sanji raised an eyebrow and replied, indeed, we were merely performing a comedic skit, certainly not discussing any alluring photographs. At that, the onlookers' eyes twitched. Did they truly need an explanation? Everyone had heard their earlier conversation. To everyone's surprise, Sanji replied in such a manner. Lin Hai muttered, you fool, speaking of beautiful photographs, are you not merely exposing yourself? Sanji, taken aback by Lin Hai's remark, quickly distanced himself and exclaimed, what did you say? Lin Hai, unperturbed, retorted, I said you are a fool. No sooner had the words left his mouth than they began to brawl. In an instant, it became a flurry of kicks and punches, creating a lively spectacle. Luffy, filled with excitement, urged, yes, kick faster. Oh Sanji, why aren't you using your hands? In the midst of their scuffle, Sanji found himself on the receiving end of a punch from Lin Hai, leaving a comical bruise at the corner of his eye. Stop. No hitting the face, Sanji protested. Fine, I shall refrain. Lin Hai conceded. Sanji, incensed, declared, no way. I must retaliate. Lin Hai quickly sought refuge behind Nami and Vivi, exclaiming, Nami, won't you intervene? Sanji is about to strike. A Vivi's face turned crimson. Nami turned to her, asking, what's wrong, Vivi? How could Vivi possibly respond? She quickly stammered, and nothing is amiss at that moment. Luffy interjected, I know. Lin Hai just admired Vivi's beauty. Usopp nodded in agreement. I saw it too. Lin Hai, you sly dog. The ship fell silent, and suddenly, steam seemed to rise from Vivi's head. Her face as red as a ripe tomato. Lin Hai. Nami and Sanji shouted in unison. Lin Hai, equally furious, retorted, you insufferable straw hat, and you long-nosed fool, what outrageous truths are you spouting? I shall not stand for it. What did you say? You dare insult my straw hat, you scoundrel Lin Hai. Bringing up my nose. Ah, Lin Hai has struck. In an instant, chaos erupted aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Zoro leaned against the railing, muttering to himself, what a noisy ship this is. Time passed, and after a tumultuous bout, the crew lay sprawled on the deck, gasping for breath. After a moment, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At this point, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Sanji sported disheveled hair, with Sanji's bear-like bruise contrasting sharply with Usopp's matching one. Lin Hai could not contain his laughter. Ha ha! Sanji, you look utterly dashing. This truly suits your persona. Sanji grumbled. Luffy, we are on the same team. Why did you ruffle my hair? Luffy, bewildered, replied. Didn't Lin Hai say he and I were on the same team? Usopp retorted, can you please take a firm stance? We are allies, yet you side with Lin Hai against me. Nami and Vivi, watching from the sidelines, covered their mouths, chuckling softly. Nami found their antics amusing. What a bunch of fools. At that moment, Vivi noticed Zoro, who was bleeding from his nose, and asked, Zoro, are you all right? I'm fine. Zoro quickly turned away, silently vowing to one day take his vengeance on Usopp. If Usopp were aware, he would surely cry out in protest, for it was Sanji who had kicked Lin Hai, inadvertently striking Usopp in the process. Zoro, meanwhile, had merely been napping, only to have Usopp's head collide with his nose. In due time, Lin Hai produced a mirror and comb, standing at the railing with flamboyant flair as he styled his hair. Upon seeing Lin Hai at work, Luffy exclaimed. Lin Hai, give me a hairstyle too. But not that slicked back style from before. It didn't suit me. Lin Hai spat into his hand and elegantly tousled his hair, then declared, with such dashing looks, I can only imagine how many oblivious maidens shall swoon for me. Being handsome is a burden. I wish not to cause them distress. The others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Sanji, initially wishing for Lin Hai to style his hair, recoiled at the sight of Lin Hai's saliva-soaked hands. Perhaps I shall do it myself. That is simply revolting. On the other hand, Luffy was not deterred, as Lin Hai had styled his hair before. Eagerly, Luffy pressed, Hurry, give me a unique hairstyle. As Luffy approached, Usopp quickly interjected, Hey, Luffy, Lin Hai is using his own saliva. Lin Hai shot a pointed look at Usopp. Usopp gasped. Lin Hai is about to strike. Just as Zoro was about to resume his nap. He became intrigued by Lin Hai's intention to style Luffy's hair. After all, Lin Hai's side part was quite appealing. Zoro pondered whether he should grow his hair long too, envisioning how splendid he would look. But then he recalled his own green hair. He knew better. If he were to grow his hair long, wouldn't it just resemble a hat? For reasons unknown, Zoro felt an insidious intent emerging from some distant realm. Promptly quashing any thoughts of growing his hair long, Zoro returned to his deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Hai scrutinized Luffy from every angle, contemplating, Are you truly certain you don't want that slick-back hairstyle? Luffy nodded, I don't want it. I can barely see my hair over my eyes, and it lacks that flowing sensation. Please design a new hairstyle for me. Lin Hai nodded. A flowing sensation, you say? This shall be easy. As he spoke, Lin Hai hurriedly purchased some gel and a battery-operated hairdryer from the Flamboyant System. Originally, Lin Hai intended to style Luffy's hair into a sweat-slicked look, and since Luffy desired a breezy effect, that was quite manageable. After meticulously arranging Luffy's hair and setting it with gel, he gave it a trim and then used the hairdryer to fluff it up. That a center parting ensured that both of Luffy's eyes could see the hair, sufficiently airy. Wouldn't you agree? Once completed, Lin Hai promptly tossed a mirror to Luffy. Upon seeing his reflection, Luffy gulped and exclaimed, So cool, stunning. Lin Hai smacked his forehead, realizing he had underestimated the situation. With a sigh, he remarked, Luffy, if you just kept quiet, you'd undoubtedly captivate a multitude of beauties. But once you speak, all the allure vanishes. It's my fault for not factoring your temperament into the equation. Luffy cheerfully replied, Don't mind those details. I want this hairstyle. After which, he dashed off to flaunt his new look to the others. Just then, Sanji emerged from a room and, upon seeing Luffy, was taken aback by his hairstyle. Sanji yearned for something similar. Yet his own eyebrows were a glaring flaw. Contemplating this, he could only harbor silent jealousy, shedding tears in his heart. Meanwhile, Usopp stroked his curly hair and thought, Well, never mind. Vivi, upon seeing the transformed Luffy, exclaimed, Luffy, you look so much more handsome. Laughter erupted as Luffy proudly declared, Lin Hai helped me with this hairstyle, and I'm quite pleased with it. Sanji, unable to suppress his jealousy, interjected, Lin Hai was right. This hairstyle doesn't suit your temperament. Just then, Sanji kicked himself in disbelief. Usopp retorted, Are you jealous of his hairstyle? Sanji snapped, Say that again. Do you want me to punch you, you long-nosed fool? Usopp shot back, You want to fight? Zoro, back me up. Zoro rolled his eyes and replied, If you want to fight, you handle it yourself. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the distance, indicating they were nearing their destination. Nami interrupted the commotion, exclaiming, Everyone, we're almost at Little Garden. Let's get to work. Oh, everyone instantly perked up. Soon, the Mary sailed into the stream of Little Garden, a cool breeze enveloping them. Luffy exclaimed, Hey, do you feel a sense of adventure? A sudden low growl echoed in their ears. And they turned to see. What? A tiger. This tiger was something Lin Hai had only seen in photographs and on screens. He had never encountered a real one. Lin Hai, brimming with excitement, suggested, Luffy, how about we make it our mount? A mount. Nami and the others gasped. Usopp pointed at the fierce-looking tiger, exclaiming, Do you see that? A tiger so dangerous. How could it be a mount? Lin Hai replied, puzzled, We just ride on its back. What else would we do? Luffy nodded. Then it settled. Before he could finish, everyone felt something massive soaring overhead. Looking up, they gasped. Was that a flying dinosaur? Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. How could there be dinosaurs here? But it seems this one regards us as food. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Hai swiftly seized the enormous flying dinosaur and returned to the ship, the vessel rocking under its weight. Usopp shouted, "Lin Hai, don't act recklessly." Nami and Vivi, terrified, huddled together, crying, "I want to go home." The tiger on the shore, startled by Lin Hai's actions, promptly dashed away at this moment. Luffy pouted and said, "Lin Hai, why do you have to be so chaotic? I wanted to ride on its back." Lin Hai shot Luffy a disapproving glance and turned to Sanji. "Sanji, it's time to showcase your culinary skills." "Nanny," Sanji exclaimed, "are we really eating this?" He thought this was too much. Lin Hai, exasperated, retorted, "If you're going to complain, don't eat. If you want to eat, don't make a fuss." Sanji's culinary skills were unmatched. Despite having never seen such ingredients before, he managed to create a dish that was exquisite in taste, aroma, and appearance. Just as Lin Hai bit into his food, he noticed Luffy devouring it like a starving ghost. Unable to hold back, Lin Hai chastised, "No one is competing with you for food. There's plenty to go around. Can't you show a bit of restraint?" Usopp snapped, "Luffy, you're stealing my food again." Luffy mumbled, "Oh, this is so delicious." Zoro took a bite of meat and sipped his drink, satisfied. "I didn't expect this meat to be so tasty." Sanji chuckled, "There's plenty more, take your time." Just then, Sanji carefully placed a selection of meat in front of Nami and Vivi, saying, "Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, this is the finest, please give it a try." Luffy hurriedly added, "I want some too." Sanji kicked him away, "Not for you." Unbeknownst to them, the irresistible aroma of the meat attracted some creatures they had never encountered before. In the ship's dining hall, Zoro paused, saying, "Did you hear that sound?" Lin Hai nodded. "A formidable creature is approaching. Its presence is quite powerful." Nanny. At the mention of a powerful foe, everyone set down their food, faint tremors beneath their feet hinting at something significant approaching. Swiftly, they exited the dining hall and stepped onto the deck. To their astonishment, they beheld a colossal figure approaching them. "Is that a person?" they exclaimed in unison. Nami and Vivi, once more terrified, clung to each other, crying, "I want to go home." Meanwhile, Usopp and Frankie lay on the deck, pretending to be dead. At that moment, Luffy shouted, "Wow, you're huge. Hey, are you human?" The giant smiled warmly and replied, "Are you asking me? My name is Broggy. I belong to the giant race, so I suppose I am human." "Wow." Luffy's eyes shone brightly. "Are all giants like you?" Broggy nodded, "Pretty much. Are you passing pirates? Are you having a feast?" From a distance, I could smell the delicious aroma of meat. Sanji rushed to the kitchen, returning with a large chunk of meat and tossing it to Broggy. However, that bit of meat was hardly sufficient. After swallowing the meat, Broggy inquired, "Do you have any alcohol? I've been here for over 100 years and I long for a drink." Zoro exclaimed, "Over 100 years? How old are you?" Broggy chuckled, "I'm over 150. It has been so long that I've forgotten the exact number." "Ah." Sanji asked, "Do giants live that long?" Broggy replied, "Under normal circumstances, the average lifespan of a giant is about 3 times that of your kind." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to speak. But Lin Hai interrupted, "Are we counting heads here? Since Broggy is so amiable, let us have a feast together." Duong. Before Lin Hai could finish, someone struck him on the head. Infuriated, Lin Hai shouted, "Who hit me?" Nami, hands on her hips, replied, "That was me. Speak with more respect." "What do you mean by old thing? Mind your manners." Broggy waved his hand and chuckled, "No worries. Pirates should be bold, and besides, I am indeed much older than you." "Ha." Lin Hai pulled out a large barrel of wine from his space and tossed it to Broggy, saying, "Catch." Broggy, catching the barrel, inquired curiously, "Are you performing magic?" Luffy explained with a smile, "Lin Hai is a devil fruit user." "Sanji, let us start the feast." Sanji's eyes twitched. "Feast? Sure, but where's the food?" Broggy, understanding the situation aboard the Straw Hat ship, cheerfully offered, "I'll treat you to roasted meat. I'll go hunt a few creatures, and then we can feast together." Pointing to a nearby volcano, Broggy proposed, "How about we meet there later?" Zoro replied, "Then we'll hunt a few creatures as well." Lin Hai turned and said, "Usopp, move all the wine from the ship over there. We are about to commence the banquet." Luffy exclaimed with excitement, "A banquet?" "Yes, let's have a banquet." At that moment, Vivi interjected, "But if we all go over there, what will happen to the ship?" Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. "You all go ahead. I will stay behind to watch the ship. However, you must return later to switch with me, for I still wish to observe the dinosaurs." Although Lin Hai was eager to join them immediately, he decided it was best for them to gain some experience. After all, how could they grow if Lin Hai were always by their side? Just then, Zoro said, "Then I entrust this task to you. I will come back later to take your place." The reason Lin Hai chose to stay was that a sudden inspiration struck him: the application of the spatial barriers from the abilities of the space fruit. From this revelation, Lin Hai faintly sensed that his affinity for the space fruit had increased slightly. At that moment, without activating the spatial field, Lin Hai unsheathed his sword and made several cuts in the air. Indeed, it worked. Before him appeared several brick-sized spatial barriers. Overjoyed, Lin Hai leaped onto one to test whether he could stand upon it. As he anticipated, he could indeed stand on it, but it would vanish after 5 seconds. In a moment, Lin Hai began to play around joyfully, and before he knew it, he was ascending as if climbing a ladder. When he finally realized his height, he glanced down and was startled by the altitude. What the hell? Indeed, Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback by the height, causing his heart to race, and with a gentle breeze, he fell from the sky. After sitting up again, Lin Hai began to ponder. If one could create spatial barriers without cutting, how exactly could it be done? This technique, in the absence of the enemy's awareness, would undoubtedly be a powerful show of prowess. Previously, he had merely sensed his connection with space, and using a sword allowed only minimal cuts. But if he didn't use a sword, room, spatial barrier. Having spent considerable time in the spatial field, Lin Hai finally understood that he was indeed a being of space. Much like Luffy was a rubber man, and Katakuri was a mochi man, reaching greater heights, all of them were extraordinary existences. Of course, the space fruit was the most enigmatic of all. After much contemplation, Lin Hai finally grasped a sliver of the truth. Without the need for a sword, he could indeed condense spatial barriers the size of bricks, albeit not in large quantities at once. As he was preparing to venture out again, he suddenly realized that what he had achieved resembled the Navy's moonwalk technique. Regardless, while it was similar, it was still quite impressive. The moonwalk required continuous steps, whereas Lin Hai's method did not, right? Just then, Lin Hai noticed the sky had darkened. Looking up, he realized a massive dinosaur had mistaken him for food. How absurd. Therefore, Lin Hai brandished his sword and exclaimed, "Why aren't you lying low as a fossil, but instead seeking your own demise?" As he spoke, Lin Hai prepared his stance, glaring intensely, and a fierce Conqueror's Haki enveloped the dinosaur. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a single sword style, a reckless slash. To slay the dragon, utilizing his Haki to stun the dinosaur momentarily, he swiftly struck. Clang! In an instant, a flash of white light passed through the dinosaur's neck, dissipating into the distance. Thus, while they were reveling in their banquet, Lin Hai also commenced his own celebration. After satisfying his hunger and thirst by the stream, Lin Hai leaned against a tree to rest for a moment, only to sense something was amiss. Damn it! How long has it been? Why hasn't Zoro returned to switch with me? Lin Hai suddenly jolted, realizing who Zoro was. A person who didn't even know how to return home. Lin Hai quickly activated his observation Haki to investigate the situation over there. Indeed, it was just as depicted in the original story. 2 giants, one ambushed and the other ensnared by Mr. Three's candle abilities. Meanwhile, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Vivi were about to be turned into wax figures. Interestingly, Luffy was still sitting there leisurely drinking tea with that little girl. Mr. Golden Week. It seemed Luffy had fallen under Golden Week's special ability, manipulating others' emotions through color coordination. At this point, Lin Hai could no longer remain idle. He had to rush over to help them escape. Who knew if they could turn the situation around? Previously, Mr. Five had hesitated to confront Lin Hai. However, this time was different. Emboldened by Mr. Three's cunning and abilities, he dared to strike against the Straw Hat crew again. He was also motivated by the bounty for the 2 giants, 200 million berries. After all, Mr. Five wanted to redeem himself and avoid being hunted by the Baroque Works elite agents, right? At this moment, Mr. Five and Valentine S. Day were in pursuit of the swiftly running Usopp. In another part of the jungle, a massive candlestick stood with Zoro and the others, their feet immobilized by wax. Not far from the candlestick, 2 giants lay prone. Giant Dory had succumbed to the explosive-laden wine administered by Mr. Five, compounded by injuries sustained during his duel with Broggy, and had now fallen unconscious. Meanwhile, the giant Broggy, fixed to the ground by Mr. Three's wax abilities, could not help but feel indignant. These people are utterly despicable. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, Mr. Three couldn't help but scoff and boast. You fools, everything relies on intellect. Intellect, do you understand? With just a bit of brain power, we can defeat you. Why should we confront you head-on? At that moment, Sanji, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, Luffy has fallen victim to Golden Week's tricks again, and we are unable to move. That is this where it ends for us. I never expected we would be defeated here. Zoro raised his sword, declaring, defeated here. If our feet can't move, then let us just cut them off. Regardless, I will win. Nami exclaimed in horror. Have you lost your mind? If you cut off your own foot, how will you fight afterward? Lin Hai, come and save us. I refuse to die here. Vivi cried out in terror. I absolutely cannot perish here. Alabasta is waiting for my return. Lin Hai, what are you doing? Hurry and rescue us. Sanji pondered. He wouldn't be sleeping soundly on the ship like some idiot, would he? Nami gasped, responding, that's actually a possibility. What are we going to do? Observing the fear etched on the faces of those atop the candlestick, Mr. Point 3 felt an unusual thrill. He exclaimed excitedly, yes, yes, just keep making those painful expressions. The agony and struggle are the art I pursue. Freeze in fear. Nami retorted, don't celebrate too soon, you perverted man. Once Lin Hai discovers the situation here, you'll be in for it. He's quite the hot-headed individual. Sanji nodded in agreement. What do you agree with? At that moment, Lin Hai, donning a wig and a flowing robe, appeared as if he were a celestial being, gliding through the air. Instantly, Lin Hai's ethereal appearance captured everyone's attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for executing a stylish maneuver. The host is rewarded with a basic swordsmanship manual. In midair, Lin Hai spat inwardly. Annoyed with the windy system for underestimating him. Basic swordsmanship? He quickly dismissed that thought. Nothing was more exhilarating than showing off. Before long, a delighted Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, you bastard, you finally arrived. Hurry and save us. Vivi tearfully expressed her joy. Lin Hai, you have finally come. Sanji jealously muttered, always showing off. Zoro, exasperated, said, stop posing and destroy that rotating candlestick. Mr. 3, witnessing Lin Hai's ability to walk through the air, was filled with dread. Why you can walk on air? What kind of monster are you? Hearing Mr. 3's words, Zoro and the others finally realized Lin Hai was indeed gliding through the air. Wait, can the space fruit really do this? It was unclear what method Lin Hai had employed, but it was undeniably frightening. Nami and Vivi gazed at Lin Hai in awe, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Luffy, sitting beside Golden Week, wanted to shout something but found his thoughts completely reversed due to the emotional fruit. Leaving him feeling distressed, Golden Week stared blankly at Lin Hai, momentarily at a loss for words, even dropping the teacup in her hand without realizing it. Observing the reactions of these individuals, Lin Hai felt immense satisfaction, knowing he had not wasted the surge of inspiration and the arduous training he had undergone. At that moment, Zoro noticed that Lin Hai was still leisurely floating in midair, and he couldn't help but express his displeasure. Lin Hai, quickly cut down that spinning candelabrum above. Stop showing off over there. These scoundrels actually had the audacity to call for their rescue. Mr. 3 and his ilk could only be regarded as the dregs of the New World pirates. How could they have been completely annihilated? With this thought, Lin Hai, harboring a wicked sense of humor, remarked, weren't you all having a delightful chat over there? Moreover, how could I possibly disrupt Mr. 3's pursuit of art? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. 3? Mr. 3, gripped by an overwhelming fear of the unknown, hastily unleashed his secret weapon, conjuring a colossal wax robot using his candle powers. Lin Hai had no intention of striking first. He would wait until Mr. 3 was fully armed before making his move. That moment, Lin Hai swiftly positioned himself directly in front of Mr. Goldweek, gazing at the little girl seated there, adorned with a hat. Lin Hai extended his hand and said, Dear little sister, how about becoming my daughter? No, rather, my partner. Mr. Goldweek finally snapped to attention, replying with a hint of trepidation. Who are you, uncle? What do you want? Please don't come any closer. This uncle, Sanji, perched atop the candelabrum, nearly burst out laughing. Cough, cough. It was obvious that those rascals on the candelabrum were mocking him. Well, if he was to be called uncle, so be it. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his demeanor and persisted. Little sister, I have many beautiful goldfish on my ship. Would you like to come and admire them? Huffed. Sanji atop the candelabrum was now laughing to the point of tears. He genuinely never expected Lin Hai to be so shameless. Attempting to lure a little girl to see goldfish. Puffed, cough, cough. Zoro, initially intent on maintaining his stoic image, finally lost composure upon hearing Lin Hai's words. Meanwhile, Vivi and Nami simultaneously felt their cheeks flush. That scoundrel Lin Hai was truly incorrigible. Mockery again. Weren't those old-timers before the crossing always using this trick when pursuing women? Was it really that amusing? Didn't they see Lin Hai was inviting a partner? These rascals. Lin Hai suddenly erupted in anger. Straw hat idiot. What are you lounging around for? I've traveled 1,000 miles, and you can't even brew me a cup of tea. Saying this, Lin Hai kicked Luffy aside. That moment, Mr. 3 had completed his preparations and sneered. You underestimate me far too much. How dare you disregard me? Prepare to meet your end. Iron Fist. Just as Mr. Goldweek was about to strike, clang, a flash of white light swept through, and Mr. 3's self-proclaimed ironclad armor instantly shattered. Leaving Mr. Goldweek stunned, Lin Hai had no intention of taking Mr. 3's life. After all, as observed in the original work, Luffy's escape from the underwater prison and rescue of Ace had a part to play in Mr. 3's fate, which was quite enigmatic. However, sparing his life did not mean refraining from teaching him a lesson. In an instant, Zoro and the others found themselves swapped to the forefront. At this moment, Lin Hai's mood was dark as he bellowed. Take out all your grievances on him. Zoro and the others initially sought to settle accounts with Lin Hai, as they could have been saved much sooner. That scoundrel Lin Hai chose to delay their rescue, causing them unnecessary suffering. Yet, while they were disgruntled, the true instigator of this predicament was Mr. 3, so they resolved to give him a good thrashing first, noticing the flames of fury in their eyes. Mr. Point 3 trembled in fear. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll fight back. Sanji was the first to strike. Oh, you dare to fight back. With that, Sanji delivered a kick. Mr. 3 quickly employed his defensive technique. Swinging his arm, candle wall, duong, Sanji's foot throbbed with pain, as if he had kicked iron. Zoro was at a loss for words. This guy has another trick up his sleeve. What now? Mr. 3, hidden behind the candle wall, smugly declared, the hardness of my candle wall rivals that of steel. You all. Before Mr. 3 could continue boasting, Lin Hai landed a punch directly on the candle wall, which shattered instantly. Lin Hai seized Mr. 3 and hurled him aside, venting all his displeasure upon him. Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 3 and commanded, brothers and sisters, give him a thorough beating. In an instant, Lin Hai, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi unleashed their fury upon Mr. 3, trampling him relentlessly. I'll show you who's in charge. Take that. Artist? What kind of artist are you, attempting to turn us into statues? You scoundrel. Were you not a bit too proud just now? Mr. Point 3 clasped his head with both hands, pleading, I'm sorry, spare me. I promise I'll never do it again. If apologies were of any use, why would there be a need for police? Quickly compensate us for the fright we just endured. Beg for mercy. Weren't you so formidable? Fight back, you scoundrel. You want me to display a pained expression, right? Pursuing art, is it? Want us to freeze in fear? It was hard to tell how long they pummeled him. But eventually, their anger began to dissipate. Only then did they notice that Mr. Goldweek had vanished without a trace, while Luffy stood nearby, conflicted, watching Lin Hai and the others. Lin Hai, exasperated, walked over and wiped off the design on Luffy's back. Luffy immediately huffed 2 jets of hot air from his nostrils. Where's that filthy woman? I'm going to settle the score with her. Zoro advised, calm down, Luffy. First, we need to deal with the candles on Uncle Kuroki. And then there's that Eastly as well. At this moment, Kuroki, lying on the ground, began to weep, for he believed Eastly had perished. Lin Hai used his powers to extract Kuroki and reassured him. Don't worry, he isn't dead. He's just unconscious. Really? Kuroki inquired excitedly. Lin Hai retorted, why don't you check his nostrils with your hand? Before long, the giant Eastly, just as Lin Hai had stated, awoke, and the 2 large men embraced. Weeping profusely, Lin Hai, witnessing this, could hardly contain himself. Enough already. You've cried long enough. When will this ever end? Brokey protested. What do you know? He's just too happy. Wah, damn it. Brokey and Eastly cried even harder, their tears crashing down upon Lin Hai like a massive boulder. Caught off guard, Lin Hai found himself drenched, resembling a drenched chicken. Upon witnessing this scene, the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Hai, equally surprised by his predicament, fumed. What are you laughing at? What about the banquet? Wasn't it agreed that we'd hold a feast? Nami stepped forward. What banquet? Vivi's country is in turmoil. We need to hurry and take her back. We only came here for supplies. Only then did Lin Hai realize that Nami was clad in a bikini, with a jacket draped over her, which she had yet to fully fasten. Those details weren't the crux of the matter. The focal point was the red mark on Nami's lower abdomen. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Nami had contracted a virus. Alarmed, he pointed at Nami's abdomen and asked, "What bit you here?" Nami glanced at her abdomen and nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing, just a bug bite." Just a bug bite? If memory served, that meant in this primitive jungle. Nami had contracted a rare virus, which seemed fatal within 6 days. The 5th day would be her last. Lin Hai quickly exclaimed, "We need to prepare supplies and set sail immediately." At this juncture, Eastley had ceased his weeping and asked, "Weren't you the one calling for a banquet, and now you want to set sail?" Lin Hai nodded, pointing at Nami. "It appears our navigator has contracted some sort of virus. We must take her to see a doctor at once." "Some sort of virus?" the others chorused. Nami chuckled. "Are you making a mountain out of a molehill?" "It's just a mosquito bite," Sanji inquired. Lin Hai, "Are you cursing Nami?" Luffy asked, perplexed. "What is a virus?" Vivi expressed her astonishment. "Haven't you ever been sick?" Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy simultaneously shook their heads. "We've never been sick." Nami and Vivi gasped. "What kind of monsters are you?" At that moment, Broky declared, "I believe Lin Hai is right. You should first seek out a doctor if there is nothing wrong. Then that is for the best, in case it is a virus." Initially, Nami was completely unconcerned. But upon hearing everyone's words, she suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over her. After a moment of anxiety, Nami quickly regained her composure, waved her hand, and laughed, saying, "Where could there be so many viruses? Let's focus on preparing our provisions and head to Alabasta." Vivi looked at Nami with a hint of worry, to which Nami responded with a chuckle. "How could such a minuscule probability befall me?" "You agree, don't you, Vivi?" Lin Hai couldn't help but interject. "This is a primitive jungle. Rare viruses abound." Nami immediately retorted angrily, "Can't you just keep quiet?" Lin Hai hurriedly took refuge behind Zoro, replying, "I won't." "But you very well might." Nami's expression darkened. Noticing the tension, Zoro quickly said, "Can you stop hiding behind me?" At that moment, Dongli spoke up. "You saved us earlier, so let us assist you in return." Luffy, puzzled, asked, "Help us?" Broggy explained, "There is a massive creature lurking nearby. Ships passing through have been swallowed whole by it." Dongli concurred, "But fear not. With our help, you can advance without concern for what lies ahead." Broggy nodded. "Leave it to us." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "No need. I can handle it myself. If it dares to swallow our ship, I'll chop it up." Usopp gasped. "Lin Hai, why must you always resort to violence? Can't you be less frightening?" Zoro laughed. "I would quite like to see Lin Hai in action." Nami interjected with annoyance. "Chop what? Every time Lin Hai stirs up the currents, it only complicates matters for us." Broggy inquired, "Is that creature truly dangerous? Are you certain you don't need our assistance?" Dongli echoed, "Having received your kindness, we wish to repay it." Luffy chuckled. "No need to worry. Since Lin Hai has said we don't require help, then we won't. Hee hee, I wonder what kind of adventure awaits us next." With that, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Usopp linked arms, loudly proclaiming, "Adventure, adventure, duong." X3 Nami crossed her arms and said, "Honestly, you lot need to hurry up and get those supplies on board." Frustrated, Lin Hai muttered under his breath, "This insufferable woman. One day I will make her pregnant." Nami's face flushed, yet she retorted, "Lin Hai, what are you saying? Speak up." "Humph, does he really think he's clever?" She must be itching to hit him again. Soon, the Straw Hat crew boarded the Mary, and after waving goodbye to Dongli and Broggy, the ship had barely set sail when a gigantic crab-like creature appeared ahead. This creature was more than twice the size of both Dongli and Broggy combined. On the shore, Dongli anxiously exclaimed, "Are they truly safe?" Broggy replied, "Let us trust them. I believe Luffy is not one to lie. And that Lin Hai seems incredibly strong." Seeing his friend so assured, Dongli could only calm himself and observe the unfolding situation. However, despite their confidence in the Straw Hat crew, facing such a colossal creature made them feel as small as ants, leaving them deeply concerned. Meanwhile, on the Mary, upon sighting the enormous creature, Nami and Vivi clung to each other, crying, "What is that thing? Help. We're going to be eaten." Usopp, terrified, hid behind Zoro, exclaiming, "Zoro, we're going to be devoured." "Think of something," Zoro deadpanned. "What can I do against something that massive?" Luffy shielded his eyes with one hand. gazing at the gigantic crab-like creature in awe. It's enormous. Is that a crab? Sanji, bewildered, remarked. If it were to be made into food, I wouldn't even know where to start. As Sanji turned to ask what to do, Lin Hai had already taken action. At that moment, Lin Hai assumed his stance and activated his gale summoning form. A swirling vortex appeared to his left, from which emerged a dazzling double-edged sword. Lin Hai grasped the hilt. Room. Armament Haki hardening. Instantly, everyone witnessed a surge of black energy emanating from Lin Hai's arm. Enveloping the summoned gale, Lin Hai's eyes widened as he shouted, Demacia. The air filled with a powerful incantation and the clear ringing of a sword, shaking the very essence of those present. The sound echoed like Pangu splitting the heavens. At that moment, everyone felt as though the sky had dimmed. It turned out that the brilliance of Lin Hai's sword slash was so blinding that it created the illusion of darkness in the sky. What astonished them even more was that the crab-like creature, as massive as several mountains, was cleaved in two by Lin Hai. He had executed a horizontal slash. Lin Hai wasn't foolish. A vertical cut would have inevitably sliced through the sea, creating chaotic currents that would endanger the ship. Now, everyone was left speechless by the spectacle. Even Luffy, usually unfazed, was taken aback by Lin Hai's swordplay, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, though the immediate threat was vanquished. The upper half of the gigantic creature would inevitably fall, creating turbulence. Lin Hai cursed under his breath, realizing his miscalculation. While a horizontal cut avoided chaos, the falling debris would still cause disturbances. He quickly turned to wake the dazed Nami. Nami. Start directing. That thing is going to drop. While it won't hit us, it will create massive waves, Nami shouted. Everyone, stop standing around. Get to work. After a considerable time, the sea finally calmed. Broggy, stifling laughter, suggested, why not take a break before setting sail again? Indeed, after the upper half of the crab-like creature crashed into the sea, it created waves, forcing the Mary to return to shore until the waters settled once more. The crew was utterly shaken by Lin Hai's display. First witnessing the colossal creature being cleaved, and then seeing its massive form plummet, Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar, exclaiming, You idiot! Can you not be so terrifying? I thought I was going to be crushed. Nami delivered a punch to Lin Hai's head, scolding, Is this what you call not causing chaos? Tell me, what kind of monster are you? How did you cut down something so large, Lin Hai? Infuriated, retorted, Quit your incessant chatter. Who knew it would be so easy to cut? I barely exerted any effort. Lin Hai's tone was infuriating, and soon he found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Come on, stop hitting me. We're comrades, aren't we? Why are you hitting my face? Dongli and Broggy exchanged glances, wondering why they were in such a commotion when they were supposed to hurry and set sail. Goodness, can't you all act more mature? After bidding farewell to Dongli and Broggy once again, the Mary sailed across the vast ocean. Now, a dilemma arose. Lin Hai insisted on finding a doctor, while Nami vehemently opposed, leaving Vivi torn in between. Earlier, Vivi had read the newspaper Nami had given her. Now, with great concern, Vivi said, Everyone, the royal army had 700,000 soldiers against 400,000 rebels, but unexpectedly, 300,000 turned traitor. The situation has reversed drastically. Nami reassured her, Vivi, don't worry too much. If we reach Alabasta quickly and expose Crocodile's true nature, we can avert this war, can't we? Vivi nodded. Thank you. Luffy interjected. We'll defeat Crocodile. Nami raised an eyebrow, angrily stating, You've said that countless times. If you utter it again, I'll throw you into the sea. At this moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but chuckle coldly, thinking, Are you two really that naive? That's a battle involving millions of people. Once conflict arises, significant contradictions will emerge. Do you really believe a few words from Vivi can change that? Vivi, agitated, exclaimed, So, am I just supposed to do nothing? Lin Hai inquired, Do you possess any evidence of Crocodile instigating trouble from behind the scenes? To which Vivi retorted, Impossible. As long as I relay the information and evidence I have collected to my father and the rebel leader, Kosha, they will undoubtedly put an end to this turmoil. Lin Hai chuckled. Your naivety is quite astonishing. What kind of conflict and misunderstanding could lead to the confrontation of 1,000,000 troops? Setting that aside, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. If you were to inform your father of Crocodile's conspiracy, but Kosha remains unaware, what do you think would transpire when they meet on the battlefield? Sanji cautiously suggested, Wouldn't the side with fewer numbers, plagued by indecision, be overwhelmed in battle? Vivi gasped, yet insisted, I will certainly meet Kosha. I will not allow such a thing to occur to Haha. Lin Hai was about to speak when Sanji interjected displeased. Lin Hai, you ought to be gentler with a lady. Let us discuss this matter calmly, understood? Lin Hai slapped his forehead, exasperated. I am the one being vexed here. Consider this. Even if Kosha is informed. What if he does not appear on the battlefield? Or worse, if he has already fallen? He continued. And Vivi, your perception of the imminent events in Alabasta is rather simplistic. Can a war truly be resolved with mere words? Vivi retorted angrily. Are you suggesting that my efforts are entirely futile? Nami shot Lin Hai a disapproving glance and comforted. He merely wishes to advise you to return to Alabasta and let us find a doctor first. Lin Hai, feeling slightly dazed, inhaled deeply and calmly stated, given that Crocodile is the mastermind behind this incident, having plotted for so long, he must have a comprehensive plan. Thus, your rash return would only play directly into his hands. My intention in saying this is to urge you to carefully consider these matters before returning, do not endanger both yourself and others in the process. Vivi composed herself and pondered before asking. So what do you propose we do? Luffy exclaimed. We simply defeat Crocodile. Zoro added. But what about the situation in Alabasta that remains unresolved? Usopp responded. So, we must split up. Some of us will confront Crocodile, while others will seek to quell the internal strife in the Alabasta kingdom. Lin Hai nodded. That indeed seems prudent. However, there are many high-ranking officials from Baroque Works who may be lurking in Alabasta. How should we allocate our forces? Luffy declared. Leave Crocodile to me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Crocodile wields the powers of the Sansan fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. You, lacking Haki, would be ill-equipped to confront him. Allow me to take care of it. I could dispatch him with a single strike. Usopp gasped. Lin Hai, must you always resort to violence? Lin Hai replied dryly. Are we not enemies? If I do not strike him down, do you expect me to invite him to dinner? At that moment, Nami interjected. Then it is settled. We shall first set sail for Alabasta, and upon arriving, we will divide our tasks. Vivi expressed her gratitude. This matter was initially unrelated to you all, yet you have become entangled in it. Lin Hai dismissed her gratitude, saying, no need for thanks. These matters will be addressed once we land. He then pointed at Nami. Our foremost priority is to locate a doctor. Nami, you are in need of treatment. Thud. Nami struck him with a fist, and Sanji kicked him as well. Sanji remarked, you scoundrel, stop cursing Miss Nami. Nami retorted, I have told you. I am fine. Just as she finished her sentence, Nami suddenly felt the world spinning around her and collapsed. Vivi rushed to support her. The others stared at Lin Hai in astonishment. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Did I say anything incorrect? You are all such fools. Usopp exclaimed in terror. Lin Hai, you truly possess the power of curses. Luffy cried out. Oh no, Nami has been cursed by Lin Hai. Nami, are you all right? Please do not leave us. Lin Hai replied. Did none of you notice the abnormal wound on Nami's abdomen? As he spoke, he lifted Nami's shirt to reveal several dark spots on her belly. Lin Hai pointed. Do you see? Nami must have contracted some sort of virus. We need to find a doctor immediately. Could it be true, just as Lin Hai had stated? Nami cannot possibly die like this. No, Nami, we need you. Do not leave us, Vivi snapped. Everyone quiet down. First, help Nami back to rest. Nami weakly said. Wait, this wind feels unusual. Quickly adjust to the left direction. Sanji replied, leave that to me. Just as they were assisting Nami to rest, everyone turned their terrified gazes toward the distant sea. There, a tornado with a diameter of nearly 700 meters was forming. This sight jolted the nerves of the onlookers, and they could not help but look at Nami in awe, truly impressed by her abilities. Had they been a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, Usopp noticed Lin Hai adopting a combat stance and inquired, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai, in frustration, replied, that tornado just now attempted to kill us. I intend to cut it down. Thud, thud. Lin Hai was once again set upon by a barrage of blows. Why do you insist on hacking away at everything? Please stop already. You fool, do you not think the water is already turbulent enough? If you strike again, we may truly face a maritime disaster. At this point, Zoro asked, Nami, please indicate our sailing direction, and then you should rest well. Nami weakly replied, we will sail in this direction. If the weather changes, inform me immediately. Lin Hai halted Usopp and the others, rising to ask, Nami, Do you still intend to head directly to Alabasta? We should first find a doctor for treatment. After Lin Hai's repeated reminders, everyone understood a crucial point. If they did not address Nami's illness first, they would find themselves aimlessly adrift on the Mary in the vast ocean. The thought of encountering another storm was simply too terrifying. Thus, they all agreed to first seek out a doctor, specifically at Drum Island, located in the nearby waters. Once they ensured Nami was cared for, Vivi stayed behind to look after her, while everyone else, apart from Lin Hai on the deck and Zoro taking a brief rest, rushed into the kitchen for food. Seated on the deck, Lin Hai contemplated a pressing question. Why could he not treat others with the same kindness that Luffy and the others exhibited? Ahem, that is indeed a matter for reflection. It appears there is still a long way to go. Bored, Lin Hai leaned against the railing and began practicing the expansion of his spatial barrier. What if he could shrink it down to resemble a bullet? He could not use a pistol, nor did he possess the abilities of Kazuha's light fruit. Thus, that avenue was discarded, as he still had the observation Haki, which seemed somewhat impractical. So how should he develop his abilities? Attack, evade, and escape. Perhaps he should focus on these three aspects first, combining spatial abilities with offensive techniques, integrating martial arts with spatial powers for evasion, and relying on the development of the space fruit for escape. Lin Hai resolved not to squander time on flashy techniques, for while an abundance of moves may appear impressive, lacking mastery would render them useless against a skilled opponent. Would that not be deceiving oneself and wasting time? Lin Hai suddenly realized that he thought he could forego learning, yet it turned out he not only had to engage his mind, but also train his body. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the kitchen and saw Lin Hai manipulating the translucent objects, prompting him to ask, "Could your last leap into the air have relied on those things?" Lin Hai nodded. "Indeed, care to give it a try?" Sanji, sensing the malevolence in Lin Hai's gaze, quickly waved his hands. "No thanks, everyone is eating. You should join them." Before he could finish, he spotted Lin Hai holding a piece of dinosaur meat he had brought from the little garden and exclaimed, "Your space fruit is rather outrageous. Isn't it? But how long can food be preserved in that space of yours?" Lin Hai, munching away, replied, "It does not spoil that moment." Vivi emerged from Nami's room, exclaiming, "Everyone, it's bad. Nami has a fever of 40 degrees. Sanji suddenly exclaimed in terror, "What did you say?" In an instant, everyone rushed into Nami's room. Luffy, rarely worried, exclaimed, "Nami, wake up. You mustn't die," with tears streaming down his face. Sanji lamented, "Miss Nami, how could you fall ill? I always give you the best parts of the food." While they feast on the spoiled leftovers, the others grimaced at his words, thinking, "What a beast." Hearing the commotion in the room, Nami could not help but sit up, weakly stating, "I'm all right. I either have heat stroke or the thermometer is broken. How could a person possibly have a fever of 40 degrees? By the way, is the ship still on course?" Vivi responded, "No problem. We'll reach Drum Island tomorrow. Nami, you must hold on." At that moment, Lin Hai stepped forward to check Nami's pulse. Joy spread across everyone's faces. "Lin Hai knew medicine?" Zoro couldn't contain his curiosity, asking, "Lin Hai, you can take pulses too?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Lin Hai, so you're this amazing?" Usopp marveled. This guy Lin Hai has nothing but strengths, apart from his flaws. Seeing Lin Hai's serious demeanor, Sanji approached, asking, "Did you find anything out?" Vivi chimed in excitedly, "If he can heal her." "Does that mean we have to go to Drum Island?" Lin Hai retorted impatiently. "Can you all be quiet? I just want to see how Nami's pulse differs from ours. Oh, I look like a doctor? Go play somewhere else." The atmosphere turned dark. Sanji angrily shouted, "You jerk. If you can't treat her, let go of Nami's hand." Ignoring the others, Lin Hai addressed Nami. "Nami, you should lie back and rest. Later, let Vivi fetch some warm water to sponge you down. It will help reduce your fever and make you feel better." Nami weakly replied, "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you, Vivi." Vivi shook her head, saying, "Why are you being so polite with me?" Meanwhile, the others were filled with doubt, wondering if that would really help reduce the fever that moment. Lin Hai stood up and wrapped his arm around Vivi's waist, gently saying, "Princess Vivi, let us ignore them. How about I take you to see some goldfish?" Just as Nami lay back down, she noticed her face felt even hotter. Vivi, in a moment of surprise, felt a blush creep up her cheeks, reaching the roots of her ears. Sanji glared at Lin Hai with fury, letting out a beast-like roar. Zoro slapped his forehead, lamenting how this guy ended up on his ship. "Ha! Luffy pointed at Lin Hai, laughing heartily. Lin Hai, you are truly amusing. Vivi, feeling uncomfortable, said, could you let go of me? I need to get water to sponge Nami down. Lin Hai released her and pointed at the others, saying, what are you all doing in here? Do you know anything about medicine? Get out of here and stop being a nuisance. The group exchanged glances, then followed Lin Hai's lead. Upon reaching the deck, Lin Hai lay down to continue studying the space fruit. When the others approached him, he exclaimed, what do you want? What are you planning to do? Beat you up. Isn't this guy obsessed with his own hairstyle? Let's give him a new one. You jerk, not only did you hold Nami's hand, but you also dared to wrap your arm around Princess Vivi's waist. I'll fight you, Lin Hai defiantly replied. You all better remember this. I realize my mistakes. After a brief commotion, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, Lin Hai, hurry and bring out that sweet thing from last time. Let's have ice cream again. Usopp remarked, but it's not enough snow right now. We can't even make a snowball. Lin Hai shot them a glare before taking out his fishing rod to catch fish. Luffy and Usopp exchanged glances, wondering if they would get to eat fish again, even better than ice cream. However, after a while, Luffy, filled with confusion, said, Lin Hai, you're really slacking today that I've caught fish, and you haven't caught a single one. Lin Hai mysteriously replied, what do you know? I'm comprehending the essence of the Tao. The essence of the Tao? That sounds profound. The others looked at Lin Hai with curiosity. Zoro, unable to sleep, approached Lin Hai, asking, can you elaborate? What should he say? Should he reveal that he was just pondering why Vivi's skin was so much fairer than Nami's? But how could he explain that? Lin Hai adjusted his posture, gazing into the distance as he proclaimed, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Though Luffy and Usopp didn't understand what Lin Hai was saying, they felt an inexplicable sense of awe. And then, what else? Continue. Lin Hai felt conflicted. Back in school, he only remembered this line about the Tao. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and Lin Hai perked up. He continued. Actually, I was speaking too abstractly for you to understand. Let me put it simply. It's about sitting here and feeling the subtle changes in the environment, thus comprehending the laws governing all things. At that moment, Sanji, chewing on a cigarette, chuckled. What you said is essentially meaningless. Isn't it? Damn it, Sanji was pushing him to come up with something brilliant. Thus, Lin Hai turned his gaze back to the horizon, also biting down on a cigarette, slowly saying, absolute motion and relative stillness illustrate that motion is irreversible. Time is merely a conceptual expression of motion, which means that going back to the past is. Here, Lin Hai struggled to continue. He had intended to say that going back to the past was impossible. However, if he wasn't mistaken, this world had a time fruit, right? How utterly perplexing. Hearing Lin Hai's silence, Zoro curiously prompted, what's next? Lin Hai replied, what else is there? Living in the present is the most real. Everything else is but fleeting clouds. Is that it? Just that. The others scoffed and walked away. Just as they turned to leave, the sassy system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. On gaining a personal comprehension of the rules, the backpack space is now accessible to the host, allowing free entry and exit. Free entry and exit. A sanctuary for escape? What nonsense. Suddenly overwhelmed with joy, Lin Hai lost his balance and fell over the railing. Damn it. Splash. The others nearby were bewildered as they witnessed Lin Hai suddenly plunge into the sea. Luffy questioned, that scream was Lin Hai's, right? Sanji inhaled deeply and asked, could it be that he jumped into the sea because we mocked him? Usopp speculated, surely, Lin Hai isn't that fragile. Zoro retorted, stop talking. Let us see if he is alright. Meanwhile, in the sea, several fish were trying to nibble at the bait on Lin Hai's fishing rod, but they couldn't catch it, and now their tormentor had fallen into the water. Thus, a group of fish swam over, ready to retaliate against Lin Hai for his earlier teasing. Indeed, while fishing, Lin Hai had been practicing his observation haki, playfully teasing the fish with his rod. Now, submerged in the sea, Lin Hai noticed these fish daring to provoke him. He raised his middle finger at them. Although the fish didn't understand the gesture, they sensed that this human was insulting them. Consequently, the fish surged forward, preparing to attack Lin Hai. Fortunately, Lin Hai was undergoing a transformation. Firmly resolving not to harm living beings, he quickly adjusted his mindset and made a face at the fish. This only infuriated them further. Amidst the snowy sea, near the Thousand Sunny, a man was swimming swiftly. Pursued by a group of fish, on board, Luffy watched in excitement, exclaiming, "I want to swim with Lin Hai. Too bad I can't swim. Hey, everyone, let us play this game too. Are you bored? You jerk." Sanji kicked Luffy, then turned to Zoro with a puzzled expression. "What on earth is Lin Hai doing?" Zoro replied, exasperated. "Are you an idiot? Lin Hai is being chased by a school of fish." Usopp nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "Lin Hai can sometimes stir up more trouble than Luffy. Does he even need to beat up fish?" Luffy, standing by the railing, excitedly exclaimed, "Silly fish, you can't catch up to Lin Hai. Ha ha ha." Lin Hai, swimming in the sea, turned to Luffy and replied, "Of course not. I am the swimming champion. Stupid fish, haven't you eaten? Come chase me, ha ha ha." The fish swarmed, grumbling, "This human is utterly detestable. It infuriates me. Why can't we fish out swim this human? Is he part of the fishman tribe? But he lacks any fish-like traits. Never mind, let us catch him first." Meanwhile, Zoro, aboard the ship, was about to jump in to compete with Lin Hai upon hearing him claim to be a champion, but Sanji quickly stopped him. Exasperated, Sanji shouted, "You're not going down there. Don't make things worse." After being pursued by the fish for quite some time, Lin Hai used his powers to return to the ship, the railing. He noticed the fish still lurking beneath, glaring at him. Thus, Lin Hai began to taunt them again, singing and dancing, "La la la, Demasha, la la la, lua lu a." In no time, Luffy and Usopp joined in the song and dance. This scene made Sanji and Zoro, who were watching, cringe in annoyance. After a while, Lin Hai unzipped his jacket and aimed it at the fish. The fish muttered, "What is he up to? I wonder. Hey, what is that? Is that a gun? I've seen humans use guns, but this, scatter." Just then, Vivi, passing by, witnessed this spectacle and gasped, startling Lin Hai, who then fell back into the sea. Fortunately, Lin Hai's abilities were handy, and as he returned to the deck, Vivi, blushing, approached him and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Hai waved dismissively, saying, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Feeling water on his face, he then grabbed Vivi's skirt to wipe his face. Vivi quickly covered her skirt and gasped again. While Sanji transformed into a beast, roaring nearby, Lin Hai, feeling frustrated, remarked, "Vivi, as a princess, you should remain calm and composed. Can't you refrain from being so jumpy?" Vivi retorted, "Aren't you cold in that short-sleeved shirt? It's snowing." Upon hearing this, Luffy and Usopp shivered in unison. "BRR, it's so cold." Sanji exclaimed, "Are you just now realizing this?" Sitting on the ground, Lin Hai had only felt a slight chill before Vivi's comment made him say, "Cold? It is a bit chilly." Sanji turned and exclaimed, "So you just figured it out too?" As he took a few steps forward, Lin Hai suddenly remembered the fish he had teased. He shouted, "Stupid fish. Don't run away. I'm not done playing yet." Sanji exclaimed again, "Are you an idiot?" The next day, the Mary finally arrived near Drum Island, only to be unexpectedly surrounded by numerous ships. Thanks to Lin Hai's warning, everyone was aware of their situation. Not far away, on one of the ships, stood a person whose height was nearly equal to his width, holding a knife with roasted meat skewered on it. Eating and then swallowing the knife whole, Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said, "That guy can eat even more than you." Luffy gasped, "Is that guy a monster, swallowing knives?" At that moment, Wapple declared, "Muhaha. Are you pirates? I am Wapple, the king of Drum Island, and this ship now belongs to me. I'm so hungry." Luffy protested, "No." Seeing Wapple prepare to attack, Lin Hai quickly interjected, "Wait." He discreetly signaled to everyone before turning to Wapple and saying, "Honorable King Wapple, I am Lin Hai." Raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Why don't you go retrieve Walbo?" Zoro chuckled, "Lin Hai, you also send him off to Walbo." Before Zoro could finish his sentence, Sanji interjected, "What are you saying, you bastard?" Zoro retorted, "Do you want to fight?" Lin Hai sighed, "Everyone, it's imperative we find a doctor for Nami. Can we all act a bit more mature? You are the least qualified to say that." The group responded in unison. Before long, the Mary sailed into the harbor of Drum Island, where the inhabitants on either side of the ice mountains displayed looks of utter disdain, causing the crew aboard the Mary to grow increasingly anxious. "Pirates, have you been sent back by that trash Walbo?" the people shouted. "Get out of our country. You are not welcome here. Indeed, you pirates are the lowest scum of the earth. Leave us at once." Luffy, perplexed, asked, "Why do they hate us so much?" It seemed that Blackbeard had previously attacked this place, compounded by Walbo's rampage in the country. followed by Walbo abandoning the people to become a pirate. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Hai, yet the thought of Nami's condition prevented him from resorting to violence. Despite his overwhelming urge to strike back, he realized that if he did so, who would take them to find a doctor? Even if they found one, would they be willing to help? It was a risk he could not afford to take. At that moment, Luffy spoke up. Although we are pirates, we mean you no harm. Point one of my friends is ill. Bang. Get out of here. There are no doctors. Yes, all the doctors have been taken away by Walbo. Communication seemed utterly futile. Bang. A sudden gunshot silenced the harbor, causing Luffy and the others to tense up. The bullet was aimed at Princess Vivi. Fortunately, she was unharmed as Lin Hai had intercepted the bullet just in time. Holding the bullet in his hand, Lin Hai calmly stated, "In this world of martial arts, only speed prevails. If memory serves, this place had been attacked by pirates multiple times. The people's refusal to allow pirates to land was entirely justified." The Straw Hat crew was unaware of this, with only Lin Hai possessing knowledge from the original story to understand the reason behind it. The pressing issue was that the residents of Drum Island were hostile towards pirates and would not permit them to land. If Lin Hai were a resident here, any attempt by pirates to forcibly land or demand medical assistance would be met with obvious resistance. It appeared that force would not suffice. Contemplating this, Lin Hai glanced at the shore, where the vast sky blended into a white expanse, making it impossible to discern where Chopper and the others were. Furthermore, Nami had likely contracted a rare virus, one that ordinary doctors could not treat, and time was of the essence. These reasons should not be mentioned. If I do, some will criticize the author for being toxic. If I don't, some will criticize the author for being verbose. Spare me. Therefore, for Nami's sake, Lin Hai suppressed the burning indignation on his face and instead donned a friendly smile as he addressed the stunned crowd. Everyone, let's communicate properly. That bullet is very dangerous, and we harbor no ill intentions. Seeing their continued distrust, Lin Hai, out of desperation, knelt down and pleaded, "My friend is sick. She could die at any moment." With that, he began to cry. "Please, let us take her to find a doctor." Coughing, he wondered why he was crying without tears. "Hey, where are the tears?" At this moment, Vivi whispered a few words to Luffy before also kneeling down to plead, "We won't land on the island. We just want to take the patient to see a doctor. Please." Understanding the urgency, Luffy quickly knelt down as well, saying, "My friend is gravely ill. If we delay, she may very well die. Please, let her receive treatment." From the crowd emerged a figure, the former captain of the Drum Island Guard, now the spokesperson for the island's residents. Named Dalton, he stepped forward and said, "All right, you may come ashore." Lin Hai suddenly realized that Dalton recognized Princess Vivi. This meant that all his previous efforts were in vain. No matter, saving Nami was the priority. With Dalton's assurance, and given Vivi's status as the Princess of Alabasta, the local residents allowed the Straw Hat crew to disembark. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel that his kneeling had been in vain. What a ridiculous situation. Inside a house, Dalton informed them, "All the doctors here have been taken away by the tyrant Walbo. Currently, there is only one left, residing over there. It's nearly 4,000 meters up." Following Dalton's gaze, Luffy remarked, "I see. Then we must take Nami to see her." Dalton cautioned, "Be careful. There are still the savage Laboon on the snow-capped mountains." And Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for the warning, but we must hurry. Nami's condition cannot be delayed." Vivi asked, "Who will take Nami?" Lin Hai replied, "Isn't it obvious? It will be me." Luffy added, "I'll go with you." Faced with the gravity of Nami's life and death, Sanji dared not cause any more trouble. Ultimately, Lin Hai carried Nami on his back, securing her with ropes. That moment, the weak Nami weakly said, "Sorry for the trouble." Lin Hai chuckled, "What are you talking about?" With that, he turned to Luffy and said, "Let's set off." Since Nami was receiving treatment a day earlier than in the original story, she wasn't as severely ill and could still speak. In the original story, Kureha would come to treat the residents. However, things have changed, and even though Lin Hai remembers the details, he cannot afford to wait idly. No arguments. Watching as Luffy and Lin Hai departed, Vivi couldn't help but feel anxious. Are they really going to be okay? Sanji reassured her, "Don't worry. Although they can be unreliable at times, they are dependable when it matters." Usopp nodded, "We know how strong Lin Hai is. You can trust him." Vivi responded with a nod. On the snowy slope, Lin Hai and Luffy ran onward, with Lin Hai saying, "Luffy, if we encounter Laboon or anything like that. You'll protect us, right? Luffy grinned. No problem. Leave it to me to by the way. Are we really going up there? Lin Hai gazed at the towering peaks shrouded in clouds. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he nodded. Yes, but I have no idea how long this will take. The environment here is too harsh, haha. At that moment, Walbo, riding a shaggy horse, caught up with them. He arrogantly shouted, "You two bastards, stop right there." Lin Hai exchanged glances with Luffy, who asked, "Who is he?" Lin Hai shook his head and turned to Walbo. "Who do you think you are, you fool?" Walbo replied angrily, "You are incredibly bold. I am the king of this country, and I hereby declare you both guilty." Luffy, confused, asked, "Why?" Walbo retorted, "The guy carrying the woman fed me something on the ship, which infuriated me. So you better stand still and accept your fate." Lin Hai chuckled. "Feeding you food is a crime. What a ridiculous notion." Walbo seethed, "But what you fed me was..." Lin Hai interrupted. "Well, you need to say what it was. How would I know otherwise? Damn it." Walbo commanded his two subordinates, "Kill them," just as Luffy was about to retaliate. Lin Hai interjected, "Let me handle this." Coughing, Lin Hai thought, "Isn't this just a matter of staring someone down?" As he ran, he mused, "Alas, I possess such talent, yet struggle to find the words to express it. What a tragedy of language." Before he could finish his thought, Laboon, the massive rabbit creature, appeared before them. Luffy declared, "Leave it to me." Before Luffy could make a move, Lin Hai unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, knocking them out cold. Lin Hai remarked, "Luffy, our goal is to take Nami to the doctor. Please don't do anything unnecessary." Luffy smirked, "You did it all. Don't blame me for that. You're too despicable." Cough, cough. Lin Hai replied, "Have you noticed it's getting colder?" Luffy nodded, "I do feel that way. The wind up here is fierce." Lin Hai said, "Yes, I feel quite cold. Never mind. Saving Nami is the priority." Initially, the two individuals were conversing animatedly as they ran, but as they ascended further, their words gradually diminished, for the mountainside was beset by a fierce storm. Prolonged exposure to this tempest dulled their earlier jovial spirits. After an indeterminate period of time, they finally discovered a colossal stone wall before them. A sheer vertical wall, to be precise. What were they to do now? After a moment of silence, Lin Hai remarked, "I can scale it." "What about you?" To which Luffy responded, "I can too." Their minds, numbed by the cold, were singularly focused on one thought: to deliver Nami to the doctor known as Kureha At. That moment, Lin Hai turned to Nami and asked, "Are you awake?" Nami weakly replied, "Yes, I'm awake." Lin Hai intended to set Nami down. But Luffy inquired, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai explained, "I plan to use my spatial abilities to ascend directly. However, I'm concerned Nami might not be able to hold on to me, so I'm considering removing my clothing to create a makeshift rope." Luffy interjected, "Use my clothes instead." Lin Hai cautioned, "Just don't die on me." Luffy assured, "How could I possibly die?" Once Luffy had secured Nami, Lin Hai advised, "Nami, whatever you see, do not scream out if you feel frightened, just close your eyes." "Understood?" Nami affirmed, "Yes." The user of the surgery fruit required physical manipulation to switch the positions of objects within the spatial field, whereas Lin Hai did not. With the space fruit, he could effortlessly shift within the spatial realm. Were it not for the constraints of the ability field, it would be akin to an awakened state. These mechanics inherently possess significant loopholes, so please bear with me. At this juncture, Lin Hai created a spatial field with a radius of 600 meters. And he and Nami instantly found themselves atop the field, standing upon a makeshift spatial barrier. However, a gust of wind nearly sent Lin Hai tumbling down. The force of the wind was overwhelming. Once accustomed to it, Lin Hai resumed employing his abilities. Fortunately, he had previously learned how to utilize the spatial barrier without activating the ability field. Had he not developed this skill earlier, he would have plummeted the moment the spatial field closed. At that moment, Lin Hai stood on the spatial barrier, with the wind blowing from left to right. He promptly created a spatial barrier on his right shoulder to secure himself. Inside, he marveled at his own ingenuity. Considering himself a genius within the pirate realm, a singular, irreplaceable force of nature. Meanwhile, Nami, perched on Lin Hai's back, was startled awake by the force of the wind. Upon opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "Ah!" Thankfully, neither had fallen. Lin Hai admonished, "Nami, close your eyes. Don't distract me." "Do you want us to fall?" Nami replied in terror, "I can't help it. I can't help it." Truth be told, Lin Hai was equally terrified. confronted by an endless column, the biting wind howling around them, and below lay a pristine expanse of snow. The thought of falling was unbearable. Lin Hai quickly banished such notions, intent on getting Nami to safety. Luffy was still below. Atop the immense column, a reindeer, known as Chopper, gazed into the distance, lost in thought, when he suddenly noticed a man carrying a woman. Lin Hai and Chopper exchanged glances, before Lin Hai urgently asked, "Are you a doctor? Could you please take a look at her? She's in grave danger." Chopper, maintaining a stoic demeanor, surprisingly emitted no feelings of disdain or fear, as if he sensed the sincerity in Lin Hai's plea. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Chopper responded, "Oh, all right." As he turned, Chopper noticed Lin Hai was not following, but instead was gently laying the woman down. Chopper watched in silence until he realized Lin Hai intended to jump down. Startled, he exclaimed, "I agreed to help her. Why would you do something so reckless?" The diminutive Chopper clung tightly to Lin Hai's leg, preventing him from leaping. Lin Hai affectionately patted Chopper's head and softly said, "There's someone else down there. I need to bring him up." Chopper. Without allowing Chopper to ponder further, Lin Hai insisted, "Her condition cannot be delayed. She has contracted a rare virus. Hurry and save her. I will join you shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Hai vanished from the clearing. Had it not been for the woman in the snow, Chopper might have thought he was dreaming. Utilizing his abilities, Lin Hai soon discovered Luffy's incredible perseverance. In the midst of the blizzard, he observed Luffy, clad in scant attire, laboriously climbing upward. Lin Hai suddenly recalled that he had spare clothes in his spatial backpack. If he offered Luffy some clothing, would he later come to confront him? At that moment, Luffy spotted Lin Hai standing in the half-space and exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Hai, take me for a ride." "Idiot," Lin Hai retorted, exasperated. "Is now the time for games? I brought you here. Please don't cause any trouble." "Really? Hurry and pull me over," Luffy replied nonchalantly. After a series of tedious maneuvers, Lin Hai finally managed to pull Luffy up to the top of the colossal structure, which was outside the castle. Luffy, observing Lin Hai gasping for breath in the snow, complained, "Lin Hai, you really need to be more considerate. Was it that exhausting? Let us hurry and check on Nami." Lin Hai was infuriated. Luffy constantly shouted and rambled on about how fun everything was. Even more amusing was Luffy's insistence that Lin Hai take him to play on the clouds. What clouds? As a devil fruit user. He seemed unperturbed by the prospect of drowning. Exhausted, Lin Hai stood up and delivered a light thump on Luffy's head, grumbling, "I truly suspect your grandfather hits people out of frustration caused by your father." Luffy rubbed his head in confusion. "My dad? Do I even have a dad?" "Huh?" Lin Hai replied, "If you had no father, how would you exist? Did you spring forth from a rock?" Seeing Luffy's expression, it was clear he contemplated the absurd notion that he might have indeed emerged from a stone, prompting Lin Hai to forcibly silence him, utilizing Kinbunshika Haki to locate Nami. Meanwhile, Kureha, the sole doctor on Drum Island, was finishing her examination of Nami when the sudden appearance of two individuals startled her. Lin Hai introduced himself. "Hello, Doctor. I am Lin Hai, and this is Luffy. Is she all right?" Kureha shook her head. "Where on earth have you two been? How did she contract such a virus? This is an extinct virus. If I hadn't had the antibodies, she would have had no hope." Luffy immediately straightened up, bowing to Kureha. "Thank you." At that moment, a diminutive Chopper peeked from behind Kureha, locking eyes with Luffy. Luffy excitedly turned to Lin Hai and asked, "Is that a raccoon?" Chopper retorted, "I am not a raccoon. I am a reindeer." As Chopper proudly displayed his antlers, Luffy's curiosity was piqued further. With eyes gleaming, he exclaimed, "Reindeer? How fascinating. Hey Lin Hai, he just talked. Is he a monster? I want to invite him to be my partner." "Monster, don't run away. Be my partner." Upon hearing himself referred to as a monster, Chopper felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, when Luffy charged at him, he panicked. How could he, a monster, possibly become friends with a human? "Stop. Don't come any closer," Chopper shouted, dashing away, while Luffy pursued him relentlessly. "Cough, cough." Lin Hai awkwardly interjected, "It's rather quiet here. I hope you don't mind a little commotion." Kureha shook her head. "Chopper has endured emotional trauma that if you can help him heal, I certainly won't mind." Lin Hai smiled. "That's simple." With that, he turned toward Chopper and shouted, "Monster, don't run. You're surrounded." Kureha facepalmed, exclaiming, "What a pair of raucous little rascals." After receiving treatment, Nami gradually regained consciousness, her mind flooded with fragmented memories of the past. The formidable man had carried her all the way from the mountainside to this place, and she vividly recalled the fierce winds that had battered them along the way. Despite the fact that Nami was dressed quite warmly at the time, she still felt the chill in her bewildered state. This led her to ponder whether Luffy and Lin Hai had also endured considerable hardship. However, as soon as Nami recalled Lin Hai's erratic behavior and his propensity to embrace girls at any given moment, she couldn't help but let out a dismissive pah. Just then, Kureha entered the room and, noticing that Nami was awake, remarked, "Ah, you've regained consciousness. If I'm not mistaken, you've been afflicted by this virus for about 2 days now, haven't you?" "Ah?" Nami nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you for saving me." Kureha waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need to thank me. Saving you comes with a price." She then inquired, "By the way, how did you contract the virus? It only appears in the primordial jungle, and your wound is around your abdomen. Could it be that you were wearing a revealing outfit in the jungle? That seems unlikely. Who would be so foolish?" Upon hearing this, Nami felt embarrassed and quickly interjected, "Doctor, where are the 2 people who brought me here? Are they all right?" "Speaking of those 2, Kureha exclaimed, "those 2 are indeed full of energy. They climbed to over 4,000 meters elevation and are now frolicking with my chopper instead of resting." "Chopper?" Nami inquired. Kureha explained, "He was entrusted to me by someone named Lin Hai. He's also a doctor. Right now, your 2 companions are clamoring for Chopper to join them." Nami asked curiously, "Did Chopper agree?" Kureha shook her head, saying, "It's not that simple. Chopper has his own issues, which I've been unable to heal over the years. Could you tell me more about him?" Nami asked. Kureha began to explain, "Chopper was born with a blue nose." "A blue nose?" Nami interrupted. Kureha nodded, continuing, "Chopper is a reindeer, and because of his blue nose, he was considered a monster by the herd. One day, he accidentally ate the human fruit, which allowed him to walk on 2 legs, leading to his abandonment by the herd." Kureha sighed and continued, "That wasn't the worst part. The most painful experience for him was when the doctor who adopted him, Dr. Hiralik, entered Chopper's heart and illuminated his life. Unfortunately, Hiralik later died from the poison Chopper had given him. Ever since, Chopper's heart, which was once open to humanity, has closed itself once more to Haki." That moment, Chopper, who had been listening at the door, began to reminisce about his past. Hiralik had 10 days left to live, but after consuming the medicine Chopper had provided, he was left with only half a day. This incident had caused Chopper to believe that he was the reason for the demise of his savior. "Wah wah wah, Dr. Hiralik." The sound of Chopper's sobs interrupted the conversation between Kureha and Nami. Seeing the weeping Chopper, Kureha couldn't help but scold. "Hiralik never blamed you for that incident. Why are you crying?" Chopper replied, "Dr. Kureha, I. At this moment, Nami gently said, "You must be Dr. Chopper, right? Dr. Chopper?" Chopper paused, pointing to himself and stammering, "Me? Are you talking about me?" Nami nodded, "Yes, thank you for saving me." "You fool," Chopper stammered. "Even if you say that, I still won't be happy." Nami silently thought to herself, "Isn't this a sign of happiness?" Realizing his reaction, Chopper quickly hid away, only to peek at Nami, ultimately startling himself into running outside. Kureha slapped her forehead, realizing, "Do you see the situation now?" Chopper is very averse to strangers. Outside, Chopper coincidentally ran into Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai, exasperated, remarked, "Chopper, stop running. I feel like you're not a reindeer. You should be called a rat." About to flee, Chopper halted and turned to retort. "What did you say?" Lin Hai spread his arms and explained, "You act like a rat fleeing from a human. Your cowardice is astounding." Chopper fumed, "I am not a rat. I am a reindeer." Before he could finish, Luffy seized him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Lin Hai, I caught him." Indeed, Chopper had been so long without human contact that he struggled to communicate like Haki this moment. A more forceful approach was necessary to engage Chopper. Lin Hai, wearing a mischievous expression, said, "Run. Go ahead and keep running. You cowardly reindeer. You made us search high and low, exhausting us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai lay down to sleep, using Chopper as a pillow. Chopper, feeling both astonished and delighted, was shocked to find himself so close to a human. As for how to communicate with Chopper, that task was left to Luffy. Lin Hai did not believe he possessed the pure-hearted intention to converse with Chopper. Chopper, feeling trapped, cried out, "Let me go. Ugh ho ho." Luffy, exasperated, said, "Chopper, be my companion, won't you?" Chopper replied, That can't be." Luffy asked, Why not? Chopper responded earnestly. Because you are humans and I am a reindeer. How could we possibly be companions? Luffy urged. Stop whining. Come sail with me. Adventure is truly fascinating. The vast blue sea is filled with countless wonders. Chopper hesitated. But, Lin Hai interjected. Are you even a man? Why are you being so indecisive? Chopper exclaimed. Weren't you going to sleep? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Sleep? In this cold? Do you want to freeze me to death? By the way, why don't you join us at sea? Chopper finally began to voice his concerns. Don't you think it's strange? I have a blue nose and antlers. I am clearly a reindeer, yet I walk on 2 legs. Moreover, I can speak human language. Don't you think I'm a monster? Lin Hai placed a hand on Chopper's shoulder. Chuckling. Is that all? You don't know that there are fur tribes at sea, which are talking animals, and they aren't any less friends to humans. Also, at Fishman Island, there are mermaids, whose upper bodies are human, while their lower halves are fish. I say, Chopper, your worries stem entirely from your narrow perspective. A true man should venture out to sea and experience life. Really? Is that true? Both Luffy and Chopper looked at Lin Hai with wide eyes, causing Lin Hai's eyelid to twitch in exasperation. What was up with this straw hat? Wasn't he supposed to be inviting Chopper onto his ship? Why was he now expressing admiration? Could he be more professional? Ho ho ho! Just then, the voice of Walpole echoed from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Ho ho ho! Walpole, seated on his beast, declared, Straw Hat, and that annoying fellow. You dared to slip away while I was sleeping. Now you shall face judgment. Ho ho ho! Ignoring Walpole's words, Lin Hai turned to Luffy and asked, That guy's mount seems quite meaty. Shall we have a barbecue later? Barbecue? Luffy's mouth watered at once, eagerly nodding, Sure, a barbecue is the best. Lin Hai quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, Could you not be so disgusting? Can you not control your saliva? After saying that, Lin Hai took out some sugar and sprinkled it on the white snow, tossing a piece to both Luffy and Chopper. Chopper, confused, looked at the snowball in his hand and wondered what it was for. Luffy grinned. Chopper, this snowball is delicious. Go ahead and eat it. Chopper, in a daze, took a lick and exclaimed, Wow, this is so good. It's sweet. Nearby, the moose seemed puzzled, wondering if it had started to rain but wasn't it snowing. Why was there water? Oh, it turned out Walpole was drooling beside it. However, after being reminded by 2 of Walpole's henchmen, Walpole quickly snapped back to reality. Seething, You bastards dared to ignore me. With that, Walpole turned to his subordinates and ordered, Add 2 more laws to this country. Anyone who eats without sharing with the king will be deemed a criminal. And anyone who disobeys the king will also be deemed a criminal. Realizing what was happening, Chopper angrily shouted, What do you bastards want now? Lin Hai stepped in to stop Chopper and addressed Walpole. Walpole, listen carefully. We are pirates, and you will hand over your mount for us to barbecue. Otherwise, I will let Luffy and Chopper beat you up. Valpo chuckled derisively. What an audacious little brat, truly unaware of his own mortality. Meramon and Jess, seize them and eliminate them. Upon receiving the command, Valpo's 2 formidable subordinates, Meramon and Jess, sprang into action. This predicament ought to have been entrusted to Luffy. His presence would have served to bolster Chopper in their battle. After all, if one wishes to recruit Chopper as a crew member, one must first cultivate a rapport. No? Expectations were high, yet reality often diverges. Luffy crouched low, one hand pressed to the ground, declaring, Second gear, jet pistol. Valpo felt a fleeting sensation at the corner of his eye, as if 2 entities had whizzed past him. Regaining his wits, Valpo exclaimed, Meramon, Jess, where on earth have you disappeared to? Luffy flashed a radiant smile, replying, I just sent them flying. That's where. Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, See Gowie. Everything transpired so swiftly that Valpo was left in disbelief, retorting, Stop boasting, Straw Hat. What exactly have you done to them? Lin Hai facepalmed, exclaiming, Hey, we're supposed to be fighting together, and this is how it is. However, Lin Hai's attention was drawn to the flag atop the castle, and an idea began to form that he approached and inquired. Do you see that flag? Valpo gasped. Who put such an ugly flag up there? Get it down, now. It's obnoxiously loud. Just leave. Lin Hai kicked Valpo's hippo-like form far away, along with Valpo himself, clapping his hands. Lin Hai remarked, At last, the world is at peace. Hey, Chopper, who put that flag up there? Lin Hai pointed towards the castle's summit. Chopper replied, It was Dr. Hiralik who placed it there. Lin Hai continued, Why did he raise that pirate flag? Do you know what it signifies? With Lin Hai's prompting, Chopper couldn't help but reminisce about his past with Dr. Hiralik. Dr. Hiralik had said, "A man who bets his life on that skull flag can achieve anything." Chopper, one day you too shall sail the seas. Then you will understand how trivial your worries truly are. The island where you were born is but a speck in this vast world. At that moment, Luffy placed his hand on Chopper's head, softly stating, "As for that flag, I don't know the specifics, but it wasn't hoisted for mere amusement, was it? Since that flag represents a person's life. We must honor it." Chopper felt a jolt of enlightenment, as if he had been awakened to profound truths. Observing this, Lin Hai added, "Transforming the impossible into the possible, persevering against all odds. This is surely the belief of the esteemed Dr. Hiralik, is it not? From what I gathered, it seems he entrusted his dreams to you. So," Lin Hai shouted, "Chopper, what are you waiting for? Set sail." Oh, in that moment, the three embraced and wept, touched by the indomitable spirit of Dr. Hiralik. Ding! Congratulations, host, for executing a remarkable maneuver. You have been rewarded with a phonograph containing a song. Please check it now. Yet, at that moment, Lin Hai paid little heed to the phonograph. Meanwhile, Nami, watching from the window, couldn't help but shed tears of laughter, saying, "What a bunch of fools. Is this the charm of those simpletons?" Kureha also found herself in tears, never having cured Chopper's ailment after so many years, yet now witnessing these two little brats heal his spirit. It was uncertain whether Kureha wept for Dr. Hiralik's departure, for Chopper's emotional healing, or if she was moved by some profound aspect of life. Nevertheless, amid the joy, Kureha suddenly recalled that Chopper was about to leave. And she snapped, "What are you all shouting about? The patient needs to rest." At that moment, Zoro and Usopp, guided by the front guard Captain Dalton, arrived alongside many residents. The instant Luffy spotted Usopp and the others, he eagerly introduced, "Everyone, meet our new companion, Chopper." After exchanging glances with Usopp, who exclaimed, "A monster!" Chopper, already timid, instinctively fled, leading to a spirited chase throughout the castle. Ahem, Lin Hai, of course, did not partake in the chaos. He was a mature individual. His attention was drawn to Vivi's words, as she asked, "Zoro, why are you wandering around the forest with bare arms?" Zoro explained, "I went for a swim in the sea and somehow ended up over there." Ahem, Lin Hai suppressed a chuckle, saying, "You must have gotten lost, huh?" Zoro promptly exploded. "What did you say?" Lin Hai declared loudly, "I said you're lost." Vivi, exasperated, remarked, "You don't need to shout so loudly." Lin Hai, amused, replied, "He told me to say it. I was worried he wouldn't hear." Zoro, blushing with embarrassment, shouted, "Say that again, and I'll make you pay." Zoro, "You are hopelessly directionally challenged. Stand still. I'll chop you down." Kureha opened the armory and instructed the residents of Drum Island to transport all the cannons outside the castle, filling the shells with the special powder Dr. Hiralik had entrusted to her at his death. In an instant, the island resonated with the thunderous roar of cannons, heralding a spectacular fireworks display for this age of pirates. Down at the foot of the mountain, Chopper gazed at the sky, just as Dr. Hiralik had described, witnessing cherry blossoms bloom across all of Drum Island. Everyone was left in awe. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed with shining eyes, "Si, Gao E." Even the usually silent Zoro couldn't help but marvel. "What an incredible masterpiece," Sanji muttered. "Is this what it means to turn the impossible into the possible?" Chopper, tears streaming down his face, choked out, "Dr. Hiralik, you did it, woo." Nami also gasped, "What beautiful cherry blossoms." After speaking, Nami couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, scoffed, "Isn't it just powder from pink flowers sprinkled on cannonballs and shot into the sky? Mingling with the snow? What is so impressive about that? How long will you all continue to be astonished?" Dawn is approaching. The crowd fell silent, their expressions darkening. "Oh no, don't slap us in the face." When everyone returned to the Mary, the sun had already risen. Luffy, seemingly tireless, excitedly declared, "Everyone, let's welcome Chopper as our new member and throw a feast." Yes, the crowd cheered, while Lin Hai sat in a corner doodling, having just received a thorough beating from everyone. Chopper, still somewhat shy after joining the Straw Hat Pirates, was at a loss when Luffy and Usopp began to stick chopsticks up their noses and mouths, beckoning, "Chopper, join in. It's hilarious." Chopper laughed at their antics, but, noticing Lin Hai's demeanor, approached and nudged him, asking, "Lin Hai, what are you doing? Come play with us." Lin Hai, rather displeased, replied, Am I supposed to mimic them and stick chopsticks up my nose? Usopp retorted, do you have something more entertaining in mind? Luffy chimed in. Yeah. Do you have something more fun? Tsh. Frustration arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. How dare anyone attempt to outshine him in flamboyance? Lin Hai would not stand for it. Thus, he shifted his demeanor, declaring, Chopper, watch closely. Lin Hai imitated the dance of the werewolf from League of Legends, arms parallel to his shoulders, grasping at the air in one direction. Then stepping left, then right. Suddenly, a mesmerizing dance emerged in a most unexpected moment, reminiscent of Jack's dance from Blue Planet. Who could possibly resist such enchantment? Chopper's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Lin Hai, teach me quickly. Luffy and Usopp, finding chopsticks unamusing, shouted, we want to learn too. Vivi and Nami stood by, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Lin Hai, where on earth did you learn that dance? I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Can you all stop dancing? Ha ha ha. Sanji and Zoro also laughed uproariously. Lin Hai, of course, would not let Zoro off the hook. That guy had just dealt him the hardest blow for asserting he was directionally challenged. Consequently, Lin Hai forcibly dragged Zoro over. Zoro shouted, let me go. I'd rather die than dance. Help. After the banquet, everyone who needed rest had retreated to their quarters, for within this vessel, at least Lin Hai and Luffy had not succumbed to slumber. On the deck at that moment, Usopp and Chopper were engaged in conversation. Usopp exclaimed, Chopper, can you guess what kind of monster I encountered back then? Chopper shook his head, indicating he did not know. Usopp continued, our ship was beset by a creature thousands of meters tall and wide. When Lin Hai and Luffy came across it, they both cried out for my help. Chopper gasped, really? Usopp, what happened next? Usopp gazed into the distance and recounted. Then I drew a massive sword, 40 meters long, unleashed my ultimate technique, and shouted Damasha. With a thunderous strike, that colossal beast was cleaved in two by my blow. At that moment, Luffy, who had just awakened in search of food, overheard Usopp's tale. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over to Chopper, exclaiming, wow, Usopp, I had no idea you were so formidable. Meanwhile, Sanji was left speechless. And Lin Hai, awakening from his slumber, felt similarly perplexed that he could hardly believe that he had been roused by the ruckus outside. And who could have guessed Usopp possessed such prowess? As for Luffy, what was he so enamored with? Lin Hai, stifling a yawn, wandered out of his room with glazed eyes and inquired of Nami. Nami, how long until we reach Alabasta? Nami replied, about 10 days or so. What? Lin Hai was instantly alert. Does it really take that long? Nami rolled her eyes and said, did I not make myself clear? Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. I heard you just fine. What is going on with Vivi? He noticed Vivi sitting in a corner, looking deeply troubled, and Nami, exasperated, merely shrugged her shoulders. Observing Vivi's distress, Lin Hai approached her and asked, Vivi, what troubles you? Vivi explained, the situation in Alabasta is becoming increasingly dire. I am merely worried about the people there. I apologize for affecting you. Lin Hai waved his hand again. You claim to be the sole princess of Alabasta, but can you truly fulfill that role? Given your current demeanor, I find myself doubting your capabilities. Nami, hearing Lin Hai's words, wished to intervene, but was prevented by Lin Hai's gesture. Sanji remained silent, sensing that Lin Hai had more to articulate. At that moment, Vivi, with a hint of anger, looked at Lin Hai and said, is it wrong to be concerned for my citizens? Lin Hai, exasperated, spread his hands. If you wish to inherit the throne of Alabasta, your mindset is undeniably flawed. Vivi questioned, what flaw do you see? Lin Hai elaborated, a war involving millions is on the horizon. Instead of contemplating a comprehensive strategy to avert this conflict, you are preoccupied with which citizens might suffer. Tell me, is that not a flawed perspective? Vivi retorted, then enlighten me on where my thought process is amiss. Lin Hai smacked his forehead. Haven't I already articulated the issue? Communicating with you is quite the challenge. He decided to shift his approach, saying, the primary conflict in this matter is the king's clandestine use of dance powder, correct? Upon Vivi's nod, Lin Hai continued, and the mastermind orchestrating this event is Crocodile. Am I right? Vivi nodded once more, and Lin Hai pressed on. What you should be contemplating is how to leverage us to defeat Crocodile and subsequently resolve the misunderstandings between the king's army and the rebels. That is the crux of your considerations, not fretting over where battles might erupt and how many lives may be lost. As a decision-maker for a kingdom, if you are still entangled in concerns over individual lives? How can you aspire to be the sole princess of a nation? It's time to awaken. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Vivi felt as though struck by thunder. However, how could she possibly use them? Observing Vivi's predicament, Lin Hai chuckled. What is wrong with utilizing us? As a decision maker, it is essential to consider your citizens, and this is a lesson you must learn. However, I must clarify that our pursuit of crocodile is not for your sake. We seek compensation for emotional distress, loss of work, intimidation fees, shipping costs, and more. Thus, there is no need for gratitude. With that, Lin Hai turned to Nami, intending to inquire whether they were on the same page. After all, their objectives differed, yet the outcomes were mutually beneficial. However, it was unnecessary to ask, for Nami's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth as she muttered, "Utilization matters not. This time, we shall strike it rich." Lin Hai, you truly are a genius. Beside Nami, Sanji's eyes were filled with hearts as he murmured, "Vivi-san, please use me to your heart's content. I am willing to do anything for you." Zoro, barely opening his eyes, muttered, "Boring," before shutting them once more. Lin Hai thought, what a clever mind I possess. Am I truly a genius? Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper's eyes lit up once more as they exclaimed in unison. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Lin Hai felt a surge of irritation. I say, you rascals, could you grant me a moment of peace? Let me enjoy a decent nap. Must you incessantly chatter? Do you think I am some kind of pig like Zoro? Just as he was about to continue, Lin Hai found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Days later, upon awakening, he felt remarkably refreshed. The faint sounds of seagulls from outside the ship rendered the surroundings even more tranquil. It dawned on Lin Hai that he had not checked the system panel in quite some time. With that thought, he began to peruse his system panel. Should anyone find this panel distasteful, I shall endeavor to write less in the future. It consumes too much time and invites criticism. Flamboyant System. Host. Lin Hai Constitution. Level 7. Top tier Level 10. Observation Haki. Level 2 Armament Haki. Level 2 Conqueror's Haki. Level 3, freely controllable. Significantly effective, primarily determined by the host's charisma. Skill 1. Establishing spatial fields for spatial exchange. With proficient usage, as long as stamina permits and speed is adequate, the host remains invincible. Spatial cutting. Cutting effectiveness determined by the host's Haki. 2. Sword style Skill 2. Spatial slash. Advanced application of the space fruit, requiring summoning form at high winds for usage. 2. Spatial barrier. Unlimited. Contingent upon the host's proficiency. Items in possession. 1. Spatial backpack. Only the host may freely enter and exit. The optimal place for a desperate escape. 2. Solitary 9 swords. Inspired by others. 3. Basic swordsmanship. Not yet reviewed. To tackle the world's most arduous tasks. One must commence with the easier ones. The host, however, must first face the difficult before the easy. In order to stand apart. 4. Radio with songs. Chasing the flamboyant youth. 5. TT, sausage, dinosaur meat, wigs, cloaks, hair dryers, combs, mirrors, system store, now open, flamboyant coins, 6666. After reviewing the flamboyant system panel, Lin Hai fell silent. What on earth was chasing the flamboyant youth? And that TT, had he ever purchased it? Was he truly that kind of person? Bah, what a ridiculous system. Upon opening the basic swordsmanship, Lin Hai was astonished. Was that really basic swordsmanship? It was clearly Tai Chi swordsmanship. The content described the coordination between body and swordsmanship, with a single move capable of neutralizing various attacks from different angles. Was this not an upgraded version of the solitary 9 swords? By employing slowness to counter rapid attacks, or vice versa, as long as one possessed keen eyesight, it resembled how Mihawk effortlessly countered Zoro's lethal strike with a mere dagger. Silk. Lin Hai hastily closed the book and tossed it into the system. Learning now? What nonsense. First, he would enjoy a song to express his elation. Ahem. The opening melody of Chasing the Flamboyant Youth was not only melodious, but also invigorating. How had he never noticed this before? As Lin Hai reveled in the music, a commotion erupted once more on the deck outside, and he sensed an unfamiliar aura. What were they up to? It was indeed that Mr. 2. Yet Lin Hai chose to disregard them, instead perusing the system shop. Inventory. Old pickled cabbage, 7. Silk smoothness, 45. Strength pill, 250. Ham sausage. Bookshelf. Jean Ping May, 37. A date with spring, 38. Crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system, 998. Mastery section. I have a sword, 100 million, snowflake divine sword, 1 million, 6 styles, 600,000. Note: mastery cannot be used against others, special books cannot be viewed by others, and special items cannot be used by others. Upon catching sight of the mastery section, Lin Hai hastily closed the system panel. No questions asked, he simply could not afford it. However, he seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. The books. That crossing the pirate world thing, why was it so expensive? Who on earth pins such costly works? Lin Hai resolutely refused to buy it. No matter how appealing, he would not purchase it. As for that Jean Ping Mei, he was certainly interested. Lin Hai adored Mei the most. Just as Lin Hai prepared to buy Jean Ping Mei, a knock echoed at the door, and Nami's voice called from outside. Are you a pig? How long have you been sleeping? Aren't you going to eat? Lin Hai quickly rose and replied, Wait a moment, I'll be right there at the dining table. Lin Hai inquired, What's with the white cloth wrapped around your arms? Vivi explained, We just encountered Mr. Two from Baroque Works. Luffy chuckled, He's quite amusing. No matter who they are, he can transform into them. Nami nodded, So we tied white cloth on our arms as a mark, to avoid him impersonating us later. Usopp chimed in, Lin Hai, you should make a mark too. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Do I really need a mark? If any of you mistake me, that's on you. Sanji laughed. I don't think Lin Hai needs any mark. He is so punchable we can recognize him without one. Lin Hai shot a glare at Sanji and exclaimed, Have you all struck gold? This feast is lavish. Chopper grinned, because while you were asleep, Luffy caught a massive bird. Lin Hai questioned, Chopper, aren't you a reindeer? Don't reindeer eat grass? Are you sure you're a reindeer? Chopper immediately exploded in anger. Lin Hai, you jerk, Zoro advised. Chopper, hurry and eat, or Luffy will snatch your food. Chopper gasped, Luffy you. Usopp also exclaimed, Luffy you stole my stuff again. Thus, amidst the clamor, lunch concluded. After the meal, Lin Hai could not help but feel intrigued. Everyone, how about I sing a song for you? Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Sing for us. The others expressed skepticism. Could Lin Hai really sing? Lin Hai waved his hand. Just wait a moment. I'll make myself presentable. You'll surely love it. With that, Lin Hai dashed into his room, beginning to emulate the flamboyant style of the 1990s. Utterly cool. Fortunately, Lin Hai's hair was thick and long enough. He quickly fashioned the iconic 90s side part hairstyle. Next came black trousers, a belt, and a white shirt tucked in to reveal the belt, topped off with a modestly colored coat, with sharp eyes, a nose like a gallbladder, a face like jade, and a tall physique. Lin Hai realized he was about to swoon from his own handsomeness. Before long, he stealthily concealed a radio in his coat, then appeared not far from the others. Utilizing his spatial abilities, Lin Hai pressed the button on the radio. Instantly, a pulse-pounding rhythm erupted, a vibrant melody sweeping over the ship's occupants, leaving them astonished. The powerful, rhythmic rock music blared forth as Lin Hai danced along. Lip-syncing, he thought, was no issue. He had heard the song before. As long as he moved his lips without a sound, that would suffice. As for striking poses, Lin Hai never fell short. At that moment, even the typically composed Zoro lost his composure, moving to Lin Hai's rhythm. Unable to control himself, lyrics. With the wind on my shoulders, I tread on the earth, a single phrase in my heart, never yielding. With a fiery heart, I write my youth, regardless of how cold this world may be. Let the torrential rain drench my back. Even if loneliness stretches longer than the night, who can understand me? Who will care for me? The dreams of youth chase after the cold north wind in the sky, seeking the world's highest peaks. Handsome, utterly stunning, everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami cried, Ah, Lin Hai, you are the most dashing person I've ever seen. Vivi added, Wow, Lin Hai, you look so handsome. Sanji exclaimed, I want to learn this style too. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were already bouncing with excitement. However, as Lin Hai danced to the music, he forgot that the pockets of his coat were shallow, and with a grand spin, the radio fell out. The device rolled before everyone, still merrily playing the song. For a moment, Lin Hai and the others exchanged wide-eyed glances. Cough, cough. The earlier flamboyance felt painfully awkward now. What had been cool moments ago now felt utterly disheartening. At that moment, Lin Hai wished to smash that radio to smithereens. The Mary was still sailing toward Alabasta dough, silk cake. Galoo. It turned out Pan Lien Lien and Shi Min Min were just like that. You two fools, quiet down. In a corner of the ship, Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji were examining the books Lin Hai had purchased from the Flamboyant System. Usopp and Sanji were utterly amazed, while Lin Hai remained calm. After all, he had heard the tales of Jinping Mei before, hadn't he? As for the others, Chopper lay nearby, enjoying the breeze created by Zoro lifting weights. Meanwhile, Nami and Vivi stood at the railing on the second deck, curious about what Lin Hai and the others were exclaiming about. Vivi remarked, "I should thank Lin Hai for his advice back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't he truly be a qualified princess," as he said. Nami, amused, stole a glance at Lin Hai, who appeared foolish, then rolled her eyes. "He only knows how to talk a big game. By the way, you should feel much better now, right?" "Yes," Vivi replied, after coming to terms with some matters and having a clear goal. "I no longer feel as anxious as before. I should be grateful to have met you all." Nami laughed. "Now that we're at this point, why are you still telling us this? By the way, what are they doing? What is so interesting? Shall we go see?" Vivi glanced at Lin Hai in the distance, her cheeks inexplicably flushing, yet she nodded. "Let us go see together. After all, we have some time on our route. And it's quite boring." While Vivi and Nami chatted, Luffy's restless nature could not keep him from reading. After a short while of playing, feeling bored, he dashed over to Lin Hai and the others to find them. Luffy complained, "Stop reading and come play with me. I'm so bored." Usopp pushed Luffy away, muttering, "Luffy, go entertain yourself. Don't disturb me while I read." Luffy, ignored by Usopp, tugged at Sanji's pants. "Sanji, I'm hungry. Make me something to eat." Sanji quickly replied, "Just hold on a bit. I'm really into this." Luffy, undeterred, pulled at Sanji's pants. "No, I want to eat now." Sanji, speechless, retorted, "Didn't you just eat?" Just then, Luffy's strength was too much, and he pulled down Sanji's pants, leading to an awkward moment. Vivi and Nami swiftly turned away. Nami spoke incredulously, "What on earth are you doing?" Usopp instinctively replied, "Shoo, we're reading." Realizing what had happened, Lin Hai quickly stashed the precious books back into the system. Sanji and Usopp grumbled, "Lin Hai." At that moment, Lin Hai stood up and said, "Nothing much. We were just playing a little game." Vivi, unconvinced, remarked, "But Nami and I just saw you all reading." Nami crossed her arms, questioning, "Are you hiding something good or doing something we don't know about?" Luffy chuckled, "I know. They are engrossed in a book titled Jinping Mei." Luffy," Usopp and Sanji exclaimed in unison. Lin Hai quickly covered their mouths, then laughed. "It's nothing. We were indeed just reading Jinping Mei." With that, Lin Hai kicked Luffy lightly and handed him a chicken leg, then turned to explain to the two ladies, "The book primarily narrates the tale of the little fish, which we gentlemen find quite appealing, but I doubt it would captivate your feminine tastes." As he spoke, Lin Hai delivered another nudge to Usopp and Sanji, exasperated by their foolish astonishment. Did Nami and Vivi even comprehend what Jinping Mei was about? Their surprise only served to reveal their clandestine activities. Lin Hai swiftly shifted the topic. "Oh right, you both look splendid today. By the way, how much longer until we reach Alabasta? I've been adrift at sea for so long that I'm on the verge of developing a case of cabin fever." Nami rolled her eyes. "Don't change the subject. Sanji, is Lin Hai telling the truth?" Sanji, in a state of great inner turmoil, replied, Yes, Lin Hai speaks the truth. This hopeless Sanji." At that moment, Nami reached out. "Why not let us have a look at the book? Perhaps we might take a liking to it. Wouldn't you agree, Vivi? We too are quite curious about the story of the little fish." Vivi awkwardly responded, "Right?" Lin Hai, unashamedly, retorted, "Absolutely not. However, I do possess some skincare products for you. For beauty and youthfulness." "Eternal youth?" Everyone echoed in unison. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled. "Lin Hai, share some with us too." Lin Hai facepalmed, exasperated. "Those are cosmetics meant for women. What use would they be to you?" Usopp insisted, "But you said it's for eternal youth." Lin Hai then handed over to Nami and Vivi, continuing, "Is it such a crime to boast? If I don't, how will people come to believe my goods are of such high quality? Truly, foolish humanity." "What did you say?" "I said you are foolish." Coughing, the camaraderie that had once been brotherly turned into a quarrel. After Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji halted their bickering, Luffy, in a daze, stood up and said, "I merely came to mediate. Why is everyone attacking me?" The three exchanged glances, bewildered by the turn of events. Eventually, they concluded that beating Luffy was indeed the right choice. At that moment, Sanji, his hands clenched nervously, asked, "Lin Hai, could I borrow that book for one night?" I promise I won't serve you any bad food in return. Really, is this how one converses? Lin Hai turned to leave, but Sanji's audacity was unparalleled. Lin Hai had no choice but to concede. Sanji, this is my only treasured copy. If you stain it or lose it, I shall cut off your hair. Sanji exclaimed, I promise to return it to you intact by tomorrow. Usopp interjected anxiously. What about me? What about my turn? Lin Hai sighed. Fine, you can have a look the day after tomorrow. Luffy leaned in. I want to see it too. The three promptly kicked him away, thinking, what use is it to show him? If one could trust Sanji's words. That would be a true miracle. As it happened, Lin Hai's precious book was barely warm in Sanji's hands before it was confiscated by Nami as night fell. In Nami's room, she and Vivi were perusing the story Lin Hai had mentioned about the little fish earlier that day. Vivi, being a princess, had never encountered such material. Nami was similarly unaccustomed. Soon, both ladies found their faces flushed as they read the contents of the book. After a while, Nami muttered under her breath, that vile Lin Hai. How utterly despicable. So this is what they were reading today. What a little fish, ugh. Vivi, on the verge of embarrassment, felt her cheeks burning. After patting her face, she said, Nami, perhaps we should stop reading? I never imagined there would be such individuals in this world. Nami replied, Pan Lian isn't much better. Just then, Nami recalled the day she inexplicably found herself with Lin Hai. The thought. She felt her cheeks grow warmer, realizing she missed that sensation. Yet, Nami would not allow Vivi to perceive any hints of her feelings. So she closed the book and tossed it onto the bedside, then shifted the conversation to more mundane female topics as for Lin Hai. This night, he took over Zoro's watch on the ship. After all, one couldn't expect Zoro to guard the vessel indefinitely, could they? Listening to the sounds of Luffy and the others snoring and mumbling in their sleep, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel exasperated. Thankfully, he hadn't chosen to sleep among them. Who could endure that? Gazing at the sparse stars above, Lin Hai reminisced about his past. It had been over a year since he inexplicably arrived in this world. Before setting sail, he had always believed himself the protagonist of this era. A favored child of destiny, with everyone revolving around him. Simultaneously, he aspired to become a king of the seas, a mindset befitting a character who had traversed worlds, right? Now, having taken merely the first step, he was already facing criticism. When did he become an irresponsible man? Must one marry and care for someone simply because they had been intimate? What if the other party wasn't willing? Truly, how self-deluded. Who is Nami? She is someone who dreams of charting the world herself. She is an independent individual with her own thoughts and desires. And above all, she values her freedom. Never mind, if they wish to argue. Let them. Lin Hai would prefer to remain a carefree rogue. This is simply a light-hearted narrative, not a moral guide, nor a melodramatic idle drama. For minors, those who love to nitpick and create trouble, please steer clear. The next day, after a lengthy voyage, the Mary finally docked. This was merely a supply stop. To truly reach Alabasta, there was still a considerable distance to traverse, crossing the desert. Why is the coastal area a desert? That essay question for the author to ponder. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy began clamoring for food. Lin Hai chuckled, Luffy, Zoro, how about I treat you to a grand feast? After all, I think we've had our fill of meat aboard the ship. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. With your intellect, do you think I could deceive you? With that, Lin Hai turned to ask Usopp and Sanji. Sanji replied, I won't be joining. I'm going to buy some ingredients with Chopper. Usopp added, I'm off to procure some weapons and to craft one for Nami. Lin Hai sighed. Usopp, you truly are a genius. Remember to ask Nami for extra funds and ensure the weapon is well crafted. Just as Usopp was about to boast, Lin Hai hurried to Nami. Nami, could you spare some money for a meal? The two ladies exchanged a glance, their cheeks inexplicably flushing, yet Nami still handed Lin Hai 250 berries. Faced with Lin Hai's bewildered expression, Nami asked, Is that too much? I can take it back. Cough, cough. Lin Hai replied, You really are generous. Nami shot back, Do you want it or not? Of course I do. Lin Hai was quite vexed. What could 250 berries accomplish? Would they be dining on plain rice, then asking the owner if there were any leftovers? In the end, Lin Hai, with the 250 berries, took Zoro and Luffy out for a feast. On the way, Zoro curiously inquired, Lin Hai, since you were treating us, Nami must have given you a lot of money, right? Luffy, eyes gleaming, added, I want to eat a mountain of meat. Lin Hai replied exasperatedly, Luffy, try to contain your drool. He then turned to Zoro. Nami did give me quite a bit. At least it's enough for a meal. Certainly enough. In this era, if one were to cook at home, a bowl of rice and a bowl of egg soup, excluding the cost of rice, could last nearly a month for 30 berries, but no more. Speaking too much only brings tears. Zoro chuckled. Nami treats you well. Thank you. And I'll be having some drinks later. For reasons unknown, Lin Hai felt an urge to toss his slipper at Zoro's head. Did Zoro not know Nami's character? However, just as they neared the restaurant, Lin Hai sensed a rather formidable presence emanating from within. Zoro, noticing Lin Hai's pause, asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai shook his head. "Nothing. Let us go eat." Without needing to be told by Lin Hai, Luffy had already claimed a seat, noisily enjoying his meal. However, not far away at the bar, there lay a figure, his back adorned with a conspicuous white beard emblem. Lin Hai quickly deduced his identity. Wasn't that the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti. Ace. Moreover, Ace was a sworn brother who had grown up alongside Luffy. At that moment, due to Ace's sudden slumber, everyone mistakenly believed he had ingested some sort of toxin in the desert. After some commotion, Luffy recognized Ace. Luffy gazed at the figure seated at the bar and exclaimed with delight, "Ace!" Ace turned to see Luffy and joyfully replied, "Luffy." However, the scene that followed left Lin Hai disappointed. There was no running through the wind and embracing like Air Kong and Z-Wei. Soon, Lin Hai invited Ace over to their table to share a meal. Ace exclaimed, "Luffy, is he really your brother?" Luffy responded, "Yeah, Lin Hai is the one Grandpa brought back after you set sail." Ace pondered, "I see. So that means Lin Hai is also our brother?" Lin Hai nodded, saying, "Is that even a question? So you have to call me brother. Hurry up." Ace retorted, "Why should I? You arrived last. You should be the younger brother." Lin Hai angrily exclaimed, "What did you say? Do you believe I'll knock you off course?" "Oh," Ace teased. "Then let us have a contest. Whoever wins gets to be the older brother." Lin Hai nodded. "That's a splendid idea." Zoro, looking bewildered, remarked, "Aren't brothers supposed to be determined by age?" Lin Hai affirmed, "I am 20 this year." Ace replied, "I'm also 20, you know." Lin Hai, feeling helpless since he was born in December, likely making Ace older, conceded, "Then let's have a competition, but not now. Let's eat first." Just then, Ace turned to Luffy and asked, "Did you receive my message from Drum Island?" Seeing Luffy's confused expression, Ace shrugged, "Forget it. At least I found you now to be by the way." Luffy inquired with curiosity, "How did you end up here?" Ace casually replied, "I'm looking for a guy who caused trouble on my ship. Oh, by the way, Luffy, I'm now the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Would you like to join us?" Luffy shook his head, saying, "No, ha. Ace laughed, "Don't mind me. I was just asking." After that, Ace turned to Lin Hai and asked, "Did you set sail with Luffy from Windmill Village?" Lin Hai nodded, "Of course, if I hadn't gone with Luffy, you know how Cap's fists would have been, but I haven't felt that pain in a long time. It's quite nostalgic." As soon as Lin Hai finished speaking, Ace and Luffy instinctively shrank back, recalling that painful sensation. TSK. Zoro curiously asked, "Luffy, is your grandpa's punch really that terrifying? Your expressions are so dreadful." Just thinking of his grandpa's punch made Luffy lose his appetite. Ace awkwardly replied, "Well, it's not that bad." Zoro then realized and asked, "The Cap you're talking about isn't the same one who cornered the Pirate King, is it? The Marine hero, Iron Fist Cap?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "You guessed it right. It's that old man who loves to hit people on the head. His punches are just too hard that I strongly suspect that old Cap not only possesses top-tier Haki, but also has the ability to foresee the future." Ace asked in confusion, "How so?" Lin Hai explained, "Haven't you noticed? When old Cap punches us, we can hardly dodge at all." "What? When will I ever reach that level?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Hai and Ace exchanged glances, thinking, this straw hat idiot forgets so quickly. Before Lin Hai and the others could continue their conversation, trouble was already brewing nearby. The person causing it could only be Smoker. At that moment, Smoker, with a solemn tone, remarked, "I never expected the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard crew would have such ties to the Straw Hat Pirates." After saying that, Smoker drew his cross-shaped finger from his back, pointing it at Lin Hai. "And you rascal, you've made it quite easy for me to find you. You pirate scum, surrender immediately." Luffy refused. "No way. I still want to go to the Grand Line, travel the world, and become the Pirate King." Ace stood up, declaring, "Marine, if you can catch us, then just..." Lin Hai, feeling exasperated, quickly pushed Ace back into his seat, saying, "Let us talk this out calmly. No need to resort to violence." Turning to Smoker, Lin Hai continued. "Smoker, my friend, the owner of this establishment works hard to run this little shop, that if you break his belongings, it not only affects his reputation, but who will compensate for the damages?" Smoker, somewhat perplexed by Lin Hai's words, found himself pulled to Lin Hai's table, who said, "Aren't you the messenger of justice? Isn't it your duty to protect the safety of the people's property and maintain social order? So, let us put the fighting aside for now. I'll treat you to a meal." Seeing Smoker still maintaining a stern expression, Lin Hai's eyes lit up. "By the way, where's that lovely lady who used to accompany you? I've missed her quite a bit." Smoker finally showed some emotion, asking, "What do you want?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Aren't we all from the East Blue?" Everyone turned to Lin Hai. Smoker asked, "And so?" Lin Hai gazed upward, earnestly stating, "Haven't you heard the saying? Meeting a fellow villager in a foreign land. Forget it. It's something like, when fellow villagers meet, tears fill their eyes." "Tears fill their eyes?" Smoker retorted angrily. "What did you say?" Lin Hai awkwardly corrected himself. "I misspoke. It's when fellow villagers meet, they should cherish the bond. So, dear waiter, boss, bring a dozen bottles of wine. Today I want to treat my fellow townsfolk." Smoker was utterly speechless. When he initially heard Lin Hai's words, he had done some investigation and found that Lin Hai was indeed different from other pirates. He had only hit a celestial dragon and hadn't committed any heinous acts. Now, with Lin Hai being so warm-hearted, Smoker was once again conflicted. At that moment, Lin Hai playfully tapped Luffy on the head, saying, "Do you have no manners? We have guests here. Eat first, we can chat later." Luffy, with his mouth full, mumbled, "But I'm hungry." Lin Hai face-bombed and shouted, "Boss, bring another table full of delicious dishes." "Sure thing." Of course, Lin Hai had more than enough belly to cover the meal, and asking Nami for money was just Lin Hai's way of proving he truly had none. You understand, right? For those who have wives. On one side, Ace and Zoro watched Lin Hai's antics, their eyes twitching. "Hey, is it really all right to dine with a Marine colonel?" Meanwhile, Smoker, overwhelmed by Lin Hai's enthusiasm, found himself awkwardly drinking with him. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the heart, and after downing a few cups, everything changed. Smoker, feeling tipsy, said, "What kind of wine is this? It's good, but it's quite strong." Ace chimed in, "I've had a lot of drinks, but this is my first time having this one. It's the most exhilarating." Luffy, in a daze, declared, "I can drink more." Zoro, still craving more, said, "Lin Hai, this wine is the most invigorating I've ever had." How could it not be invigorating? That wine came from China, and after buying a few bottles from the system, Lin Hai had become a Moonlight Clan member. At that moment, Lin Hai laughed, "One bottle of ergo too. And I'm already tipsy. Life is meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. Let us drink until the world spins. Are you all satisfied?" To the rest of you, Smoker, feeling hazy, remarked, "You know, you're actually quite a decent person. But you're a pirate, and I'm a Marine, so I will still catch you guys. TSK. Is that it?" When Dashiki and Smoker arrived here, Smoker had gone ahead, causing Dashiki to have trouble finding him. When Dashiki reached the restaurant where Lin Hai and the others were, what she saw was Smoker slumped over the table, oblivious to the world. If Dashiki was correct, the Straw Hat crew were pirates. Right? And what are pirates? They are a bunch of ruthless, cold-blooded individuals. In that moment, Dashiki, furious, drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Hai and the others, shouting, "What have you done to Colonel Smoker, you pirates?" Lin Hai glanced at the sprawled Smoker, Luffy, and Ace, chuckling. "What have I done to him? I merely treated him to a meal," Dasky inquired. "Then why is he lying there motionless?" Lin Hai replied, exasperated, "Could you please put away your knife? He's simply intoxicated. If you don't believe me, feel his breath yourself." Observing Dasky's cautious demeanor, Lin Hai shot her a look before heading to settle the bill with the restaurant owner. Upon his return, Zoro asked, "What shall we do now?" Lin Hai laughed. "What else can we do? We need to carry them back to the ship." In a moment, Zoro hoisted Ace onto his shoulder while Lin Hai took Luffy. As he did so, he snagged a cigar from Smoker's collar and lit it. That moment, Dasky interjected, Could someone help me carry Colonel Smoker outside? Cough, cough, he's quite a hefty fellow, and as a delicate lady. I can't possibly manage it." Lin Hai chuckled. "Are you not going to let him rest at the restaurant owner's place?" "Don't worry, I'll cover the expenses." Dasky shook her head. "No, that's not necessary." After a moment, She looked up at Lin Hai and said, I don't understand why Colonel Smoker would dine and drink with you. However, we will not give up on apprehending you. It would be best if you avoid crossing our paths again. Indeed. Lin Hai just kissed Dasky. Watching her cheeks flush crimson, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. You were quite loud, so I had to do that to silence you, right? Dasky, blushing, pointed at Lin Hai and stammered. Why you? Lin Hai turned and waved. Laughing, Dasky, until we meet again, I will miss you. Zoro raised an eyebrow at Lin Hai's antics, finding him utterly baffling for kissing a Navy officer. Their actions drew curious glances from passers-by, as such behavior was uncommon in the town. At that moment, Lin Hai sensed something amiss and swiftly turned to look behind. Zoro, where are you going? He queried. Zoro halted and replied, Aren't we heading back to the ship? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That direction leads back to where we just dined. Are you perhaps intoxicated? Zoro's face turned red as he followed Lin Hai, retorting, That little bit of alcohol is hardly enough to get me drunk. Cough, cough, Lin Hai said. Since you're not inebriated, let's talk. Zoro, since leaving the little garden, many things have changed, haven't you noticed? Zoro asked. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Hai whispered. Have you noticed that since we left the little garden, your tendency to get lost has worsened? Zoro snapped. You bastard. Lin Hai, feeling frustrated, remarked, I'm not ridiculing you. Just think about it. We were walking straight ahead, yet you inexplicably started walking back. We should ask Chopper about this situation later. For a moment, Zoro's face flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless, while Lin Hai stifled his laughter, saying, If you can't even confront your own weaknesses, how do you expect to become the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro shot back. You bastard, don't preach to me. Lin Hai questioned. Why not? I'm your brother, after all. Close, Team A. By the time they returned to the ship, Lin Hai was at a loss, turning to Zoro and saying, What on earth are you thinking? It's just a straight path, and you veered off several times. Zoro, confused, thought about how he had been walking straight all along. How had he unknowingly strayed? However, such an embarrassing matter could not be revealed to others. With that in mind, Zoro quickly changed the subject. What about Luffy and Ace? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. First, we head back to the ship, that if they return, we will set sail immediately. Zoro asked, Is it really that urgent? Lin Hai chuckled. Smoker's temper is as stubborn as a bull. Once he wakes up, he will undoubtedly come after us again. Zoro exclaimed. So you got him drunk on purpose? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. When he wakes up and realizes that pirates treated him to a meal, and that he actually indulged, what do you think he'll think? Zoro retorted. You truly haven't changed at all. You have such a twisted sense of humor. At that moment, Vivi and Nami emerged from their quarters upon hearing the commotion outside. Seeing Lin Hai and Zoro each carrying a person, Nami asked, What are you two doing? Cough, cough, Lin Hai replied. Zoro is carrying Ace, who is Luffy's brother. They got thirsty and mistook the alcohol for water, hence their drunken state. Have Sanji and the others returned? We need to set sail quickly. Luffy and the others haven't paid for the drinks they stole. Zoro was bewildered, wondering whether he was the one who was drunk or if Lin Hai had lost his mind, as their accounts differed. Upon hearing someone demand payment, Nami quickly said, They've all returned. We need to set sail. Meanwhile, after regaining consciousness, the drunken smoker reflected on the events of dining and drinking with Lin Hai and his crew, and suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he was in trouble. As a Navy officer, how could he dine with pirates? Not only had they shared such an intimate conversation, but he had also been out drunk by them. Wasn't this an admission that the Navy was inferior to pirates? Just then, Dasky entered with a hangover remedy, and, upon seeing Smoker awake, asked, Colonel Smoker, how do you feel? Smoker rubbed his temple and replied, My head hurts a bit. Where am I? Dasky replied, This is where the restaurant owner let us rest. You just, Smoker responded, exasperated, just say what you need to say. Dasky cautiously glanced at Smoker, nervously asking, Did you really dine with the Straw Hats? Smoker was at a loss for words, feeling utterly humiliated after a moment of silence. He said, Dasky, hand me the Den Mushi to contact Admiral Akiji. Dasky gasped, Why you? Smoker sighed. I feel that the Straw Hats are somewhat different from other pirates, especially that certain scoundrel. I find myself in a dilemma and must consult Admiral Akiji for his judgment. As the Mary set sail in haste, Nami, having reviewed the situation, felt that Lin Hai had been lying earlier. Thus, she walked over to Lin Hai and asked, Lin Hai, did Luffy and his brother really go to steal drinks? Then why do you and Zara reek of alcohol as well? Lin Hai, sitting on the deck, looked up to explain, we were dining when we were pursued by Colonel Smoker from Rogue Town. Now do you understand? Well, that's more acceptable, Nami remarked, glancing at Zoro and the others who were sleeping nearby. She suggested, you should move them inside to sleep. Seeing Lin Hai remain still, Nami turned to Sanji and Chopper, saying, what are you all doing? Move them inside. Sanji, his eyes sparkling, eagerly replied, of course, Nami-san, it's my pleasure to assist. At that moment, Usopp chimed in, Nami, I can help you install your weapon so it's ready to use. He then dashed off to attend to his tasks. Vivi approached Lin Hai, asking, you seem to have had quite a bit to drink as well. Are you all right? Do you want to rest inside for a while? Lin Hai chuckled. Thank you, but I'm just enjoying the sea breeze. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Nami, implying how gentle she was. Duong. Nami responded with a violent strike. Enjoying the sea breeze, Lin Hai unexpectedly dozed off against the ship's mast until Nami nudged him awake. Nami? What's wrong? He mumbled. Nami, irritated, said, they've all woken up. You should join us for dinner. Lin Hai, of course, was not one to kiss casually, especially with everyone in the kitchen. In an instant, Nami felt that familiar fluttering sensation. After a moment, she realized something and quickly pushed Lin Hai away, her face flushed, rolling her eyes. Go wash up already. You stink. Watching Nami's departing figure, Lin Hai couldn't help but clap his hands, momentarily losing control, causing Nami to flee in embarrassment. At the dining table, Ace busily assisted Sanji in serving the food, proving to be a commendable aid in the culinary endeavors. Observing this, Sanji remarked, Ace, you are our guest. Please take a seat. Your help is not required here. Ace chuckled in response. No need for formality. My brother has a penchant for causing trouble, and I truly feel like a burden to everyone. The others scratched their heads, replying, what trouble? Huh? Zoro, filled with excitement, exclaimed, is Ace truly Luffy's brother? Nami retorted, impossible. Someone so knowledgeable could never be Luffy's brother. Sanji sighed. The sea is indeed full of wonders. Usopp nodded in agreement. Today has certainly opened my eyes. Chopper, with tears streaming down his face, said, such deep brotherly affection. It's so moving. Vivi awkwardly interjected, I must say you all. Huh? Luffy joyfully chimed in. Ace, my friends are quite amusing, aren't they? At that moment, Lin Hai entered from outside, chuckling. What are you all chatting about? Oh, Luffy, Ace, is your head still aching? Honestly, if you can't handle your liquor, you shouldn't drink. I had to carry you both back with Zoro. Ace and Luffy immediately bristled, retorting, what did you say? Lin Hai provocatively continued, I said your drinking capacity is on par with Smoker's. In a word, pathetic. Smoker, the group echoed in unison. Sanji exclaimed, ISNT Smoker, that smoky guy from Lowtown. Has he tracked us down here? Nami replied, exasperated. It seems we've attracted the attention of a troublesome individual. Usopp queried, why does he keep pursuing us? From Lowtown to here. The group exchanged glances, utterly speechless at this juncture. Luffy laughed. Yes, that's the Smoker. We were just sharing a meal and drinking together, and we all got drunk. Haha. Zoro countered. It was you, Ace, and Smoker who got drunk. Not us. Vivi questioned, ISNT Smoker supposed to be hunting you down? How could he be dining with you? Chopper and Usopp simultaneously asked, what is going on? Luffy chuckled. Lin Hai invited him to dinner, and that smoky guy ended up getting drunk. Nami turned to Lin Hai, incredulously asking, you treated a Marine to dinner? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. At the time, he was trying to capture us that I invited him to dinner, got him drunk, and then we were able to escape. Right? Luffy exclaimed, I see. Lin Hai, your brain really is quite clever. He then turned to Nami, saying, Nami, lend me some money. Next time a Marine chases me, I'll treat him to dinner. Duong. Before he could finish, Luffy received a slap. Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. Why worry about these things? We are pirates, constantly on the move. Why fret about this and that? Let us eat. Oh, after a while, Lin Hai inquired. Ace, I've heard you were pursuing someone? Ace nodded. Yes, his name is Marshal D. Teach that he killed a comrade and fled. I've come to find him and settle this matter. Killing a comrade. This person is truly despicable. How audacious to kill one's own crew as a member of Whitebeard's ship. Lin Hai felt it necessary to offer a warning and guided. I've heard of this person. He once fought against one of the current 4 emperors, Shanks. The scar on Shanks' eye was left by Teach. Ace, you? Luffy, wishing to inquire about the four emperors and Shanks, was promptly cut off by Lin Hai. Ace raised his hand to stop Lin Hai from continuing, interrupting, "I know what you're trying to say. You re-implying that I might fall victim to him, right? Lin Hai, do you understand? That guy has been under old man's care for over 20 years, and now he dares to sully the old man's reputation. Moreover, he is still a member of my crew. As captain, shouldn't I personally investigate this matter? If I were to cower in fear of power, then would I still be considered a man? If that were the case, my life would have been in vain. Indeed, a true man. It's no wonder Ace possesses such a unique charm. So many people admire him. If someone were to insult one's parents, would one hide away simply because the other person is powerful? Given this, Lin Hai felt he could no longer say anything if he were to dissuade Ace from confronting Teach, even if well-intentioned. It could jeopardize their friendship. Thus, Lin Hai retrieved a bottle of ergotu from his system and poured a small bowl for everyone. Lin Hai raised his bowl and said, "I toast you with this. However, I must warn you that if Teach dares to act in such a manner, it indicates he possesses his own confidence that I believe he is a schemer. You should first consult with Whitebeard about this. Don't get too agitated. This is merely a suggestion. Whether you heed it is up to you." The group gazed at Ace with admiration. Ace lifted his bowl, downed it in one gulp, and then laughed, saying, "Rest assured, if anything happens to me, you'll come to my rescue, right?" Lin Hai smiled. Then it settled. After downing his drink, Luffy declared, "I don't believe that Teach will be a match for Ace. He is incredibly strong. Let us not dwell on such unpleasantness. Welcome Ace as our guest. Cheers. Cheers. Hey, Lin Hai, why is there only one bottle of liquor? Do you have any more? Hurry up and bring it out. Don't be so stingy." At this moment, Ace was blissfully unaware of the immense trouble he had just invited. Just because of a single jest, during the forthcoming Marineford War, the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would find himself pursued for a debt of 250 berries. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Lin Hai had the audacity to demand money from Whitebeard in front of 100,000 elite Marines and the entire world. As a result, Lin Hai would become legendary. The next day, after the dinner from the previous night, Ace quickly assimilated into the Straw Hat Pirates. Once the alcohol took effect, he naively allowed Lin Hai to coax him into demonstrating his fire abilities. When morning arrived, Ace recalled the events of the previous night and cast a resentful glance at Lin Hai as he approached the deck. Lin Hai, however, paid no mind to Ace's gaze and instead took out a cigarette, wishing to borrow some fire from Ace. After all, the Mera Mera no Mi ability was quite convenient for lighting up. At that moment, Ace, lost in thought about the previous night, assumed Lin Hai was offering him a smoke when he approached with a cigarette. Ace casually accepted it and bit down on it. Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, then deadpanned, "I was asking to borrow fire. Why did you take my cigarette?" Ace, feeling awkward, replied, "Wasn't it for me to smoke?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "You want to smoke? That'll be 250 berries. Ace returned the cigarette, saying, "I don't want it." Lin Hai produced another cigarette for himself and lit it, saying, "You bit this one. You owe me 250 berries. It's just a cigarette," Ace said nonchalantly as he took a puff. What Ace did not anticipate was that this 250 berries would lead to his utter embarrassment in the future. He would be laughed at by Marco, mocked by Garp, and ridiculed by everyone. Suddenly, the Mary was surrounded. Vivi cried out, "Everyone, this is bad. We are being targeted by the billion-dollar elder of Baroque works." Ace laughed. "Let me handle this." Recognizing that other than Lin Hai, the Straw Hats had yet to witness Ace's prowess, Lin Hai decided not to compete with Ace. Ace stepped onto his small boat and utilized his powers to accelerate, facing 7 or 8 ships alone. Ace had informed Lin Hai of the location of his small boat while drinking the night before. He had planned to tie his small boat to the Mary. So it remained. Usopp exclaimed, "Hey Luffy, aren't we going to help? There are so many opponents. Can Ace handle this alone?" Chopper echoed, "This is too dangerous. How can Ace fight on such a small boat?" "The opponents have guns and cannons," Zoro reassured. "Calm down. Let us see the strength of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." Lin Hai chuckled, "I suggest you all focus on studying, even if you can't learn it. You should think about how to escape if you find yourself in such a situation and lack the strength to confront it." Luffy queried, "Escape?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Just watch closely. With your weak second gear, you want to be able to touch a Logia user that if you don't escape, you'll be waiting for death, right? as Luffy was about to retort, asserting that he would become stronger in the future. Ace had already made his move. With a calculated angle, Ace leapt into the air, soaring over the vessels before gracefully landing back on his small boat, where he began to channel energy into his fist. Fire Fist, a colossal, flame-ensconced fist erupted forth, piercing through several ships, reducing them to mere splinters that floated on the water's surface. Such a magnificent yet practical technique. When had Sanji, Luffy, and the others ever witnessed something so extraordinary? Wow, Ace, I never imagined you were this powerful, dispatching your opponents in an instant, Luffy exclaimed. Your punches are far more effective than mine. Is this what it means to possess a Logia-type devil fruit? As Ace jumped back onto the Mary, Usopp and Chopper could not contain their curiosity and moved closer to inspect Ace. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, feigning indifference, remarked, "TCH, all he does is show off impractical skills. I could do the same." Hearing this, Sanji couldn't help but retort, "Are you jealous of him?" Lin Hai exclaimed in disbelief, "Jealous of him? Me?" Zoro interjected, "If you're not jealous, then why are you grabbing his hair like that?" Ace glared at Lin Hai. Questioning his intentions, Lin Hai responded, "I'm just styling your hair. What are you looking at? Do you believe I wouldn't knock you back to Whitebeard if you annoy me?" Hey, Ace rolled his eyes. "Could you please let go? My hair is about to be ruined." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ace, let Lin Hai do your hair. He styles it the best." Ace inquired, "Really?" Lin Hai retorted with a smirk, "How can you not trust me?" "Your brother?" With that, Lin Hai quickly produced scissors, gel, and a hairdryer. "Where did you get all that?" Ace exclaimed, before quickly adding, "We haven't even fought yet. You'll be the one calling me brother afterward." Lin Hai had already begun cutting Ace's hair, casually stating, "Ace, I wouldn't dare to fight you seriously." Ace laughed, "Even if you did, the real question is whether you could actually hit me. I suggest you stick to calling me brother. You wouldn't mess up my hair." "Would you?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Do I seem that cruel? I just thought your hair looked a bit unnatural, so I'm making it look cooler. But speaking of fighting, you really wouldn't stand a chance against me. If I got serious, I might just end up slicing you." Luffy chimed in, "Ace, Lin Hai is right. He can use armament Haki and observation Haki. And what was that other Haki called?" Zoro added, "Conqueror's Haki." Yes, Luffy gestured excitedly. Last time, a gigantic crab was cut down by Lin Hai with a single strike. Ace raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised as he regarded Lin Hai, but then chuckled, "You all have never encountered true pirates. We'll see who is stronger after our battle." "Ahem," Lin Hai interjected with a smirk. "Ace, if I don't give you a beating later, I'd be remiss. By the way, I heard that when you were with Luffy, he mentioned you often sneaked peeks at Dayton while she bathed. Is that true, Nanny?" Everyone gasped, turning to Ace. Luffy, confused, asked, "Did I say that?" Ace's face flushed crimson as he shouted, "Luffy." Luffy waved his hands frantically. "No, I never said that." Lin Hai pressed Ace down again, saying, "Your temper is just like fire. Easily ignited. Be careful of falling into traps." Ace paused, sensing a hidden meaning in Lin Hai's words, but replied, "If I said you were peeking at Dayton, let us see how you'd react." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Go ahead, just dare to say it in front of her." After some adjustments and improvements, Ace's hairstyle was finally complete. The Pirate Ace look was inspired by the character Chun Haonan from the movie Young and Dangerous. Zoro examined Ace's new hairstyle closely, commenting, "Lin Hai really knows his stuff." Sanji and Luffy exclaimed in delight, "Lin Hai, can you give us the same hairstyle as Ace? It looks amazing." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Your hair isn't long enough for that." Meanwhile, Chopper looked around, confused, wondering what was so handsome about it. Lin Hai laughed. "Chopper, the romance of men is something a mere reindeer like you could never comprehend." Chopper exploded in indignation. "What did you say?" He then promptly bit Lin Hai's leg. Lin Hai yelped, "You're not a dog. You're a reindeer. Stop biting. Let go." On the Mary, Nami, who had been chatting with Vivi, became exasperated by the noise and said, "Could you all quiet down? We're about to dock." She glanced towards Ace. "Hey, Ace, that new hairstyle looks great." Ace, flustered by the compliment from a girl his age, bashfully waved his hands. "Thank you for the compliment. Lin Hai just styled it for me." Sanji couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over to Lin Hai. Looking pitiful, "Lin Hai, please do my hair too. I want Nami to compliment me." Lin Hai ignored Sanji's pleas and tossed a pair of sunglasses to Ace, saying, "Nami mentioned we're about to dock, so everyone should act more mature and prepare." The group looked at Lin Hai with disdain but complied, attending to their own tasks at that moment. Ace approached Lin Hai and asked, "Are you giving me these sunglasses to wear?" Cough. "Without sunglasses, this hairstyle feels incomplete." "Doesn't he it?" Lin Hai nodded. Ace, having spent some time with Lin Hai, found him quite amusing and decided to drop his guard. He donned the sunglasses and smiled. "Lin Hai, they all said I look handsome. You haven't said anything yet." Lin Hai, feeling irked, replied, "As long as you don't speak, you still look quite handsome." Ace turned and grinned. "I'll just assume you're jealous of me." How absurd. He had styled Ace's hair himself. And now Ace was claiming jealousy. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Are you still half asleep?" "Jealous of you." Ace raised an eyebrow, turning to wrap his arm around Lin Hai's neck, saying I'm handsome might just kill you. "It might," Lin Hai shot back. Thus, the two began to playfully bicker on the ship. At that moment, Luffy approached and, seeing Lin Hai and Ace fooling around, scolded, "You two are incredibly immature. Don't you realize we need to prepare?" Before Luffy could finish, he was simultaneously pummeled by both of them. After a while, Nami asked, "Ace, we're heading to the capital of Alabasta, and there's also a place called Drain Base. What about you?" Ace cast a resentful glance at Lin Hai and, once donning his hat, replied, "So, it seems we'll be traveling together to the next destination. Why are you all planning to split up? But I should warn you, your actions may have already been anticipated by Crocodile. For a pirate to seek to settle down and seize power is a rather audacious jest. Or perhaps he has ulterior motives." Luffy shook Lin Hai's arm, saying, "Lin Hai, can I swap routes with you? Let me accompany Nami to find Crocodile. And you can go with them to Alabasta or whatever." Ignoring Luffy, Lin Hai turned to Ace with a grin. "Look at Luffy. He wants to confront Crocodile, who possesses a Logia-type devil fruit ability. Luffy doesn't even know Haki. And he still wants to pick a fight." Saying this, Lin Hai flung Luffy away. Surprisingly, Luffy dashed back, declaring, "I don't care. I will win." Ace awkwardly remarked, "Luffy, Lin Hai is right. You wouldn't even get close to him. But Crocodile is a warlord of the sea. Lin Hai, are you sure you'll be okay if you go?" As Ace posed his question, Zoro swiftly turned his gaze towards the horizon, fully aware that Lin Hai was up to something once again. Sure enough, Lin Hai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, adopting an air of profound mystery as he proclaimed, "In the beginning, I plucked the stars from the heavens and buried the sun, unmatched throughout eternity." With that, Lin Hai turned to Ace and continued, "Are you jesting? Ace, do you truly believe I cannot defeat Crocodile?" Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy watched Lin Hai with wide, gleaming eyes, exclaiming, "Silk Cake. Unmatched throughout eternity, Silk Cake. Lin Hai, can you really pluck the stars? Please pluck one for me." Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Calm yourselves, it's merely a star. What is so impressive about that? In my heyday, with a single sword, I could move mountains and part seas." And such grandiose claims are seldom uttered, easily forgotten. Lin Hai found himself in this very predicament. Thus, he retrieved his notebook from his spatial backpack once more. Suddenly, everyone was left in a state of disbelief, gazing at Lin Hai. Was he serious? If he wished to boast, he could at least remember his lines. How could he forget his own words? And to recite them openly from a notebook, utterly shameless. Author's note. Ah, indeed. With Lin Hai being such a fool, no acting school would accept him even if he paid them handsomely. Wait, so he was just reading from his notebook? I thought Lin Hai was truly remarkable. Someone remarked that in a way, "Luffy, you can't actually believe that nonsense, can you?" Another chimed in. "Yeah, he always does this. Usopp is the real deal." "Yo, Chopper, you do have an eye for talent and I'll tell you about my new adventure later." "Really, Usopp? An adventure sounds splendid." Faced with the disdain of his companions, along with Nami and Vivi who were stifling their laughter nearby, Lin Hai's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he indignantly declared, "You rascals. From now on, don't even think about drinking my liquor, not a single drop, nor will I give you any cola." At that moment, Nami approached, struggling to suppress her laughter. "All right, we're about to dock. So everyone, prepare yourselves." The mention of docking instantly erased their previous concerns, as the desert promised numerous adventures. Although they had seen it before, they had yet to truly explore it. Noticing everyone eager to disembark, Vivi quickly instructed, "Everyone, make sure to bring warm clothing." Nami asked, "Why?" Vivi explained, "The desert can reach over 50 degrees Celsius during the day, but plummets to below -10 at night." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Silk Cake, I can't wait to explore the desert. It must be so much fun." Nami replied, exasperated, "Luffy, hurry and grab your clothes. Do you even understand what Vivi just said? Luffy responded. Isn't it an incredible desert? It sounds fascinating. Usopp, help me pack. The others couldn't help but roll their eyes. After the Mary docked, the group remained united on their journey. However, to be more prudent, Vivi wrote a letter for a swift runner to deliver to the capital of Alabasta, Albana, informing her father of Crocodile's true nature and the events leading to this situation, urging him to avoid conflict with the Baroque works as much as possible, or to delay any confrontation until Vivi and her companions arrived. After traversing a stretch of the desert, Lin Hai suddenly inquired, "How far is the next city? We'll need to buy a camel for our journey across the desert." Vivi explained, "The city is still quite a distance away." Luffy yelled, "It's so hot." "Ah." Lin Hai retorted, "Luffy, can you not scream so obnoxiously? It sounds like you're wailing." Nami glanced at the darkening sky, saying, "Everyone, it's getting dark. We should find a place to rest for the night." Luffy exclaimed in delight, "Can we finally rest? Sanji, bring me some water. I just want a sip." Sanji shot back, "No way. If you drink like that, we'll run out of water by tomorrow." At that moment, Ace interjected, "Something's coming." Lin Hai shot Ace an incredulous look. This guy really could sense things. Nami asked, "What's approaching?" Lin Hai casually adjusted his hairstyle and waved his hand. "Relax, it's just a few tornadoes." "Ha ha. Today I can finally take down those pesky tornadoes." Usopp exclaimed, "So you're still hung up on that?" Zoro asked, puzzled, "But those are violent tornadoes. What will you do?" Lin Hai struck a pose, confidently declaring, "Are they not merely tornadoes in the desert? Piece of cake. Today, I'll show you what a true sword is." In the distance, a tornado accompanied by a howl advanced towards Lin Hai, swirling with sand and debris. Spatial field. Instantly, a transparent membrane expanded from Lin Hai's palm, enveloping the tornado as it approached. Ace, intrigued by Lin Hai's ability, was preparing to observe closely when he suddenly realized his position had shifted. Of course it had, as Lin Hai recognized that his sword could not cleave through the tornado, so he opted to use his spatial powers to relocate everyone to safety. As they watched the tornado recede, the group began to comprehend what had transpired. Sanji asked, puzzled, "Lin Hai, is this what you wanted to show us?" Chopper honestly remarked, "Did we just change positions? Was that you, Lin Hai?" Luffy expressed his disappointment. "What? I thought you were going to slash that tornado." The others couldn't help but tease him, leaving Lin Hai feeling somewhat helpless. If he had done as Zoro did and created a tornado, it wouldn't have countered the one that had just passed. Only Ace approached curiously, asking, "Lin Hai, your ability is quite bizarre. What exactly is it?" Lin Hai perked up, pleased to have someone recognize his talent. "This is spatial ability. I am a user of the space fruit." "How about that? Isn't it far cooler than your flame fruit?" TCH. Ace rolled his eyes. "If I had been the one, it would have been just a single punch. Your ability only allows you to run away." Lin Hai, incensed, retorted, "Aren't we supposed to compete? Since night is falling, let us have a match." Ace had long desired to give Lin Hai a good thrashing, responding, "Just wait. I'll have you begging for mercy." At that moment, Luffy and Usopp, their eyes gleaming with excitement, leaned into, "I want to compete too." Sanji promptly dragged Luffy away. "Luffy, just behave and watch quietly." Zoro, intrigued, was eager to see the extent of Lin Hai and Ace's powers. Nami and Vivi exchanged glances of disbelief, yet they too were curious about the duel, joining the others to watch. Soon, the two selected a spot for their confrontation. "Who do you think is stronger? Lin Hai or Ace?" "Of course Ace. I've never won against him in a fight. I think Lin Hai could win. His abilities are too strange." At this moment, after a prolonged gaze, Lin Hai asked, "Shall we start with martial arts or go straight for an all-out battle?" Ace chuckled, "I'm indifferent. You choose." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "Let us see if you can maintain your arrogance. We'll start right away." Spatial field. Without further ado, Lin Hai unleashed his ability, enveloping Ace within it. Facing this spatial ability for the first time, Ace was uncertain and intended to observe the situation when an inexplicable sense of danger tingled in his instincts. His instincts proved correct. Before he could make a move, a stick struck him in the abdomen, and that stick was imbued with Haki. "Ah!" Ace shouted, sent flying. Lin Hai laughed. "How's that?" "I win." "Oh, liquid." Ace rubbed his abdomen, bewildered as he stood up. "We just started. How can you claim victory?" Lin Hai explained, "If I had used my sword, do you think you'd still be standing there?" Ace protested. "No way. How can this be counted? I wasn't prepared at all, and it seems you switched my position just now." resulting in me crashing into your stick. To this, Luffy exclaimed, Lin Hai, that's utterly despicable. He used the same trick against me during our duel. Lin Hai rolled his eyes in response. This is my ultimate technique. If you can't handle it, is it my fault? Remember, in the presence of true masters, one must withstand the ultimate techniques to earn the right to compete further. This encompasses a contest of strength, speed, practical experience, and other comprehensive abilities. Ace was left speechless, stating, let us do this again. I won't fall for your tricks this time. Lin Hai plopped down onto the ground, shamelessly declaring, I've already won. I won't fight anymore. Ace was infuriated. This rascal was driving him mad. He had struck himself with his own stick and then refused to continue the fight. Just then, Luffy excitedly approached. Lin Hai, shall we have a match? Lin Hai stood up, clapped his hands, and smiled. Sure, bring it on. Sanji, unable to contain himself, muttered, so Lin Hai is afraid of losing. Huh. He dares to fight Luffy, but not Ace. Lin Hai shot him a glare. Do you think I'm foolish? Ace's power is fire. If he unleashes it, the destructive force would be immense. What if he loses control and gets injured? Ace immediately countered. I can control it. Lin Hai retorted, don't kid me. I won't fight you. Let me be frank. If I fight you, I can only unleash my ultimate technique. In that case, one of us will undoubtedly end up injured. So I refuse to engage. Meanwhile, Luffy felt offended. What about our promised duel? Why are you two chatting instead? Lin Hai chuckled. All right then. You just attack, just like last time. Luffy grinned. You better be careful. I'm not the same as I was last time. He assumed a half-crouch position, one hand pressed against the ground, second gear. Instantly, Luffy's skin turned a vibrant red, emitting steam. Ace, perplexed, queried, what technique is Luffy using now? It looks quite powerful. Chopper exclaimed, Luffy used this technique on Drum Island. But it didn't amount to much. Indeed, Chopper had hardly seen Luffy's move last time. He merely recalled the steam emanating from Luffy's body before it ended. That was because Chopper couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed. At this moment, Luffy clenched one fist at his waist, extending the other hand forward, palm directed at Lin Hai, assuming an aiming posture. Lin Hai, you better watch out. Lin Hai nodded. Bring it on. No sooner had he spoken than Luffy vanished from his position, reappearing diagonally above Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Lin Hai merely shifted slightly, and the sand at his feet seemed to have been struck by a bullet, forming a dent. But that was not the end. Luffy continuously altered his position, and dents began to appear all around Lin Hai. Jet pistol, rocket launcher. In an instant, Luffy's afterimages surrounded Lin Hai, a result of his blinding speed creating an optical illusion. Aside from Ace, both Sanji and Zoro struggled to keep up with Luffy's pace, let alone the others. Chopper, bewildered, murmured, Huh, why are there so many Luffys in the sky? What on earth is happening? Why are there suddenly dents appearing around Lin Hai? Usopp, clutching his head, exclaimed, just how strong are they? I feel like they're becoming more and more monstrous. Sanji and Zoro exchanged anxious glances, silently worrying about their own growth being so exaggerated. Meanwhile, Nami and Vivi stood dumbfounded. Was this a duel? If one were to take a punch, the consequences would be unimaginable, as evidenced by the dents on the ground. At that moment, Ace remarked in admiration, I didn't expect Luffy to have progressed so much. Luffy, still in motion, was quite exasperated. That observation Haki was incredibly annoying. After several exchanges, Luffy ceased his assault on Lin Hai, removing his second gear, and grumbled, Lin Hai, my speed has increased significantly, yet I still can't hit you. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That's because my speed surpasses yours. If you were to face an opponent with observation Haki, who could foresee the future, you'd be utterly overwhelmed. So, keep practicing. Ace, confused, asked, observation Haki can foresee the future? Lin Hai questioned, didn't your crew ever mention this to you? Realizing the truth, Lin Hai chuckled, I forgot. You're a proud person who looks down on seeking advice. But let me tell you this, to progress, one must continually learn and innovate. Remaining stagnant is extremely perilous. Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, everyone pondered thoughtfully, while Ace cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hai. The notion that one must withstand ultimate techniques to earn the right to compete. The idea of constant learning and innovation, the pinnacle of piracy, was indeed not an easy feat. However, Ace was sure of one thing. Lin Hai was definitely no ordinary person in the future. At that moment, Luffy rubbed his belly and said, I'm so hungry. Can we eat now? Sanji rolled his eyes. Wait a moment. I'll prepare the food to be by the time dinner was ready. The sky had darkened, and the desert night became exceptionally frigid, plunging to below 10 degrees. At this moment, Lin Hai approached Ace with a grin, saying, "Ace, I could down an entire bottle of that erguatu we drank last night in one go. What does he mean? Is he here to boast again?" He had just struck himself with his own stick, and it still hurt. With that thought, Ace couldn't help but retort, "I can drink a bottle and a half in one go." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, replying, "I can drink 2 bottles." Ace challenged, "I can drink 3 bottles. 4 bottles, 5 bottles." Zoro, confused, asked, "What are they doing?" Sanji ventured, "It seems they are competing over who can drink more," Chopper questioned. "But they aren't drinking any alcohol." Nami slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Are they children? What is there to compete about?" At that moment, Usopp hugged Chopper, saying, "Chopper, you're so warm." Chopper retorted angrily, "Do you look down on reindeer?" Zoro sighed. "Chopper, transform back quickly, or you'll get cold again." Meanwhile, Luffy hopped and leaped, directly tackling Chopper into his arms. Usopp asked, "Luffy, aren't you going to stop them?" Luffy laughed, "They get along well. Let's not disturb them." Hey, what do you mean by getting along? They're about to fight. Over at Lin Hai and Ace after some bickering, Ace stated, "The flame fruit is not only a Logia-type devil fruit, but its fiery abilities are incredibly potent, far more practical than your space fruit." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you want to compare, do you? Then let's have a proper comparison." Lin Hai countered, "The space fruit is invincible within a spatial realm. In that domain, whether attacking or evading, I excel beyond all. Your stinky flames are utterly useless against anyone with Haki stronger than your own." "Practical? Pa." Ace, irritated, replied, "That lousy space fruit requires you to create a spatial realm. With just one punch from me, you wouldn't be able to evade. And you dare call yourself invincible? You're utterly shameless." Lin Hai retorted angrily, "What did you just say?" Ace shot back, "Do you want to fight?" The two glared fiercely at each other when suddenly they sensed something. Lin Hai and Ace simultaneously exclaimed, "There are hidden weapons!" Bang, bang. It turned out to be Nami hurling Sanji's cooking utensils at Lin Hai and Ace. Nami, hands on her hips, shouted angrily, "Honestly, are you two going to let anyone sleep?" Chopper couldn't help but retract his head, thinking, Nami is so scary. Those two strong individuals were easily dealt with by Nami. Unable to go a day without boasting, Usopp chimed in, "Chopper, do you see those stars in the sky?" Chopper nodded. "It's my first time seeing stars. They're beautiful." Zoro, bewildered, responded, "No way. Is this really your first time seeing them?" Chopper replied, "I have always been on Drum Island, where it snows year-round, so I can't see the stars." Usopp remarked, "What of it? These stars scattered because I shot a sun long ago." "Really? Usopp?" Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Zoro grumbled, "I'm going to sleep." The following day, after a considerable journey, they arrived at a desolate ruin, observing the abandoned relics, many of which had succumbed to the ravages of time. Vivi could not help but scoop up a handful of yellow sand, pondering, what sin did the people of this city commit? Born in the land of sand, as they struggled against nature, Crocodile turned the lives of those desperately trying to survive into utter chaos. Why? Does that man possess the right to do such things? Yet, he parades under the title of a warlord of the sea, considering himself a hero while secretly toying with the populace, and still, no one sees through his true nature. Like many places that were once oases, since 3 years ago, Crocodile's Baroque works, exploiting rain-inducing dance powder, has transformed vast areas into deserts, leading to the current crisis in the Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta's capital is called Alabarna. Due to the dance powder, only Alabarna receives rain, while other areas remain parched. Coupled with Crocodile's covert instigation, 3 years of turmoil have resulted in the present state of Alabasta. Luffy seethed. Crocodile. With a thunderous crash, he brought down a precarious structure. Nami approached Vivi and comforted her. "Vivi, we will soon reach Alabasta's capital, Alabarna. This matter will be resolved swiftly, so do not be disheartened." Vivi shook her head, stating, "I'm fine, it's just that looking at this place, I cannot fathom why Crocodile is so ruthless." After a brief respite, Vivi's mood lightened somewhat to that moment. Sanji could not help but say, "This must be a ruin, right?" Vivi nodded, "Yes, and it is quite ancient. The civilization of this land has existed for thousands of years, giving rise to countless nations that have since vanished. At times, they migrated in search of water. At other times, wars erupted, Such ruins frequently emerge on this land, many shrouded in mystery. Sanji reflected, so, through the passage of time, it has transformed into the current Alabasta kingdom, truly a grand history. Even a flourishing nation cannot escape the fate of extinction. Much like Rome, Nami, exasperated, interjected Sanji. Sanji, realizing his faux pas, quickly apologized. Sorry, Vivi, that wasn't my intention. How should I put it? My wording was unfortunate. My apologies. Vivi smiled gently. It's all right. In fact, I've often found myself pondering similar thoughts lately. Everyone turned to Vivi. She fell into contemplation and then spoke. What truly is a kingdom? Even if a king changes, the people continue to live. Their culture remains. Their lives persist. Even if the kingdom itself transforms, if these do not change. Is there even a need to protect the kingdom? What truly requires protection must be something else that I apologize if I have spoken strangely. Even I have yet to find the answers, but I know clearly what I must do. Baroque Works seeks to incite meaningless discord from the shadows, and I must thwart their plans. What they are doing aims to destroy this land. I shall not allow Crocodile's nefarious schemes to succeed. Even if it means gaining infamy in the future. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Hai applauded. Vivi, you have made considerable progress. You know how to inspire and stir the emotions of these fools, aiding you in resolving this matter. Right? He gestured towards the crowd, who were now stirred by Vivi's words. Although Lin Hai's observation was accurate, calling them fools stung, prompting them to glare at him with indignation, eager to retaliate. However, Lin Hai remained unfazed, saying, Vivi, did I not tell you before? You are the sole princess of the Alabasta kingdom, responsible for it. That is your duty. Why dwell on those distant matters? Ensuring your nation's people live in peace and prosperity should be your primary concern. Currently, you must focus on resolving the crisis facing Alabasta. That is what matters now. The ruins have become history, merely a reference to AS for us. We shall demand reparations from Crocodile. Fools, remember this. I curse your lack of martial virtue. And yet you strike me. You dare call us fools. I'll make you pay for that. Lin Hai exclaimed, can't you say something nice, you rascal? Always berating us. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Vivi chimed in. Come on and hit him. He.s. infuriating. After a while, Lin Hai, having tidied his attire, shot a fierce glare at everyone before wrapping his arm around Vivi's waist and grinning. Vivi, you possess the makings of a formidable leader. You truly embody royal potential. What could Vivi do? She had witnessed the capabilities of the Straw Hat crew, and they were indeed the key figures capable of resolving Alabasta's crisis, having been raised alongside her father. She understood a few encouraging phrases, but Lin Hai's bluntness surprised her. Blushing slightly, Vivi addressed everyone. I apologize, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared at her wide-eyed. Incredulous, no way. Is Lin Hai telling the truth? Luffy exclaimed. Vivi, your intellect is truly remarkable. Vivi awkwardly nodded. Do you think I am being devious? Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. I did not mean to imply Vivi is devious. I merely wish for everyone to understand the context of our situation. As my companion, you cannot remain foolish forever. However, our goal aligns with what Vivi seeks. You should not be concerned about the means, correct? Wow, Lin Hai, your mind is quite sharp. Luffy remarked, impressed. Usopp muttered, Hey, are you all comfortable with having someone like Lin Hai around? Sanji jested, why not take my knife and eliminate Lin Hai? Upon seeing Lin Hai cast a dangerous look his way, Usopp exclaimed, Help, Lin Hai is going to kill me. Chopper, believing Usopp's words, rushed to Lin Hai, tears streaming down his face. Lin Hai, Usopp is our companion. Could you please spare him? Lin Hai, feeling less than pleased, slapped his forehead and cried out, God, save me. Ace nearly burst into laughter at Chopper's adorableness. While Zoro, noticing Ace's struggle to contain his laughter, felt his cheeks flush and turned away, wondering what had possessed him to board this ship. At that moment, Nami kicked Lin Hai away and, wrapping her arm around Vivi, said with a smile, What are you talking about? We help you because you are our friend. It has nothing to do with anything else. Luffy nodded vigorously. Exactly. Oh, Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, circled around Vivi and Nami, declaring, I don't mind. As long as I can assist Vivi, I would willingly descend into hell. Zoro interjected. Then hurry up and go to hell. Sanji shot back. What did you say? Do you want me to kick you to death? Furious, Zoro retorted. If you dare, come at me. I'll chop you into pieces, you perverted cook. In the sweltering ruins of the desert, Sanji and Zoro began to brawl once more. Nami, standing beside Vivi, smacked her forehead and echoed Lin Hai. God, save me. Enduring the relentless heat of the desert made one exceedingly irritable. The sweltering weather was one aspect, while the unchanging scenery, filled with sand, felt akin to the ocean. The initial excitement had morphed into a torturous ordeal. Especially for Luffy. Vivi, how much longer until we arrive? I'm going to melt. Luffy, imitating an elderly man leaning on a cane, spoke with vacant eyes. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Luffy, if you keep calling out like that, everyone will be influenced by you. How about this? Clear your mind and try to observe. After a moment, Sanji exclaimed, Lin Hai, your method really works. How could it not work? Back in class, we did just that. And the teacher's words turned into a lullaby. However, they soon managed to reach a village, and everyone finally felt rejuvenated. What did you say? There's no news of Blackbeard here. Upon entering the village and inquiring, Ace learned that there were reports of Blackbeard teach appearing to the west, so Ace has wasted all this time. Nami asked, Ace, are you still coming with us? Luffy pouted and said, Ace, are you really not going to be my companion? Why not reconsider? Lin Hai interjected, Luffy, do you even have the audacity to invite him? He could defeat you without even using his powers. Aren't you ashamed? At that moment, Ace handed his life card to Luffy and instructed, next time, at the pinnacle of piracy, we shall meet again. Luffy bid farewell, saying, Ace, see you next time at the peak of piracy. After Ace departed, it was Lin Hai's turn with Nami. Lin Hai announced, everyone, we shall split up here. Nami and I will seek out Crocodile, while you all head directly to the capital of Alabasta. Remember to be cautious of those elder nobles who have infiltrated the kingdom. Sanji, displeased, remarked, Nami, why are you going with Lin Hai? He then rushed in front of Lin Hai, warning, you better behave yourself. If you dare to lay a hand on Nami, I won't let you off easily. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at Nami and said, what nonsense are you spouting, Sanji? I am a respectable person. Upon hearing Lin Hai's shameless claim, everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes, for Lin Hai had once again wrapped his arm around Nami's waist. Sanji let out a beastly roar. Bastard, take your hands off her, or I swear I'll kick you to death. Ignoring Sanji, Lin Hai followed Nami as they set forth toward the Dream City, Rainy Land. After walking for a while, Lin Hai asked, Nami, are you tired? If only we had a camel back then. Nami retorted, didn't we encounter a camel along the way? You killed it with one stroke. If we bought another, who knows? You might just slaughter it again. Could Lin Hai be blamed for that? The camel had been rather brazen, daring to cast such a look at a human. Thus, Lin Hai roasted it for Luffy and the others to eat. At that moment, Nami voiced a question that had been on her mind for days. Lin Hai, why do I feel like you've been distant since we left the garden? Cough. People grow. After all that we see each other daily. And given our relationship, we need some time to think. Lin Hai explained as he pulled Nami closer that I feared I might hurt you. But then I realized. Nami, puzzled, asked, realized what? Lin Hai smiled. My Nami is actually very intelligent and generous. She is not so easily hurt. Nami's face flushed, but she still retorted, who is your Nami? Shameless. Lin Hai inquired. Nami, may I have a kiss? We're on the move. Keep your distance. Night fell once more. The evening breeze caressed the vibrant flowers blooming nearby, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that a little bee, unlike others, did not retreat to rest early. It continued to toil diligently. The cool dew on the petals dampened one side of the pollen, and the bee's task was to manage this pollen. The origin of honey. However, the wet pollen appeared somewhat sticky, so the bee approached with caution. Life is not easy. People should cherish the present. Observing such a poignant scene of life, how could Nami remain unmoved? With her eyes closed, she tilted her head back to quietly savor the gentle traces of the breeze. Everything was so serene, so enchanting. The whispers of the night wind were sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, caressing in soft strands. Witnessing this beautiful sight, how could Nami remain calm? Thus, she sang a melody, expressing her adoration and love for the tranquil night. Another new day dawned, and upon waking, Nami found herself nestled in Lin Hai's embrace. Recalling the previous night, she couldn't help but shoot a glare at him and urged, Lin Hai, get up. We need to hurry to Rainy Land. Huh? Lin Hai, still groggy, murmured, what time is it? Let me sleep a bit longer. Just then, as Nami rose, she stumbled, nearly falling onto Lin Hai. Giving him a fierce glare, she said, "Get up. Crocodile has caused significant harm to Vivie's country. You must deal with him." Looking at the flower-like Nami before him, Lin Hai stood up and said, "All right, but are you sure you're all right? I told you not to overexert yourself. Just look at." Nami, her face flushed, pinched Lin Hai hard. She herself didn't understand what had come over her last night. Hence her insistence. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "Hop on. I'll carry you." Nami blushed, thinking, "This is you offering to carry me, not the other way around. Just be careful." Lin Hai asked, "How long until we reach Rainy Land?" Nami replied, "We should arrive by evening." Lin Hai exclaimed, "Isn't that's still a day's journey away?" Nami, annoyed, replied, "Are you tired of walking with me? What nonsense." Ignoring Nami, Lin Hai purchased the tune of Zhubeiji Carries His Wife from the system. Although it had no lyrics, he wanted to enjoy the mood it conveyed. As Lin Hai carried Nami, she exclaimed, "What music is this? It sounds strange." Lin Hai chuckled. "Doesn't it bring a sense of cheer?" Nami, feeling uneasy, insisted, "What cheer? Turn it off." She felt as though she was being teased by the music. Lin Hai stubbornly replied, "I enjoy it. Don't you think it lightens the mood?" Nami, exasperated, said, "Fine, listen if you want, but I have a question for you. And you must answer honestly." Lin Hai slowed his pace and turned to ask, "What is it?" Nami hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you like me?" Lin Hai nodded. "Of course. Why would you ask such a silly question? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have." Nami bit Lin Hai's ear in frustration. "I didn't mean that." "Just let go. I'm telling you," Lin Hai clarified. "To be honest, you may have a bad temper, love money, and can be violent, but your figure is truly remarkable." Nami's face darkened. "Put me down. I don't want you to carry me anymore." Lin Hai, playfully obstinate, declared, "No way. As long as I can carry you, I will." The sudden confession made Nami blush. When something is said too plainly, it loses its original charm, so she chose not to pursue the matter further and instead nestled back on Lin Hai's back. Suddenly playfully commanding, "Giddy up, Lin Hai exclaimed, "You rascal, get off me." During Lin Hai and Nami's journey, without Lin Hai to restrict Luffy's antics, things went awry. Luffy and his crew ended up lost by a stroke of fate. They arrived at Dream City, Rainy Land, even earlier than Lin Hai and Nami, and they fell victim to Crocodile's scheme, landing in a trap he had laid. At that moment, in a small room made of sea stone, Luffy was imitating Sanji, making a gesture of pinching a cigarette, and said, "Did you sneak some meat?" "Ha, Luffy, you're such a good imitator." Usopp cheered from the side. Luffy continued to mimic Lin Hai, combing his hair with one hand and, with closed eyes, said, "Ah, another day awoken by my own handsomeness." The Straw Hat crew hadn't even begun to laugh when Smoker couldn't hold back any longer, but quickly turned his head away upon realizing it. What on earth was happening with the Straw Hat crew? On one side, Sanji could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye, observing Luffy and the others, who remained so carefree despite being confined here. While Zoro was soundly asleep on the ground, Sanji, unable to restrain himself, first gave Luffy and Usopp a swift kick, exclaiming, "You rascals, do you even comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Afterward, he directed his ire at Zoro, shouting, "And you, still sleeping? Wake up this instant." Zoro, groggy, sat up and rubbed his eyes, inquiring, "Oh, is it morning already?" To which Sanji retorted furiously, "It's noon." Seated outside the room, Crocodile could not resist chiming in, "Enjoy your frivolities while you can. In these final moments, make sure to cherish each other's company." "Ah ha ha." Sanji shot back, "You'd better enjoy your leisure while you can, for when Lin Hai arrives, let's see how smug you remain. That guy won't be inclined to converse politely." Luffy nodded, adding, "You better release us, or Lin Hai will certainly come looking for trouble." Crocodile waved his glass of red wine, took a sip, and replied, "It seems that this Lin Hai fellow has indeed earned your trust. However, trust is the most futile of commodities in this world. Soon, I shall summon him to join you. Rest assured." Ha ha ha. In the small room, Vivi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Crocodile, what is your true objective? Why do you harbor such malice towards the kingdom of Alabasta? If you had never set foot in this kingdom, peace could have prevailed indefinitely. The one who truly deserves condemnation is you." Crocodile let out a sinister chuckle, reveling in his own arrogance. "The one destined for demise is this tedious kingdom, Miss Wednesday." Rising to his feet, he continued with a devilish grin, "I intend to erase Alabasta from this world." to see its desperate citizens collapse in their agonizing struggles, consumed by eternal darkness. The Dreamland battle plan is about to commence. With that, Crocodile gazed dreamily at the ceiling, as if the fulfillment of his long-cherished ambitions was imminent. Delight radiating from his expression. Witnessing Crocodile's demeanor, the others couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. What manner of individual is this? Is he truly sane? Nevertheless, Vivi remained preoccupied with the implications of Crocodile's so-called Dreamland battle plan. She hastily demanded, "Crocodile, what do you truly intend to do to Alabasta? Tell me now." Crocodile, with another sinister laugh, responded with palpable pride, "Should I reveal to you the type of individuals I despise most? Those who feign concern for the people, yet are nothing but self-serving hypocrites." Vivi was taken aback, then shouted, "You mean to kill my father? How can you even consider such a thing?" Crocodile replied, "Do not scream so. I have no intention of doing so. He is not worth my effort that I intend to make Cobra experience a humiliation far worse than death." Observing the collective fury and helplessness of the group, Crocodile relished the moment, taunting, "As a princess, you must not display such a countenance." Vivi insisted, "I shall ask you once more, what precisely is this Dreamland battle plan? Speak at once." Hey, Crocodile interjected, "Do you truly grasp your current predicament? Very well, since the battle is nigh, I suppose sharing it will not matter. After all, I have devoted 3 years to this endeavor. If I do not flaunt my accomplishments, I might feel a sense of emptiness within." He continued, "Let me enlighten you. It is the plan to annihilate the kingdom of Alabasta, the Dreamland battle." He then divulged his scheme to manipulate King Cobra, using Mr. Two to impersonate the king and instigate this war. Meanwhile, on the rain-soaked streets, Lin Hai remarked, "Nami, you have to indulge me just a little. Let me bask in glory for once, will you?" As he spoke, he playfully shook her arm. A reluctant Nami replied, "I can pretend to be your maid, but I refuse to wear a maid outfit. You must design something I like. Moreover, all the compensation that comes from this must go to me." All right. Lin Hai whispered conspiratorially in Nami's ear, "I'll give you a few million." "That's no problem." Nami's cheeks flushed as she rolled her eyes. "Fine then. What do you need me to do?" Lin Hai explained, "When we meet Crocodile, just stand beside me and remain silent. The rest will be up to me." Nami nodded. "That's easy enough. But if you fail to procure the compensation, you're done for." Lin Hai led Nami to a changing area, commenting, "You know my abilities well enough. Even if Crocodile refuses, I have ways to acquire a heap of gold for you." Nami's eyes lit up as she realized the advantages of his spatial abilities. Thus, she feigned a gentle demeanor, linking her arm through Lin Hai's and sweetly murmuring, "Lin Hai, could you?" Lin Hai retorted, rolling his eyes. "Absolutely not." Nami, bewildered, protested, "I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you rejecting me?" Lin Hai playfully pinched her nose. "Desires are limitless, but you must maintain control. Don't get lost in the allure of riches and end up as nothing more than a high-class tool for treasure collection. That would be the greatest tragedy." "Humph," Nami huffed. "I haven't even received a single belly. What gives you the right to lecture me? By the way, what kind of outfit are you planning to design for me?" After changing, Nami gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily mesmerized, as the ensemble was simply breathtaking. Meanwhile, Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head. "Nami, we should really change again. I neglected to account for your aura. This outfit doesn't quite suit you." Nami vehemently objected. "No way. I want to keep this outfit." Ahem. At this moment, anyone who had watched the movie Resident Evil would undoubtedly draw comparisons, as Nami's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Alice, the film's protagonist. However, Nami's figure surpassed Alice's, given that Alice was an A-cup while Nami was nearing an E-cup. After admiring her reflection for a while, Nami turned to ask, "What about you? Are you really going to meet Crocodile dressed like that?" Lin Hai chuckled, "You don't need to worry about me. By the way, have you mastered the skills of the weapon Usopp gave you? After all, as we traverse the world, you must learn to safeguard yourself." Nami rolled her eyes. "You've mentioned that 100 times. When I was navigating the seas, you were still drinking milk." Ignoring Nami's retort, Lin Hai began styling his hair. If memory served, Nami had nearly fallen victim to Mr. One's companion the first time she wielded the climb attack because she had never used it before, correct? As he blew his hair dry, Lin Hai advised, "Remember, Nami, your mirage technique won't work on those who can sense Haki. If you sense anything amiss, find a way to escape." Before he could finish, Nami playfully leaned against Lin Hai's back, teasing, "You're quite chatty today. Are you showing concern for me?" With that, She playfully licked his ear. Lin Hai's breath caught in his throat. I'm in the middle of getting ready. Stop it. No wonder the people in your village say you're a troublemaker. Nami, undeterred, continued to tease him, leaning in closer and whispering. Don't you like it? Is this tolerable? Lin Hai, unable to resist, turned and kissed Nami. Ahem, this was quite fortuitous, wasn't it? Much later, as they walked through the streets, Nami's face still bore a rosy hue. Her arm linked with Lin Hai's as they made their way to Crocodile's location. Their appearance was undeniably striking. Nami, with her alluring curves, exuded a mature charm, while Lin Hai donned a casual ensemble reminiscent of their earlier singing session: black trousers, a white shirt, and a subtly colored jacket. It wasn't that Lin Hai wished to appear less flamboyant. He simply could not afford such extravagance lately. Soon enough, the two entered the most bustling casino in the rain-soaked district, the very place where Crocodile was situated. Not far off, Nico Robin awaited their arrival, momentarily taken aback by their stunning appearances. Once she regained her composure, she addressed them. Please, follow me. The boss is waiting for you. For reasons unknown, Lin Hai found himself wishing he were just a tad taller at that moment. Standing at 177 cm, Lin Hai felt diminutive in the presence of Robin, who towered around 2 meters high. With a smile, Lin Hai remarked, You must be Nico Robin, right? I've seen you once before. Your boss will soon take his final bow. Why not join us instead? Robin turned and replied with a smile, You seem quite confident in yourself. Let us discuss that later. Noting Robin's indifferent smile as she continued to lead the way. Nami pinched Lin Hai's arm and couldn't help but exclaim, You're not actually interested in her, are you? Such a flirt. Lin Hai sighed inwardly. Indeed, Robin possessed a striking figure, but he was merely admiring her from afar. How could that be misconstrued as infatuation? Yet, Nami's words rang true. Lin Hai was undeniably intrigued, though he would never admit it. As they approached the door to the room, Lin Hai gestured for Robin to enter first. He had orchestrated a grand entrance for himself. Meanwhile, in the reception area, Crocodile noticed only Robin had entered and inquired, Where are the others? Robin instinctively stood beside Crocodile and responded, He's here. Suddenly, the room was filled with an exhilarating soundtrack, the very same BGM that heralded the appearances of Mihawk and Shanks in the world of One Piece. Accompanied by this electrifying music, Lin Hai made his entrance, head slightly bowed, his striking hair billowing gracefully in the gentle breeze. He felt immensely satisfied with his appearance, yet his thoughts wandered to Luffy and the others. Hadn't they been heading to the capital of Alabasta? Why were they all trapped in that small room? Lost in contemplation, Lin Hai inadvertently stepped into thin air and tumbled down the staircase outside the door. Nami, still at the entrance, stretched her hand forward in a futile attempt to catch him. Inside the small room, Luffy and the crew were momentarily stunned. What was Lin Hai doing? Was he trying to be funny? Hey, Lin Hai, come on, help us get out of here. At that moment, Crocodile, sitting calmly in his chair, turned to Nico Robin, pondering, Is this fellow really worth a bounty of 300 million? He seems rather foolish. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, feeling embarrassment flush his face, hastily switched off the music, since his grand entrance had flopped. It was time to negotiate. He shot a fierce glare towards Luffy and the others, who immediately fell silent. Lin Hai then took a seat across from Crocodile, with Nami standing at his side. Lin Hai produced a half-meter-long cigar and lit it with a 10,000-berry note. The onlookers were utterly astonished. It was undeniably the epitome of cool. I must do that next time I smoke. Why didn't I think of it before? Does anyone have money? I want to try it. Ignoring the commotion from the small room, Lin Hai exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Fortunately, he managed to handle the hefty cigar, though it nearly choked him. He rapped his fingers on the table and said, Not long ago, I took one of my maids on a world tour, passing through a place called Whiskey Peak. We were almost assassinated, their objective being to claim my head for a bounty. The mere thought of it sends a shiver down my spine. After a puff of smoke, Lin Hai continued, I've heard that those assassins were under your command. Crocodile, I don't believe I've wronged you, have I, Mr. Zero? Crocodile let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with malice as he provocatively asked, They are my subordinates. What do you intend to do? Leaning back in his chair with a casual demeanor, Lin Hai nonchalantly declared, You must compensate for intimidation fees, fright fees, lost wages, mental anguish, and the expenses incurred from coming here, among other things. Crocodile's haughty expression suggested he had no intention of paying, leading Lin Hai to take the initiative. After all, who was Crocodile but a man who had once challenged the world's strongest, Whitebeard? Although he lost, Crocodile had always viewed himself as slightly inferior to Whitebeard. As for Lin Hai, with a mere bounty of 300 million, Crocodile felt no fear at that moment. Curiosity piqued Crocodile's interest regarding the transparent membrane surrounding Lin Hai. Before he could contemplate further, a sudden, searing pain shot through his abdomen. Before anyone could react, Lin Hai, empowered by his armed Haki, delivered a powerful kick that sent Crocodile crashing through the door and flying down the corridor. Lin Hai had no intention of killing Crocodile. The intricacies of this world were too convoluted. After all, in the original story, Luffy's escape from Impel Down was aided by Crocodile. During the Marineford War, Crocodile had intervened when Mihawk pursued Luffy, and when Ace was on the verge of execution, Crocodile had helped him as well. By sparing Crocodile this time, it was possible he might return the favor in the future. Lin Hai found himself compelled to believe in this inexplicable logic. After traveling a considerable distance down the corridor, Crocodile finally comprehended the situation, his mind reeling. Wasn't he a Logia-type user? Hadn't he just been kicked? Cough, cough, cough. Crocodile spat blood, glaring at the direction of the room where he had just been negotiating with Lin Hai. At this moment, he was not afraid. Instead, he was consumed with rage. Who was Crocodile? He had always aspired to reach the pinnacle of piracy. To be so easily dispatched by a mere 300 million bounty hunter was beyond humiliation. He would not allow this to stand. Resolutely, Crocodile composed himself and set out to reclaim his honor. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, utilizing his observation Haki, since Crocodile's return. At the opportune moment, Lin Hai used his abilities to release the captives from their cage. Smoker stepped forward, questioning, "What's the nature of your ability?" "This cage is made from sea prism stone." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Quickly, get to the capital of Alabasta. Crocodile's plan has already commenced." Luffy inquired, "What about you?" Lin Hai replied, "That guy is relentless. Just go." I'll hold off Crocodile. Facing a battle that could involve millions, Luffy understood the gravity of the situation and quickly made a decision. Though Smoker remained indecisive, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Smoker, wake up. The lives of countless people are at stake. Does your theory outweigh that? Hurry and resolve the crisis. Until it's settled, don't bother Luffy and the others." Smoker retorted, "Don't lecture me. And by the way, I'm older than you. You should call me brother." "All right, Smoker, brother, I appreciate your help." Lin Hai replied with a cheeky grin. At that moment, Crocodile approached, his expression darkening. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lin Hai responded cryptically, "Are you truly a pirate? I believe pirates should be free and unanchored. Yet look at you, plotting to seize the so-called king of the underworld to dominate the world. Ha, that is truly laughable." Crocodile narrowed his eyes, his tone ominously low. "You seem to know quite a bit as he spoke." Crocodile prepared to make his move. Lin Hai quickly interjected, "Hold on. The area is surrounded by water. Are you sure you want to fight? Why don't we head to the desert for a proper duel?" Crocodile smirked, amused by Lin Hai's audacity to challenge him in the desert, where he held the advantage as a Sansan fruit user. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." Soon, Lin Hai and Crocodile arrived at an open area. Crocodile, with a disdainful sneer, declared, "Today, I shall bury you here. Consider it your fortune." Lin Hai, in a state of resignation, remarked, "If you do not depart from the kingdom of Alabasta, I shall have no choice but to render you unconscious and then take you to the navy to exchange for a bounty. I have heard you are quite valuable. How much is the bounty, by the way?" Ha. Crocodile, infuriated yet mocking, retorted, "You little brat, who do you think I am? If you possess any courage, then come at me with your desert sword." Indeed, Crocodile wielded his powers with greater finesse amidst the sands of the desert. The massive sword formed from a pile of sand sliced swiftly towards Lin Hai. Coughing, Lin Hai decided to engage Crocodile in a playful manner, while also seizing the opportunity to learn from his strengths. For is it not essential for a protagonist to grow through learning? Thus, Lin Hai twisted his body and yawned. Oh, how impressive! Crocodile's forehead pulsed with veins. What on earth was this guy's problem? In a fit of rage, Crocodile extended his right hand, summoning a small whirlwind in his palm. "Hey, brat, if you have the guts, come and take this spatial field." Crocodile once again experienced excruciating pain, as he was unceremoniously kicked away before he could even react. In the spatial field, Lin Hai appeared as if he were under a cheat code. Disregarding the distance between them that he could swap positions with his opponent, thereby forcing Crocodile to accept the kick that Lin Hai had already charged. If it were Doflamingo in his place, he might have been able to catch it. For Doflamingo possessed a deeper understanding of such abilities. At this moment, Crocodile, having regained his footing, wiped the blood from his mouth and inquired, "What on earth did you do to me?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Haven't you figured it out yet? I have utterly overwhelmed you." Crocodile, now awakened to the reality of his situation, recalled his true aim, the Pirate King. There was no need to engage in a futile struggle against this inexplicably powerful individual. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew had already set their course for the capital of Alabasta. Realizing this, Crocodile adopted a dismissive demeanor and scoffed, overwhelmed. "Ha! Be careful not to overreach yourself." He then unleashed his move. Desert Sunflower. Upon hearing that name, Lin Hai immediately envisioned a whirlpool upon the sea and swiftly leaped aside, fearing he might indeed be buried by the magnitude of the attack. Before him, a colossal whirlpool of quicksand emerged in the desert. With sand from all around cascading into the center, a truly staggering sight, Lin Hai gazed intently at the epicenter of the quicksand, utterly baffled by the principles governing it. In that moment of distraction, he suddenly realized that Crocodile's presence had vanished from his observation Haki's range. At this juncture, Lin Hai, standing amidst the desert, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had been outsmarted. How disgraceful for a warlord to flee. This was not Lin Hai's fault. It was Crocodile's utter lack of shame that was to blame. After the shameless Crocodile made his escape, Lin Hai initially intended to pursue him, but was at a loss regarding how to reach the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. Thus, Lin Hai had no choice but to return to Rain Base to purchase a map and gather supplies for his journey. Upon his return, he found Smoker seated in deep contemplation, with Tashigi standing behind him. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Smoker, my good fellow, did you not head to Alyabarna? Why are you still here?" Smoker promptly brandished his weapon, pointing it at Lin Hai and declared, "Pirate Lin Hai, do you truly believe I would not apprehend you?" Lin Hai, feeling vexed, responded, "Are you a bull, or something? Enough with the idle chatter. I was just played by Crocodile, and now he is likely en route to Alyabarna." After saying this, Lin Hai approached Tashigi and asked, "Beautiful lady, could you escort me to Alyabarna? I am unsure of the way." Tashigi, momentarily taken aback, recalled their previous encounter and felt her cheeks heat up as she stammered, "You are a pirate. It is impossible for us to be together." Tashigi's off-topic response left both Smoker and Lin Hai momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, Smoker angrily demanded, "Brat, what have you done to Tashigi?" As he spoke, Smoker swung his weapon at Lin Hai. Lin Hai grasped Smoker's weapon with one hand and retorted, "Smoker, what on earth is your problem? The priority here is Crocodile. Once I knock him out and hand him over to you Navy folks, I should be able to claim his bounty, right?" Tashigi gasped. "What did you say? But you are a pirate." Lin Hai shot Tashigi a glance and then placed a hand on Smoker's shoulder, saying, "Crocodile's bounty is reportedly over 80 million berries. If I manage to claim it, I should end up with over 70 million berries, right? Rest assured, I shall treat you to a meal and cover your smoking expenses for an entire year." Smoker and Tashigi exchanged perplexed looks. "Wait, what is going on?" Moments later, Smoker erupted in anger. "What kind of joke is this, Pirate Lin Hai?" "Geez, Smoker's temper is truly explosive," Lin Hai muttered in annoyance. "Just tell me if Crocodile's bounty is still valid." Tashigi interjected, "Crocodile has used the banned dance powder from the world government. He is no longer a warlord, so his bounty is naturally still valid." Lin Hai inquired, "If it is valid, then if I knock him out and hand him over to you Navy folks, can I not claim the bounty?" Smoker replied, his tone subdued, "But you are a pirate." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "The princess of the kingdom of Alabasta could act as an intermediary. You could simply hand the bounty over to her, couldn't you?" With that, Lin Hai poked Smoker's forehead, saying, "What on earth is going on in that head of yours? With your smoking habit, surely you have accrued quite a bit of debt, right?" Ignoring Smoker, who was on the verge of exploding, Lin Hai turned to Tashigi and winked, continuing, "No wonder you left Lobe Town. I bet you owe a great deal of money there and fled because you couldn't repay it. Am I right?" Without hesitation, Smoker swung his weapon at Lin Hai. Vertical slash, left slash, right slash, diagonal slash, and more. Smoker was infuriated. Why could he not land a hit on Lin Hai? Even just one connection would suffice. Meanwhile, Lin Hai danced and twirled, eyes closed, oblivious to the chaos around him, while Tashigi appeared entranced. After a while, Smoker was left panting, glaring furiously at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, exasperated, declared, "Enough already. I shall procure a map myself. Wait, Smoker said, you should accompany us. I will not allow Crocodile to escape that a mere pirate dares to mock the Navy. Hearing Smoker's agreement, Lin Hai joyfully wrapped his arms around Tashiji's waist, saying, then I shall trouble you. Tashiji's face flushed crimson. Let go. Coughing, Lin Hai could not help himself. Soon, Lin Hai and Smoker set forth on their journey to Alrita. Smoker found himself in a difficult position. He now trusted Lin Hai more than the lives of the people of Alabasta. As for the world government, he was well aware of their true nature. The warlord system was their creation, and now they must face the consequences of their actions. Those high-ranking nobles would never deign to address this matter themselves and risk losing face. Smoker had little hope. As they traveled, Smoker's frustration grew, and with it, his anger, which he directed at Lin Hai, who was holding Tashiji's hand. Unable to contain himself, Smoker roared, you foul pirate, keep your distance from Tashiji. And when we reach Alrita, do not walk alongside us. Otherwise, I shall arrest you too. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Oh, Smoker, why not take a page from that old dog Carp's book? He knows how to adapt to circumstances. Unlike you, who is as stubborn as a bull. You will offend people like this. Smoker was ready to strike. White wind. Lin Hai effortlessly caught the plume of white smoke. Laughing, I prefer white windmill and white lover. Why not speak civilly? Surely, there is no need for such animosity. After releasing his grip, Lin Hai continued, Smoker, once this matter is resolved, let us share a few drinks. Your drinking capacity is truly lacking. Before he could finish, Smoker threw a punch. Pirate, you are far too arrogant. How dare you underestimate the Navy? Tashiji, exasperated, interjected, can you both be quiet for a moment? Alabasta is still in turmoil. Having regained his composure, Smoker stated, Tashiji, once we arrive, we will handle the aftermath but will not engage directly. Tashiji asked in confusion, why? Lin Hai playfully poked Daski's forehead and remarked with amusement, you know, your navy does not have jurisdiction over the Alabasta kingdom. You have no authority to meddle in their affairs. Are you not aware of this? Daski looked at Smoker in confusion. Smoker, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Although Alabasta was a member of the world government, the navy was merely a branch of that government and had not received any orders from the world government. Smoker was quite clear about this. At that moment, Smoker responded, he speaks the truth. Lin Hai, feeling frustrated, looked at Smoker and said, Smoker, can you please stop wearing that gloomy face all the time, even if you can't repay your debts? There's no need to look so miserable, right? How about I help you pay them off? What a joke, Smoker retorted, raising his arms and chasing after Lin Hai. But alas, Smoker was no match for Lin Hai. The disparity in their strengths was indeed significant. Thus, the three of them made their way to Alrita amidst their bickering. During their journey, upon reaching the capital of Alabasta, Alrita, Luffy and his crew encountered the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, who promptly blocked their path. Among them, Luffy had previously crossed paths with Crocodile. When everyone laid eyes on Crocodile, Nami was the first to inquire, Crocodile, what are you doing here? What happened to Lin Hai? Luffy also asked, what have you done to Lin Hai? Crocodile, with an audacious smirk, taunted, why not go check in Rainbase and find out? Ha ha ha. Usopp, filled with excitement, exclaimed, stop joking. We know exactly how formidable Lin Hai is. What kind of trick did you pull? Where is he? Crocodile disdainfully replied, my presence here speaks volumes. It's time to accept reality. Ha ha ha. Everyone, Luffy stepped forward and declared, I refuse to believe that Lin Hai is in trouble. You all should go ahead. I will handle Crocodile. Vivi interjected, Luffy, Lin Hai. Luffy turned with a smile and reassured her, don't worry, that guy will be just fine. You have matters to attend to back there. Why did they all have such unwavering faith in that insufferable rogue? After all, Crocodile was still seething from being kicked by Lin Hai earlier, and now he had the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations on this group. Without hesitation, as Crocodile prepared to strike, a fist suddenly came crashing toward his head. However, as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Crocodile was impervious to conventional attacks unless his weaknesses were exploited. His head transformed into sand and burst apart before reforming. Crocodile mockingly taunted, you lot really think you can defeat me? You all should leave. I will hold them off, he added. Luffy activated Gear Second Mode. Knowing Crocodile was a warlord of the sea, so he decided to go all out. Luffy, the others expressed their concerns. Just go. Luffy insisted firmly. Zoro chimed in. We should hurry and listen to the captain. Usopp hesitated. Luffy. Sanji promptly pulled Usopp away, reminding him, "We have other crucial matters to attend to. Let's move." Luffy fixed his gaze on Crocodile and shouted, "The rest is up to you. Luffy, take care of yourself. We will meet again in Alyabarna." Hey, is Lin Hai going to be okay? He couldn't have seriously been defeated by Crocodile, could he? I mean, Chopper, do you really believe Crocodile's words? We should have a good understanding of Lin Hai's capabilities. Sanji couldn't help but interject. Hey, green-haired idiot, why does your tone sound so uncertain? Zoro retorted angrily. What did you say, you perverted cook? Do you want me to cut you? Nami interrupted. Can you both please stop arguing? Watching the Straw Hat crew depart, Crocodile addressed Luffy. What business does a pirate like you have in stopping me? Luffy replied with an impassive expression, because Vivi loves her country, and I won't allow you to harm her. Ha ha. Crocodile laughed. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? How will you know unless you try? Luffy crouched down, one fist clenched at his waist, and the other outstretched, aiming at Crocodile. Gomu Gomu no. Jet pistol. As he launched the attack, Crocodile stood there, seemingly allowing Luffy to strike, yet he found himself unable to land a hit, much to Luffy's frustration. Previously, Lin Hai had warned him that Crocodile's right hand was a danger. If caught, it would drain his body's moisture. Water? Luffy suddenly recalled Lin Hai mentioning that the weakness of the sand fruit was indeed water. Seeing Luffy hesitate, Crocodile seized the moment to taunt. Ah, you figured it out. Have you? You can't touch me. There are plenty of pirates like you. With that, Crocodile retaliated with a massive attack known as Desert Sword, a colossal slash made of sand aimed directly at Luffy's forehead. Fortunately, Luffy's keen eyesight and instinctive danger sense allowed him to evade the strike just in time. Gazing at the enormous fissure left in the ground, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, "That was close." Ha ha, Crocodile boasted. "Today, you'll meet your end here, Desert Sword." Not this move again, Luffy shouted in alarm, narrowly avoiding the attack and activating Gear Second once more. This time, Luffy's Gear Second appeared somewhat different, as droplets of water trickled from his body. He understood that he couldn't maintain this for long, as prolonged exposure would lead to dehydration and loss of combat effectiveness. That moment, Crocodile, seeing Luffy activate this move again, could not help but deride him. You still don't understand. Before he could finish, Luffy landed a punch that sent Crocodile flying. Lin Hai is indeed impressive. How did he know this? Luffy thought, elated that he had finally landed a blow. Having succeeded for the first time, Luffy couldn't help but think of that smoke-wielding man, Crocodile, who was also a Logia user. If he couldn't use Haki, how could he land a hit? Just as he pondered this, Luffy suddenly felt a sharp pain as a hook-like object pierced his abdomen. It turned out Crocodile had used his ability to swiftly move behind Luffy and struck him hard, leaning close to Luffy's ear. Crocodile whispered, "It seems you've discovered my weakness. However, do you know who I am? I am a warlord of the sea. That if you dare to let your guard down while fighting me, this is where it ends for you." With that, Crocodile withdrew the hook from Luffy's abdomen, laughing as he did so. That moment, as Luffy felt the pain, he recalled Lin Hai's repeated warnings. During battle, one must remain focused. While it's fine to mock the opponent, one must never let their guard down, for falling victim to a deadly move would lead to regret. Luffy fought against the encroaching darkness, chastising himself for making such a mistake. This was his first encounter with an opponent of Crocodile's caliber. And he had failed. But who was Luffy? The protagonist, a resilient fighter. Not long after, a user of the bird fruit, Captain Bell of the Alabasta Royal Guard, happened upon the scene and rescued Luffy. Upon seeing Luffy bleeding profusely from his abdomen, Bell rushed over, asking, "Young man, are you all right?" If only Lin Hai were present, he would surely scold Bell for questioning whether Luffy would be fine after having his stomach pierced. However, Luffy was different. He clutched at Bell's clothing, pleading, "I want meat. Meat." Meanwhile, Zoro and Nami found themselves confronted by Mr. One and his partner. That Mr. One was a user of the Chop fruit, combining martial arts with swordsmanship, while his partner, originally named Pora, wielded the thorn fruit. Upon encountering each other, both sides chose their opponents. Without hesitation, Nami opted to flee, while Pora pursued her. As Nami paused, Pora teasingly remarked, "Little girl, why did you stop running?" Nami waved her weather staff, sticking her tongue out playfully, and replied, "Just look above your head." Above my head. Pora curiously looked up, only to be struck by lightning. It was that simple. Nami emerged victorious. The plot twist was so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. As she gazed at the unconscious Bora, Nami expressed her disappointment, saying, honestly, I have other tricks up my sleeve. Meanwhile, after exchanging banter with Mr. One, also known as Das Bones, Zoro found himself buried beneath the rubble of a collapsed building due to a flamboyant slash from Das. Observing the direction in which Zoro had been entombed, Das remarked, "TCH, is the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro only capable of this much? How utterly disheartening." Just as Das turned to leave, a commotion arose from the debris. And there stood Zoro, unfazed. With an expressionless demeanor, he declared, "I wield a sword that can move mountains, that I wield a sword that can part the seas, that I wield a sword that can cleave the heavens. In this world, nothing can withstand my will. This is the essence of the three-sword style. Hey, you there." Lifting his gaze indifferently to Das, Zoro's expression, combined with his formidable words, sent a jolt through Das's heart. Oh, Das suppressed his rising fear, for the person before him seemed rather abnormal. After enduring so many of his attacks, how could he now possess such a gaze? Das retorted defensively, "You're still alive, huh? But that's of no use. For I am a user of the chop-chop fruit, able to transform my entire body into blades that a swordsman stands no chance against me, unless you can sever iron." Zoro picked up the fallen sword, pointing it at Das, and said, "Thank you for making me stronger, that I finally understand why Lin Hai performs the same chopping motion every day. It all makes sense now. It seems I need to train anew." Das, utterly perplexed, questioned, "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Zoro recalled Lin Hai's peculiar sense of humor and retorted, "What I say has nothing to do with you, does it?" With that, Zoro seemed to stumble upon a new revelation, realizing how exhilarating it was to confront someone like this. However, pressing matters took precedence. He needed to eliminate that scoundrel first. Before Das could react in anger, Zoro gripped his sword firmly and calmly uttered, "One sword style, one sword to part the heavens." In a flash, a figure zipped past Das, and moments later, he felt a searing pain. He, a user of the chop-chop fruit, had always been the one to strike others. Who would have thought he would be the one struck? If Lin Hai were here, he would surely challenge Zoro, furious that this shameless individual had appropriated his formidable name. What was it but a mere scrap of iron? How audacious to declare himself capable of parting the heavens, what nonsense! And thus, the battle concluded with Zoro emerging victorious. Elsewhere, the resurrected Luffy sought to confront Crocodile once more, after a brief skirmish atop the palace. Though Crocodile had sustained considerable blows from Luffy, an unfortunate encounter with Crocodile's right hand resulted in Luffy being incapacitated. Fortunately, as Crocodile, King Cobra, and Robin descended into the underground palace, Luffy was revived by water. For the protagonist is indeed indomitable. At this time, Lin Hai and Smoker were hastening their way to Alabasta. Lin Hai, visibly disgruntled, remarked, "Is the Navy truly this incompetent? You can't even navigate this stretch of road." Smoker, equally irritated, retorted, "If it weren't for your foolish antics, I wouldn't have forgotten the map." "TCH," Lin Hai scoffed, "with that white hair of yours, looking like a prematurely aged fool, how dare you call others foolish?" Smoker, infuriated, challenged, "Do you want to fight again?" Tashigi, exasperated, interjected, "Can you both please stop arguing? You've bickered countless times along the way." Lin Hai snapped back, "Do I wish to argue with him? Always preaching about justice, yet no one calls him a hero. Does he? He's just a dreamer, living in delusion. I spit on that." Smoker felt utterly defeated. He couldn't fight back, and now he realized he couldn't even insult Lin Hai. Frustrated, he bellowed, "Now that we've arrived in Alabasta, quickly go do your thing and don't let me see you again." Coughing dismissively, Lin Hai paid no heed to Smoker, instead blowing a kiss to Tashigi as he headed straight for the palace square, where the battle had already commenced, the shouts of the people audible even from afar. Upon arriving, Lin Hai saw Nami and her companions attempting to dissuade Vivi from joining the fray. That moment. Upon spotting Lin Hai, Nami exclaimed joyfully, "Lin Hai. Oh, Lin Hai, is that truly you? Just now, Crocodile claimed he had defeated you, and we were all so worried." Chopper said, tears brimming in his eyes. Lin Hai, somewhat incredulous, asked, "What did you just say?" "That I was defeated by Crocodile." Nami nodded. "Crocodile did say that, but we don't believe him." Vivi approached, relieved. "I'm so glad you're okay." Wrapped like a mummy, Usopp urged, "Lin Hai, you must go help Luffy. He's in a fierce battle with Crocodile." Lin Hai inquired, "Where are they?" "Take me there." Sanji intervened. "Let us first deal with the immediate problem. If we don't stop them, the consequences will be catastrophic." Zoro added, "Luffy mentioned he had found a way to defeat Crocodile." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I still trust the captain's words." I only regret not finishing him off back then. To think he would shamelessly claim he defeated me. Nami, exasperated, urged, let's not dwell on that. We need to figure out how to resolve the current situation. Lin Hai replied nonchalantly, that's simple. With that, he swiftly retrieved his outfit from his bag. Now, no one could hinder Lin Hai from showing off again. Especially with so many witnesses, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Soon, Lin Hai fashioned a robe from the leftover fabric of the day, donned a wig, and, securing the high wind from his spatial backpack onto his back. From a distance, he resembled a true sword immortal. Chopper's eyes sparkled. Lin Hai, you look the most handsome I've ever seen. Usopp gasped. I've seen that outfit before, back in the sea restaurant and at Little Garden. Chopper, calm down. Chopper protested. Let me go. I want to dress like that too. Sanji, annoyed, scoffed. What's there to envy? That idiot's robe was made from my curtains. Vivi couldn't help but twitch at the mention of Sanji's curtains. Lin Hai paid no mind to their jibes and utilized his abilities to levitate gracefully into the air. Despite Zoro and the others having witnessed this before, they couldn't help but feel astonished once more. Those unaware of the situation would indeed be astonished by Lin Hai's display. Reaching a certain altitude, Lin Hai stood still. Although the spatial barrier would dissipate in 5 seconds, he had already improved it. So why not just reconstitute it? Ha! Bow before me, mortals. Oh no. Oh no. I almost lost focus. At that moment, Lin Hai was lost in reverie, only to be jolted back to reality by the sounds of combat below. He then boomed, residents of Alabasta, grant me a moment of your attention. Cease your actions for now. Was his voice too soft? Did they not hear him? Thus, Lin Hai pulled out a large megaphone. Residents of Alabasta, listen to me. The crowd in the square turned their heads upward, gazing at the figure suspended in midair. Seeing this, Lin Hai felt quite satisfied. Just as he was about to speak, the residents resumed their clashes. Fueled by their tempers, they paid no heed to Lin Hai. Incensed, he shouted once more, please listen to me. Stop fighting for a moment, will you? Cough, cough. At the bottom, Sanji could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into guffaws. Ha ha ha. What is Lin Hai doing? Asking for their consideration. His ego is enormous, ha 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 ha. This is killing me. Zoro struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning beet red from the effort. Usopp and Nami exchanged glances. Fully comprehending Lin Hai's predicament, knowing him well enough to realize how humiliated he must feel, consequently, they both collapsed in fits of laughter. Chopper, bewildered, asked, what are you laughing about? Aren't we supposed to stop the fighting? Witnessing her people engage in reckless sacrifice, Vivi could not find humor in the situation. Meanwhile, Sanji, seeing this unfold, quickly adopted a serious demeanor, saying, what's so funny? Everyone, focus. At that moment, Lin Hai descended from the air with a grim expression. Wei Wei, has the bomb on the rooftop been dealt with? Wei Wei nodded and replied, yes, taking your advice, I instructed Bell to take care of that bomb long ago. With that, Lin Hai struck his most dashing pose. Activating the summoning mode. Come forth, Galfone. Before long, a swirling vortex, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, manifested to Lin Hai's left, from which an astonishingly beautiful sword gradually emerged. Zoro exclaimed, hey, Lin Hai, what are you planning to do? What do you mean? Lin Hai retorted angrily, how dare they disrespect me like this? I shall cut them down. Before he could finish his sentence, Usopp hurriedly embraced Lin Hai, urging, calm down, you need to be composed. Don't resort to violence at the drop of a hat. Upon hearing Usopp's words, Wei Wei immediately became agitated. Lin Hai, you wouldn't actually consider doing that, would you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and responded, I merely intend to slice through the surrounding buildings to frighten them. I have no intention of harming anyone. Sanji, perplexed, remarked, aren't you capable of using Conqueror's Haki? Wouldn't it suffice to knock them out directly? Why didn't I think of that just now? It seems my anger has clouded my judgment. Lin Hai blushed slightly and said, Usopp, let go of me. I need to prepare. I need to unleash my Haki. Wei Wei inquired, this won't harm them, will it? Zoro clarified, they'll merely faint. It's nothing serious. At that moment, Lin Hai stepped forward, bowing his head slightly. As he began to channel his Conqueror's Haki, Sanji, filled with jealousy, urged, hurry up. Stop trying to look cool, Lin Hai retorted. I need a moment to gather my strength. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the square, gathering the dust in the air into a single point. Lin Hai raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing, as a more domineering pale blue aura enveloped the vast square in a swirling manner. This was the unmatched Haki, capable of shaking the very foundations of existence. The previously cacophonous sounds abruptly ceased, leaving everyone frozen in place, and one by one, their eyes rolled back as they collapsed. Moments later, Chopper, regaining his composure, asked in confusion, "Why do I hear music? Yet it is quite exhilarating." Zoro, unimpressed, stated, "Lin Hai, could you please turn off your music? Maybe focus on the aftermath instead." Ahem. When Lin Hai was about to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, he was actually adjusting the background music. The BGM for when Mihawk made his entrance. And Shanks appeared. In such a grand scene. How could Lin Hai not have a fitting soundtrack to match his own impressive presence? Suddenly, Lin Hai exclaimed, "What audacity! Who dares to ambush me?" Just then, Nami delivered a sharp smack to Lin Hai's head and scolded, "Wei Wei is heartbroken, and you're still indulging in such trivialities. Hurry and check on Luffy." However, just as Wei Wei prepared to lead Lin Hai to the underground palace to assist Luffy, an explosion from the lower level was heard. A figure soared from below and then plummeted downwards. It was none other than Crocodile. Lin Hai and his companions rushed to the spot where Crocodile had fallen, and Lin Hai asked, "Wei Wei, do you have any sea prism stone?" With a puzzled expression, Wei Wei replied, "We do, but what do you intend to do with it?" "What do I intend to do?" Lin Hai responded with indignation. "Naturally, I plan to hand Crocodile over to the Navy for a reward." "Nanny!" everyone exclaimed in unison. Only Nami, with stars in her eyes, remarked, "Lin Hai, you truly are a genius. By the way, what is Crocodile's bounty?" Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, added, "Even this version of Nami is so enchanting." "Let me handle this matter, Nami-san." Lin Hai promptly kicked Sanji away and declared, "Around 80 million berries. We're going to be rich." Nami exclaimed, unable to resist planting a kiss on Lin Hai's cheek. Sanji, astounded, shouted, "Lin Hai, I challenge you to a duel." Zoro rolled his eyes. "Do you really think you can defeat him?" Sanji retorted, "Do you believe I won't take you down first?" Zoro growled, "Come at me, you culinary coward. I'll chop you into pieces." Thus ensued a chaotic brawl, with Sanji delivering kicks and Zoro wielding his sword. The onlookers could only watch in disbelief. Lin Hai sighed, "Are you too mad? Can't you act your age? Do you really think I can't handle you?" And so, the three of them became embroiled in a melee. Meanwhile, as the Straw Hat crew dealt with the Kusha and Kubara armies in the square, Smoker was conversing with his friend, Admiral Akiji. "What's this? You have time to call me, Smoker?" Akiji inquired with curiosity. Smoker, holding the Din Din Mushi, explained, "You must have heard about Crocodile's actions in Alabasta, right?" Akiji fell silent for a moment before asking, "What are you trying to say?" Smoker, filled with anger, replied, "Akiji, I can't shake the feeling that our Navy is truly acting as the lackeys of that scoundrel Lin Hai. I refuse to believe you are unaware of the events taking place here." How could Akiji respond to that? At that moment, he was surrounded by high-ranking Navy officials, including Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. With everyone looking at him in silence, Akiji finally said, "Smoker, I understand your concerns. Just follow your instincts." Smoker coldly asserted, "I believe the warlord system is fundamentally flawed and should have been abolished long ago." With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving a heavy silence in Sengoku's office. Sengoku then remarked, "Akiji, I hear the Straw Hat crew is also in Alabasta, correct?" "Ha ha ha." Garp suddenly chuckled. "Everyone, lighten up. How about I treat you all to some senbei?" Sengoku retorted angrily, "Garp, you fool, take this seriously. And stop using my senbei to treat others." At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "Akiji, you know that young man named China D. Lin Hai from the Straw Hat crew, don't you?" Garp replied seriously, "Yes, that young man likely refused to join the Navy due to the chaos caused by those individuals. And now he's become a pirate. I see." Akiji shook his head. "That is only one of the reasons. Lin Hai has struck a celestial dragon. If he were to join the Navy, the implications of his unspoken words were clear to all." "Oh, how fearsome that the youth of today dare to strike a celestial dragon," Kizaru remarked provocatively. Sengoku glanced around the room and sighed. "So, according to you, Akiji, Lin Hai is harmless." Akainu interjected, "A pirate is a pirate. Such scum should not exist in this world." "What do you mean by harmless? We should eliminate him without hesitation, especially since the celestial dragons are still searching for him." Garp fell silent, for within the Straw Hat crew, not only was there Lin Hai, but also his own grandson. The concerns that had once lingered were now coming to fruition. Sengoku was well aware of the connection between the pirate named Monkey D. Luffy and Garp, as even the surname was a giveaway. Seeing this, Sengoku stated, "Akiji, please reach out to Smoker again. Let us observe the Straw Hat crew for now before deciding on our next course of action. In the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, shortly after Smoker ended the call, he received another call from Akiji, who unexpectedly instructed him to probe the Straw Hat crew. Confused by the situation, Smoker decided to comply. He handed the Din Din Mushi to Dashiji and instructed, Dashiji, when we locate the Straw Hat crew, turn on the recording Din Din Mushi to broadcast our situation to Admiral Akiji. Dashiji nodded. It seems this situation has taken everyone by surprise. Smoker agreed. The actions of the warlords in seizing nations are utterly reprehensible, and the intentions of the Straw Hat crew remain unclear. Thus, Admiral Akiji's plan is likely to use us. As Smoker and Dashiji proceeded, they eventually encountered the Straw Hat crew. However, Smoker and Dashiji were puzzled by the sight of so many people lying on the ground. Many of them still breathed, leading them to wonder if they were merely resting after a strenuous battle. Even more absurdly, why were 3 members of the Straw Hat crew fighting amongst themselves? Smoker stepped forward, pointing his crossed fingers at Lin Hai and his companions who were engaged in a fierce battle. Declaring, Lin Hai, the pirate hunter Rorono Azaro, and Chef Sanji, cease your hostilities at once and surrender. At that moment, Dashiji had already activated the Din Din Mushi, allowing everyone in the Marine headquarters, particularly in Admiral Sengoku's office, to witness the scene unfolding before her. However, Sengoku and his associates were quite perplexed. Had the Straw Hat crew turned against one another? Indeed, pirates were pirates, a band of ruthless scoundrels, surely bickering over unequal distribution of spoils. After Smoker's proclamation, he noticed that Lin Hai and the others disregarded his words as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Frustrated, he shouted again, Pirates, I command you to halt. Yet Lin Hai and his companions continued their brawl. In a fit of rage, Smoker's veins bulged as he brandished his cross fingers and joined the fray alongside Lin Hai. The skirmish escalated from 2 to 3, and now to 4 combatants. Observing this spectacle, Akiji awkwardly turned to Sengoku, muttering, you know Smoker's temperament well. Huh? Carp laughed heartily. That rascal Lin Hai hasn't changed a bit. Compared to before, he has certainly grown more handsome. Sengoku's eye twitched in irritation as he snapped. Shut your mouth, you fool, Carp. In the plaza, after a brief skirmish, Lin Hai and his companions finally realized that Smoker had arrived. They exchanged glances and ceased their actions. Lin Hai then grinned and said, righteous Smoker, your timing is impeccable. Crocodile has already been knocked out, thus saving your Marines from the immense manpower and resources required to apprehend him. Noticing Smoker's silence, Lin Hai continued, there's no need for gratitude. As benevolent pirates, we require no rewards from you. Just hand over Crocodile's bounty. Will you? Surely, the Marines wouldn't go back on their word. At that moment, numerous high-ranking officials within the Marine headquarters felt as though they had been struck by lightning. They exchanged glances, incredulous at the notion of benevolent pirates. When did pirates ever claim bounties, especially those set by the world government? Recognizing the strength of the Shichibukai, this just had gone too far. If they were to actually do this, the expressions on the faces of the world government officials would be quite the sight. Moreover, it seemed there was no regulation preventing pirates from claiming bounties. Was there? The thought of such a bounty was enticing. How amusing it would be to slap the world government in the face. In the plaza, Smoker was genuinely taken aback that Lin Hai had the audacity to voice such a thought. However, this was not the time to speak openly, with Sengoku and the others watching from behind. Angrily, Smoker again pointed his crossed fingers at Lin Hai and demanded, Pirates, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to Alabasta? Lin Hai paused, his eyes lighting up with opportunity. Step aside, everyone. I shall be flamboyant. Flamboyant to the heavens. Those who knew Lin Hai well, including Smoker, could sense that this reckless individual was about to embark on yet another ridiculous endeavor. Suddenly inspired, Lin Hai recalled his previous failure while singing A true man rises from where he has fallen. Thus, Lin Hai addressed Smoker, give me a few seconds. Before the gathered crowd, Lin Hai produced a mirror, comb, gel, and a hairdryer, beginning to groom himself right there in front of everyone. Smoker stood there bewildered. What was he doing? I asked you about your purpose in Alabasta, not for a fashion show. Meanwhile, the onlookers in Sengoku's office were equally puzzled, wondering what this man was attempting. Once Lin Hai was satisfied with his appearance, he placed a small microphone near his mouth and produced 2 large speakers from seemingly nowhere. He then sprayed himself with perfume he had borrowed from Nami. Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, when did you take my perfume? Sanji angrily retorted, you scoundrel, how dare you use Nami's belongings? Return it to her at once. Lin Hai paid them no mind, focused instead on Tashiji, who was holding the Din Din Mushi. This moment was likely being broadcasted to many. and he could not afford to mess it up. Spraying perfume was essential. A pleasant aroma could elevate the spirit and inspire creativity, right? Hey, does anyone know what he is planning? Someone wondered. Is he about to sing? However, they couldn't help but notice he looked quite dapper. Fools, is now the time to be concerned about his looks? Besides, he hasn't even answered Smoker's question. At that moment, Lin Hai struck a pose, preparing to perform live. As the background music for Chasing the Wind began to play, he lowered his head, stood with his legs slightly apart and straight, one hand in his pocket while the other slowly lifted as if grasping something. Then clenched his fist. An unusual energy emanated from him, one that was pure, passionate, and unstoppable, cool yet profound. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, filled with curiosity regarding Lin Hai's next move, without giving anyone a chance to react. He began to sing, carrying the wind upon my shoulders, treading the earth beneath my feet. With fiery determination, Lin Hai's gaze was intense as he sang and danced, especially emphasizing the line, treading the earth beneath my feet. Pointing to the ground with his middle finger, in Sengoku's office, if anyone had noticed the expression on Sakazuki's face, they would have seen his lips quivering beneath his hat. Meanwhile, Carp stared in disbelief at the projection from the Den Mushi, a long drool hanging from his nose. Realizing Lin Hai's eccentricity had reached new heights as he expressed his emotions through song. Indeed, Smoker had relentlessly pursued the Straw Hat crew, eager to uncover their motives. Since he had finally asked today, Lin Hai would boldly declare it to him through a captivating performance. This was the Straw Hat crew's purpose. The Marines could not obstruct their path, nor should they. The lyrics of Chasing the Wind brimmed with positivity and a relentless spirit. The Marines were both excited and silent, astonished that such a song could emerge from a pirate's mouth. Who was it that could evoke such a reaction from the cold-hearted Sakazuki? Who could make Carp, in his advanced years, behave like a child, drooling with delight? It was none other than that man, the one determined to be flamboyant to the heavens. Smoker, inexplicably moved by the fervent music, nearly found himself dancing along with Lin Hai. Once he regained his composure, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, yet he was dismayed to see his fellow Marines joining in the revelry. In Sengoku's office, after a moment of silence, he gestured for Akiji to turn off the Den Mushi. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru, with a sensitive heart, reflected on Lin Hai's inspiring song. Filled with aspirations and courage, it reminded her of her younger self, of times long past, and the two fools who once pursued her. Tsuru turned to Carp and Sengoku, tears inexplicably streaming down her face. Time, those cherished memories buried deep within, were truly stirring. Kizuru, ever observant, noticed Tsuru's tears and inquired, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" She replied wistfully, "Youth is truly a wonderful thing." At that moment, Sengoku suggested, "Everyone, let us refocus. We need to discuss how to set the bounty for the Straw Hat crew, and also deliberate on Crocodile's situation." However, just then, the Den Mushi on Sengoku's desk rang again. It was the Gorosei calling. One of the elders commanded, the credit for defeating Crocodile should go to Smoker. In the plaza of Alabasta, Lin Hai had just completed his song. The Flamboyant System chimed. "Ding, congratulations, host, for executing a splendid flamboyant maneuver, silencing several high-ranking Marines, and bringing tears to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Rewards: enhancement of observation Haki, armament Haki, and physical skills by 1 level each. Due to the host's continuous learning and innovation, the Flamboyant System grants an additional reward, 1 resurrection upon death, encouraging the host to flamboyantly reach for the heavens." Resurrection upon death? Lin Hai pondered, realizing he had been granted an extraordinary chance at rebirth. Once again, how absurd. Just as the crowd stared at Lin Hai in disbelief, he, overwhelmed with joy, performed several backflips, only to crash into a wall. What was he doing? Was it an act of self-destruction? Surely not. It seemed he had simply gotten carried away with excitement and flipped into the wall. How utterly embarrassing. How could he have once admired such a fool? Smoker, standing nearby, gazed in exasperation at Lin Hai, whose face was pressed against the wall. How on earth should he handle this Lin Hai? The Straw Hat crew had indeed committed no crimes. They merely sailed under the banner of piracy. If he, Smoker, were to apprehend them, on what grounds could he justify this? Was he truly to claim that as a Marine, he was entitled to pursue them simply because they were pirates? Yet, they had not broken any laws. If he chose not to capture them, they remained pirates. After all, in that moment, Smoker felt as though he were descending into madness. all because of Lin Hai and the words he had spoken earlier. Leaving Smoker caught in a dilemma, frustrated, Smoker lunged forward with his cross-shaped weapon, shouting furiously, "Pirate Lin Hai!" Nami immediately exclaimed, "Lin Hai, be careful." Lin Hai, having collided with the wall, fell to the ground. Utterly speechless, he was about to be ridiculed yet again. As he rose, he noticed Smoker charging towards him, but he felt no murderous intent. Confused, Lin Hai asked, "What is it, Smoker?" Smoker swung his weapon horizontally, growling, "You scoundrel! Why did you choose to become a pirate?" Lin Hai deftly squatted to evade the blow. Retorting, "Why shouldn't I become a pirate?" Smoker then executed a vertical strike, exclaiming, "Isn't this era chaotic enough due to pirates? You wretch!" Lin Hai sidestepped, responding, "What does that have to do with me? I'm not the one causing chaos in the world. You should question those old geezers. Enough with this nonsense. How about we go eat and have a drink?" suggested Lin Hai. Smoker, filled with rage, continued to attack with his weapon. "What kind of joke is this? You despicable pirate!" In a flurry of movements, Smoker relentlessly swung his cross-shaped weapon at Lin Hai, who simply closed his eyes and adeptly dodged each strike. What were they doing? Was this a fight? If so, why was Lin Hai not retaliating? "Colonel Smoker, please, don't jest with us. With your abilities, how could you possibly fail to hit him? Take this seriously." After a while, Smoker paused, panting from exertion, utterly baffled at why he could not land a hit on the insufferable pirate. Could it be that Lin Hai possessed observation Haki? Before Smoker could ponder further, Lin Hai opened one eye and provocatively said, "Why have you stopped? I'm not done playing yet. Come at me." Smoker nearly spat blood in frustration. This guy was simply too infuriating. He raised his weapon again, pointing it at Lin Hai. "If you have the guts, stand still." Lin Hai rolled his eyes, retorting, "Good thing I didn't join the Marines. If their minds are all like yours, I'd be doomed at that moment." Smoker chased after Lin Hai, wielding his weapon, leaving onlookers utterly powerless to intervene. While the shenanigans continued, the king of Alabasta, Cobra, arrived carrying the unconscious Luffy. Prompting everyone to return to their respective tasks, Smoker, along with his subordinates, escorted Crocodile to hand him over to the Marines. While Cobra was preoccupied with the numerous post-battle responsibilities in a large room within the palace. The Straw Hat crew lay asleep, while Nami and Lin Hai remained unscathed. Among them, Usopp and Zoro suffered moderate injuries, while Luffy bore the most severe wounds, having fallen victim to Crocodile's scorpion venom. Though Robin had managed to procure an antidote in due course, Nami exchanged glances with Lin Hai, and once they were in a secluded area, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "You said you would deal with Crocodile. What happened?" "We ended up taking care of him and all the agents of Baroque Works." "What did you do?" Lin Hai, feeling dejected, replied, "I sent that a reason for you to reconsider taking all the treasure." "Nami, there's so much. Can't I just take a couple of gemstones?" Nami firmly rejected. "No way. You didn't lift a finger this time, so you can forget about the treasure." Lin Hai lamented, cursing himself for not having hidden away some treasure earlier. Now all of it was claimed by Nami. Cough, cough. Lin Hai pretended to pull Nami's hand and led her to an open space, saying, "I know you cherish treasures. Since you want them all, then fine." Nami's eyes sparkled with interest, yet she remained vigilant. Given her understanding of Lin Hai, she could not afford to let her guard down. Observing the shattered buildings around them, Nami reminisced, "I never imagined someone like Crocodile could be so dangerous. Just one person wreaking havoc can lead to such severe consequences for Alabasta." Lin Hai nodded in agreement. "Indeed. However, Vivi's father is already addressing the aftermath." "Nami, you." Nami looked up at the sky and replied, "You're right. Seeing the aftermath, many have lost their beloved possessions. It reminds me of Belmere." Lin Hai grasped Nami's hand. "And once seated," he said, "you shouldn't call her by her name directly. You should refer to her as Mother Belmere. How can you address her so casually? Remember that." Nami shot Lin Hai an incredulous look. "I like calling her that way. What is it to you?" Ignoring Nami's retort, Lin Hai spoke softly. "Some people are indeed hard to forget, as their presence lingers deeply within us, just like your mother, who not only raised you but also taught you how to be a person, how to coexist harmoniously with others, what it means to pursue something, and what it means to persevere." Surprised, Nami looked at Lin Hai and asked, "How do you know so much about my mother?" Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mind the details. Your mother also taught you to share with those around you, that one shouldn't be so greedy. Like when I just took that large bag of treasure. Nami, surely you must share some with me. Taking it all, doesn't your conscience ache?" If your mother were to know, she'd surely be heartbroken. As Nami listened, she grew increasingly skeptical. So this was his ulterior motive. After all that roundabout reasoning, he was still after the treasure. Her eye twitched in irritation. She had thought Lin Hai understood her well. But it was all just a ruse. Seeing Nami silent, Lin Hai turned to her and asked, "Nami, are you even listening to me?" With a swift motion, Nami delivered a smack to Lin Hai's head and, hands on her hips, declared, "Stubborn Lin Hai, give up already. I won't give you a single gemstone." Humph. As she walked away, Lin Hai felt dejected. It seemed Nami's greed for treasure was indeed incurable. After a while, Vivi found Lin Hai, her face lighting up with surprise. "So this is where you were. I've been searching everywhere for you."